2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire,
Do we turn truck
Risen
off?
Unlimited,
So yellow is truck off.
National Motorcycle Alliance,
That means he's talking to you. The green means it's for your
Skywalker
presence.
Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Good morning and welcome to the Motorcycling New South Wales state coverage. Our state titles for 2026, we are at Fairbairn Park in the ACT for our opening round. And look, this facility here is part of the Australian motocross history for decades, and today it sets the stage for the beginning of our brand new championship. We have more than 500 entries that we'll get through this weekend across the 2 days of racing. And look, this championship is decided across 5 rounds that will test speed, fitness, composure and consistency, not just who can win a race, but who can sustain their performance. And in 2026, we've got a bit of a new era here. We've got some qualifying, some last chance qualifiers as well that are going to go on, because we've got massive entries here. And then 2 final motos that will decide the round winner. The finals are earned, they're not given here in Motorcycling New South Wales state titles. For the riders, that means every lap counts. For the fans, it means more intensity, more pressure and more opportunities. So this championship is also a pathway. Perform across these 5 rounds and you put yourself in the conversation for New South Wales Tail Whips junior team, which we're representing at state and national stage. And new this year, we've got obviously some rule changes as well. We've got mandatory chest protection across the classes, trying to improve safety. The sport continues to evolve, technology continues to improve, and we want our riders to be fast and we want them protected. The ACT Motorcycle Club has delivered a circuit that will challenge every class today. If you haven't seen our track preview, we'll get to that later throughout the coverage as well. But the track is in prime condition, nice and well watered. The temperature is a bit easy this morning. It's overcast, so it's good. But round 1, it begins now. I'm David Hogan from Always Moto. You will have seen me on the coverage there yesterday doing that track preview. Joining me in the commentary box this year is Russell Hicks from PSC Motorsports there on the Central Coast. So you might have been in his shop at some point, so you'll hear his voice here. Russ, good morning. Welcome to Canberra, mate.
Dave, good morning, mate. I'm super stoked to be here. It was great doing this a little bit with you last year. I'm stoked and ready for a huge season, mate. These 5 rounds this year is going to be a ton of fun. Kicking off here in the ACT. Mate, I've never actually been to this track, but it is looking mint. That dirt is looking dark. There's a deep rip to it. I think there's going to be some awesome lines forming up over the day. The weather's going to be prime. We're due for mid-20s today and tomorrow. Overcast conditions. I don't know if it could be any better, man.
Well, look, you're pretty much spot on there. The temperature-wise, it's actually perfect to race in because you're not going to get overheated. We're not going to worry about that aspect thrown into the fitness side of things for these guys and girls out here on track. But look, the track is going to be primo at some point through probably the middle of today. It's going to get nasty later on because those ruts, it is because of that deep prep that they have done. It's going to get nice and deep later on. But that is going to be part of the challenge that all of these riders are going to face throughout the day, but the track will be great midway through the day. And for a lot of the riders here across this weekend, we're going to see some decent names, team riders here tomorrow for senior side of things. We've got some as well through today in the, coming up high in the junior ranks, because this is one of our national tracks that is part of our Pro MX series as well. So they're trying to hear either just testing things out, because the Pro kicks off in a week, 2 weeks, whatever it is, at Wonthaggi there. So they're getting things shaked out, but they're also trying to get some settings dialed in for this track later in the season, because it comes up, I think, about around 4 or 5, somewhere in there. So, yeah, look, some interesting things. People are trying to get adjusted to this racetrack, and they're going to have a very good opportunity to do that across this weekend.
I think that's one of the beautiful things about the Motorcycle New South Wales state titles, mate, is that, there's parents here for the very first time with their junior kid, and there's also the Todd Waters team. CDR is going to be here tomorrow. Like, you've got some of the best guys in the country, and we've got juniors that could be here for their very first time coming out of club level racing. So it's a really cool opportunities for families. It's actually something I love about this sport, is that you could have gone and bought your first motorcycle this year, done a bit of training, done a bit of racing and coaching, and you could be here at state titles along with some of the biggest names in the country coming here to prep for nationals and to take on state titles. So really cool opportunity. It's a very unique sport. Like you said, it's great to see that there's been some mandatory safety changes around those chest plates. We might even see some of the new airbag technology being used here this weekend. So I think it's going to be a really cool weekend. Track prep is looking good. The pits are full. Entries were over 500, did I read that?
Well, and that's where some of this qualifying and LCQ has become a part of this season, is because the series is very popular. It's something that they want to all be a part of. So what we get there, what you're mentioning about those, the kids that maybe it's their first time out, that they're able to be a part of it without potentially ending up in the main race later on, because there might not be that level, but they can then aspire to be part of that level and see the level that they're at, because we've got massive numbers. We've got 70 in a couple of these classes here. So we've got 2 qualifying sessions for some of these classes today. They're going to have an LCQ for the ones that don't get straight into the main motos. And then for the ones that don't make those main motos, they've also then got a non-qualifier moto, so that everyone's getting an opportunity to see the track throughout the day, develop their skills, be a part of the series. You don't have to be the guy that's winning or the girl that's winning. You can just be here and enjoy the situation as well. So awesome job from Motorcycle New South Wales to be able to have this support of the series from obviously you, the riders out there, but then to put back into it and say, yes, let's acknowledge we're getting this entry and attendance level. Let's split the series up a little bit. Let's make it so that everyone gets a bit more opportunity. Change the race day scheduled so that it accommodates that, and we can almost have like a Supercross sort of style LCQ battle out,
Absolutely. I was really excited to see that format, because one of the things that can be a challenge for families going to some of these racing is that if you have a mechanical issue, if you get a flat tyre, if some problem arises early on, in the past, that can be your day completely done. And you've spent a bunch of money, you've travelled up, some huge distances sometimes, to have your day cut really short. So I think this new format is going to really help the families coming into this sport, and it's also going to give some of the top riders an opportunity if they have some sort of little teething issue. There's a bunch of new teams here. There's the Moto Coach Honda team. Those guys are brand new. So they're probably going to have some teething issues, some different things that they're tweaking. And I think the format of an LCQ is going to really help any of those guys if they do have any last-minute issues, setup problems, anything like that arises. So the breakdown of that, Dave, it's the top 15.
So from the qualifying side of things for the actual first session on track, that's your qualifier. So you get like a lap or two that's going to be just practice, so you get to see the track. And then the last couple of laps is actual timed qualifying. Top 15 from the 2 sessions for that class that go out. So we're going to have a 30 rider out one, a 30, not the rest, 35 and 35 go out in 2 separate groups. Top 15 in each of those groups qualify straight to those main motos.
Right, so those guys come off the track, they're done. They're going to race later on.
They're straight ready for Moto 1. Right. Anyone behind that top 15 in each of those sessions will be in the LCQ, which will be the first moto of that group's main program, let's call it. But that LCQ then, we've got 10 riders that will that will qualify out of the LCQ and join the main moto.
So top 10 out of the LCQ go through?
Yes.
So we've got the top 15 out of...
So we have 30 qualify straight in from the two groups. And then the LCQ, we get the last 10 to make that main moto. Everybody else in that LCQ gets to that non-qualifier race later in the day. But then those main qualifiers get 2 moto format to battle out for who's your overall winner. But what I want to know is with this LCQ side of things, like in Supercross, is there going to be anyone sort of trying to punch in for that last spot? Is there going to be people hanging over the fence going, you need 2 spots to qualify? I want to see that sort of, intensity from the fans on the sideline trying to get the message across to the rider. You're almost there, like this is where that intensity could really ramp up in those couple of motos. So
100%, mate. I think it's going to be a ton of fun to watch this go down, and I think just, having an LCQ there is really going to give people exactly what it stands for, that last chance to qualify in. I think there's going to be a huge push. What happens a lot in the LCQ in Supercross over in the States is that the vast majority of the big names are gone because they've qualified through.
Yes.
So now you may have a big name in there that had a mechanical issue.
Just a tip over or something, and they didn't get a lap time in that session. They might have messed up somehow.
That's right.
They're now in there sending it.
That's exactly right. Or they've all gone through, and now that top 10 is wide open. And so someone that would never really be up in that position could grab a spot and qualify in. So I think it's going to really raise the intensity of the racing. It's going to be awesome for the crowd watching along. And, mate, it's just going to be an epic weekend of racing. I think
it is. LCQ time, we'll have some Sally Sands or some Sean Get Sillies, and we'll just see what happens for that 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th sort of range. We'll have to keep our eyes on that. Hopefully we'll be able to get the coverage working beautifully with the camera angles at that point to see who's that last man or last woman into the main motos. So plenty to look forward to. Obviously on our screen right now you can see some of the first session is going out there for their practice one. Now this one isn't one of the classes that is having a LCQ. I think we've only got 2-3 classes that are in that situation for the LCQ side of things. It's 3. So that's our 85 9-12s and our 65 10-12s and our 65 7-10s that are going to be doing that whole LCQ side of things. Everyone else is just having a normal practice qualifying session. The qualifying will still be for their gate picks for their first motos, and then they'll also have their 2 moto formats. So yes, plenty to still be happening here for these first sessions on track. Obviously they're trying to learn the track, and then in that first few laps, and then they'll be trying to get their qualifying times in. And so the first guys out on track here, or guys and potentially girls, I think it's just guys for this one for our list here. It's the 15-17 junior 125 class. And you can see them all just rolling around there, checking things out. Obviously, the yellow flags are out for the first lap round. Meant to be a bit of a wheels on the ground situation as we get one lap into the books, and then we'll see these guys get a bit loose here in the track, because this is where this track's a bit difficult. First run out, you've got to cut a line in. It's still deep. I know this from yesterday doing the track preview. It was a little bit difficult. I'm going to defend myself here. I've got to defend my efforts. I wasn't able to get some of these jumps because there was too much track to rip.
Look, I didn't get to see it, Dave, I'll be honest. But if you're telling me you didn't get the jumps in, I'm just going to judge you harshly, mate.
Yeah, that's fair.
That it's a lack of skill that's going on there, mate.
100% it's lack of skill on my part. Look, I did. If you haven't seen it yet, I'll give you the rundown. We'll talk about it later when it comes up. But I brought out my 2001 RM125 because I figured I'd just do something different to catch an eyeball. And that did do that, except for the fact that when you try to put a 125 with about maybe 20 horsepower across a deep rope to then hit some of these tabletops that aren't small, mind you, they're okay. You don't get any drive, right? So when you then come up short by like halfway, it don't look so good.
Mate, if you needed a fresh Yamaha, why don't you just come sit here, all right? Like, we need to be out there on the vintage bike. It's no VMX round.
Well, look, I just want to do something different. I do have a Yamaha that we might bring out for different ones, but it has a headlight, so I wasn't sure for the first round it was a good look. But.
Right, fair enough. Fair enough. Well, look, speaking of 125s, we've got the 125s out there right now, mate. Yellow flags are down. The boys are starting to get into a little bit of a groove, getting stuck into it. Not a big class out there for this one, mate. This is one of the smaller ones for sure. But it is So nice to hear the sound of those 125 starting to sing. First thing in the morning, the air's cool, it's an overcast day, and the sound of 125 starting to sing out, mate.
Nothing better than a two-stroke on tap, right?
Oh, absolutely, mate. And this group in particular, 15 to 17-year-olds, mate, the boys don't mind sending it.
Oh, look, the testosterone's high at this point, so... But yes, there's only 14 riders in this particular category. It's one of the small ones because it's sort of that weird transition point where these guys can also ride 250 4-strokes. So some of them might be on that, not have a 125. Some might have the 125, not the 250. So it's sort of an odd class that sort of fits in well and poorly at other times. So it's not always massively full with the entries. But there's still a fair few decent guys here, and you might see some of these guys across both of those two classes I just mentioned as well. Maybe even across MX3 for some of these kids as well. So,
and look, the 125 is such an important step in the racing career of these young guys. It's getting a little bit overlooked, I think, at the minute. Kids are really keen to make that jump from the 85 big wheel to the 250. A lot of young guys, obviously they're young, they're keen, they're full of testosterone, they're, maybe a little bit egotistical and are keen to get on that bigger bike earlier. I truly believe that the 125 class is a super important part of racing. If you can learn to get this 125 right, if you can learn to really make power, make speed, like you were saying on your old bike, you can't be lazy on it.
No.
This isn't a bike you can come around the corner with a bad line and simply wrap the throttle on and clear the tabletop. It's not going to work.
Well, that's exactly the problem that I was having yesterday, right? Like on a 125, you've got to take much different lines, and then those lines were sort of crossing a ripped section. So where I'm trying to carry a wide line for a 125 to be able to have the momentum, because you can't literally sit in the face of it and go, oh, it's all right, it's a 250, and go roar off the top of it, where it's got the horsepower to pull that. The 125's got to carry that for a longer transition to get there, and as soon as you lose any momentum, you can't make the jump. So that's where these kids are now learning how to carry speed through a corner and keep the bike in the rev range to then hit these jumps and make the distance of the jump and then make the lap a smooth lap. Whereas you can, like you just said, be lazy on a 4-stroke to some degree, because you can just get out of the corner and go, oh, whoops, I missed that line. Oh, it doesn't matter. Or pull the throttle and I still make the jump. So these kids are learning a valuable skill in terms of how to manage their lines on track and the bike that's underneath them and the power that they have. So, yeah, I agree. I think this class is something that they all should ride to realise that an underpowered bike can still do some of these things, but just needs to be done differently.
Well, it's racecraft too, isn't it, Dave? On a 125, if you want to make a move, you need to plan that move out 2, 3, 4 corners in advance, right? You've got to be watching the rider in front. You've got to be holding your line. You've got to understand what they're doing on their lines as well. The extreme opposite's the big 450, right? Where you can be lazy, you can make a move last second. There's so much torque and power in those modern bikes where you don't need any setup. You can come around the corner in a horrible position, wrap the throttle on, and away you go. But 85 and then 125, it's all about racecraft. It's holding that speed, it's picking those smoother lines, and it's planning out further ahead. And I think if you nail that skill in that 15 to 17-year-old age bracket, when you get to the 250s, when you get to the 450s, it's going to be such a valuable skill. Yeah,
it will be. And you'll see some of this play out in their racecraft. When some of these guys make a move on some other riders throughout the day, they're going to take the line away, and that either that rider that gets the line taken away from them won't make the jump, or both of those riders, because they're trying to block them out of a corner, both of them won't make the jump, and then they might be passed by the third guy in the queue because he can still make the jump. So this is where it will all play out. Now this session's actually coming to a close, so we'll just quickly mention that Cooper Ford looks like he's got the fastest lap there, number 75, doing a 1:37.3. Richie Lawler on the 27's got the second fastest with a 1:37.7, and then Nate Ebick on the 999 going third with a 1:38.0. So pretty tight times there at the top. Actually, sorry, they're the last lap times, but yeah, no, sorry, they will be the fastest. Cooper Ford, he's actually gone purple there, 1:36.5.
Yep.
So yeah, decent times there.
A lot of familiar names in that lineup there too, mate. We've seen a lot of these guys come up through the ranks. A lot of these guys were here last year battling out as well. So it's going to be really interesting to see how the riders have developed. In this age bracket too, there is so much development that happens every single year. From the time you're 13 to 14 to 15 to 16, the guys the guys' bodies are changing, they're getting taller, they're getting stronger. We were laughing before because we weren't recognising riders from last year because they're just bigger and look different, and there's just massive changes every single year.
Yeah.
So it'll be very interesting to see how we go. We're going to duck to a quick ad break here before some of the mini bikes come on the track. But yeah, we are really looking forward to hanging out with you guys today. It's going to be Dave and Russ here in the booth all day, all weekend.
All weekend.
A ton of fun.
It's going to be awesome fun. So yeah, quick break. We'll be back with more.
What was that, love?
I said, Ken-O!
All done, girls. Happy? Ken-O's all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken-O feeling.
Kellogg's make your job easy.
All shot graphics. Be first. Be original.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
Welcome back to Fairbairn Park here in ACT. It's Motorcycle New South Wales. It's day one of our state titles coverage here. We've got some of the riders there you can see sitting on the start area of this ACT track, getting ready for their practice qualifying sessions this morning. And I think that one on the grid there will be one of our first ones. It's going to be our second group of qualifying sessions that are going to make them have to either end up in our main motos or in our LCQs that we were talking about earlier here, Russ. So it's already, you know, your first time on track this morning and you've already got to basically be getting it straight on the money. There's no easing into these days here for these kids this morning for some of these classes. Like we said, there's 3 classes that are going to be trying to qualify for main motos here. And they've got pressure straight from the get-go.
Mate, as they should. This is state titles, mate. This is no local club round. We are here at the lovely ACT Motorcycle Club, which is really cool. We're stoked that those guys are hosting us. The track prep looks amazing. But, mate, yeah, this is serious stuff. This is state titles. This is going for state championship stuff. So, yeah, a little bit of pressure on these guys straight away, mate. It's great. It's exactly what it's all about.
As you see, we're scrolling across the screen. There's a few riders' numbers coming up. I spotted the 268. That's Stella Harding. She's up on the 85cc this year. She was your 65cc champ in the combined class, not just the girls class there for Stella. She got that win over the guys there in the 65 class last year, so she's there on the grid. Made a step up, obviously grown a bit, got another year older, so maybe she had to go up a class from an age side of things. I'm not exactly sure where her birthday fits in all this, but we're going to see her on track for the first time on an 85cc this series, so that'll be cool. Getting some lovely shots here of the track. You can see it's already starting to develop, but look at the colour of that dirt in that shot. That's awesome. That's our rip section there, just off the back side of the track, and you can see some of the bottom section there with the 3 big tabletops in that view as well. We're just watching the 23 on board here. I think that's right up Magda Figlio if I'm looking at our list here. He's just getting his sessions in. So I don't think we've got the right timing up on our screen here to give you the results for this session at the moment. We've still got the last session still up on our screen, but as soon as we know where their qualifying comes up, we'll make mention of it, because obviously this session is important for who's making those main motos, Russ.
Absolutely it is, mate. And I'm glad you mentioned Stella in this next 85 class. It's really interesting to see kids step up from the 65 to 85 class. The steps from 50 to 65 to 85 are huge steps, and it really starts to open up the options that these kids have. 50s obviously are such a small bike with small wheels, and so they're stuck to particular lines. 65s, it starts to open the track up a little bit, but when you get into 85s, your options really start to expand. You can make your own lines, you can start to really clear the bigger jumps, you can get through the muddy, sloppy sections a lot quicker and easier with those bigger wheels and a little bit more horsepower. So it's always interesting to see the kids that dominated the 65 class get into that little bit more horsepower and bigger wheel set.
Yeah, well, and then obviously a bit more weight to throw around with it too, but they're not maybe developed the strength yet. So sometimes these riders will have a little bit of a lull the year that they move up, and then it's the second year that they start finding their feet again. But sometimes they're just absolute weapons all the way around, and they just rip it from whichever class they're in. It doesn't matter what bike size that they've stepped up or not. So I think Stella might fall into that category. We'll see how she goes when we watch these kids get through.
And there is such a big variance on physical size on these bikes too. You'll really notice in these groups some kids that look really small on their bike and other kids that look really big on their bike. Obviously kids are just built different, but there is an age difference as well. And so that really starts to matter when you're talking about weight. That comes into suspension, right? So obviously someone who's a much lighter, smaller kid, suspension setup's going to be quite different for them, and there's going to be challenges around that. When you've got a bigger kid that can put some weight into the suspension and the bike can work the way it should, or the way the custom suspension should probably work, they're going to have a bit of a different experience as well. So these classes are sort of riddled with different little tidbits of info and bike setup, rider size and weight and age, racecraft. There's so many different factors that go into junior racing.
Well, one rider that I'll be interested to see, and in that very line of thinking that you're saying about rider size and weights and everything, is the number 2 that I just saw pop through our screen early on in this riders going past it. That's Archie Blanchette. Now, Archie last year was the 50cc champ. 50cc.
Oh, yeah.
He rode 65cc as well, but wasn't as competitive. He was up there, but wasn't winning that one, but he dominated the 50s. But this is the 85cc class, so he's gone from 50-65 and he's now 65-85. And so, yeah, curious on that. And if you see him as he's going to pop probably into the screen here, maybe in the back of it if we stay on that shot, but he's not the biggest kid just yet. So on the 85cc, he might not have that one as dialed, but maybe this year he'll be the 65cc dominator. We'll see. But that's the beauty of these classes for these kids.
Absolutely.
They're bikes, and they've got to change the bike midday. You know, all of a sudden I'm on a 65, next I'm on an 85. And I've got more power, but I've got, then I've got less ground clearance to hit that same rut. So that's a problem. They've got to think of these things as they're going through the day.
And it is so different because on a 50, the only way to get a 50 around these tracks is have that thing wedged wide open everywhere, right? But that's going to be completely different to how he rides an 85. He's not going to do that. He's going to have a lot more finesse on the throttle, finesse on the clutch. The gears are going to matter. 50's an auto. You just hold that thing wedged and hang off the back. And watching him race last year, that's how he races, right? And that's why he was so dominant, because the kid just held that thing wide open, and you just see this 50 flying through the air.
Yeah, he cleared pretty much every jumper on every track we're at last year. So,
mate, he had the thing sideways in the air. Like, he was such a stylish, skillful rider. it's going to be really interesting to see how he goes. And I think for the fans watching at home, it's such an interesting thing to have a kid dominating one class and then be mid-pack in the next class.
Well, that's what I was saying about having them have a year where they got to get adjusted to that bigger bike, and it takes them a couple of months, you know, to get that sort of thing sorted out. So depending on when they got onto it versus when the series starts, it depends on then how well they go at those opening rounds. So maybe it might be a case of like round 1 here today, he's okay on the 85 because it's maybe one of the first races he's got on it. But then maybe by the time we get to rounds 4 and 5 of our series, and that's where this series being a bit longer this year, last year only 3 rounds, this year 5, you might see him start to develop and push towards the front in those later rounds as he gets some more size, maybe get some more chicken in through the weeks, you know, over the year. Those chicken steroids seem to work really well, I hear. But maybe he eats a bit more food across the next couple of months. He gets a bit more size, gets a bit stronger, gets used to the 85, and then starts pushing towards the front. Maybe some of those kids that are at the front start getting a bit bigger for their bikes and get heavier, whereas he just gets to the window that he's actually the right point for it. So things can change massively for these kids across this series 100%. Now that it's a couple of months long. So.
Yeah, and look, I think that's a great point of going from a 3-race series last year to a 5-race series this year. I think there's a lot more strategy involved when you go to a 5-race series. Basically, with a 3-race series, you could sort of go wide open and just...
Well, you had to, didn't you?
Yeah, you had to really sprint. But I think with a 5-round series, it's going to be a little more strategic. If you're not feeling a particular track or if you're not feeling your bike on any particular day, you probably can hang back and keep yourself safe, keep yourself uninjured, and play the series out as we go along.
Well, you're also going to have to factor in, too, that these kids are then going to have more and other events that they're going to do between these rounds, whereas last year it sort of was only a couple of weeks and then they'll go on again. They're going to have their Aussie rounds. They're going to have, you know, other series that they do. Their club series that they got. Obviously, between the Motorcycling New South Wales state titles, the Motorcycling New South Wales clubs have thousands of rounds going on all over the state. So they've got plenty of opportunities going right. So they've got to manage all that in this year too across those 5 rounds. Just makes it, like I said, it's a more of a strategy game that's got to play in here for the season.
That's right. And different riders and different families may have different strategies for that. Some families for these junior riders might really value state titles and that might become their focus. Others might value the local club rounds. Others might be into the East Coast Series, AJMX, or whatever else they're going to do might become their focus as well. So I think it'll be a really interesting thing. Obviously, state titles by Motorcycle New South Wales has got that prestige. This is, you know, sort of the top level before you go to a national level. So I think a lot of riders choose to focus on this. A little more travel involved this year, but, you know, all these junior parents love nothing more than travelling, right?
Apparently. Look, I've done plenty of it over the years, so I know what it's just part of the sport. If you want to be in it, you've got to go to some of these tracks that are further away. And one that's going to be, you know, one that just got announced for our round 4, the Far South Coast one. That's probably one of the furthest we're going to have to travel for most people, unless any of them are local. They're travelling for every other week, then that one will be their close one. But yeah, we've got a wide range of tracks. We've got obviously here in Canberra. We're going to Lake Macquarie for round 2.
So just to stop you there, so this one's a little bit more from what I see. This is my first time here. A little bit more, it looks like a fairly deep rip track. The dirt's really quite dark. I think we're going to see some deep ruts develop today.
It's going to tack. It's a clay sort of thing. It's going to tack later on. Yep.
When we go to Lakes, my local club, that's more of a hard pack kind of track. They've worked really hard the last couple of years to get it to be a bit of a softer base, but just traditionally it's a hard pack track. So that's a little more blue groove, a faster track, big long straights, big jumps.
Yes.
And
some elevation in Lakes, obviously, as well.
Big hills.
Big hill.
Up,
so you've got to travel up that hill to get there.
Yep. Round 3, where are we going?
Round 3 is Dubbo. We're going back to Dubbo.
Right.
Which is, I would say it's similar to here. It's a little bit not as elevated. It's a bit more of a flatter surface, but it's that same sort of clayey tack that we'll get out there. Round 4, we're heading to the South Coast. Now, I've never actually been to that South Coast motocross track, so it's going to be new for me as well when I get there. So I can't comment on what surface we got down there, which will be interesting. But then we go back to round 5. Our final round is at Cessnock.
Okay.
And we're going to be back similar to what Lakes would be. just without this elevation aspect in.
A little more hard pack.
Harder pack,
track.
I would think. Yeah.
Is it a little? I think it's a little sandier at Cessna.
In some sections, but not like, we're not talking sand where, we're not talking Lommel here or WA sort of sand. We're talking like the tiniest bit on top. So it's more of a grit on top layer.
Okay.
Which can just provide some skidding around at times then.
Yes, a little more rear end steering potentially.
Yeah,
Lakes
potential.
and Cessnock.
Yeah, yeah.
So dependent on rider style, it could really favour some riders and work against others.
Yeah, definitely. Now, as we're going through this session, we're getting some times coming through here as well. And obviously, this is one that we're looking at, that top 15. Now, at the moment, the 252 Tate Thompson is sitting on that 15th spot. So he, at the moment, in. But there's only probably another couple of laps here for them to get these times sorted out. And then, like I said, we'll be looking for the top 15. So currently, 16th is the 187 Bentley Armstrong. So Bentley's just on the outside looking in, trying to get a time here to try and get straight into the motos. But obviously we've got that LCQ moto for anyone who doesn't qualify straight in. So they've got an opportunity. But yeah, the times are starting to roll around. Currently our fastest is the 409 Hudson Francis. Now that's a name that was up there, part of our 2025 series last year. So Hudson obviously still on the gas here. But we've got our little track preview now. For anyone who didn't see it on the social channels yesterday, myself, I got out there on the track, as we were talking about before. Russ is now going to get to see how poorly I was able to get through some of this freshly ripped track on the old 2001 RM125. I thought I'd just bring it out for a bit of fun, but didn't help me with the horsepower. But we're going to show you that track preview here now to show you what we're going to be racing on here in Canberra.
Welcome to the Motorcycle New South Wales Motocross State titles for 2026. We are at Fairbairn Park in the ACT for the opening round. This track preview brought to you by Always Moto. Subscribe to our YouTube channel for a different look into our sport, and Skywalker Studios, your partner in live sports broadcasting. I'm David Hogan. I'm one of the commentary team for our 2026 coverage, and I'm out there on that RM125. You can see heading down our start straight, and we are doing our track preview. We've got a tight right-hand first corner and a bit of a shoot down here into the main section of the track. We've got a little rollers here. It's going to be an interesting section to start off with the track in that opening lap, with being everyone heading into there, all 40 bikes at once, over a nice big tabletop here in bit of the center of the track. Some nice big turns. Now the club has prepared the track nicely. You can see it's well ripped up here. The RM125 having a bit of a struggle through some of the ripped sections there. Couldn't get the drive to get over some of these tabletops. We've got a nice sweeper downhill here on the gas into this section of the track, and another nice tight corner. You can see those Kennards Hire flags. We've got some good sponsors on board for the event here. Heading a little kink left, and we've got a nice tabletop to get up and over. You'll hear the 125 screaming, trying to get to the drive through that ripped section. We're going around. There's two options here. We've got a nice inside roller, or you can sweep around that and miss that inside roller on that section of the track. Coming around here, tight right-hander, that risen banner there. But this one's going to cause some drive to get up this hill here, and then we're going to sweep all the way around the top of the track there. I'm sticking out nice and wide on the hard pack line there. But the track is going to rut up and develop as we go through. We're into the bottom section of the track, got a couple of consecutive big jumps here. Nice tabletop here, bit of a short one to start, and then we've got a bit of a step up here. You'll get to see everyone flying up and over, and then a nice tabletop to finish the sequence there. We're going to sweep right here up the hill, and we're going to get to another corner. This is our National Motorcycle Alliance corner, and we're going to sweep back down towards the hill, short tabletop into it. This corner's going to rut up really well across the weekend. Swing left, accelerate hard up the hill here into our left-hander. Whole shot graphics on board with us again for 2026. And you see this section of track's going to be nice and fast. You're going to be on the gas, ripping through these ruts that will develop across the weekend. Little roller, little tabletop here, and we're going to turn hard right, and we're back onto the track here. That's a full lap here at Fairbairn Park. And that was brought to you by Always Moto and Skywalker Studios. Good luck for everyone across the weekend. Welcome to the Motorcycle New South Wales Motocross
that was
State
me,
titles.
RM125, giving it some, not giving it enough at times.
Mate, there is nothing better than seeing a washed-up old racer drag out. Yeah, mate, you heard me. Washed-up old racer drag out a vintage 125 and try and send it around the track like some of these kids are, mate. Look, you survived it. You got it in one piece, mate. You're not in the back of an ambulance, so well done.
I've been there plenty of times too, by the way. No, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. But no, look, it was just meant to be a bit of fun. And obviously, when those track conditions, they were literally on the tractor 5 minutes before ripping it.
Is this the start of the excuses, is it?
Yeah, okay, 100% cool. Is the start of the excuses. You've identified that perfectly. But yeah, no, look, they were ripping that thing straight away. And then, you know, anyone who's ridden a freshly ripped track, it's awesome, but it's also not awesome at the same time in terms of actually getting around quickly. You've got to pick your way through. So you're probably going to see similar sort of riding level efforts because it'll be me doing them again. We might change the bike up next time, but we'll see.
What do we get you one of those lazy 450s, mate?
Yeah, I don't know. They're a bit too much for me.
Go to the opposite end of the scale.
Yeah, well, that's what I did. So then I've got an excuse as why I didn't make the jumps, right?
Right, okay, got it.
It's a planned excuse. I did this in advance. Right, so let's get back to the serious business here. The flag is out for the finish of this particular qualifying session, and Hudson Francis is staying on top there on the 409 machine. Now, as they scroll around here, there's perfect timing, obviously. As soon as I start trying to talk the timing, it just flips off the screen that I want from 15th. But 15th does stay as the 285 of Ted Smith, so he's in. But Chase Irvin, the 180, is in 16th there. So Chase will be the first one to the LCQ moto for this particular 9 to 12 85cc class there. And then, yeah, all the rest of them behind him behind Chase will be in that LCQ. But yeah, so we've got Hudson Francis, Ryder Magnifiglio in second, Stella Harding, Zach Peters, Archie Blanchett, who we're talking about. He's there in fifth. So that top five, familiar names, those top five riders, at least from last year's series across different classes. But they look like the mainstays here for this 85 as it goes into this year. But there's some other names there a bit further down that are recognisable as well. Archie van Middeldijk is there, one of them. Mason Ryan also as well. So should be a good class. Our next group is out on track as well. So we'll wait until they cross the finish line. We'll start seeing their names as well. Again, their first lap out on track has to be just that rolling sight lap for them all. So we'll see them making their way through. So this should be, just checking who it should be out here, which I think that's our next class up, which, well, it might be our group 2, but you'll see them as they come across here. But the track's already starting to develop, Ross. There's some lines in this, like I was saying about the rip part there from the track side of things, from the track prep. They're starting to get some ruts in here, even though these bikes are only small. There's plenty of them going out there so far, so they're pushing it, they're moulding that track up already.
Yeah, exactly right, Dave, and that's kind of what it takes to get the ruts in. When those smaller groups that we started off with are going out there, they're going to sort of form up one general line. These bigger classes, as they come through, the bikes are forced to spread out, so they're going to start to develop a few more lines. We've started to see a few riders come undone. There's been a few slip overs, a few tip overs. I did notice a rider out there missing his visor off his helmet already.
I saw one with it pointing skyward.
That's
so
right.
Maybe it was the same one later on. You saw it. I saw it early before it fell off. I don't know, but just to confirm too, it is actually the second group that's of our 9 to 12 85s out. So this is our second qualify one. So these guys are going for that main moto or the LCQ as well. So they're about to get busy here for qualifying
sessions. So these
sessions.
are still 9 to under 12?
9 to under 12 85cc bikes,
yep.
Yes. So this is going to be a very competitive class. I was just looking through this second group of names. There's some that stood out already. Flynn Burgess, Hudson Gould,
yes.
Blake Teague is in there on the 125 numbered machine. So yeah, Sonny Jarvis I noticed as well. So yeah, there's some names here that are familiar that are going to be battling those ones we were just talking about in the other class, the Stella Hardings, the Archie Blanchetts, and such. So like I said, this is going to be a competitive class. When we combine these to the qualifying 30 that got straight in, they're going to be some fast kids going at it when we get to the main two motos here later in the day. So they've still got a couple of laps here before they're going to start having times pop up. But they're all out there getting around the track nicely, sending these jumps. These kids have no fear.
Yeah, look, this is a really fun class to watch at all levels of racing, Dave, whether it's local, club level, state titles, or even national. This age, I'll say mainly of the boys, but it's obviously boys and girls, but this age of the boys is when they really start to let loose. Like, the 65s are great. They step up to an 85, mate, and you really start to see these kids swing off the back. They're clearing all the big jumps. They've got enough horsepower now to be able to set up some corners, set up some passes. Bit of racecraft starts to develop. Chances are, if they're racing state titles in 85s, they've been racing quite a while. They've probably come through the 50s. Most of them have come through the 65s and now 85s. You don't really get anyone starting on an 85 at this level. So there's a bit of racecraft coming in. A lot of these young riders have got sponsors, whether it's shops, OEMs, and
gear factories and stuff.
And so they're starting to take their racing a little more seriously. The parents can be quite serious.
Careful.
But this is where the riders really start to develop. Some of these kids, like we mentioned earlier, are racing 2 or 3 classes. You go through the pits and there'll be a number of bikes that kid's going to transition to over the weekend. So fitness comes into it, diet comes into it, drinking enough water, looking after yourself, like all that starts to play into things around that 85 class.
Well, and they've got coaches and stuff as well involved here usually too. They're going to coaching sessions and stuff, trying to get their techniques better. So you'll start seeing some of these kids, as we see, I think that's Ollie Kale on screen, the 282, just having a nice technique. As I was mentioning, he's standing up into his corners there, he's got his elbows up. So obviously he's had a little bit of coaching, but they're probably, some of these kids are doing coaching maybe once or twice during the week. So, you know,
once or twice, or 3 or 4 times,
well,
or 5
times. Or 7 times. It is that point where they start getting, like you said, a bit more serious into this stuff. So yeah, if they have that access, some of them might even have a track in their backyard. And I just, as I was saying that, not on screen, but the 275, that's Flynn Bird just going past. His older brother's rather good, but he was just super styling up, you know, throwing a whip over this tabletop here in front of us as I looked up. So yeah, look, these kids are getting some style and technique thrown into it, and obviously if they've got older brothers and sisters that they're trying to chase around the tracks, they're obviously seeing what they're capable of, so they're like, oh, screw that, I can try that too.
Absolutely.
So,
and I think the mention of style there is really important, Dave, because I think that really starts to show you who's comfortable, right?
Oh, yeah.
If you're in qualifying at state titles and you're throwing the bike sideways over a tabletop, you're probably feeling pretty comfortable about your bike setup, you're feeling comfortable about the situation, you're not intimidated by this level of racing, and that's going to play out through the rest of the day. If you're seeing kids out there stiff-legged, stiff-armed, fairly straight, they're probably feeling nervous, maybe they're on a fresh bike, maybe they're, you know, stepping up to this class. So I think picking up on those little styling cues is a really interesting way to see how the race is going to go down.
Yeah, 100%. So, and you're going to see some really good kids at the front of this pack with some really good style, as we see. Let's just keeping an eye on, it's Ollie Kale on that 282. So he's actually topping this timesheet at the moment as well. He's doing a 1:47 at the moment. But he's the rider behind him, I think that's number 41, is chasing him on track as well, because he's just clicked the time as well. Very close in times there as they're going around. So look, these kids are getting the chance to get their times in. Yeah, Cooper Nielsen is in second there. Cooper Bennett, 482, is in third at the moment. Oh, but just dropped down. Kieran Marks come across the line, popped up there into third on the 472. But yes, as they're coming through here, keeping an eye on Ollie.
Yeah, Ollie with a heater, the 1:47.632. Fastest lap so far.
Now, look, he's going down to that bottom section where these 3 tabletops are, and look, 85cc, no trouble. Straight. Track has developed quite nicely already.
How did the RM125 go around on those jumps, mate?
Look, the first 2, there was a big tractor rip in the front one that sort of screwed that, but we got the third one. Yes. So look,
did we get any lap times on you yesterday, mate?
So I'm sure somebody did, but no, okay. I'm not aware of a lap time.
It would be very interesting to see how you on a 125 compared to these kids on 85s, mate.
Well, look, you know, you'd be surprised. Maybe negatively surprised.
Yeah, look, it is really interesting. My son rides casually, but we train with Craig Anderson. A lot of these kids are Craig Anderson kids. You may recognise that name. He's one of the biggest exports.
Like 10, 11-time Australian champ or something, I think it is, or whatever it is. Senior-wise, I think there's probably more in the junior rank.
Yeah, Mr. Moto for forever, thumping ats. Just an absolute legend of Australian motorsport and dirt bike racing. And one of the cool things about my son training with him is we get to see a lot of these top kids there at training.
Yep.
And watching them develop, watching how Craig pushes these kids and where he's developing them is just super, super interesting. The level of skill at this age is just unbelievable.
Yeah, no, this is where they start becoming sponges. Like you said, they start taking it seriously, so they actually start paying attention at this point, at least for the motor side. They're still not paying attention to their school teachers.
No, I think that's definitely the case, mate, for sure. But you will notice, too, from this age up, I tend to see these guys hanging over the fence when the seniors are racing.
Yeah.
These are the guys that are watching the Todd Waters. These are the guys that are watching the Aaron Tantis. Like, they're paying attention to what those guys are doing and focusing on those races. I know at the local club level, like at Lakes, it's awesome when we get, Jai Roberts jumps back on a bike, Dylan Wills shows up, Connor Rosenditch will be there as well. And you'll see all these 85 kids hanging over the fence, just watching those guys absolutely send it. And you're right about them being a sponge. They're soaking up the race ability, they're soaking up the style, they're soaking up the technique, and just taking it all in.
And that's the best point for them to do at that point. If they are seeing those riders, then trying to emulate it themselves. Like, if they see them that they can do something, well, like I said before, there's no reason that they can't go out and have a crack at it. They're on the bike size that is basically capable of all of it. Maybe not at the same pace, but they're still capable of doing it. So they can emulate that and then elevate their own riding because of it. So, yeah, perfect point for them to be really paying attention to some of these other riders, as we see Ollie just making his way around to the finish line area here. And he's still... No, actually, Cooper Nielsen's actually jumped onto the top spot there of this session so far. Ollie's just dropped back into second on the board. You can see the timing up on the screen there. And you can check through for some of the other riders that are a part of it. And we'll just have a look-see as it scrolls. Who's in that 15th? Sam Akitiakano, currently 15th, but 16th is Jaden Horwood. So 16th there, the number 48, needs to find a second or two to just try and jump into that main qualifying bit and not have to LCQ ride. Because that could get hairy there if you're in that position.
Yeah, and look, this is a really good point about the LCQ, Dave, is that it can get a little wild in the LCQ, can't it? We see that in professional racing quite a bit. I don't know if we'll see that in the junior level, but in professional racing, the LCQ ends up being a fairly intense race. Maybe I'll use that word, right?
There's pressure. There's actual pressure, because at that point you're like, my day is essentially, it's not over here because you do have a non-qualifier race, but it doesn't mean as much if you're not that main moto. So the fact that you're sitting there on the line and, mum or dad's probably said to you, hey, if you don't get in this one, we're going home.
Little bit of pressure from mum and dad.
Yeah, the pressure builds for these kids, so it's good. One, I think it's great that they're going to get some exposure to that pressure situation and actually having to, for the kids that maybe had a bad run in these qualifying sessions and end up in that LCQ, but probably should have been in the main moto if they had qualified better, they're actually going to go through that experience of sitting there knowing that if they don't ride well, that this is essentially over for their day in terms of getting points towards the championship and maybe not feeling great about themselves at the end of the day. So they're going to have to work with that emotion sitting there on the gate and then control it throughout the race and still ride somewhat capable, because you can tense up at that point and not ride well. You can get forearm pump because of the mental pressure and stuff, and maybe you just gripping the bars a little bit harder, so it comes on from a physical sense. But you've got to be able to get through all of those things in that LCQ scenario. So it's great that the kids are getting this exposure at a young age and not just finding out about it when they're 18, 19 at a Supercross gate trying to qualify for their first ever main or something.
Absolutely, and I think the other thing too, Dave, is that a lot of these kids that are here, they've come from all over the state, bringing that as New South Wales state titles, right? So you're not racing people you're necessarily familiar with. So you don't necessarily know the level that this group is at. You may be the local hero at your local club that absolutely smashes everyone. But you come here, the level's different.
Yeah, you might be nobody here.
That's right, you might be nobody here. So I think that kids have really got to... I think with this LCQ format, it gives them the chance to go, oh, I need to step way up to be in there. So it's someone, I'm just watching a young rider that we support at Power Sport Central, Hudson Gould. He's a great local level rider, absolutely crushes it, and he's sitting around 11th right now. So Huddy's going to be able to go back to camp after this and go, oh, the level here is a little different.
Yeah.
Did I hold anything back? Did I actually put everything out there? Or do I need to step my game up? And I think this format's really going to help them, especially with that LCQ. If they don't qualify top 15, maybe they're 16, 17, 18, it's really going to give them that cue to go, hang on, I held back in that corner. I didn't clear those couple of jumps. I've got to step my game up.
Yeah, and that gives them things to go and work on, and then you might see those performances improve across the rounds of the 5-race series that we've got here. And similarly, I was just looking down a bit further. 13th, 14th, Blake Teague, Jack Hughes. Those guys, they're doing okay, but like 13th, 14th, that equates to about, when you combine the two classes, they're in the back 25 to 30 range of the qualifications. So they're in the very back end of those main motos, and that's probably not where those guys are going to want to be. They're obviously been, I know Blake himself has been out on Supercross tracks. He was at Marvel Stadium last year doing some Supercross. So they're developed and capable, but they're on bigger bikes. I know Blake was on a 65 at that point when he was doing that race there in Marvel. So, yeah, it's all part of the progression and development and learning that they're going to go through here.
Or is there a little bit of strategy coming in here, Dave? Is there a little bit of sandbagging where you go
Save
out?
yourself.
Yeah, saving a bit of energy. Maybe they go, okay, I don't need to push super hard. All I've got to do is be in the top 15. Whether I'm 14th or 1st at this point.
Well, that on a track here, particularly ACT, the start gates and the start straight is fairly neutral in terms of where you go. Yeah, obviously if you're on the very far outside, you've got to come around the long way for the right-hand first turn. But it is a right-hand first turn, and everyone will go to the inside, and because it is reasonably tight on that first right-hand turn, you will get some bunching up. So if you're on the outside, you can sort of flow around, and you end up on the inside by the next couple of corners, so it will be okay. So here would probably be okay. But maybe somewhere else, like say Dubbo last year, we had a lot of riders getting a start from a particular couple of gates at Dubbo. And that was where the starts all came from. But everywhere else was poor, right? So there is probably not a good idea to sandbag. But here,
because obviously the results in these qualifications also allow you the gate pick, right? So you do want to do well to get the right gate pick if it's critical. And your point is that here, maybe not so much?
It's not as critical. I don't think it's as critical. Obviously, yes, you still would like to be able to go, right, I want to be here, and that's where I want, and I can pick it. But it's not absolutely crucial, right? So as this session, look, it's coming to an end. The flag's out there. Everyone's sort of making their way off. But it is Cooper Nielsen on the 41 machine that's going to top that particular session. When these numbers get combined, these guys are going to find out who's in that top 30 to go straight to the main motors. They'll have a bit of a long break there. And then they'll be out. The other riders will be out early in the session to get their LCQs done.
Now, I think we've got a break coming up, mate, but before we duck out to that, the 50s are on track, and there is carnage.
It didn't take long, did it?
Straight away.
Oh, no.
Obviously, if first thing in the morning, there's a lot of water going down, a lot of moisture in the track. The 50s, small wheels, small riders, they tend to get caught up in the mud and in the ruts. So, yeah, we're really keen to see these guys go down. And a lot of them are up, way they go, no real issues there at all. But, man, it is tough being on a 50 on these
early in the morning on a freshly ripped track.
National level tracks, freshly ripped, lots of moisture down. It's tough.
Yeah, it definitely is. So yeah, we will still cut to a quick break here as these 50s are going out, and we'll catch them up on the backside of their session here. So a quick break here on our coverage.
Good, eh?
Cano.
What do you think, Donna?
Gentlemen to the K.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Keno feeling. Keno.
Kenno's make your job easy.
Well shot graphics. Be first. Be original.
Right, we are back with our coverage. We've got the 50cc riders out. This is 6 to 9-year-old riders on these 50cc motorcycles. Ooh, one rider is having a bit of a struggle there as we've come back into the shot. Good timing for that rider, unfortunately. But, yeah, look, these little guys and girls are out here ripping it up. And they're going to find their way through this. Probably this is maybe even the worst conditions for them at this point, being it's still developing, ripped, bit soft in places for these 50s. Don't have the best ground clearance or the most horsepower to pull themselves through some of these deeper ruts that they'll find at this time of morning. It'll get easier for them as the track gets harder throughout the day. But yeah, interesting situation for them to find themselves out there. We've got the 472 on screen there. That's Cole Weir. So Cole's out there on what looks to be a Cobra. A couple of different manufacturers here. You'll see the Cobras. You'll see the well, Cobras are going to dominate here, but the KDMs and the Gases and the Huskies are going to be different ones out here with their 50s for most of these kids.
That's right. Pretty much the only major OEM that you're not going to see out here is Yamaha. They don't do a 50. But yeah, a lot of KDM, Gas Huskies, and then a ton of Cobras.
Yamaha does do a 50, but not ones that are these like racing. They did the Pee Wee 50.
That's right. They do the Pee Wee 50 and the TDR 50. Definitely none of them out here today. But look, man, going back to your comment about the track conditions being really tough for these guys, I think what's interesting is, like, this is how early this racecraft starts. If there is a big muddy patch that they've all got to go through and they're all going to tip over and get caught in, the kid that can look up and ride around that is going to win. He's going to make passes. He's going to get to the front of the pack. So I think 50s is such a great class where if they can manage a little bit of those trickier conditions, if they can look up, take an outside line, take an inside line, avoid the mud.
As we see the 27 on screen, just tipping right over in front of us.
Down, yeah, absolutely. It really is a skill set that is developed. Coming out of that first turn for this practice session, about 10 bikes all went down. So there could be kids up the front of this pack now that aren't necessarily the fastest, but avoided that drama, avoided that problem, and away they go. They've got a huge gap now. So it's a really interesting class to watch. There's also some freakishly fast kids in this class. When you see them sending these tiny little bikes, it's just phenomenal. You hear these things just absolutely singing as they make their way around the track. But you're right, the lap times are going to get faster over the day as the track dries out and a few more options open up.
Well, for the moment, it's the 99 of Porter Russ out in front on the timing, at least. We've only had a few riders come through to get their first time in the qualifying aspect of this class for this session, their first time on track today. We're just watching. We've still got the 472 Cole Weir. He's in fourth at the moment on the timing charts. Not too far back from those top three. Jagger McKir. Oh, that was an interesting name as it flashed off the screen on you. To try and say out McKirkcher. I'm going to get that eventually later on through the day.
Look, we're going to butcher some names today, guys, and we'll just apologise now, Dave, to the families that have put in lots of time and effort, money just to come here and have their last names butchered by these two morons sitting up here in the tower. So we're going to do our best. But there is some challenging ones out there for sure.
And look, if we're saying it wrong and you're listening on the coverage throughout the day with the stream at your motorhome or whatever here in the pits, feel free to come up to the comm box and give us a little education on how to say it, because I would love to say it properly for you. So yeah, blanket open door here. Come in and tell us what we're doing wrong, and we can correct it along the day. It'd be much appreciated. So. Yeah, no, look, it's unfortunately it's not my strong suit, is name pronunciation.
Look, it is tricky, man. There is some challenging first names of these kids these days, let alone some of these last names, mate. So, yeah, it is definitely not our intention to butcher them. But if you see us out there, come and tap us on the shoulder and say, hey, this is how you pronounce our last name. That'd be really helpful.
Yeah, look, and I have been known to come up with a couple of nicknames for these people along the ways to just make it easier on myself. So if you don't like the nickname that I come up with as well along the way, because we might just have Jagger Mac going out here as well. You know,
is there a protest process, mate, that they can protest over the nicknames?
Well, if they're going to protest, they've got to put their money down.
Right, that's right.
So, you know, it's $50 down, and then we can talk about a protest from there. So after that, you're stuck with Jagger Mac or something like that. So, and Jagger Mac currently still, he's holding third and fourth. He's just popping up and down on that screen there for third, fourth position on the qualifying so far. But they're all getting their times in now. Just noticed the 34 Ella Henry there on 27th on the position chart at the moment. So good to see another girl out in our competition there.
Yeah, look, Ella comes from a racing family. They're Lakes locals. I think she's got two brothers racing this weekend. Definitely one is here racing, Zach. And she's exactly what we were mentioning earlier. She's looking big on that 50 now. She's been racing for a while. So I believe, is she racing 65s as well?
Well, let's have a look through the charts here. So you keep talking for a second. I'll have a bit of a sticky beak down our list.
Definitely on that older side, because this is a 6 to 9 year old category in the 50s. So there is a huge difference between a 6-year-old and a 9-year-old. You'll really start to see it out there on the track. Ella's definitely looking big on that 50. And so I wouldn't be surprised if she's in the 65s as well.
Look, I don't pick her up in the 7 to 10 65, but that doesn't mean that it's not there right this second. I just can't see it. Yep. But, yeah, look, maybe she is, maybe she isn't. But for the moment, I'm going to say that she's not. But anyway, yeah, it might be just a point that she gets transitioned partway through the season if she grows too much, you know, so...
Yeah, and look, it's great to see some girls out there too. Ella represents wherever she goes, which is really cool. She's a tough chick, man. I've seen her take a few tumbles at the local races, gets back up on a bike and goes really hard. Her dad is super involved in local club level racing as well. So it's just great to see these families out there going for it, but it's really cool to see some girls coming through the ranks.
Well, with the girls' side of things too, it's awesome. The state titles here for Motorcycle New South Wales. Obviously, in the 50s and 65s, they have just the combined classes. But as soon as they get to that 85 level, they've got a girls' class. At the next level up, they've got a girls' class. And then once they hit the seniors, they got their MX women's class as well. So they've got dedicated classes for the girls, ladies here. Awesome to see that support that they have. And then those classes are actually growing. Like the numbers in them are great. So. And you'll see them across our coverage here, and they get their own time slots and everything in the races, so they get their own whole exposure, which is awesome for them as well.
And the numbers thing's probably been their only major challenge, right? Is that when there are lacking in numbers, then the girls do get bunched in with some of the other groups from time to time. But it's really cool to see the Motorcycle New South Wales want to give them their own space, want to give them their own races. Obviously, when it's impractical, it's impractical. But man, there are some girls that are super intense. One of our supported riders, Bella Arnott, she didn't get to race the state titles last year due to an injury. She's back this year. Been training super hard. Round 1 at Lakes went down a couple of weeks ago, and the level of girls racing there was pretty tense.
Wow.
So I'm really keen to see how we go over these 5 rounds.
I'm just flashing back to last year at Maitland and the battle between like Claire Pollard and Ada Harris, and the crash that they had at the start on the start race, one of them, and then
the pair of them were going back and forth.
Yeah, and then like even like Taylor Thompson she was running the MX2 with the guys, and she was on the podium overall for that class, but she dominated the MX women's and Mia Tung, and there's some very capable lady riders here, you know,
100%.
that are going to whoop a lot of the guys' butts at times. So when they do get in combined races, so yeah, a lot of girls to look forward to across the coverage as well that we'll see. So
and I love those combined classes for a number of reasons. One, I believe it pushes the girls really hard, because 100%. One of the beautiful things about this sport is the sport itself doesn't care whether you're a boy or a girl. It's fastest person wins, right? So it's super fair. The equipment level is all pretty fair these days. All the bikes are great. You get a bit of engine work and custom suspension. Everyone's on similar level equipment. So it's a very even sport, right? Being a boy or a girl doesn't really dictate exactly where you're going to end up. The girls, I think, have an advantage because especially teenage girls are probably dare I say it, a little bit more switched on, maybe a little bit more in their head thinking, planning about what they're going to do.
Then the boys, really?
The teenage boys are a little more wide open and send it, which is going to work in some places and it's not going to work in others. And I think you can see the girls start to sort of develop and plan and sort of work through challenges. Some of the boys can get rattled by that. We've seen it multiple times where the girls will absolutely destroy some of these boys and it can really get in their head about that. So I think it's really interesting to watch as a fleet of Cobra 50s come across the top here. Another thing I did notice in here, Dave, is a couple of electrics.
Oh, yeah. So KTM have those SC5s,
Yeah, so the
called?
KTM group has them. I think it's an SXE for the KTM, E5 for Husky, and something for the Gas Gas.
Yeah. So obviously those little bikes are the electric ones, right, from the junior side of things, and obviously they're going to be out here running generators and stuff. But I'm going to do a Nostradamus here right now, right?
Okay.
You ready for this?
Okay.
A whole shot. I'm feeling a whole shot in an MX2 race. Charlie Campbell.
Oh.
52. Do you know why?
Why is that?
Stark Varg.
On a Stark Varg. All right. We're going to need to talk about these Stark Vargs today. If you're watching at home, if you've tuned in and you don't know what a Stark Varg is, they are an electric motorcycle, right? Now, a lot of companies have tried to build this thing and it hasn't really worked. Stark Varg is the first company, I believe, that's built one that's actually competitive and more than competitive.
Well, it's more than competitive. It's a weapon.
But what I mean is it's a bike that out the box can be raced. They do really well at Transmotos, they do great at off-roads, and they do really well here at this sort of short course racing, for lack of a better term. They become affordable.
Yes.
With a simple generator in your kit, the bike will go all day. I mean, these races are short as far as battery life goes anyway, so the bike would only need a charge or two throughout the day.
Yes, correct.
But they're a really interesting package. They're heavier. They're significantly
To pick up off the stand, it's heavier. And when you say significantly, we're talking 5 kilos. But when you pick a bike off a stand, 5 kilos makes a hell of a difference.
Yes,
right?
absolutely.
But when you are out on track riding it, it's lighter than anything you've ever ridden. Until you get to a corner that you actually have to stop and pivot. And that's when you feel it come back in because all your momentum dies off. So all the weight actually loads on top of you at that moment.
Right, of course, because you don't have that inertia, that engine inertia, that spinning momentum inside an engine.
So when you slow to a point where you're like, right, stop and pivot to turn, then you're like, oh, there, I notice it. But if you are in a corner where you are what you would call second, third gear, obviously the Stark doesn't have gears, flowing through with a bit of throttle on, you don't notice any weight at all. The thing is light as a feather.
And if you haven't ridden an electric motorcycle, or if you haven't driven a Tesla or a BYD,
you don't know what you're missing.
You don't know what you're missing in that instant torque, instant power is just unbelievable. There's not much that can match it. These little 50s, to the point, is probably not a bad way to explain it in that they have a centrifugal clutch. So they have to rev the bike, the revs have to build up, the clutch has to throw out and grab and then go. There's a lot of mechanical work going in to move this bike forward. With electric, it's instant.
Yeah, nothing has to happen. You turn the throttle, it's already moving. So there's no delay in that side of things. So for these 50s and this side of things at this time, it'd be really handy for them because they don't have to have that little problem when it's boggy. It's just going to drive straight through.
That's right. The bike picks up and goes. Another advantage in the 50 class is that if you drop your bike in the mud or in a tricky spot, you pick the electric up and you go. These petrol bikes, the kids have got to kick them. And these kids are little, some as young as 6 years old. They've got to stand the thing, they've got to calm themselves down, take a breath, lift their bike up.
Get over it, find somewhere to reach to kick it. If they're shorter, they can't reach it.
If it's flooded, they're kicking and kicking and kicking. The 50s on the Austrian bikes kick forward.
Yeah.
So they're a little bit different again. So there's a lot that goes into it. Both my kids came through riding those electric Husqvarnas, and they were such an advantage in boggy, wet, sticky conditions. They were an advantage in the corners because they just launch out of the corners so much faster, and they're great off the start gate.
Just quickly while they're wrapping this one up, 43 Lucas Nielsen, 472 Cole Weir, and 284 284. Jackson Riley, top 3 in this session. But yeah, all that you're saying about the 50s, it being the electric one, would be a good option here in this particular scenario. But like I said, Nostradamus over here, I'm calling it for tomorrow. So we'll probably talk more about the big bike Starks, because they're going to be a part of some of the national series as well. They're going to, Riley Campbell, the team that he's on, is doing some of the nationals. But they're doing some of these state title rounds as well, so you're going to see him here on those. I actually had him on my show during the week, Always Moto. We have our live show on a Tuesday night on our YouTube channel, and he was a part of it, talking Stark, and I've obviously had Stark. I've had a Varg EX, the Enduro version, the last few months, trying it out, so they are interesting, but we'll probably cover some more of that. But like I said, whole shot, calling it, Nostradamus over here.
Whole shot on the Stark Varg.
Yeah. No clutch, no gears, just all power. It's going to be cake for him.
And look, this start straight and first corner, I think, Dave, is going to be such an interesting thing to watch all day. Like you mentioned earlier, we don't think the gate pick is going to be a hugely critical part of this race. That start corner, everyone's coming almost to a stop, right? Like they're going to really slow to get into that corner, which means opportunities are really going to come out of that situation. And then onto the main track, and the start straight at this particular track does not get used throughout the race. It's a separate piece of the track, allow them to prep the gates, prep the track. The start straight is going to be in pristine condition all day. And I think that first corner, is going to play a huge role.
Yeah, and you'll see too, like I've had a little experience with this track in a race scenario, that right-hand first turn, everyone does bunch to it at a slow pace. So you do tend to get to a point where everyone's trying to be on the same piece of real estate at a slow pace, and bars tangle, and people will tend to go down. They will tend to regularly be a couple of bikes on the inside of the track that just sort of lock together and tip over. Not a massive, first corner pace crash. It's just a slow, like, oh, we're stuck and we can't go anywhere, tip over.
Which could play into a massive part of your strategy, right?
Of where you go on the gate, right?
Maybe you hang back a little bit and stay out of trouble. Because we know that staying out of trouble in these races can mean getting on the box or not.
Yes, 100%.
You don't have to be the fastest rider all the time. You can sometimes play it to be the smartest rider.
Yeah.
And get your way through. Again, a 5-race series, you're not going to need to be the fastest guy every race, every round.
And the easiest way to a top 5 finish is not being in 40th on the first corner.
Absolutely.
Well, you can still do it, but there's a lot more effort that goes into it if you're in 40th in the first corner than versus 4th or 5th in around the corner, because you played a smarter game through that first corner. So
that's right, and I think it's those freakishly skillful riders. We think of Jet Lawrence in the States. Watching him, he's a guy that can come from 40th. He can have a first turn crash and work his way back through and get to the front.
Yeah.
That's not the average rider.
No, not at this sort of level. You will have some that have a bit of a speed advantage, but they can get to the first half of the pack, but then they get sort of stuck in that situation and they can't keep moving forward. They don't have that massive speed advantage like a Jet Lawrence would in some of these tracks that he's been in overseas. So yeah, you've got to get through the first corner clean is the message here. And this one is a little tricky. Like I said, it slows right down, it tightens up, it's right-handed. I've had experience. I've been the one laying on the bottom of the pile, right? In this one, I've got a photo of it. It's
lovely.
It's something I'm familiar with here. So yeah, it's just something we'll keep an eye on. I'm sure it's going to happen across the weekend. So
I think too, going back to the comment about the boys and the girls, I think that's where you're going to see that difference come out. The teenage boys are going to put their head down and hold it wide open and push into that corner. And I think you'll see a few more of the female racers think about it a little more and play that out, maybe take an outside line, maybe back off slightly and stay out of the carnage.
Definitely. Now, on screen for this session, we've got the 85cc 12 to 15 years. Now, these two riders out front, you're going to recognise the two numbers, but particularly the 262 on the Yamaha in second there on track. Not position on track, but it's behind the 251. The 262 is Blake Bohannon, and the 251 is Ollie Chandler. Now, they're familiar to each other, but Blake Bohannon is that man that probably is a name that's been thrown around quite a bit recently with some of the impressive results. Obviously dominated the 85cc Cup in the Supercross. I think, if I got it right, he won all the rounds in that 85cc. And he also was at the World Championship or the World 80 YZ Cup, whatever they called it, for the MXGP at the end of last year as well, doing very well. His name was thrown up on Gypsy Tales by Bobby Reagan, the Star Racing Yamaha team. So that's a pretty, that he's aware of him. That was pretty cool.
That's insane because, you know, that would be the start of someone's insane international career. If Bobby Reagan knows your name and you're coming up through the ranks and you're racing as good as he is, mate, that's only big things moving forward.
Yeah, so look, obviously we're expecting plenty out of Blake Bohannon for this series, but this weekend. But at the moment, Ollie Chandler's in front of him, doing a good job keeping pace with him. So I don't think it's going to be all Blake's own way in this this particular class, because he's got a bit of a cross up there for Ollie as he's trying to navigate those ruts. But yeah, these two are going to be having a ding-dong battle, it seems, to try and get this top spot in this qualifying session. When they start getting some times down here. We've got the green flag out, so we're going to get some times the next time through.
Now, we're starting to see a few riders from the bigger, not necessarily factory teams, but there's a few riders out there from the Todd Waters T-Dub team I'm noticing. There's a few here from the Boyd's Moto Surgery team as well. And these teams are basically allowing the kids to step up to that next level. These are bikes that are professionally prepared by a race team to come out here and perform, which basically means that the kid is not relying on dad swinging spanners anymore. There is a professional team behind them, prepping the bike, prepping the suspension, making tyre choices, all that kind of stuff. It really starts to get interesting at this level.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously, like we're talking about Blake Bohannon there, he's on that GYTR Yamaha Junior Racing team, and like that level means that they've probably also got two bikes, right? Like they've got a race bike and a practice bike, so then one can be sitting there ready to go for race days, and they can wear out everything on the practice bike as much as they want during the week to get more practice and training in. So yeah, the level starts to step up here at this point. So we're looking at those times there. Ollie Chandler is on top at the minute. Blake Bohannon second. Mason Esgales, and I'm going to say that one probably wrong plenty of times today. So Mason E will be the one we get there through. He's the top there, the top three riders at the moment. Now, I think if we get our 12 to 14s, no, these ones are just a single class. So there's no LCQ issue hanging over the head for these guys. When we get to our 10 to 12 65cc in a couple of sessions here, they'll be the next ones that are trying to get their qualifying and to avoid LCQs and whatnot happening. We see Blake on screen here. He's actually popped up to the top of the charts after that last lap, gone a 1:40 lap time. So he's put 3 seconds into second position there, who's still Ollie Chandler. So this is where we'll start to see maybe Blake starting to feel out the track and discover some decent lines. He looks good on screen there.
Yeah, look, track's starting to develop, Dave. We can see a lot more lines are opening up for these riders. They're starting to be able to go inside, outside, get a little more creative. Again, this size motorcycle does need to carry a little more speed around the track. They can't rely on just twisting the throttle to get them in or out of trouble. They've really got to be smarter than that. They've got to be up on the pegs. They've got to be holding that momentum going around the place. But you will see some of these guys, I mean, obviously clearing the jumps, but you'll see some of these boys over jumping a lot of stuff. They've got plenty of power there to do that and to really set themselves up for passes.
Well, there's a name that's popping up too into third position from last year, 86, the art of Archie Black. Sorry. So Archie was one of our champs, I think it was last year, in one of our classes. So good to see him popping up into the familiar areas.
A lot of familiar names in this particular class, mate. Obviously, Blake Bohannon, Archie Black. We've been watching these good kids ride for quite a long time. Kai Spruill, Maxie Harris. We've been watching Oscar Medhurst. Cade Hodges is in there. There's Taj Cosgrove. There's a lot of these young guys that have been racing for a long time now, putting the years in, putting the effort in. But it's really cool to see how they're going to go over this whole series of state titles this year.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's we're only very early moments of this series so far, and it's already getting exciting so far with these times and stuff going down here as we see some more riders battling out on track, trying to find, that's Ollie Chandler again, trying to find some running space there past the slower rider. to get another lap time in. Ollie's dropped down in the third on the board at the moment. But again, not too much different there between first to probably 6, 7, 8 in terms of a gate pick position there. That's going to affect them early in this day anyway. But Blake still out in front. Mason's jumped up to second there on the number 23. So a little bit of movement in the order here as everyone feels out this track. Still, only early for these guys, having only probably, 4 laps maybe at this point on track total. So they're going to get faster across the day. That's the main part of this. They're going to get more familiar, understand where they're good and bad, and make their adjustments across their weekend. Keeping Ollie there on screen. Through the rollers there, getting a nice little wheel tap on the first one. Trying to keep up that momentum on the 85cc bike. Plenty of riders in that whole shot graphics corner there as they're all making their way through this qualifying session, and good to see the whole shot graphics signs up again for this year sponsoring the series, which is awesome. We'll get some of those other sponsors for the series out as we go. Ooh, another rider right in screen there. This camera angle is perfect for some of these crashes that we've got. We're seeing the struggle, unfortunately. Who's that? What's that? The 291 right there on the screen. That's Hugo Kinsey. Hugo's up and trying to get that thing kick-started for his to continue on.
And this is exactly what we were talking about before, mate. You can see that he sort of crashed. He was laying on the low side of that bike, so he's had to pick himself up, lift the bike up, essentially up over himself, and then get up over the bike and get it started. And obviously she's a bit flooded because it's been laying on the ground. These bikes being carburetted. You can see how much time potentially is lost in a simple...
Oh, and we've got another rider down in the same corner just as the last one left. A new one came and took up the position. So, and look at that technique there. He had to do the reverse deadlift to try and lift the bike up from that same position you just described.
He's done that before, hasn't he?
I can't quite pick up the number there. A bit of mud on the screen as it's going through on the front plate. But yeah, he's up and going. So no harm, no foul. But yeah, it's good corner. I think this one's going to be a good shot for us in the races by the looks of it.
Yeah, this tight little chicane that they come down there through. Some awesome lines developing as well. We're really going to see some creativity come out of these kids.
Well, you're starting to see some of the dirt colour changes too. Obviously where they've got the jump faces and down ramps, they're not as dark because they don't want so much water in that section of the track becoming slippery. But the main part of the flatter areas of the surface is nice and dark still, so that's a good sign. We're keeping the moisture early in this track. But there's going to, you can see some of those shiny lines up the faces of the jumps there on that screenshot that we just had, where that's going to be a little bit slippery at times later too, and maybe even we might see a little blue groove at time on some of these jump faces later in the day. So plenty of things to consider here as the track conditions evolve across the day. Still got Ollie there on screen, and who's that? Is that the 27, Ethan Wolf, following on? No, 23. It's the 23 of Mason. Ah, there's our 2-3 on our screen. They're just following each other around, trying to match each other.
Yep.
Mason E there is chasing Ollie Chandler, trying to get a lap time. He's trying to put a move on him here. Ollie's giving him the run, giving him some space.
Yeah, see how he was able to cut down in that corner there and choose a different line. Really interesting to see how they start to use the track to their advantage and look for different lines, look to be creative, watch the rider in front, see what they're doing, and make any changes they can to try to make up some ground on it.
Oh, another rider down there that's having a nice struggle trying to pick the bike up from an awkward angle, trying to hold the clutch, but then gave up on that. But this is, I'd say now, somewhere now to about the end of... Oh, what have we got going on there with the officials?
Flag.
Something of concern going on. Maybe somebody's had a little track cut, or maybe there's a bit of pointing and whatnot going on. So maybe a time will be deducted here. I don't know. We'll see what happens with that one later on.
Very interesting.
But they're talking to, that's the 416 that they were having a little chat to, and that is Archie Nesbitt. So I'm not sure what happened with Archie there, but maybe we can find that information out later on. But yeah, I was just going to say that from about now until probably about the end of round 1 of motos is where the track's probably going to be the best for moving around on the track before the ruts get really bad and they can't be doing that, and before it potentially bakes out later in the day as the track dries out. So we'll see. This is probably the point where the track's at its most fun, let's say.
Yeah, look, the track's looking really good. The track crew here have done a great job to prep it. It'll be very interesting to see how they go basically chasing that track throughout the day. They'll be on the hoses, they'll be on the sprinklers, they'll be trying to keep as much moisture as they possibly can. We refer to it as chasing the track because the track does go away, as in the conditions worsen as the day goes on. If the sun comes out, it bakes in really hard. We do start to see some blue groove forming up often. So we'll see how this track here at the ACT Motorcycle Club performs over the day.
All right, so we're just wrapping up that session here for the 12 to 14 85cc guys and girls. You can see the track crew still trying to keep some water in it there with the guy with the hose in the background of the shot. Do we want to... So as we just catch these last few riders coming across, we'll take another break here on our coverage and we'll get back to our next session on track for practice qualifying.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
Looking good, eh?
Oh, Keno, what do you think, Nonna? Chiedimento di che.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger.
For over 20 years, the Black Dog Institute has been trusted to listen to the experiences of real people. Every day, we work to uncover data, patterns, and insights into mental health to develop actionable, practical solutions. It takes pushing boundaries to be an international leader in digital health. Not only researching and developing the technology, but also making it accessible to everyone. From clinical treatment and online support to early intervention and prevention programs, we're on the cusp of a new era of mental health science and action. As our technology advances and our scientific research continues, our ability to innovate and impact does too. With the ripple effect of our work being felt for generations to come and bringing hope to millions more. Together, we can continue to tackle the big issues in mental health.
All right, we're back with our coverage from the Motorcycle New South Wales State Titles here in Canberra. Our next riders on track are the 14 to 16 years 85cc. Now, not a massive class here, Russ, for this group. Oh, rider straight down in our favourite corner on camera. Perfect timing. Didn't catch the number, I just saw it. Here's a reverse squat. There it is, the 287. Unfortunately, Zayden Mezzaros is up and going. So not the best way to start your practice qualifying session, but sometimes that happens. He at least made it 3 or 4 corners into the track.
And look, sometimes you just need to get these things out of the way early.
Well, maybe that was his ploy, you know. I've done my one for the weekend, now I'm clear. So anyway, these kids are out on track. Now this is our oldest group on the 85s that you will see. So this is the point where some of them these guys will be in a couple of classes potentially with the 125 or a 250 class as well. Some of them might just be on the one in this window, but this is that transition point where we're saying in one of our other 125 classes that they're at that age where they could be on a 125, a 250, an 85. They've got a couple of options here, so they're going to be a bit spread thin across. They're all sort of stretched out across those 3-4 different classes here. Just keep an eye on our riders here. I think we just saw the 18 of Kai Fraser. We've got the 215 on screen, Oliver Rex. Now Oliver, I think, will be one of our riders in contention here for this particular class. We'll have to keep an eye on Oliver when the times start popping up on that Husky there. You see him come into that Kennard's High corner. It's the one right before the finish. That's the last corner on our track. So when you hear us referencing that later in the day, the Kennards Hire corner, you'll know that that is the last corner before the finish line. So maybe that's where we'll see some interesting passes in our LCQ races if they have that opportunity to be the last one into the main show. We get our view down the hill here. There's the 46 going past. That's Matthew Fraser, HMR roofing supported rider. Back on Oliver Rex there in the Risen Unlimited corner. Risen's a new sponsor on board with us. They do some different gear and stuff.
Mate, and it is just, it's such an honour to have all these guys jump on board as sponsors. This sport doesn't happen without sponsorship and without support of local businesses. And yeah, just, it's amazing to have companies like Kennards Hire and Risen jump on board and really make these things happen.
Well, you can see right there in that shot, particularly the scissor lift that we've got there for our camera crew, you know. Kennards Hire, you can get a scissor lift from Kennards Hire for sure. So
I need one of those to clean my gutters out of, mate.
Well, it depends on how high your house is, I guess, you know, or how short you are, you know. You're a fairly tall bloke. I thought you would have just been able to put your arm up and grab it.
Just reach out.
Just, yeah. So we see, keeping an eye on that 215, Oliver Rex. There's the 171 as well in our screen. That's Luca Penman. It's a good opportunity when we've only got a few riders in the class to actually get all of their names or most of their names mentioned on the coverage for them. As we get a nice bit of a dab and drag the foot there for the 14. That's Archie Job. And we've got the 25 there as well. Brody Linfield coming through. Just watching Oliver come down the hill here into this treacherous corner. He's taken a nice wide sweeping line there, trying to get some momentum to carry around this section because there's a decent little tabletop there that he was just about to hit. That you can, if you don't have the momentum, you're not making it in one go. Now that rut there in that sort of mid, it sort of starts inside but ends up middle of the corner, looks like the go at the moment. But still catching a few people out as they're coming into it. We watch them come down the hill here, tear off, just being ripped there by the 14 machine. Just got into that rut a little deep there too.
Yeah, I think the track, Dave, is really starting to play a factor in this. In that last session, we saw a lot of riders having little tip overs, little drops, no major incidences, which has been awesome. But the track's definitely becoming a player in how these riders are finishing, how they're going. Obviously, if you're trying to qualify, you want to put a heater of a lap in, you tip your bike over, that's all gone. So it's going to be interesting to see how much of a factor the track plays all day and how that changes throughout the day.
Well, so far from the timing that we've got coming up, now only a few riders have got times at the moment, but the 25 of Parker Shanok, I'm going to say. Charnock, I think it's Charnock, is on top, only just by the looks of it, over Zayden in the number 287 machine, and then Blake Johnson on the 21. Then it's a 214 of Carter Beach and the 508 of Axton King. And Oliver Rex just come across there with a interesting time, let's say, because it's a long way back off. So maybe he had a slow lap there.
Must have, yeah.
But in this sort of class, with only 12 riders in this particular class, it ain't matter at all where you qualify because you've basically got open section of 40 gates to pick from. So
that's right. Yeah, so again, the strategy could be save a bit of energy. You don't need to go wide open. Don't put yourself in a dangerous position. You don't need to have a tip over or a crash anywhere. Just learn the track, hit your marks, get in the groove and feel it out.
Yeah, maybe even try out, you know, you might have just be testing a different setting to see if there's something you can find to make yourself more comfortable so you don't have to go, you know, nuts here. But, you know, they're still probably going to go reasonably quick. As we're watching the number 18 of Kai Fraser. Got the Husky going around the track there nicely. Using that outside line, banking off the wall. That there's a little bit of a wall lip there that you can bank off of and keep your momentum. It keeps you glued to the track as you go around that part of the section of the track before you head down the hill. So he's using that nicely.
Now this is an 85 to 150 class, Dave. So does that mean, you know, like, what are the majority of the kids on? Because 150 is an interesting size bike. There's not a lot of manufacturers that make a 150.
Well, This is one of those classes where they had to open it up from a capacity side of things from a few years back, because Honda, when they, well, we're talking a few years back here now, but Honda had CR 80s and 85s at one point, but then they stopped making two-strokes, so they have their CR 150cc, which is basically in the same frame wheel size as these 85s, but it had a four-stroke motor. So they had to be able to have the ability for those bikes to be in this class, but they don't really exist too much at the race level anymore. So they are available. If you have one of those, you can come and race it in this class, but they're generally seen as not the most competitive against the 85cc two-stroke. They don't have the same snap, let's say.
Right. Not as much of a race-bred machine.
A little bit heavier, a little bit slower, a little bit. It's got good traction, obviously, being four-stroke, and a bit more, let's say, nice drive.
Yep. But
the snap and the power that these 85cc's bikes are developing here, and most of these will be KTM Husky gas. There'll be some YZs, but I don't think there's actually any on track in this particular age group, but there could be. But yeah, they're the more racer.
85.
85.
They could be on a Super Mini.
Yes, because these are bigger wheels. So yes, these might even be that 100, 110.
Yeah.
CC.
So Super Mini, for those at home that don't know, is a modified 85, right?
Essentially.
It's got the bigger barrel, bigger piston in it, and it goes up to about a 105 or a 110-ish.
Yeah.
Somewhere, it depends on who's building it and what the base platform is. But then you could also be on a 125 in this class. And up to a 150?
Not a 125.
Not a 125.
Two-stroke.
Two-stroke.
125. Four-stroke.
Right, okay. So it is a bit of an interesting class. It's a little bit of a...
Yeah, but it has really fallen back to that two-stroke side of things. Like I was saying, it was sort of opened up for the Hondas in their 154 strokes, but like I said, they're not very popular at this sort of higher racing level anymore. I think if anyone thinks back to the junior days of like Cooper Webb versus Adam Cincerulo, Adam Cincerulo on a Super Mini Kawasaki.
Yep.
Cooper Webb on a Honda 150, and he did ride the wheels off that thing, but I think he was at a little bit of a disadvantage.
Absolutely.
All right, so Oliver Rex has found some pace. He's at the top of the charts now, going to a 144 lap time over the 18 of Kai Frezza. The number 171 of Luca Penman has jumped up in the third at the moment with a 152 lap time there. So there's a little bit of a gap. Oliver's got a decent, you know, what's that, 7 seconds, say, over the second position of Kai. But then fairly evenly matched through second through to about 5th, 6th there. Oh, Ryder down on frame there as well. Just getting going. Our favourite corner is providing the action so far.
Yeah, there's no lack of action going on there.
Just keeping the 171 on screen there. Using that wall that I was just talking about to go down the hill and carry that momentum. That's Luca Penman. Down the bottom of the track there, hit now 3 decent tabletops. Now, at some point through the weekend, you're going to see some people get absolutely sideways and upside down over those, I'm sure. Maybe more into the senior classes when we get maybe a Jed Beaton or an Aaron Tanti or someone might be a little bit playful at there later in the weekend.
Yeah, there's a few boys out there that don't mind sending it and turning the bike sideways. It's a good opportunity to pull a tear off and to look back and see who's behind you there.
Yeah, bit of style.
Definitely see a little bit of that. We were commenting earlier off camera, Dave, about the width of this track too. So as far as track styles and different track setups go, this one is sort of one of the narrower ones.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's massively wide anywhere around the venue, but that can narrows up the track obviously a fair bit in terms of your racing options. There's still plenty of lines that will develop, but it can get to the point where maybe there is one that is better than another as a significant race line and might make some passing opportunities a little bit more difficult. It means you've got to send it a bit harder to get the pass done because you've got to take an outside line. So that side of things isn't always great, but there's still plenty capable options on this track, but it is a narrower. It's not. I'm trying to think of a reference point that you could say is the wider track, but
Well, I feel like looking at the finish line here, you know, my local track is Lakes, and it does seem as though the big tabletops at Lake at lakes are quite a bit wider than this, which I think will come into play in those first couple laps when the group is still bunched up. There might be 3 or 4 wide in the corner, all coming out at the same time, all looking for a position on that jump to be able to clear it. If you're running 4 wide coming over this finish line jump here right in front of our booth, that's going to be pretty tight.
Yeah, well,
bars are going to be pretty close.
I think the most we're going to get is a 3 wide.
Yeah.
You know, because there's not that space for those takeoff points.
That's right.
Like,
but the
lakes
corner's
could,
quite
you know.
wide. You could have 4 bikes in that corner coming up to a jump. Someone's got to back off.
Yeah. Who play chicken?
Little bit of chicken going on there, mate. So we'll see how that plays out through the day and again over this whole series of different track styles and different riding styles.
All right, that's the 14 on screen, just making them way up. You can see the checkered flags just popped out for this session there. So that looks like Oliver Rex is going to be the man on top in this one at this stage, unless somebody puts in an absolute flyer on this last lap here that they've got open to them. We're going to see the 171 machine coming into screen here shortly. Luca Penman, just to finish off his session. There's Luca. So Luca's going to get 3rd overall in our qualifying for the 14 to 16 years class here. And that's the 46 coming across the line. That's Matthew Fraser. So Matthew's going to be 5th by the looks of it. 18 is going across. That's Kai Fraser, 2nd in this session at this stage. We've got the 508 Axton King coming across as well. Now Axton's down in 10th at the moment. We might be missing a couple from our list here because they haven't got any times across this session at the bottom there. The 25's popped across as well. That's Parker Shanok. 7th for that session for Parker. But the times there, like I was saying before, yes, Oliver's got a bit of a gap on the field, but 2nd through 7th, 8th, not too big of a spread there. So
that's right. Yeah, Oliver with his 143, and then it drops back to early 150s, 151 through to 153. So a little bit of a gap there. Oliver might have that one fairly stitched up. We'll see how we go over the day. It looks as though we've got another session of mini bikes coming up after this one. We're going to head to a break, go and grab a glass of water, maybe a coffee. You need a coffee, Dave?
Sure, why not?
We're going to need to grab a couple of coffees, keep us going here for the day. The weather's looking awesome. Still overcast conditions, no rain on this schedule, on the forecast, so I think we're going to be in for a great day of racing.
I have ridden here before. It's my home track. Favourite thing about the track is probably the back 3 jumps. They're really nice and flowy and fun.
Yeah, I've ridden a fair few times, but I rid there like last week, and honestly, it's really flowy and yeah, just can't wait.
Yes, I have, and my favourite thing about the track is the 3 sisters out the back.
Yeah, I raced here at Promex last year. It was pretty good. Overall, the whole track was pretty good. It got gnarly, so it was pretty cool.
Probably the 3 big jumps at the back. That's a really good jumps at the back. Really flowy.
The back 3 jumps. Definitely the jumps.
Yes, I've been here ever since I started racing. So when I was 8 is when I started racing. And I just love how the track's laid out. It's laid out like a bit of a wider, more open track. Got a few jumps in it. I reckon it's really good.
Track's pretty good. It was pretty gnarly at Promex, so I really enjoyed that. Got a whole shot, and yeah. But last time I've ridden here was on a 65, so it's been a long time.
Looks good, huh?
Ken O.
What was that, love?
I said Ken O.
Well done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
I've definitely worked on a lot on technique, and I've tried to work on my fitness a lot, so hopefully I can show it in this weekend and the coming rounds.
My 85 starts. Last year I couldn't get starts and I had to try and get through the pack.
I've gotten better at learning to really pick my lines and stay steady and really work on my technique, and I've really improved my technique.
Maybe my corner speed. It has improved a lot over the years. Got definitely better by my rights. I reckon I've got better at like my starts. Because last year I'd always get the front wheel up and the rear wheel would slide. My fitness level.
All shot graphics. Be first. Be original.
All right, we're back on our coverage. We've got the qualifying session going on here. We're just having a bit of a problem there. I was just about to say that it's Flynn Burgess, who we were talking about earlier. Looks like he might have had a bit of a bike issue here. He's pushing it off. He's not stoked on things at the minute. He was running there. Oh, yeah, very unhappy about things. Hopefully nothing too catastrophic there, and they can get that thing fixed up so we can get, because he's not going to get a qualifying session. Now, this is our 10 to 12 65cc category, and this is one of our ones that we're talking about that's going to go through that qualifying process and have an LCQ that they have to get through. Now for Flynn there, I don't think he's even got a time yet into the thing, so he's going to end up in our LCQ unless he can get this bike running at some point, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. So this is the situation that, you know, can happen here, but this is why there's an LCQ, so you do have that last chance. That's what it's called. It's a last chance qualifier. So he's going to have to try and get that thing. Hopefully the crew there with the Burgesses can get it sorted out. Now, as much as Russ, before the break, and he's not on comms at the minute with us, Russ said there was no rain in the forecast. It's raining right now. So the weather has started. We are going to have an interesting bit here for the next little while the rain does fall. We're going to end up with some goggle situations and whatnot. You can see it on our camera screen, so this is going to make it very interesting here for this particular session. Probably not so much right now. It'll probably help the track conditions, but if it continues for much longer, it will get really, really interesting here very quickly. So this is our qualifying session. They are going to be putting down some times here to try and get themselves into the main program. Now on screen, that is the 268, and that's Stella Harding. So she is out here in that 65 class. She was out here track earlier on the 85 as well. Stella is actually topping our times at this point. Now she was a champ in this class. I don't know if it's this class, but the age, but she was definitely a 65cc champ. Let me check back here for last year's results. No, she was the 7 to 10s last year, so she's gone up an age group. She's 10 to 12s this year, but yes, she was the 7 to 10 65cc champ last time, so she should be running pretty highly in this class across this series. So we'll keep an eye on the 268 there on that YZ65. There she is on screen. That very clearly defined fox blue and pink color setup there that she runs. It's part of that GYTR Yamaha team that she is on board with. Got plenty of support, has Stella. And rightfully so. She's an awesome rider. Look at that technique there, carrying the speed down the corners. Getting herself downhill. Now that shine there that you can see, that's not being helped by the little bit of rain that is falling on the track. Those spots that have had the dirt disappear and wear off, they will get really slippery here shortly if this rain does continue too much longer. This does seem to have eased for a second. At least we don't have any more spots on our camera situation there. Now Stella's in a corner there. That's our National Motorcycle Alliance corner. Little short shoot there on that tabletop that she's got to run through. The track looks pretty good right now, apart from that little bit of shine in those rutted areas. We'll keep an eye on our timing as well to see how we're going. So Stella's still topping it. Zach Peters on the 296 in second. 256 is Sonny Jarvis in third. 203 of Blake Regan in fourth. And the 41 of Cooper Nielsen in fifth for the moment. Oh, just dropped out there for a second in terms of catching up. We're trying to organise a few people to come up into the commentary box at some points throughout the weekend to get some other opinions as well. So we're going to have 3 people in at some point. We're just keeping an eye on this list. So Stella, Zach, Sonny, Blake still running there. We've got a change in that 5th position. Levi Bittick is now on the 26th position. He's up in the 5th. Cooper Nielsen's dropped down the 6th. And unfortunately, like we see there early in that session, Flynn Burgess is the only one that's got no time. Never got to the timing loop for a lap before that bike had a little bit of an issue. So LCQ time for Flynn. He's going to experience that one very early in the series. That it's not how we want things to go for our race day, but here he is. So you'll see him in the LCQ. So like we said, for this one, it is the top 15 from each group. So this is our first group of this 10 to 12s that's out on track. And the top 15 will go straight to the main 2 motos for the day. Everyone else into the LCQ. And then the same for the second group. And then from that LCQ, the top 10 finishers will go into the main motos. Everyone else will go into that non-qualifying moto that they'll get 1 moto later in the program. Oh, we've had a change at the top too. Stella's just dropped down a position. Sonny Jarvis has jumped to the top. He's got a good lap in there, about a second or 2 quicker than what Stella's done so far. Russ is just about to step back in here. I'm going to just fill him in on a situation.
Dave, what's going on, mate?
We had the first scenario for the LCQ go on already. Flynn Burgess, before he even got a lap time in, unfortunately, bike has had a little issue. You can see him here on screen. No time for Flynn.
Ooh.
So he was not the most happiest of chappies when his bike expired on screen.
Do we know what happened?
No, I don't know at this stage, but he is going to be the first man definitely into the LCQ for this 10 to 12 65cc class. But so far, we've got Sonny and Stella running really well at the front of this group. We're coming towards the end of this qualifying session, but this is only Group 1 of our 10 to 12 65cc on track. With Group 2 coming up here right after this. But Sonny's got about a 2-second lead, lap time lead on Stella in second position. So they're going to be comfortably through into those main 2 motos later in the day. We're going to check here who's battling for 15th. Joe Purcell is on 15th. Tate Thompson is 16th. So 16th back. They've got to find something here quickly if they want to get into those main motos. There's Stella on screen coming through the Kennards High corner. She's going to make her way over, get another lap time in the books. see if she's been able to jump back up. And it doesn't look like that one's going to change much for her. No, I think it's going to keep, she's going to be still in the same spot there, in second position, which is still a good qualifying position for Stella. She's going to have pretty good gate pick there, options. Watching our favourite corner here on screen. Watching them come down the hill there. Another rider over the finish line. Trying to pick up what number that one is, can't quite tell, but that's the number 2 going through screen there. Now, I don't have that one on there. Oh, it's X2, it's Ryder Thompson, there we go. At the bottom of our list, so riders out there on that KTM. I think that's the 41 on screen of Cooper Nielsen. In that, on that yellow, I think that'd be a Cobra. Going around there in the blue and pink Fox gear. Trying to get another lap time in is Cooper. He's down in 7th at the moment in our timing and scoring. Just in front of Banjo Allison on the 261 and the 272 of Hudson Gould in 9th. Watch Cooper go down the hill. You see the shine, that little bit of rain that you said wasn't happening, Russ, before we walked out. It was raining when I came back in.
Mate, that is commentator's curse at its absolute peak. I literally have live weather here up in front of me showing 0 rain. Went to go get a coffee and go to the bathroom and come back, it's raining.
Yeah, I walk back out, I'm like, wait a sec, what's that? I'm like, rain? Russ said it wasn't raining. I'm like, it's raining. So yeah, and it got really...
There goes my credibility for the entire day, mate. Yeah. Out the window nice and early.
Yeah, look, you just fit into the weatherman scenario. You're never right, so...
Never right at all. But look, I think what I'm seeing looking around us...
It was short-lived.
Looking east, yeah. I don't think the rain's going to be a major problem today or a major factor. I think the overcast weather is probably here for the day. I do see a little bit of blue poking through, but I think overall it's going to be great conditions.
Well, that's the 256 on screen just to end that point of the weather, but that is our fastest man for this session. That is Sonny Jarvis. He's Q1 at the moment, unless something changes here in the dying stages of this qualifying session. But yeah, Sonny, the 256 on that KTM. He's going to outdo Stella Harding on the 268, and Zach Peters on the 296 is going to be 3rd. So,
and no Flynn Burgess.
And no time for Flynn. So like we said, Flynn is first man, definitely LCQing.
It's going to add a really interesting factor in. So obviously that's an extra race for Flynn over the day, over his class. So there's a little bit more of fatigue.
Well,
that conversation.
I would say yes, but the fact that he did 1 lap in the qualifying,
true, okay,
it's not really going to make a big difference on that side of things. It's just going to stack it later in a smaller space of time.
Yep.
So there is that aspect of it, but I wouldn't think that it's really... These kids are 10 to 12. They got energy to burn, mate. I don't think that's going to
a couple of red frogs, they'll be fine.
Oh yeah, for 100%. So no, look, he'll be fine. I hope the main thing is that they can actually, whatever went wrong, that they can fix that. Like hopefully they have the parts or whatever they need to make that bike actually run. So that's the main concern here.
Flynn's family take racing pretty seriously, so I believe he's got a couple of backup bikes. They're pretty well set up, so I don't think that'll be too much of an issue. Even if they did have a motor failure, I think that they would be okay. In the next class here, mate, those guys down the start, straight into that first corner. That just before the first corner, there is quite a bit of moisture sitting on the track there. It does look wet, slippery and boggy.
One rider down there.
One down in sort of turn 2, I guess that is.
Yeah.
Picking himself up and getting going again. So the track will be a factor here throughout all classes.
So this is our Group 2, and that was the 518 in the very bright fluorescent gear leading this one out. That's Jake Knighton. So he is out there, the 23, I think that was, Ryder Magnifiglio, coming around in the 2nd position on the track there. Just watch them all come down the hill into my favourite corner. I'm going to call it my favourite corner because so far there's been plenty of action to watch here from this angle.
Mate, you're just enjoying the carnage, aren't you?
Well,
it's very sadistic of you.
I know, I was going to say exactly that. It's the... I've hit the ground my fair share of times. I like to see other people occasionally, as long as they bounce up, right? I don't like seeing the injury aspect of it, but you know, everyone sort of unfortunately secretly likes that little bit of crash action on there. We've all watched the fails video on YouTube, right?
We have, absolutely, mate, for sure. Now this group all seems fairly together. That the group's not bunched up. That's probably not the right term, but the track goes very quiet here right now in front of us, doesn't it? So that's sort of going to lead me to believe that a lot of these lap times are going to be pretty similar. This group's all running together. So I think it's going to be really interesting to see who comes out on top here.
Well, with Ryder on that 23 now, the first man coming around on track, I think we're going to have to keep an eye out on his time versus what the times were that Sonny and Stella and Zach were able to do in that first session, which was that 147-ish, I think it was, if I remember correctly.
High 140s.
So we'll see how that compares, but obviously these guys are going to have to be matched together through for their top 30 to automatically go through. So we still want the top 15. Oh, 518, our man Jake.
Little tip over there.
Yeah. 38 coming past him there, Maxwell Ligari. Yes, that's Ryder Magnifiglio. He featured in some of our races last year in the results, so expect something out of him in this class this year. He should be one of the ones that's up there battling in that top 5 fairly regularly, I would say. But he's looking all right this morning here on his Husky as he comes over the tabletop up the hill there, bounces off the end of it. Like I said, that one's a little bit of a difficult one to get there if you don't have the drive out of that corner beforehand. Can be an interesting one to sort of make the distance on. You can see the ruts on the exit of that corner as well. That was our risen corner. We're watching down the hill here, just seeing if they can all navigate their way through these ruts without tipping over, because they're pretty challenging in this section of the track at the moment, at least. They'll probably wear in a bit better throughout the day. Ryder sending those tabletops down the back. And we're going to get some lap times here shortly as we get towards the finish line again. We should start seeing, maybe not this lap, we don't have the green flag out, so very shortly we'll see those ones. But for the moment, still just learning their way around the track here. Bit of a bobble there for Ryder as he got his leg all the way behind himself in that corner. The rut probably caught his leg and dragged him back, showing that these are 65, so they don't have massive ground clearance. And obviously some of these kids in this 10-12 range are starting to get a little bit taller, maybe a little bit bigger for the bike, so they're going to have their legs dangling in spots that will catch easier because they're closer to the ground. But here's Ryder coming around. So here we go. Green flag now for Ryder. So we are into our qualifying section of this session. So next time past, we'll start seeing that first time show up for this category. So you watch Ryder come down the hill there. Nice couple of braking bumps into that corner. I think that's what's partly the trick in my favourite corner there, is that they're getting a little bit swirly on the bumps and then still trying to make the ruts. And it's not exactly easy at that point for them.
That's right. Body position is so important when you're coming into that sort of stuff, isn't it? Especially on these little bikes. They really need that weight back, maybe even dragging that rear brake slightly to keep that rear end settled and squatted in, coming through those braking bumps and getting the bike planted and locked into those ruts.
Yeah, we watch Ryder down the hill there, carrying the inside, taking the inside sort of runs out. There was a rider on the outside, so he wasn't using the wall on that exit to try and hold more speed. But he's still going pretty quickly here. He's got a fair gap on the rest of it. You're saying about the riders being evenly matched early on, but Ryder's sort of just stepped away a little bit here. We see this is where we got the riders all evenly matched. They're all still sort of fairly close to each other as we watch them come through. That was a 187 there. That was Bentley Armstrong going past us, and that's the 15. That's Torrin Haler.
There we go. Well done.
Yeah, stumbled, but got there. 241 just went past as well. That's Ryder Lynch. Here's Ryder back on screen, coming past where that start section just filters in through the rollers there. So we'll get an idea of how he's going to compare here shortly. Ooh, couldn't quite see. I looked out the corner of my eye where we can see from the comm box. So he's unfortunately behind the tree there, but he had a nearly Larry loop out situation going on out of that exit of that corner for a second there, but he held on to it.
Too much horsepower coming out of these 65s.
Oh, look,
mate.
There must be plenty in that one. So yes, we should see a time there for them. And look, Ryder's not the fastest. The number 100 of Jace Wallace is the fastest so far through. Oh, actually, sorry, we've got just from the com truck here. There's a missed time, so we'll maybe wait a second before we jump in on who's fastest. We watch a few more riders go through. But you can definitely see in that risen corner that's over the backside of our track, there is a very patted down, shiny section of line going into that corner that obviously everybody's run so far this morning. So it's starting to get a bit tacked in place in some sections of the track, Ross.
I did start to notice a bit of dust coming up around the National Motorcycle Alliance corner there too, Dave, just to our left. They've got a little bit of water down on it now, so it's looking better, but I was seeing some dust come up there earlier. So it's, yeah, I think we're going to be chasing track conditions as the day goes on. Yeah, look, it's going to happen shortly, I think, but obviously that rain didn't do much at all. So it was needed, but it wasn't useful too much. So we can agree it basically didn't happen then, right? So
no,
really,
it
really,
happened.
I wasn't wrong.
100%.
It didn't really happen.
Hey, if you're going to give me, crap for my riding efforts on the track map, I'm going to give you crap for your weather skills, right?
Look, one of us is in control of the thing we did, and the other one is not, mate. All right, so we'll just see how we go.
All right, we've got a bit more of a list here now for our list, and so far it's Ryder on top, and there's Ollie Kale there was in second. Now I'll just wait for it to scroll back, because of course as I started talking it went to the other screen. It's going to get me all throughout these races, and Ryder just, I think, just popping back on screen, but he just missed another nose high situation off that finish line jump.
Yeah,
so
there's been a few Ronnie Macks going on out there, mate. A few nose highs off this finish tabletop here. I think that's these boys just needed to stretch that 65 out to clear this thing. It's got a really long transition. That the knuckle at the end of the tabletop is really rounded, and so there's no clear landing spot on the other side of the knuckle, so the boys are having to really stand the bike up tall, get that front wheel high, and then push it down and stretch the bike over to try and get that landing in the sweet spot.
Now Ryder's time so far, just was talking about trying to compare to the other group, 149, so I think he's going to be in that top 5 at least, from the comparison to the others, so he's pretty good in terms of timing, in terms of qualifying across once we combine the two groups for get our top 30. But Jake Knighton's in second, Ollie Kale's in third, Hudson Francis is in fourth. I think Maxwell Legeri is in fifth, if I saw that correctly before it flipped over. So there's plenty of guys and girls giving it heaps out here at the moment.
Mate, and you know what I am seeing out there?
What's that?
Umbrellas, Dave.
Oh, it's raining again.
I'm seeing umbrellas on the start line. There's a good amount of rain coming down out there. The race dads and coaches are all ducking underneath the umbrellas for the start line. And there's an interesting thing going on with the visibility. It's a little bit misty coming through.
As soon as this little bit of rain going on as you're on track, you have no ability to make an audible to change the goggle setup, right? What you have is what you've got. And unfortunately, it's going to land straight on these lenses or tear-offs or roll-offs and just make the situation terrible to see out of. And you're probably going to get a bit steamy in these conditions as well, so you're potentially fogging the goggles as well.
That's right, because it's not cold out there. It's reasonably muggy, but it's rainy and it's sticky mud. So you're going to end up with mud stuck to your goggles. It's hot and steamy, which means your goggles are fogging up. If you're running tear-offs, you can probably deal with that a little bit better. The roll-offs can be a little bit tricky at times.
When it's misty, yeah.
When it's misty, so there's a little bit of advantage. A lot of the riders will have both styles of goggles and will switch between them throughout the day. But, you know, as we're commenting about umbrellas being out there, I'm seeing some sunshine poking through the clouds.
I think this weather is just going to be enough to annoy the crap out of you, really, and basically just destroy your goggle setup for a couple of laps here, because it's probably going to clear in about 5 minutes' time. It is still raining in the middle of the track as you look out the com box window here, so it is just annoying right now, but it will probably clear quickly. So yeah, just the things you got to deal with across a race weekend and a race series. Obviously, the weather plays a factor in it at all, even despite the fact you said it wasn't going to rain.
And I think it could just be enough rain to keep the dust down, which is great. That's really good. That no one enjoys, hammering laps in the dust. It's much easier on the bikes as well when there is a lack of dust. You're not having to, go through air filters anywhere near as much, which is great. The overall temperature staying in the mid-20s is exactly where you want it to be for a great day of racing. When you're up in the 30s, it's just hot and difficult, and it really becomes a factor. In the mid-20s is really where you want it to be. A few sprinkles throughout the day would be perfect, but we don't want to see it turn into a mutter. So as these 65s sort of get into the second half of their session, we've got a lovely little rainbow forming over the backside of the track. The sunshine is out to the north. It's really going to set up to be an interesting couple sessions. And what do we got next there, Dave? Is that MX3 coming up next?
Yes, it will be our MX3 that will be the next on the grid. So this will probably be our biggest bike size and potentially group for today.
Awesome, mate. Well, look, what I might do when the MX3 gets going, I might leave you up here in your nice, comfortable box. I might stick a rain jacket on and head down.
Sounded odd.
I might head down to the exit ramp over there, mate, and catch a few of the boys coming off. And
well, I think we're going to be joined here shortly. We've got a man standing over our shoulders here that probably wants to get on that headset too. So we might have a little guest speaker here shortly. He might be a man of importance in the New South Wales motocross scene.
You mean someone that actually knows what they're doing, as opposed to?
I thought you were going to say knows what he's talking about.
Knows what he's talking about. Knows what he's doing. Actually belongs here.
Maybe. We'll tease this out as long as we can until he puts the mic on. So
okay, perfect.
So yes, at the moment,
special guest coming up.
Yeah. So still Ryder on top of this group. Then Ollie Kale, then Jack Knight and Hudson Francis. That's your top four there. I'm just looking down for the 15th, 16th positions again. Once it scrolls back to see who's on that bubble point.
Mate, I'm very keen to see young Callum Morris there. He's one of our supported riders from Power Sports Central. He's currently sitting in 11th.
So he's okay.
Great to see him there. He's obviously inside the top 15, but he's a great example of a young kid that's sort of stepping up to this level of racing.
Okay.
So been doing pretty well at local level, supported by Lusty Industry and Bill's Pipes and a few other brands. So he's doing really good, but this is one of the early stages of him coming to this sort of level. So I'm going to be really interested to see how he goes over this weekend.
Well, the man on the bubble at the moment, 375 Ashton Clark. So 16th position for Ashton at the minute. So he's going to have to find a second or two to try and get out of that position and not be in the LCQ race. Not that that's a bad thing, but just don't know what can happen there. So we are getting the finish flag showing up on the riders that have come across the line because their session might be done. But we haven't seen a finish flag out as such yet, despite the finish time bits coming up. We're right at the tail end, basically, is what we're getting at. So this session's almost done, and we'll be deciding.
There's no real major names there outside of the top 15, correct? It's
not that I've noticed in this session.
What I would expect to see.
And everyone's got a time in this session as well. So unfortunately, only the one man, Flynn Burgess, there, not getting a time, and then having a little issue there that's going to put him into that LCQ automatically. So
we would expect to see Ryder, Ollie, Jake, Hudson, Maxwell, like Blake Teague's in there. A lot of the names we'd expect to be within the top 5, top 10, and obviously the top 15.
They're all in the right spots in terms of where we think they would qualify for where we think they're going to end up in the motos later on in today. But obviously this group has got to be joined in with our previous group of Sonny Jarvis, Stella Harding, Zach Peters, who were the top 3 for the last session. Right. So plenty of action to come here later on the day when Moto 1 hits the gate. So
now just looking out directly ahead of us here from the commentators booth, mate, I'm starting to see a little bit of dust come up from a few corners. There's the Motorcycle New South Wales corner there about the halfway mark, and then a tabletop over the back with the whole shot banners next to that. A little bit of dust coming out of those. So I think maybe this is what we're going to see today. We're going to see a combination of wet, muddy corners, like the start, turn 1, has got visible mud and water on it. And then we're also seeing some dust rise out of a few sections as well. So that's really going to make the riders have to pay attention to where they are. They're going to be aware of their throttle, aware of clutch, wheel spin, all that kind of stuff, because the track's going to have so many different conditions within the track. There's wet and boggy, and there's clearly dusty and slippery.
Drier sections that are going to just make them have to actually pay attention to their throttle application on each section of the track, because it'll be a different need and a different outcome potentially if they grab too much in some sections versus another. So, all right. Still just watching Ryder on screen there. He is still top in this session. Got just on a second now. He's down. Well, actually, sorry, those times aren't necessarily the fastest ones that are showing up on that screen at the moment. Unless it's purple, that's then their fastest one. But the 155 is not his fastest so far for this session, because he was down at a 147 as one of his fastest. That's just the last lap time that they see, so don't take what's there as the actual time for the right this second, or their fastest for the session.
Now, for those watching us live on YouTube, Dave, where can they go to get these live timing?
Yeah, I had to explain it to you a second ago,
You
didn't
did,
I?
100%. Absolutely.
Speedhive. Speedhive is the app. It's part of the MyLaps setup with the timing that we have. If you go to the Speedhive and you go to live events, you should be able to have the Motorcycle New South Wales event pop up. And then once that pops up, you can get the live session that's going on, but you can also then go scroll back through it and get past sessions that have been completed on it. So yeah, Speedhive app, download it on your phone, and yeah, you can get the timing aspect of it up on your phone.
Fantastic.
Pretty easily.
And if you want to share the live stream around to families, I know grandparents love the live stream. Great for them to tune in and watch too. You can just share us directly from that YouTube app. Just copy that link, jump it in a text message and shoot it out to anyone.
Why not post it on your own social feed and get some other people involved too, so that we can spread the love around.
Socials. That'd be fantastic. We really want to see this grow. The amount of riders that have showed up here in the ACT is really encouraging. The sport's in a great place and continuing to grow, which is really cool. And sharing this around today on your socials and sending it to people is another great way that you can do it from home.
Definitely is. All right, this session's coming to a close. We're going to take a quick break before our MX3 guys and girls potentially get out on track. So we'll have a quick break here and we'll be back with more coverage.
Ready. Adrenaline.
What?
Focused.
Go time. Up.
I'm focused.
Nervous.
Excited. I feel really excited.
Looks good, eh?
Ken Earth.
What was that, love?
I said, Ken Earth.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Kellogg's make your job easy.
All shot graphics. Be first. Be original.
Welcome back to Canberra. We are at the ACT Motorcycle Club facility. State titles, New South Wales event round 1. We're in our practice qualifying sessions here this morning. We have MX3 on track now, starting their session. So they're going to do their lap of sighting lap, essentially, wheels on the ground to check it out, and then they'll get into practice and qualifying times. Now Russ has stepped out for a minute. He's going to go have a wander and see who and what he can find in the pits. But we teased our guest here. We've got he's an ex-pro. He's a manager for the New South Wales Tail Whips team that will be at the national titles here later in the year. It's Lyndon Heffernan. How are we doing, Lyndon?
Yeah, good, Dave. And yourself?
Very well, very well. Very excited for the day, obviously, with what's coming for this series, and just very much getting started for this year's championship here in the New South Wales Motocross State Titles. But you've got your eye keenly out on the track already for this morning to see who's who and what's going on for the team that you need to put together later on for this year, right?
Yeah, that's right, and it's like first observation. It's good to see some of the kids that really stepped up last year, like Ryder Matafiglio and Kai Sproul, you know, already sort of pumping out the fast laps, and you know they've all grown a bit, probably 4 to 5 inches since I saw them in November. Some of them down at the Oz SX Open, and yeah, it's just amazing how quickly the kids grow, and you're looking forward to a solid series. I mean, to go out to 5 rounds, I thought, oh, you know, I was sitting on the fence with that one, but you know, hey, the numbers don't lie. It's a fantastic roll-up. I'm so glad to see it's a bit cooler weather than the opening round at Lakes last year. That was pretty horrendous heat. Driving down the freeway at the end of that day, it was like 43 degrees. I'm like, and these kids raced in that all day? Wow, that's kind of like the American Nationals where they race, you know, in their summer, and it's ridiculous. So as tough as that was, it was probably actually good for our kids.
We don't normally end up in that sort of situation, do we? Like, because our obviously Christmas break is our summertime, we sort of end up at the tail end of that. And we might have a warm day, but not that sort of 40s like that the Americans have, where they race through their summer. But yeah, that was a pretty uncomfortable day. Today, not so much. We are very much at a pleasant point. Yes, it's obviously having a little bit of a spit going on with the rain side of things, but much more pleasant conditions to start our championship this year.
Yeah, and that's good. Like, I mean, when you got a 2-day meeting, you know, a lot of the guys and girls are switched on to hydration. It was one of the big things we talked about at the training camp last year, was especially the guys that were going to Darwin, was to be able to cope with the humidity and the heat up there. And it was ridiculously humid. We got the big storm on the second day up there, and first of the wet season storms, which was crazy. But even the AJMX at Adelaide, you know, 4 days of that, they've got to know how to hydrate themselves. So yeah, they got lucky this weekend with perfect conditions. And I just drove up from the coast this morning. It was raining down there and raining pretty much to Braidwood, and here it's spot on. That little bit of rain last night certainly put the track in good conditions, and the cloud cover should keep it that way.
Yeah, it should at least last a bit longer too, because it's a natural rain. It's not that, you know, when you water it from a hose, it doesn't sort of soak in quite the same, and it's not as evenly spread. So, you know, when it falls from the sky, it does make the track conditions a lot nicer.
Yeah, so I was going to say kissed on the proverbial this weekend. We'll leave it at that. But you know, it's a big help when you get that bit of natural rain, and I think they had some rain up here last week too. So if you get that little bit of a base, and then just topping up, it just means when the bikes chew up the dirt, there's some base to it. Whereas sort of if you water, you know, Friday Arvo, it doesn't really soak in that well.
No.
So yeah, congrats to the club. They got a little bit lucky, but I'm sure they've done plenty of hard work. So. And now these are sort of the bigger guns of this meeting, the MX3 class. I can see a few of the protagonists from last year, Richie Lawler and Drew Kramer and young Tapo and everyone out there. And I know everyone's been training hard. I keep a little bit of an eye on social media, what's going on over the break. And I think everyone started pretty early this year, and it's just great to see, you know, a solid New South Wales titles and riders coming from interstate. I think that's a big vote of confidence in what's going on, and you know, that's all healthy for our guys to have these interstaters coming along and adding to the mix.
Well, I think I'll get your opinion on this too, but I think having Canberra on our series and having God, I'm just going blank on the other one right for this second. It's going to cross over. Anyway, but having Canberra on the series as a part of the Ozpro Championship as well, and having it as the first round where it's, you know, before anything else has really got going, it's giving these guys a chance to come and check out that track in preparation for that later on. So I think that's helped bring in those interstate guys to this race particularly, as a chance for them to explore the track and learn it in a scenario before they go and do the national round.
Oh, absolutely. That was a well-calculated decision, and it's a double whammy for the riders. They come here, get some good competition with our New South Wales guys, yeah, and get a good look at the track for nationals. So yeah, look, I mean, I done quite a bit of racing here as a kid. Right, what we're looking at now, that used to be the old flat track. That New South Wales corner down, NSW corner down there, used to be the first turn of the flat track. It used to be a left-hander, and
really,
the start was right here where the commentary box was. So yeah, it's changed a lot. It's evolved over the years and many hours, and and a lot of work to get it to where it is, and it's fantastic that there is a national level circuit in the nation's capital, and great to be able to use it for the state titles.
Yeah, no, I think it's worked in really well to bring in a few more entries, and for tomorrow we're going to see some decent names as well show up for the MX1, MX2 side of things, because they'll be trying to use it for practice and get some settings dialed in for later in the national championship as well. But from you mentioned as well, for this MX3 class, we do have some guys that are back in it again from the previous year, and the champions that were last year was Drew Kremer and then Riley Burgess, who had a few issues in different races across the season last year, but he was second in this one. And Ryan Jones is back again. He was third in the championship last year. So those three guys are obviously already looking at the front of this. But then there's other guys that were up there at different motos as well, one being the man who's on top of the list at the moment, Jack Devson, 254. So there's plenty of names in this list that are very well capable of doing some good things here.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, in all honesty, and I get in trouble for being honest sometimes, but that's okay. You know, this class is where you're at the pointy end. You know, you need to be fit and smooth and have all your skills and strategy and hitting your straps. You know, when you go into this MX3 class, and yeah, some of the guys that excelled last year. There's a few new names getting closer and closer, and yeah, like Cooper Rose just pulled out a really good time there, and Justin McHugh, I know he's been training really hard over the off season, and Riley Burgess. So yeah, they're getting serious, these guys. And
Riley on screen just having a bit of an issue there too. I noticed he's actually got the towel tucked in the pants for that tip over scenario to clean the gloves if he needed to.
Yeah,
just having a bit of an interesting run. You see him sitting up off the side there. Hopefully he's not having an issue like his younger brother did earlier in his qualifying session, but looks like he's going all right. Might have just had a little tip over moment or something off screen.
Yeah, so, you know, I mean, I think with qualifying, almost two basic strategies. You know, go out hard, go early, and try and get a good time in, you know. And when the track's getting rough, that's definitely a strategy. But this track's not really getting that rough that quick. So maybe later in the session when the brain's warmed up and your eye speed's dialed in and you've shook out the arm pump a little bit, you know, I can't see the track getting slower, you know, session by session. So, you know, the guys will go out there and do a little bit of a look-see, warm up gradually, and then pump a couple of laps hard at the end. So, yeah, but they're certainly setting some good times there, that's for sure.
Yeah, they're down in the 135 for the last time pass for Cooper Rowe. That's obviously well fastest for what we've seen so far today.
Yeah.
And probably be comparable to what some of the top guys are going to be doing tomorrow. So
yeah, for sure.
These kids aren't slouching at all, and they're going to have a really good battle. Like I said, the three that I mentioned from last season, as the top three, they had some really good battles throughout their races last season, and I expect pretty much the same thing here today for their two motos format later today. Thoughts on the format changes for this year, Lyndon, with the series? Obviously, some of the classes being big enough to have qualifyings and LCQs and stuff, and then obviously because of the amount of riders we've got entered, we're not doing 3 motos, we're doing 2 motos. Do you like that? Do you not like it? What's your thoughts?
Oh, look, you know, I'm the old traditional 2 45-minute motos guy from the 70s and 80s. So, but the fact of the matter is you have to be flexible with your formats to cater for people. And, you know, the juniors guys are no stranger to that. Like if they go to an AJMX and there's, you know, enough to constitute a class, you get 5 motos. And if there's too many kids, you qualify them down and it's 3 motos. So everyone's pretty used to it. So it is what it is. You know, when they get to seniors, it's obviously a lot different, that it's pretty much a set, you know, a format, and they qualify them down to that, and that's what it is. So yeah, I don't really see it as an issue. It's just one of the things you got to cope with. Cooper Bowman, who won the Aussie title, he's pumping out some good times as well. So yeah, there's a whole lot of names. This racing's going to be really good. I'm looking forward to this class.
No,
it'll be tight.
Like even like you just mentioned before, like Richie Lawler was someone who's battling at the front for winning motos in this class last year, and he's currently 9th on the qualifying list. So we've got some depth here in this class. It's going to be something to watch later today. Yeah,
well, Richie had an off-season injury, unfortunately, you know, through the Supercross season. So he's coming back from that. And, you know, same with Drew Kramer. So some of these guys finished really strong last year, but then you get those late season or Supercross injuries, which sets back your pre-season stuff. So you can't get your pre-season, your base training in, and then you're trying to race your way to fitness, which is a little bit hard. So yeah, I expect maybe they'll be a little bit underdone. But they've been around for a while. They know how to pace themselves, and they know it's a long series. So if they come out of here with a top 5, 6 or 7, then
Still
they could
good,
be
really,
just
yeah.
inch their way forward as the series gets longer.
Definitely. So talk about the New South Wales Tail Whips team manager's sort of role that you get to do here for it's a couple of years now that you've done this, isn't it?
Well, last year was the first. So I was really glad to be involved. I've just basically wrapped up a 46-year mining career, and in management in mining, and it was good to have somewhere to put my energy, and I've always sort of been involved in the sport as a racer and promoter and whatever, and there was times when I was full on in the sport with race teams and all sorts of stuff that we've done over the many years. So yeah, it was good. I had a bit of spare time and thought, yeah, I'd like to do that. I've got a diploma in management, and I've been to the University of Hard Knocks in terms of motocross for forever. So I thought I might as well throw my 2 bobs worth in. And I guess the hardest part for me was just trying to not be hands-on, not jump in and be a coach, because I'm not engaged to be a coach. If someone wants help, I just told them to come and ask me. A lot of these guys have got coaches, and trainers and all that, and I can do all of that stuff, no problem. It's
well, you've worn all those hats, haven't you, over the years? So you're probably hard to take them off and just say, I'm only wearing one today.
Yeah, and that was hard for me, just to sort of stick to the manager's role, and once I got my head around that, it was good. But I'm always here for advice for any of the riders, and sometimes they may not like the answer, but if you don't want an honest answer, don't ask the question.
That's one thing with yourself. You've always said you say what you say, and you might get in trouble for it, but you're going to get exactly what should be said to you. So it's not a bad thing, I don't think. I think sometimes you need the hard truth, right?
Yep.
So this session is actually coming to a close for our MX3. So we'll just wait for that screen to update on our timing side of things and see who's going to take the Q1 position as such. But there's been plenty of names going out and around there. So it's going to be Cooper Rao staying on top, 134. I think he even improved on what he had. Jack Devson's there in second, and Drew Kremer is third. So very sporty. All right, I think we're hearing from Russ as well that he's out and he's got some interviews that he's going to do. So we might throw over to you, Russ.
Mate, I am down here braving the weather, Dave, while you're up there all nice and dry, mate. There was a bit of a sprinkle earlier. The sun's out now. I think this weather's just going to be bipolar all day long. But I've got young Rylan Brown with me here, mate. I've pulled him off. Local lad to Lakes and to Power Sports Central and Newcastle KTM. Rylan, mate, I just want to get a bit of a feel of what the track is like, mate. We're seeing it from the booth. It's a lot of dark mud, but there's also some dust coming up in corners and some deep ruts forming. How are you finding the track out there?
Yeah, it's a bit tough, a bit deep. It's hard to get through at the moment, but I was getting the flow.
Awesome. So what's the strategy out there, mate? Is it hold the thing wide open, or is it a little more technical and picking your lines?
Oh, it's a bit of all technical, pick my lines and that, but still got to hold it wide open.
Awesome, mate. Now, this track, have you ridden this track much before?
Oh, I've ridden it once last year at East Coast.
Okay, and does it take any special setup or any different style from you to handle this track and to put it on the box?
Oh, no, not from me, no.
Just hold it wide open and send it, you reckon, mate?
Yeah, hopefully.
Awesome, mate. Well done, buddy. We'll see how you go throughout the day, mate. We'll catch up.
Nice work. Nice work there, Russ. Doing the on ground, running around, doing the work, doing the hard work. Supposedly, he'll tell you that's hard work anyway. All right, our next riders on track is our girls class. It's the 12 to 16 years, 85cc to 150 four-stroke cc. So we've got some of our girls out on track that you're going to see in some of the other classes as well. They're going to cross over a little bit here. but I believe, well, names that are familiar that people are going to recognise. Chloe Hart from last year, number 67. Eliza Dennis, the 265, and 608, Layla White. They're all names that you're going to recognise from past season or from other classes across here. So we'll keep an eye on them as we go.
Yeah, so Eliza bouncing back from injury. She had a quite nasty couple of injuries last year, so a knee and a collarbone. So it's surprising to see her out there and looking good. And yeah, a bit like the other guys in the MX3, she might be a little bit underdone, but she's a determined character, that's for sure. So I'm sure she won't want to let these girls get a psychological advantage while she races her way to full fitness. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's amazing what you have to deal with at times when you're a moto rider, and they tend to, once you have one injury, you tend to have 2 or 3 in one hit and in a short space of time, and yeah, you've got to work your way back through a lot of this stuff, but there's never a long period that you're off the bike for before you're trying to work your way back onto it and find top race pace again, and that's probably why we end up with a second or a third injury at times. But yeah, they're out there on track. The girls are doing their first sight lap as they work their way around. So we'll keep an eye on where they will come through, and obviously they're going to have a couple of laps here where they don't have any times pop up because it's just their practice session as such. But they're going to get to learn the track, and we'll see what ruts and lines have developed so far, because most of them will be their first time on track, I think, for most of these girls.
Yeah, they would have probably had a wander around yesterday afternoon or first thing this morning before all the ruts dug in. But as I say, now that you've got your main sort of rut forming, it's probably not going to change drastically. So a couple of slow laps around and have a look, and then just wind up and try and get a better time at the end of the session. But it's interesting, the women's racing is really growing, both here in Australia and certainly in the US, and the US getting that support. I forget the name of the organisation, but they've really put them on the map over there. They got prime time with the AMA Nationals over there, and Yamaha bringing out Lana Turner for the Nationals this year on a 2-year deal, I think. So it's really starting to grow, which is good. It's been there's been a bit of a focus on it for many years, but it just seems to have taken a bit of a step change. It's great to see the girls out there giving it a crack, and more and more young ladies joining the sport, and there's definitely some opportunities in the future for motocross races, right across the board. So it's great to see it growing.
Yeah, well, that Oceania Cup that's coming up too at Wonthaggi for the girls as well, that they're bringing out, a bunch of internationals are coming out for it to do it again. They had it last year. They're just adding more and more different events for them to be a part of, and I think that's awesome that they're getting that exposure. But that Lachlan Turner, Lala as she goes by, that's been signed for the Yamaha team to ride the Australian Series, I think that's awesome that she's done it. One, obviously she was out here when her brother Lux was out here doing the Supercross. Unfortunately got injured, missed out on probably what was going to be a title for him there in that SX2 class. But Lala being out here and seeing all that, seeing the series, and I think obviously Charlie Cannon probably talking to her, being friendly with her as much as their competitors on track. She's probably helped her come out here as well, and they're going to race the Australian Series, they're going to go and race the AMA Series, so they're getting a lot more exposure and more race time as such as well. So there's plenty of places for the girls to go now with the not just be a local series sort of thing. They've actually got some ride opportunities and stuff if they really want to pursue it further.
Yeah, it's a vote of confidence in what's going on here, that Lala wants to come and race here, and she knows to keep ahead of the pack, or keep pace with Charlie, who's probably in some faster. Most times she's faster.
Yeah, but hasn't had the results because she was injured last year through that AMA series a little bit early, at least anyway.
Yeah, she knows if she stays home and Charlie's here, racing all these good tracks, and in a competitive series, she'll probably start that series behind the 8 ball. So yeah, smart move from her, and obviously Yamaha want to see that sort of level of of racing on their bikes, and they don't want to let Yariv Konski win all the girls' races easy.
I do like the fact that the Yamaha and the Honda thing in Australia, at least, with between Dakar's side of teams and then Yariv's side of things, they do tend to try and outdo each other, and it is, oh, you got somebody, all right, I better get somebody to match that level and bring them along. So
yeah,
it does help.
Competition breeds success. So and the girls are there waiting for that. With open arms, so it's great. And yeah, unfortunately at this stage it is just Yamaha and Honda putting in a big effort, but I think as time goes by, more and more manufacturers will try to jump on board and support the women like they do with the men's teams. But yeah, I mean it's budget's a little bit tough right at the minute. The economy's not doing fantastic, so it's really it is tough, and yeah, certainly Yamaha and Honda put in that effort. But that rivalry between Yariv and Dakar, that's been around for a while, and it's great to see him trading blows and watching from the sidelines, and it's healthy. It's great. It's good for our sport.
Yeah, I did like Craig's face when I asked him at the press conference before round one of the Supercross, because I was trying to check into when was the last time we had an Australian and or a Yamaha champ in the SX1 class, and I sort of pulled up the results and went, oh yeah, and I just confirmed with Dakar, is that the last time? And he goes, yes. Sort of cringed and looked away, and I'm like, oh sorry, that was a sore point, obviously,
Yeah, well look, it's hard. Like, Craig's had 250F riders at times through the years. He's also managed AROC teams and whatever. And look, it's really hard to have a team that's got a rider in every class. Like, that's the shotgun approach. It would seem easy to just have, Star Yamaha or CDR, have rider in every team and utilise that infrastructure, but it kind of doesn't work that well, because you lose focus when you're spread too thin. So, years ago it was the Serco team, and, now it's a WBR outfit, and, plus lots of other supported riders through the Yamaha Blue Crew system, which is a fantastic initiative. And they've got the most sales and probably the biggest budget to spend, and they spread it across through lots of different things. And they've been the junior team, so the state-based junior teams have been around for 25 years now, and that's good. It's an introductory thing and get the kids going, and sometimes they might spend a majority of their career on Yamaha or whatever, or Yariv comes along and snaps them up, or poachers, yeah. And hey, he's a businessman. He's just going to take the best thing available, and look, all credit to Yariv. Once he gets hold of a rider, if he believes in him, he has a way of getting them to go that extra mile, and yeah, it's pretty incredible what he's done when you think about it.
Well, on that, and I might be going a bit sideways here as this, but I had a thought a while back. We talked about Blake Bohannon on the Yamaha earlier today, and Russ and I were saying about how at one point recently his name got brought up on a Gypsy Tales pod by the Star Racing team manager, Bobby Regan. And for him to know who Blake was kind of cool. And the exposure for him and for obviously Australian racing and stuff. But then I was thinking about it, and obviously he's been a Yamaha kid for a long time because of the 65 and then now the 85s and the 125s, and eventually he's going to end up on probably a 250F. But then I was like, well, Yariv has this ability to still take riders because of the things he has later on. The Hondas don't have that mid-range of the bike capacities, right? They don't have a 65, they don't have an 85. Well, they've got their 150, but it's not necessarily a race competitive thing, right? But then Yariv can offer them, 250, 450, and then this US thing, because he now has that US quad lock Honda team ride and stuff. Whereas the Yamaha Australia guys, they have the junior sort of support. There's got to be a bit of a thing there where Yamaha gets a bit annoyed that they can offer this, but they can't offer that, and the same vice for the Honda, and that the Honda comes in maybe and steals them at the end of when they were going to get the best exposure and results for them. So. Yeah, I don't know. Do you have that same sort of view, or you got to hold a tongue here on it?
I've got to be very careful what I say here, but let's just say I would imagine that there's probably things happening to counter and try and avoid that situation. And yeah, Yariv does have the platform for people to launch into the US. Years ago, when I was involved with the KTM Castrol junior team, because KTM was such a small outfit then, you know, we were able to get guys like Brett Metcalf rides in Europe.
Yeah, that was a big thing for a period there, wasn't it? Like, you take them, the KTM guys would go to Europe for a lot of it.
Exactly, and you know, Yamaha's such a big company, and you know, they've got obviously a very good program here and a very good program in the US and Europe, but they're kind of like separated from each other. But I guarantee you, well, I'm guessing that they're talking a lot more.
I would hope
it's a
that
much
they
more
are.
global,
I would hope that they are. Yeah.
Global approach, but you know, back to Blake, like he's obviously done extremely well the last few years, and certainly has a big future in front of him, and his exposure at the 65 Cup. You know, was it Madeley, was it? Yeah.
Yeah.
That
did
was
him a world of favour.
fantastic. And then, you know, Hunter Lawrence and that talking about him on various podcasts and stuff. I think definitely, you know, Europe and America are eyes wide open. Looking at Down Under. I actually know that to be the case. So, and that's great. And we've got the series and the tracks and you know, things happening down here, which is really good. And there is opportunities for our riders, whether they want to go and, you know, tackle the US and Supercross, which is another thing again, or go to Europe and race. And it's all there in front of them if they, you know, acquire the skills, the knowledge, and the fitness, and all the rest of the million things that go into, you know, to becoming.
It's more than just being fast, right?
Oh, absolutely more than being fast. And you know what? There's a degree of luck, but you kind of make your own luck. So it's very interesting, and I can certainly see, you know, when you've got 400 odd riders, and like I guess I got a reasonably good eye for talent, but I definitely am pretty impressed last year at the New South Wales titles and the AJMX and the crew we took up to Darwin. It was I'm really surprised how fast these junior riders go. So it's great to see.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. There's some pretty impressive kids in the mix that are coming through to the front of the professional ranks at times here in the near future. So let's give some love to the girls that are on track at the minute. So at the moment, it's Olivia, 474 out front. She's done a 202.6. Layla White's in second on our list here, the 608. She's done a 202.9, so very tight there at the top. Chloe Hart, the 67, in third, only just shortly back on a 203.4. Then Mia Cameron in fourth, and Lily Lewis in fifth. We'll drop down a bit further. Sixth is Macy White. Seventh is Emma Backway. Eighth is Letty Seymour. Ninth is Addison Clerk. 10th is Bonnie Aldridge, and 11th is Holly Impey. So good group here. 11 girls out on track. Layla's actually just jumped to the top of the list. She's done a 201. So that's gone probably 2 seconds quicker than what Olivia had there as a 203, if I remember what I just said previously. So yeah, the girls are going really well. Doing some competitive times out here, getting them over the track. We were talking before too about this start here, Lyndon, that it's in terms of the gate position, it's fairly even, but obviously it's a tight right-hand corner, so everyone sort of bunches up in here. Do you have a preference on a gate position that you would pick out of here, or suggest to your riders as a team manager?
Yeah, look, that's a hard one, because it really depends on what line's formed in the first turn. You know, there will be a nice little shallow rut on the inside, I'm sure, which is kind of difficult because you can't really dive into it like a big deep rut. It's more of a flat corner technique, and then it'll have no tail on it, so you stand the bike upright quickly. And yeah, look, it still comes down to your jump, and then how high you keep your elbows up in the first turn, and whether you want to make friends or not, really. And you know, like a little bit difficult too, because it's the right hand corner, so you can't get your foot on the brake, but that's fine. You know, that's all part of it. It's preferred when people build tracks, I guess, that you have a left-hand first turn, but you see it all the time these days. So
they've actually this year for the AMA Supercross, there's actually been 2 or 3 right-handers in the first, and we're only up to round 8 this weekend. So it's actually been more of a theme that they've put in, and I'm wondering if there's a ploy behind it, or if the designer just decided he was right-handed and that's how he drew it. You know, like.
I think it just opens up more, you know, different designs. I mean, how long has Supercross been around now? Since the 70s. So. You know, nothing new under the sun, a bit like music, but, you know, so they're shuffling and reshuffling tracks and whatever. So, you know, not having to stick to a left-hand first turn certainly opens up, you know, the track design. And yeah, look, so far it's really made no difference. There's not more crashes or anything like that. You just can't drag the brake into the corner as much. You just got to use a little more front brake and carry the leg a bit longer.
So this session's just coming to an end here as well. Layla White looks like she's going to top it with that fast lap time that we just had out of her. Well, actually, maybe she's done another one, has she? Gone down 2 minute flat.
2 minutes, yeah.
So yeah, well done there, Layla White at the end, getting that top spot. I think we're going to have Russ grab a rider or two here as well. So we might drop over to Russ down in the pits.
All right, boys, I'm down here. The sun was out, and now the rain's back again. This is going to be Melbourne weather all day long, I believe. So I'm down here with Layla. She's just come off the track. She's not looking too tired. She's looking okay. How are you feeling out there, Layla?
I felt really good out there, you know. I think I got used to it pretty quickly too.
How is the track forming up? We're seeing some deep ruts. We're seeing some dust. How are you feeling about how the track's shaping up?
I think it's going to turn out pretty good.
It's have you had to change any bike setup stuff to handle the ruts and this kind of track from your normal setup?
No, I don't think so.
And you feeling fairly confident? Do you feel like you can really open up out there and put some heater lap times down?
Yeah, definitely.
Awesome. Mate, you're doing so good. We're going to be watching you all day. Best of luck. All right, couple more rolling in here, boys. I've got young Mia. Mia, how did you go out there?
Oh, pretty well. I started off last, just to hang back from the mud. Got myself up, just pushing.
Awesome. So this track is a bit of an interesting setup. It's a deep, ruddier track. How's this different from where you normally ride?
Oh, I normally ride heaps of dry stuff and just more sand, dry, not ruts very much, but I like the ruts.
Okay, so have you had to change much of a bike setup to handle these ruts?
No, I don't change my bikes, I just ride them.
You just leave the bike the same and just control it with your clutch and your throttle and away you go.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Awesome. How are you feeling about where you're going to end up today? Are we feeling confident we're going to put this thing on the box?
Oh, maybe. Depends how the track forms up. If it gets any rougher, maybe not, but hopefully.
Awesome. And is gate pick going to be important for you today, or are you happy to go anywhere on the start gate?
Honestly, I'm happy to go anywhere. I'm just not the best with my dirt starts, so we'll see about that. But
okay, so you're used to more of a great start then, right? Okay, so that first corner, there's a little bit of mud and it's pretty tight. How important is that for you? Are you happy to hang back in the group and avoid the carnage, or are you going to push to get that inside run?
Oh, definitely going to push to get up that inside line or just around the outside, but just up the front straight away helps a lot.
Awesome. Great job with that, Mia. We'll see you throughout the rest of the day.
All right, Russ doing the pit interviews there. Awesome to have that access to the riders straight after they've come off track. Now, Lyndon, you're going to love us and leave us here at this point, but you're going to keep your eye on these riders across the weekend and across the 5 rounds before they get into this Tail Whips team. So,
yeah, I'll definitely. I unfortunately won't be at round 4, and that's going to be the closest one an hour. That was only just to skip up the Princess Highway, but then I think it's been moved to Bega.
Yes,
so,
correct.
Yeah, so that's a great track. You know, nothing wrong with an hour either, but Tandawangai is a really good track. If it's had some moisture down there, it chops up good and hard and up and down hills. I hope they're going to use like the Yamcross track, which will be really cool for these kids. But yeah, great to see these young kids. Most of these guys will be stepping up from the smaller bikes last year, the 50s, and I see young Archie Blanchett, who I've been keeping an eye on. He's been training hard over the summer, and yeah, he's going to definitely be one of the top contenders in this class, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, look, he's going to be out there. He's already leading the way around this track here, looking pretty good on that YZ65 of his there. So, yeah, look, there's plenty of riders to watch and there's plenty of action to come across this series. And, yeah, maybe we'll get you in the booth again at one of the other races that you turn up to, Lyndon. But, yeah, appreciate you making some time for us.
Yeah, no problem, Dave. And, yeah, good luck to everyone. And it's a long series. You can't win it today, but you can lose it. So, yeah, and good luck to everyone. And be definitely keeping it keen keen eye out on the whole series. So, yeah, thanks for having me.
Sounds good. All right, let's get into this one. So 7 to 10 65cc is on track. The number 2, Archie Blanchett, like we just said, out on screen here. So this is their opening couple of laps. So again, no time's going to pop up straight away for this one until much later in this session, and then we'll start getting those qualifying times and seeing where the riders are falling into place. Now, if I've got this correctly, this is another one of our groups. It's a qualifier, so we're going to have 2 groups of these 7 to 10 65s. So we're going to be looking for the ones that get into that top 15 from this group, top 15 from the next group to make it straight into the motos, and then the rest to the LCQs, which will happen shortly after we start actually get to our races of the day, which are going to come up here very, very soon. We're going to get to that race program. So action aplenty ahead here at the ACT Motorcycle Club as we're watching the guys and girls go around here. Archie getting up and over that tabletop nicely, just bouncing on the end of it there. Again, that's the one that I said that the bit of drive is necessary in that corner before. If you lose a little bit of it, you're not going to make that tabletop. And he's through that risen corner nicely, using a wider line there. He's going to cut to the inside here. Is he going to drift back to the out? Yes, he does. That line's developed nicely. You can use that wall there to sort of pivot off, hold your speed, or hold you to the track so you can keep your speed up. He's down in the bottom there. A bit of a rut there they have to navigate at the base of that tabletop. He's getting those jumps nicely. Running through here. Oh, a bit of a drift as he pivoted there to head to that National Motorcycle Alliance corner. And up and over another tabletop down the bottom there. So So in this group, there's some names that are on this screen here. So Archie Blanchett, obviously. There's the number 29 of Sam Archidiakano on here as well. Familiar name, we've already said him today. So he's running across a couple of spots here. Who else we got? Cole Weir is one that was said already as well. Just rolling through there. There's Caden Teague. I'm assuming that's Blake's younger sibling. So plenty of riders here in this class. It's going to make this one a very action-packed race. Now some of the other ones that I didn't notice here are going to be in the second group by the looks of it from the split that we've got going on. And so yeah, like Zio Kirchen, who was a rider that we had in the 50s last year that did very well in the series. He must be in group 2. Noticing his name in the list as well. So plenty of action here to come with this class. This is their first, for this 7 to 10 group, this is their first time, from being off the 50s up into this class. The first time they're sort of getting exposure to the clutch and the gears and having to worry about all that side of things and having a fair bit more power and a bit more interaction with the bike to do their racing from. But Archie's definitely got this track dialed at the moment. He's looking very comfortable out here as we get a little impeded shot there from our trees. Unfortunately, there's a fair bit of greenery around the ACT circuit. We watch him going in. Oh, bit of a bump there. There's a nice hole that's developed. He got a bit of a kick there as he went into that corner. You see him shoot up towards there. It is at Whole Shot Graphics corner. Just making his way through. So plenty of action. We've still got Russ out there wandering around in the pits. He's going to try and bring us some more stuff in that area before we get to racing too much today, and we'll try and bring you a fair bit more action than we were able to at different points last season. So should be a good stream here for the Motorcycle New South Wales coverage. Like we said before, if you've got your relatives, your friends, your family wanting to see it, make sure you're sharing that stream link on your social channels. It helps get more viewers across it, and obviously get some more eyeballs on it. We might get some more involvement with some other companies and industries and whatnot, and be able to provide a better series again moving forward. If we all participate and we all share it, things continue to grow as a group. So just keep an eye on some of our other riders here as well, trying to get a view of them all. That's the 395 on the screen there just in front of Archie, and that 395 is Jagger McKerchuk. As Archie just makes his way around them there. Showing a couple of them the line. I saw that the next rider there just sort of following that line as Archie went through. There's that rut that we just said before about that one to go out to the wall there to run down the hill. It's developed nicely from inside to outside to hold you in. So there's plenty of riders using that, I'm sure. So we'll keep an eye. We're getting some times now up onto the board. So the qualifying is in well and truly intact. So Archie is on top. Number 24 is Jack Hughes shortly behind. The 188. Lennox is in third, and I think it was Mason Little in fourth. So I think we've got Russ down there on the start by the sounds of it, if he's popping into the back of our show. So we might get Russ. What do you got going on down there too, mate?
Mate, I'm down here at the track. I've been chatting to a few families in and around the pits here, but right now I'm standing directly at the end of the start straight, so right in front of the first turn. And it is exactly what we were seeing from the booth, mate, but probably even a little gnarlier than I thought. The outside of that turn is really boggy and wet. So it sets the riders up from the very start into this first corner that it's going to be a boggy, wet, slippery track. But then as soon as you come around that first corner, go into second corner, it's a whole different track entirely. It dries out. There's bits of dust and hard pack, a little bit of blue groove showing up in certain places as well. So just like we thought, mate, it's really going to test the bike setup and really test the rider's ability to control the throttle, control the clutch on these smaller bikes, and really ride a smart race. But the end of this start straight, mate, looking really boggy. No major ruts, so the heaps of options throughout that first turn, but it does look soft.
So what you're telling me then is sounds like what we were saying before about everyone going, bunching to the inside on that turn one will happen more so because they'll all be trying to avoid that mud by the sounds of it. So
absolutely, and there's actually not much of a rut on the very outside. There's no real wall to bounce off. So I think we're going to see everyone dive into that inside and trying to get that line. Now, I think that there's a strategy in not getting into the chaos and into the tight stuff in that first turn. I think you could hang back just slightly and see how it plays out, maybe take that outside line and get around the chaos and set yourself up for a good race.
Yeah, look, there's going to be interesting. That first group, whoever has our first race, which I think is our 15 to 17 years 1 to 5s, they're going to be the ones that are going to, go exploring, as they say. First ones out there to test that out. So we'll have some action there, I'm sure, on that first time out for our start when the gates first drop.
I think another really interesting point too, Dave, is that we don't have a lot of the big bikes here today. So I think tomorrow when we really have the seniors hitting the track's going to form up completely differently under 450s.
Oh, 100%. And especially for that first corner too, because you're going to have, we only have a couple of classes that are like full-sized. So you're not going to have as many bikes with as much horsepower to rip that up. So it won't develop too much in there. But yeah, you're right. Tomorrow's going to be a completely different ball game with the way the ruts develop from the size and the horsepower that goes into those bigger bikes and the bigger classes.
That's right. I'm really quite surprised standing down here on the track that there isn't an outside groove or a bit of a wall forming up. So it's a very flat turn. I think if anyone's got a bit of a history in flat track or doesn't mind the bike being sideways, they're going to do quite well out of this first turn.
There's nothing wrong with a bit of sideways action in the first corner, as long as it goes out the other way. So,
mate, I've seen a few handy flat track guys do pretty well in this sort of stuff. So
yeah,
we'll see who's got that kind of a background and that kind of a skill set. It's really going to set them apart in that first turn.
Sounds good. Is there anyone else there for you to talk to down that way, or are you going to have to go exploring a bit further?
Mate, I'm going to do a little bit of exploring. I might even head down to the start gates and check out some action from there. There's a few riders here, but you know how it is sometimes, mate. Sometimes these riders are ducking and weaving when they see the camera crew and live stream crew coming to find them. But I will do my best, mate. I'll kick some doors into some motorhomes and see who I can get to come and have a chat to us.
Sounds good. All right, you keep exploring, Russ. We'll keep watching the coverage here and keep an eye on who is qualifying fastest in this 7 to 10 65 class This is their Group 1, and Archie still is going to be the one on top, that number 2. He's definitely out in front, got that covered for this side. The checker flag is out, so this session for this group is coming to an end, and we'll have their Group 2 just about to come out, and that'll be then how they determine who's into the motos and who's got to go to LCQs. So before we get to that second group of this 65 class, we'll take a break on our coverage, and we'll come back with our final practice qualifying session before we hit our motos.
Looks good, eh?
Ken,
What was that, love?
I said, Ken,
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Kellogg's make your job easy.
All shot graphics. Be first. Be original.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe, and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1-800 155 155.
Looking good, eh?
Keno, what do you think, Nonna? Gentlemente de K.
Hey, boss. Ken Oath sorted it. All good?
Ken Oath.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling. Ken Oath.
Kellogg's make your job easy.
For over 20 years, the Black Dog Institute has been trusted to listen to the experiences of real people. Every day, we work to uncover data, patterns, and insights into mental health to develop actionable, practical solutions. It takes pushing boundaries to be an international leader in digital health, not only researching and developing the technology, but also making it accessible to everyone. From clinical treatment and online support to early intervention and prevention programs, we're on the cusp of a new era of mental health science and action. As our technology advances and our scientific research continues, our ability to innovate and impact does too. With the ripple effect of our work being felt for generations to come and bringing hope to millions more. Together, we can continue to tackle the big issues in mental health.
All right, guys, I am back here. I've got a bunch of young rippers that are all hanging around, up to no good in the pits here. I'm going to pass the mic around. They're going to give us a little bit of an intro of who they are and how their day's going.
Yeah, going good. Went out. The track's mint. Ruts are pretty good, and just went out there and I qualified 5th, and I'm really happy with that. Hopefully going into Moto 1 and Moto 2 can have a good day.
Mate, you missed the first bit of who are you?
Oh, Archie Black.
Good on you, Archie. Glad you're having a good day, mate. Let's go. Next up.
Hi, I'm Cooper Bennett, and yeah, track's pretty mint. The ruts are real good. It's like at home in New Zealand, and yeah, hoping I can go out and get top 3, maybe even a win.
Unreal, mate. Next up.
Hey, my name's Noel Thomas. I'm from West Coast. Yeah, ride this stuff all over to like East Coast. We get nothing of it over time. Yeah, Linz, if you're watching, shout out to you for everything you do for us, and Mum, my sponsors, and yeah, thanks guys.
Well done, mate. Glad to have you over here.
You should sub to the tube as well. The Thomas is 613. Thank you.
I love it, mate. And just real quick, while I got you, the difference between what you're riding here today and what you normally ride at home. Just walk me through that.
Imagine like, you know, flat track dirt racing. It's like that. That's how you turn up to a state round in WA.
Right, so it's flat, hard and fast. This is ruddy and deep, so super different for you. What are you doing bike setup-wise? Have you changed much?
We normally run like a scoop to like grip up on every little edge we can. It's a bit slicker, but it's like, it just pulls the grip.
Okay, so are you enjoying the track here at ACT?
Oh yeah, so much better. Like, I love the East Coast.
I love it. Sounds like he's moving. All right, young fella, you're up next. Who are you?
Yeah, hi, my name's Flynn Burgess. Not so good for the start. Have to go to LCQ on the 65. 85 just make it through with a couple of bike issues. And yeah, hopefully go into motos and win them.
Awesome. Now, mate, what happened on that race? You were there and then you weren't there and we got no timing for you, so you got forced to go to the LCQ. Can you tell me what happened with your bike?
Yeah, I was doing good and then bike just shut off, locked up, and yeah.
No good, mate. So what's the plan? Are the team fixing that bike or have you got a spare bike? What's the plan moving forward for the rest of the day?
Oh, the plan is they were going to fix it, but the bike's just fully locked up. They can't do anything, so they say they're just going to put me on the practice bike.
So you managed to destroy a bike that early in the day already. Already done and toast, and you're back on the practice bike.
Yeah. There's not much you can do about it.
Nah, look, mate, mechanical issues is racing. There's no shade on the bike at all. It just is what it is, and it's part of the deal here, right? Well, guys, that is a little update from some of the junior boys out here that are kicking butt. These guys are definitely the next crop of epic racers. Thanks a lot, boys. Appreciate you chatting with me. Back up to you in the booth there, Dave.
That was a nice little piece there, Russ. Well done, mate, on getting all those guys on there. And I love the fact that Archie forgot to introduce himself straight off the rip, so that was good. All right, on track, we've got our Group 2 for the 7 to 10 65s. They're out there making their way around. We've got the number 8 on screen at the moment. That's Finn Jarvis. Just getting a little bit hung up in that rut there as he's trying to navigate this track, but we haven't quite got, we just got the green flag out here, so we haven't quite got to any lap times yet as such. So we will get to those shortly and see who's doing what on the track in terms of position-wise and who's going fast, but we haven't quite got to that stage just yet. But there's plenty of action here. This is, like I said before we went to break, this is our last practice qualifying, so the next thing that we're going to start seeing on track is our first motos. So there's actually guys down on the gates, prepping gates, ready for their first motos of the day. As we watch Finn just get the first lap time up for this session. So for the moment he's number 1, but we'll see how long that lasts. I think Zio Kirchen's already got him up there, so that 210 has jumped up to the top of the list already, but everyone's got to get a lap time in here just yet, so there's plenty more riders to come through and be able to take that top spot away. So 7 to 10 65s. ACT Motorcycle Club putting on a great day so far for us here. Venue's looking fantastic. The racing's about to get underway. Keeping an eye on Finn making his way around that part of the track that we were talking about before. Found in that inside rut to get down the hill there he is. Not using that one that went to the outside, so taking a slightly different line to what we saw Archie doing in the session before this one. But he's still making those jumps. Just bounces off the top of that one. Didn't quite get all the way over that time. Didn't have the drive out of that corner previously to get all of it nice and smoothly. So he's see him. Look at those ruts. He just built a bump his foot as he stuck it out on the corner there, hit the white post marker for the inside track. And we'll see him shoot out here in a second. Look at those ruts. That's how they started. Ooh, foot off, dabbing it. Those pink boots getting caught up there, having to paddle his way around the corner. Was Finn. He's going past another rider there. That's the 221 of Arlie Warland, supported by Warland Rural Services. There is Arlie, so making her way around the track. Just lost in the trees for a second here. We'll get back to it. Looking for our next riders on track. The 818 there, looking pretty sharp in that fluoro gear as he came into shot there. That's Jet Fordham, getting his way around the track. Hard to miss Jet with that gear. You'll be able to find him pretty much anywhere on the circuit. We got Finn just still navigating his ways in that bottom section. See if he can get over this step up tabletop bit here a bit better this time. No, he's landed on top again. Just gets that bounce down. Hasn't quite got the drive in that section, it seems, to get over all the way over that middle tabletop. It's probably the biggest jump on this track. And just making his way through. Got to navigate past the 444 there of Max Carter. He's heading his way up to the whole shot graphics corner. Bit of traffic for Finn on this lap as he's making his way around. We can see him going through.
Dave, that back section you were just chatting about there, mate, that step up, it's really interesting standing down here at the back end of the track watching that happen. It's a little bit of supercross going on. There you go, the young fella's just cleared it on that one. As in, if the kids nail the tabletop before it, they seem to have the drive to be able to get the 65s and up and over it. But that is a big jump, man. That's huge. How did you go on the 125 on that, mate? Did you get clean over it yesterday?
How's the weather out there? Is it raining yet?
Mate, don't be changing the topic. I want to know whether the RM125 made it over that big step up yesterday.
No, I didn't get that one because of the ripping beforehand. And exactly the same reason these 65s are going through. You can't get the first one, you don't have the run to get the second one. But the third one's easy.
Just not possible at all, mate.
No, never going to happen.
No, fair enough.
Yeah. Don't get too wet, all right?
Mate, it is nice and dry out here. I'm almost ready to take the hoodie back off again. We're in full Melbourne weather down here, where it's raining 1 minute, we're getting a bit wet, and then the sun's out and it's hot. It's just all over the place. It's really going to play into effect today. And like I keep mentioning, wherever I go around the track, there's still wet, deep ruts, and then there's dry, dusty, slick sections as well, and a little bit of blue groove showing through. So it is a heck of a racetrack this morning, mate, and it's going to be really interesting to see where we go throughout the day. As these kids start to finish up, mate, I'm going to head over to the exit ramp here and grab a couple more interviews. But yeah, track's looking good, and weather, thanks for asking, Dave, is just wonderful down here.
Glad you're enjoying your little venture outside. So, look, at the moment, it's still the 210 of Zio Kirchen leading the way around in terms of qualifying. Finn, who's been on screen for a lot of this session, is in second there on that number 8 machine. We'll just wait for the timing to come back around so we can grab who was in third and further back here. So third is the 284 of Jackson Riley, then Jet Fordham on the 818. Sonny Bonds on the 12 in the top 5, but Ricky Leonard is the 16th position at the moment, so that man on the outside looking in for the straight direct qualifier into the main motos. At this stage, 16th would put him into the LCQ if it stays that way for him. Austin Woodbury's in 15th there on the 17th, so he's just sneaking in at the minute. But we've still got a little bit of time here for those things to change. But Zio is doing pretty well at the moment on the 210. He's on that YZ65, looking pretty sharp in his nice blue kit, and he's got a bit of a blue, shiny blue or reflective blue, however you want to say it, on the shroud to sort of make him stand out as he's going around. But there's the 8. That's Finn in the, well, he's got the lovely white Hostile gear as the body part. I never really got the white gear myself because it's always something difficult to clean, but hopefully Mum's got the nappy sand out in between races to clean it up.
I was just going to say, Dave, that sounds like a mum problem.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it's all about looking as cool as you possibly can, and running white gear is awesome. And then you just leave it on the floor when you get home, and the magical fairy comes and cleans it, right?
Yeah, well, look, yeah, the magical fairy for sure. But, you know, once you get to a certain age, I don't know, if you might not have got there by the sounds of it, but you have to start washing your own gear. So my colour choices definitely changed when I hit about that 17 mark. But he's also rocking some, like, he's got the white gear and the yellow-green sleeves, but he's also rocking the pink boots. So he's got an interesting combination of colours going on, does the number 8 machine of Finn Jarvis. So, look, whatever he's got going on there, he is supported by Hostile, but he's got LR10, 110 Elite Motocross coaching, Trackworks design, Colin Steel as well, so he's got some support there. So he's obviously rocking that gear because that's the stuff that they've, hopefully he picked it, but maybe they picked it for him so he'd stand out, because he's definitely standing out there for sure, is Finn Jarvis on that 8 machine. Now, the checkered flag is out on this session, so the guys and girls are going to start making their way off track, and this will conclude our practice and qualifying component of our Saturday program, being day 1 here for our round 1 of our 5-round Motorcycle New South Wales Motocross state titles. We'll have to check in with Russ here shortly again to see where he's up to and if he's grabbed a rider yet for his interviews. But at the moment, it's Zio Kirchen going to grab that top spot on that 210 machine, followed by the number 8 in Q2 in position 2. So we'll take a quick break, and then we might find Russ after that break with another rider interview.
All shot graphics. Be first. Be original.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe, and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
Looking good, eh?
Cano, what do you think, Donna? Gentlemente de K.
Hey, boss. Can I sorted it? All good?
Canos.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Keno feeling. Keno.
Kellogg's make your job easy.
For over 20 years, the Black Dog Institute has been trusted to listen to the experiences of real people. Every day, we work to uncover data, patterns, and insights into mental health to develop actionable, practical solutions. It takes pushing boundaries to be an international leader in digital health. Not only researching and developing the technology, but also making it accessible to everyone. From clinical treatment and online support to early intervention and prevention programs, we're on the cusp of a new era of mental health science and action. As our technology advances and our scientific research continues, our ability to innovate and impact does too. With the ripple effect of our work being felt for generations to come and bringing hope to millions more. Together, we can continue to tackle the big issues in mental health. For over 20 years, the Black Dog Institute has been trusted to listen to the experiences of real people. Every day, we work to uncover data, patterns, and insights into mental health to develop actionable, practical solutions. It takes pushing boundaries to be an international leader in digital health. Not only researching and developing the technology, but also making it accessible to everyone. From clinical treatment and online support to early intervention and prevention programs, we're on the cusp of a new era of mental health science and action. As our technology advances and our scientific research continues, our ability to innovate and impact does too. With the ripple effect of our work being felt for generations to come and bringing hope to millions more. Together, we can continue to tackle the big issues in mental health.
Looks good, eh?
Ken.
What was that, love?
I said Ken.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Kellogg's make your job easy.
All right, it's race time here at the Motorcycle New South Wales Motocross State Titles Round 1. This is Moto 1 of the day of the series. It's the 125cc 15 to 17 years. The gate is ready to drop and we are... Well, that was going to take a bit longer. There we go, we are away. We're going to be looking for the 27 there in the middle of the screen for a good start, Richie Lawler, but it's the 75 that's popping out in front and going to take our whole shot here.
Mate, we've had someone go down. Upside down bike is wedged on the first corner there. As predicted, a little bit of carnage out of the gate. And right away, the number 75 has got a little gap on the rest of the crowd leading in to the finish line. Whole shot jump.
So 75 from the 27 of Richie Lawler. And then I didn't quite pick up who was our third place rider. I think it might be Riley Tongue there on the 116.
In the 116, yes, it is Riley Tongue in third.
So as they head down, there's our 75 machine. Making a good clean start here, taking that inside roller. It's a bit nasty on the lip there as he went into that over the top of it. Richie's trying to keep him inside there on the 27 machine. So you see some of these boys over those tabletops getting them nice and sideways. Our 75 machine leading the way there, the KTM. See what line he's going to take in the National Motorcycle Alliance corner. Got a little hung up there on that inside rut as he makes that tabletop. No dramas, inside rut here. Some of these ruts are going to be nice and smooth at this point of the day, but they're going to get nice and deep later on as they go through. And you see Richie on that 27 there trying to take that sort of middle rut there in that whole shot graphics, trying to keep the 75 machine in sight here early in this moto. Now these 15 to 17 years motos are going to be a 12-minute plus 1 lap format for our two motos across the day for the points. So as we see the 75 machine there getting a little bit sideways in that middle tabletop. heading towards the finish line to take another lap in the lead here. Richie Lawler still keeping him in sight here. Now we've got a battle in the third position. We've got a change there for position. It was Riley Tongue in third, but he's dropped to fourth. And it looks like it's going to be the 6 of Travis Barker that's moved into third position now. So the front two are getting away from the field here, but it's close racing from third back to probably about 10th or so. Don't know, Russ, if you can see much of that as they head out to the back section, but our 75 machine still leading the way.
Absolutely, man. Those two boys are out there. They've got a huge gap back to the number 6 there in third. But I think we're going to see a really interesting battle of inside and outside lines between Tongue there and the number 6. They're really going to go for it.
It looks like the 999 of Nate Ebick is trying to make a move on Tongue. He's coming through the field here. He's got it done too. Yeah, he might have had a bad start at this one, but he should be one of the guys that's towards the front of this field. So let's see if he can make a move towards the 6 of Travis Barker here and keep this momentum he's got going and see if he can bridge the gap to the front two.
Tongue definitely seems like he's falling back in the pack here, mate.
The anchor is being thrown out early.
Yeah, not sure if something's going on with him or the bike, but he's not looking like his normal spicy self out there, mate. But these two in first and second position have absolutely unleashed and have got an entire straight between them and third position now.
All right, as we get a nice long shot here of our circuit, watching the 75 machine. He's doing this easily at the moment out front. Richie Lawler's still there, trying to keep him somewhat in sight as this moto goes on. We're only a couple of minutes in, so there's plenty of racing here for this one. We're not over yet, but there's Nate Ebick on the 999. Have we had another bit of a change there? Riley Tongue's definitely dropped way back, and we've got a Yamaha now close behind Ebick. Can't quite pick up that number just yet.
Yeah, Tongue is definitely falling back, mate. He's not where I would expect him to be. He sort of looks okay on the bike. Doesn't look like there's any major issues, but definitely falling back in the standings there as we get into this race.
Now that 169 on the Yamaha, that's Tyson Williams, just there in what'll be 5th position. So not a bad ride there for Tyson so far, but Tyson's one of those ones that was up here in this battle somewhat last year, but also the 85cc class last year, almost getting the championship there in that class. So he should be a part of this top 5 battle here, and he's hanging in there for this 3rd place battle at the moment. But Ebick trying to make a move around the outside of the National Motorcycle Alliance corner, but he's got a good drive here. He's going to have to switch to the outside for the next corner, because Barker is definitely taking those inside lines here and blocking it out for him. But Ebick's trying to find a way around. He's having to use these very uncharacteristic lines so far for what we're seeing for the race early. But he's trying to make a move happen. Oh, bit of a moment there for Barker. Almost loses it, manages to regather, but Ebick has managed to get himself into 3rd with that bobble there from Travis Barker on the 6 machine. He's very lucky not to have gone down there, is Travis Barker. But Ebick now into 3rd position. Has the gap from 3rd to 2nd gotten too big, and or will Nate Ebick be able to do anything with the last half of this moto?
Ebick is riding really well, mate. He's looking really solid on that bike. The bike's looking settled and comfortable. I think we're going to see a push from him to close that gap up to 2nd and keep those boys in check.
Well, now he's got a bit of clear track to pick the lines that he wants to use. Maybe that will help him get there quicker. Not having to run the wide lines as we get a long shot. Oh no, we've lost the 6. So the wheels are falling off for the 6 of Travis Barker after a good start and running up in that top 3. He's dropped right off. Now we finally didn't have the 75 on our entry list here that we're working off, but it's Cooper Ford is the 75 machine, and he's leading this very easily out at the front of the field as he comes on the screen there on the KTM. Now Richie is dropped off the back of him quite a bit actually, so he's got a 7-second lead, does Cooper Ford, out in front of this moto for the 15 to 17 years 125cc category.
Mate, he's looking very comfortable out there. That lead is only getting bigger, and he's now able to just settle in and do his race, just hit his marks, take the lines that he wants. He's not looking back at all over the jumps. He's seeming really comfortable, and he's just going to settle in and just absolutely drive this thing home.
Now up and over the finish line for another lap is Cooper Ford. He's going to use that wide line, bank off the wall there to drive down to my favourite corner. Let's see him take. What line does he take? He's gone outside of all those inside ruts to see where it's the smoothest and just carried momentum around there beautifully, did Cooper Ford. Bit of style there as well up and over that tabletop as he uses that inside rut. That inside roller there on the exit, still a little bit tricky, but no issues for Cooper Ford at this stage of the race.
Dave, what is Ebic's lap times looking like?
Hold on a second, Russ. You obviously can't see our screen there. Cooper Ford had one of the biggest front wheel slides you'll see, but it's kept it upright. Ebic's lap times, we'll get to that. So his last lap time was a 1:41, which is actually only exactly the same as what Richie Lawler did in second position with a 1:41 as well. So I don't think we're going to see much movement forward if they keep these similar lap times, Russ.
Yeah, look, he's got some clear track, mate, so if he can drop those lap times, he's got the opportunity to make that gap up, but you're right. Everyone might be fairly settled in at the top end of this race to hitting their marks and putting their lap times in. I think we might see a bit of consistency out of them. Everyone's looking pretty comfortable on the track, mate. There's not a lot that's going on out the back here. A lot of deep ruts, but everyone seems to have their line of choice locked in and just seem to be going for it.
Yeah, Cooper Ford just had to make his way past the down rider there. That rider will be going a lap down now. But yeah, Cooper's got this thing well and truly on lock at the moment. Here is another battle just a bit further back. This is where Travis Barker dropped off. He had that crash, had a near moment, then a crash. He's dropped down to 8th and he's getting followed closely by Josh McCloskey on the 259 on that Yamaha. Looks like Josh is trying to make a move here, but he's again having to use some alternate lines to get around Barker, who's taken those prime inside lines, blocking the track out. McCloskey looks a bit frustrated here, can't kind of find a way around him. This might be an opportunity. They've taken some different lines there, but Barker continues to hold that position down in 8th. And this is one of the corners where he had a moment, did Barker, but he got through there nicely this time. McCloskey up level. He's going to go right round the outside of him. Here's McCloskey. Can he slingshot him here off the berm? Oh, they're pulled level. Yep, and McCloskey's going to take this because he's now got the inside run for our Canards higher final corner here. So change for 8th. McCloskey up to 8th. Barker back to 9th. Not going well for Barker at this point. He was as high as 3rd, but he's now down the field in 9th. So let's see if McCloskey can get himself moving forward now. He's cleared Barker. So we keep an eye on him, getting that YZ up and over the tabletop there. They're all really using that inside rut there to get up and over that roller. So doing pretty well. Off the banking off there is McCloskey. Now I'm just noticing we must be getting close to our leader Cooper Ford getting the last lap board. Not quite yet. There's still probably not this time pass, but the next time pass will be the last lap. As we see McCloskey up and over the first tabletop, easily getting that step up. These bigger bikes have plenty more horsepower to get over those jumps now that the track is worn in nicely. And Barker just dropping back a bit further here. He sort of lost the toe. He's looking over his shoulder. I think he might have spent all he could spend early in this moto because he doesn't have much now. So we're watching McCloskey. I think there's a rider that might be just in front of him. That might be Riley Tongue starting to be seen in a couple of those other shots there. So McCloskey might be moving up towards 7th, gaining on Riley Tongue just a little bit by the look of it.
Dave, the 75 of Ford, mate, just watching him hit his marks around this back section of the track, it's really quite interesting because even though he's got this huge lead, he's experimenting with different lines as we get deeper and deeper into this race and into the final few laps of it. He's still playing around with the outside inside. So to me, that's super interesting that he's not satisfied with where he's at. He's still looking and experimenting and feeling this track out.
Well, that's a good thing. Like for a rider of this age, they want to have that ability to, not be stuck in a particular line, because if they get a bad start, they can't necessarily use the lines that they've been using all day. So you need to have an alternate to go to and know what it's like to make a move to get forward. So you know, having Cooper have that ability to be flexible at this time. There's no pressure on him, so he can go out there and maybe add a second or two to his lap time and not really feel any pressure from the rider behind. But he's learning the track and every bump and nook and cranny that's out there so that he can use it at some point later in the day. As we're on the last lap now, you see Cooper just navigating away past the number 22 there. That's William Oborn. Going a lap down, unfortunately for William, in 12th position there. But yeah, look, we keep an eye on Cooper as he goes through. We might see some of those lines that Russ was talking about. But you can see that shiny, dry, probably dusty line there on the inside of that corner. That's that risen corner. But as he comes through here, this one's still nice and tacked up until you get to that exit. There's the shine onto that tabletop where everyone's hitting. So we've got Cooper with a bit of style there over the middle tabletop, or step up. Got this one done early with the whole shot, did Cooper Ford. Never really challenged Richie Lawlers in second, but only sort of kept him in sight for the opening lap or two. And Ford's just run away with this one as he makes his way through the whole shot graphics corner. Only about 2 or 3 corners to go here for Ford. But the running order here late in this one: Ford, Lawler, Ebick, Williams, McGregor, Neal, Tung, McCloskey, Barker, Lennan, and Job, Oborn and Reed is your complete field. Oh, Halida on the last lap. He's thrown it on the ground in the National Motorcycle Alliance corner. Second last corner, and he decides to check out the dirt a bit closer, so maybe Russ can ask him how that sample was when he gets to the post-race interview here. But he's got it back up and going. He's around the Kennard Tyre corner. He's the first man of our state championships to see the finish line with the checkered flag out for the round 1 series here. So a good start for Cooper Ford despite that little tip over. But interesting way to finish off the moto there for Cooper Ford, the number 75. As we look for the rest of our riders to come through, there is Ebick, and Tyson Williams has got right to the back wheel of Ebick there, so a good battle there for 3rd and 4th. Richie Lawler has already come across in 2nd there, so that's your top 4: Ford, Lawler, Ebick, Williams.
Cooper Ford, you've just come off the track, mate. You absolutely dominated that race. How was that dirt sample right at the last minute there, mate? You decided to hit the ground. What was going on there, brother?
Oh yeah, I got off to a good start and I checked out, and yeah, I seen the last lap board, so I just started having a look for a few lines for MX3, but yeah, definitely won't be taking that one again.
Mate, I did notice over the back here you were still experimenting with lines all the way through that race. Is that what you're thinking? You're planning out the rest of the day and the rest of the weekend?
Yeah, just trying to see how the track's developing. You know, it's going to be hard to pass if you get a bad start, so hopefully we can dial some more starts, but if not, yeah, I'll have to use some of them lines.
Awesome, mate. You looked really good out there. Congratulations. We'll see you over the rest of the day. All right, I got Nate Ebick here, mate. Dude, that was an absolute ripper of a race. You pushed from further back and got yourself up onto the podium positions, mate. Tell me how your race went and what was going through your head.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I just didn't get the best start, and it made it a bit harder, but I just tried to pick up as many passes as I could in the first 2 laps, and once I got in the 3rd, I just tried to settle there.
Mate, you looked really good out there today. We've been talking about this start the whole day, whether the start gates are that crucial and how that first corner's shaping up. To me, that first corner looks really flat. There's no real outside wall or berm to bounce off. Do you think that the gate pick is critical today, or does it not really matter and the race is won on the track rather than the start line?
I reckon it's more, it's a bit of both. If you get a good start, it definitely helps, but the start's not the easiest start straight, but you know, if you can get a start in between 1st and 5th and just put down the first 2 laps, then should be all right.
Awesome. Congratulations, mate. Awesome race. Well done.
All right, that's our post-race interviews there from that opening moto. This is our LCQ moto for the 9 to 12 85cc, and we've had a couple of riders go down there, so that's not great for them. That right-hand first turner and a bunches up there. They all came together, and like I said earlier, they just sort of tip over. It's not a massive speed point of a crash, but they all get too tight and there's nowhere to go, and they sort of just lock bars and down they go. So unfortunately, those 2 Alright, apologies guys, we just had a little difficulty here, but we're back on the coverage. We're just watching the 2-4-1 there of Lynch getting some assistance to get back on the bike. His moto probably done. He's going to probably end up being in that non-qualifiers race later in the day. So this is our LCQ for the 9 to 12 years 85cc. And as I was just trying to explain before we lost our signal there, you've got to be top 10 in this one to qualify into the main moto. So this is your last chance to get into that main motos for the day. Otherwise, the rest outside of the top 10 are going to the non-qualifying moto later in the day. So at this stage, trying to catch up with where we are in terms of who's on screen and who's leading this one. We'll get to that info as soon as we can. So at the moment, Sam Akitiakano, number 29, should be your leader according to time and scoring. 9 being Dean Henry in second, Finn Jarvis in the 8 in third. So we'll keep an eye on that and see if this battle here that's going on is the 29 and the 9. So that's Sam and Doug. So Sam, oh, and Sam has gone down from the lead. He looks over, Doug's gone straight past him, so he better get that bike going, should Sam. Otherwise, he's going to miss out on making this top 10. There goes the 8 of Finn Jarvis. So he's at least in third position. He better get that bike going. He's struggling at the moment. Can't get at the start. Might need to find neutral. So here comes the next one. There's the 180. So that was 6th place, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. He's outside a qualifying position, and oh, this is not going well for Sam. Unfortunately, I think that is him done on qualifying into the main motos. It'll be the non-qualifier for the 29 of Sam Akitiakano. So at the moment, it's now the 9, Dean Henry. Sorry, not Doug, Dean Henry. Flashing back to some 1994 motos there. Doug Henry.
Mate,
so
just how old are you, Dave?
Yeah, I know. I was just having flashbacks. Terra Firma 2 videos and stuff, mate. Anyway, Dean Henry is your number 9 out in front, leading this moto, this last chance qualifying moto, as he's coming into the Motorcycle New South Wales bannered corners there. Now, he's got a handy lead, so he should probably take it a little bit easy just to ensure that he sustains that position out front and qualifies into those main motos later today. Through the Risen corner. That corner is getting some nice deep ruts and some pretty harsh acceleration bumps on the exit of that corner. You can see the bike attitude change significantly as he tried to get on the gas through that area. But he has a good lead here. There's nobody pressuring him now that Sam has gone down from that lead where Dean was doing the pressuring. He's got this one pretty well in the bag at this point. He's about 7 seconds or thereabouts up on the rest of the field on second position, which is Finn Jarvis on that number 8, which we haven't got any sight of him in the back of that shot. So he's got a decent lead, does Dean Henry. And there he is still coming through, putting together a nice last chance qualifying moto. Here is Dean. Now these motos, they are still decent time. They're 12 minutes plus a lap for this LCQ, so it's a decent amount of time here. Unlike in Supercross where they have a short LCQ for keep it's real spicy. This one's just a normal moto length here as he goes through the rollers. Dean Henry. Now Dean's got no sponsors listed, so we can't give him any love at this point while he's out here leading the moto. But he's looking good at this point. Good technique there through the Kennards High corner. Just trying to find a nice line to get up and over the finish line jump. So let's have a look back when the timing and scoring scrolls down. We've got to look for that 10th position. Now I'm noticing a rider with a roll of roll-offs streaming along behind them, keeping it interesting. So 10th is Quade Seymour. 11th is Toby Andrews on the 83. The number 09 Tucker Job is 12th. 221 Lewis. These guys are all on that bubble trying to get into the main motos. Otherwise, if they don't improve that position, they're not going to be getting there into that main part of the day. They'll be in that non-qualifying race. So, keeping an eye back there. There's a bunch of them coming through the second last corner, that National Motorcycle Alliance corner. I think that's where our qualifying 10th, 11th and further will be. So Dean still out front, down the bottom of the circuit. He has a massive gap now. He is 12 seconds nearly in front of the field. So again, like I said earlier, now that he's got that gap, he should just take his time, make sure he gets around safely. The aim of this race is just to qualify. If you qualify anywhere between 1 and 10, job done. You're in that main moto. You can figure it out after that, but don't want to be going down and missing out on your opportunity to be a part of the main part of the day and the championship points that are on offer. Just accelerating there is Dean Henry, getting up and over those little jumps as we get some of our drone footage now. Getting a good look from the skies at the track, and you can see very clearly now some of those lighter sections of the track where it's dried out, some of the darker soils, but also that polished area there too as well of the track, which will eventually end up with a blue line on it because the tyre will rub up it so much that it'll just be a blue groove. So we're watching Dean come over the finish line area there. Still a while to go on this moto, about 3 minutes before that last lap board's going to be shown to him. He's round past the dam there. Now this is that short tabletop that's a bit difficult to get a hold of. If you don't get that little left kink before it really nicely, you don't have the drive to get that one. That tabletop is surprisingly difficult to do. It's uphill, it's a little bit long, and with a short run to it. So we see some really good shots here, getting some of the pits area. A very well attended event here by all. Some of the setups there, some impressive setups in the pits as well. So we're watching Dean get through. One of our officials there just getting some camera time. Dean making his way past that section. Now the lead's out to 13 seconds at this point for Dean, so doing a very nice job there.
Dave, we've got a rider down the back here that's collected some tape.
Oh,
He's
Dean,
cruising around.
Russ, hold on a second, mate. Dean, our leader, has just thrown it away on one of the jumps. He might have been caught up with another rider here as you started talking, unfortunately. So that 13-second lead is probably good that he's got it right now, but I think he's just lost the lead to our number 8 man, Finn Jarvis. So he's trying to get it going. Hopefully we'll not repeat scenes of Sam on the 29 machine early in this moto, but Dean's still sitting there. He can't get this bike going. He's in a bad spot, can't reach the Kickstarter. He's got some time, but not much. Oh, he's going. So we'll have to see once this all comes around and gets over the finish line where this is going to play out, because he had a big lead, but he's lost it. So we're on the number 20 on screen at the moment. That's Ollie Balchin. And he's followed closely. I can't quite see who that is there behind him, but let's see when these riders come across the finish line here in just a second where this is all going to land now, because I see the 8 coming over the finish line, and that will be your new leader. That's Finn Jarvis. So let's see how far down that crash has dropped the 9 of Dean Henry. We'll have to keep an eye on that because there's a fair way back now. So Russ, I cut you off before, mate. If you're there, you can go again for us.
Mate, no, I was just going to say the number 48 there on the KTM. You'll see a giant streamer coming out from behind him. Looks like his roll-off goggles have failed and have ejected themselves. He's got a big, beautiful streamer coming out the back of his helmet there, which is going to be flapping around and bugging him, and definitely not something that you want to happen. But I'm also just watching the number 8, our race leader, come around this back section. He's looking fairly calm and collected, mate. He's kind of looking around, seeing what he's got to do to keep this lead going. But yeah, the number 48, mate, he's got an extremely long streamer hanging out the back of his helmet.
Yeah, I had noticed that one earlier on, but yeah, it's still there, so it hasn't broken off at all yet. It's hanging in for a dear life, but just makes him very obvious to find on the track. So
look, it doesn't seem to be bothering him too much. He's not shaking his head or moving around on the bike too much, so he may not even be aware of it, to be honest.
May not be. He's probably just thinking, what's that noise? But probably oblivious to that at this stage. So look, let's see. It looks to this stage that Dean Henry has only dropped to 4th, so he's still in in the qualifying position, and I just note that the early leader, Sam Akiriakano, the 29, he's all the way down, or at least he was, it's just updating. He's moving himself up. He's all the way down to 19th.
He's just come across the start-finish line, or the finish line jump, I should say, mate, heading into the back section of this track. He's looking pretty stable on his bike. He doesn't look like he's putting too much pressure on himself, but he is moving forward as he launches over the back tabletop here. He takes an outside line and wraps up a back runner. I'm not sure if it's a lap rider or not, but blast past the number 122 on the YZ there. And yeah, he's swinging off the back of that Husky, mate, and really putting it to work.
Well, he might have to swing a little harder because it's a lap to go, and I don't think he's going to get 9 positions in one lap here, but we'll see. He's at this stage, that crash is going to hurt him a lot in terms of making it to that main moto. He's going to be a non-qualifying moto, but he might get a win in that one later today. But let's see where our leaders are. We've got him on the screen there, the number 8, Finn Jarvis. He's heading to the backside of the track here. He's going to go down the hill. He's on that last lap. We've had a change in second position. It's the 585 Brandy Worthley. But Finn is leading. Let's see where Dean is when that screen updates. The 9, who was our leader from a good chunk of this race. He's still holding 4th. 3rd is 48, Jaden Horwood, so he's going to get in there. 5th is the 180 of Chase Irvin. 355, Joe Purcell in 6th. So those 6 guys are looking to qualify, all girls. But there's Finn trying to make his way around some of the lap traffic on this last lap for him. So there's our checkered flag. It's the 8 of Finn Jarvis getting the moto win in this LCQ. So he's into the main show for later today to do the 2 motos. We're going to try and get all of our top 10 who are going to qualify in here listed through. So as it scrolls through, so the 585 has come through. Brandy is going to qualify. Looking for our number 48 of Jaden Horwood to qualify as well, which is our streamer man. So the streamers is going to get in 3rd. Might need a new set of goggles before the main motos. The 9 of Dean Henry has come through. In 4th, Chase Irvin, 180 has come through in 5th. Joe Purcell's come through in 6th. Torrin Halar has come through in 7th. So that's top 7 so far. Let's see who our next 3 for the 10 are going to be. And hopefully they'll start coming through here shortly. So 8th is Jet Fordham. He's qualified. 9th is the 216 of Quade Seymour. We're looking for, and it is the 10th, in 10th position and final qualifier, 7:15. And that is Aiden Nault. So that is your 10 that have qualified through. Everybody else is going to the non-qualifier moto. And unfortunately for the 29 of Sam Akiriakano, our early leader, he's currently down in 18th, hasn't quite come across the finish line yet. He's just about to now in our coverage. There he is, and we'll see what that finish position ends up being for him. But what could have been for the 29 of Sam Akiriakano, he's ended up in 16th. So tried his best, but that bike not getting restarted quickly for him. Hasn't helped out. So we're going to drop down to our man Russ. He's on track side there, going to get some interviews. Russ, go ahead, mate.
Flying of Flynn Jarvis here, mate. Congratulations on the win. Awesome race, mate. Give me a little bit of a start to finish of how your race went.
The start was pretty gnarly. It was hard to get through. Then I got through of the ruts and everything. Yeah.
How are you liking the track and the track conditions, mate?
The track's pretty rough and it's fun.
Awesome. And how do you think it's going to go throughout the rest of the day?
Pretty good.
Awesome, buddy. Hey, well done. Congrats on the win, mate. We'll see you later on today. Mate, I got Sam here, the number 29. Buddy, what happened to that race? You had the lead early. You had a bit of a dirt nap. Take me through how you feeling, mate.
I'm pretty sad because I was trying to win and then I just got cleaned up. I washed the front end and then I don't know what happened there, but I just kept trying to go and eventually I caught up to third.
Mate, you did really well. That was a huge effort. There was a little bit of pressure behind you there that I think might have been a bit of a factor in bringing you down, mate. It took you a little bit to get your bike going, but I'm glad you got up and you got back up to the front of the pack, mate. Well done.
Yeah, thanks.
Congratulations, buddy. All right, and just before we jump to the 50s, mate, that I can hear heading out there, I've got my buddy Cal Morris here. Now, Cal, we were chatting about him earlier. This is a kid that stepped up from local club racing and get into the higher levels now. Cal, how is the racing and how is coming to state titles, mate? This is a bit of a big boy jump in racing. How you feeling out there, mate?
Yeah, it's pretty fun just sending all the big jumps and trying to go as fast as you can in the ruts.
Mate, that's awesome. You're doing really good out there, dude. I'll check on with you later on in today, mate. Well done.
Everybody's down their way through, but Cole Lear.
All right, we've got our 50cc, 6 to 9 years out on track. Their moto has started. The whole shot was the 4.72 of Cole Weir. So Cole got a nice jump there safely through that first corner. We're just watching the field come down the hill here past our stationary cam. This is our last rider going past there. I think that is the 560 of Miles Dre. So we'll just see where our screens catch up to our riders that are down the bottom of the track, hitting those 3 tabletops. And it is still Cole out front on the Cobra, doing a nice job over those tabletops, nearly getting them all. Didn't quite make the distance on all of them, but got pretty damn close. Considering that's a 50, that's pretty impressive. Over that tabletop, nice and easy. In second place, we've got the 43 of Lucas Nielsen, keeping Cole in sight here. Little bit of a gap back to the third position rider, who we'll pick up shortly.
And Dave, there is some track conditions that are changing right now, mate. The back 2 tabletops in the furthest back corner back here are dusty. As the guys are landing on them, they're kicking up a ton of dust. As that pack went through, it basically dusted them out completely. So we're really starting to see the track change, conditions change, and it's going to affect how the race unfolds.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of a wind going on at the moment. I don't think it's too bad, but I think that's just helping dry out the top layer of the surface. And obviously the more bikes we're going through, we're losing a little bit of that top moisture in our circuit. So yeah, the dust is going to start to be a bit more evident here in some sections, not all, because we've still got some good moisture in some of the ripped areas, but yeah, we're drying out just a little bit with that breeze. You can see that Kennard's High banner on screen just flapping in the breeze a bit, so it's just drying the top surface out. But that's the 4.72 on screen. That's Cole Weir doing a good job at the front, but he's closely followed by the 43. Yeah, Cobra's killing it here in the 50 class with the 43, Lucas Nielsen. Whoa, big slide out and a crash for our leader, the 47, yeah. 4.72. Dropped it in that risen corner there. He lost the rear end on the entry to that corner in the dry spot, Russ.
Yeah, look, just a little mistake from him, mate, but you're right. There is a dry spot coming into that corner. He just didn't have his bum far enough back on the seat to manage those braking bumps. The bike unloaded on him. He's just tipped it over. The bike didn't stall. He was managed to get it up nice and quick and get back to it. He did lose a bit of a gap there and potentially a position as well, but good news for him. He was back up fairly quickly and going. It's really, really crucial for these 50s to choose their lines well. Those ruts are well and truly above their foot pegs. So if they go into the wrong rut on the wrong angle, they're jammed, they're stuck, they can't get them going. Some of the boys out there are being really smart and looking for those smooth outside lines. Not necessarily the fastest line, but the line that's going to keep them out of trouble and keep that little bike moving.
All right, we're back on screen here. We've got Lucas Nielsen, the 43 machine, on the picture there. He's still leading, but he's not the fastest man on track. That's to Cole Weir, who went down early in this moto. He's got a couple of seconds out of him a lap at this stage, so he's catching his way back to the front is Cole. But Lucas has currently still got this moto lead. We've got 2 laps to go. The last lap board is actually coming out right now for Lucas as he comes over. So he's got a bit of a gap. Has Lucas as he heads down the track here. So we're just looking for, and it is Cole that's got himself back into second position. And it's the 284 of Jackson Riley in third. And he's not too far back, is Jackson. But he's just not quite on the pace of the front 2. But it is Cobra's 1, 2, 3. As we watch Lucas come into that corner. This is the corner where Cole Weir lost the rear end, and you see Lucas just dragging the rear brake and sort of doing the same thing, sliding into that corner, but just a little bit more control than what Cole had at that time when he went down.
Mate, 2 different line choices there too. Weir was not going into his inside line. He's probably a bit scared off from that one and choosing a wider, safer line. But Weir is absolutely sending it, mate. He is looking to close that gap. He's now into the back runners, so he's dealing with a lot of dust and some back marker runners there as well. But he's putting in a push, mate. He wants to close that gap, and he's coming for him.
Well, I think he's just about to pop in the screen as well at the back of Lucas there, but that's Lucas on screen trying to navigate past the 99 of Porter Russ, which will be a lap down now is Porter. As we see Lucas just get into that whole shot graphics corner, got a nice kick on a braking bump, did Lucas in that corner entry. So he's coming around, he's probably got a couple of corners to go here, but Cole's not quite in that shot, so I think Lucas has got this barring any issue. Through the rollers, nicely navigated. He's going to pull this up into the middle ruts there. Can't quite see him behind that tree, but he's going to pop into shot here on the backside of the tabletop. Into the Kennards High corner for the last time in this Moto 1 is Lucas Nielsen on the Cobra Motor Australia bike. He's going to take the moto win with a nice little cross up is the 43. So he is your moto winner. And it's going to be, we're going to be looking for our second position, and it's going to go to the 472 of Cole Weir. Cole just, unfortunately, that crash early kept him out of the running there. And we're going to get our third position rider over the line here just a second. And that'll be Jackson Riley. So we're going to go to Russ down on the side of the track. Russ, who have you got, mate?
Mate, I've got the 43 of Lucas here with me, mate, our race winner. Buddy, that was an unreal race. You were sending it so big over those jumps. Tell me how you're feeling out there, mate.
Good.
Good?
Yeah.
How's the track conditions on these little bikes, mate? Some of those ruts look pretty deep.
The ruts they're not that deep. They're just hard to roll.
They're hard to roll, aren't they? So are you trying to go in the ruts and use them, or are you looking for smooth lines on the outside?
I'm looking for smooth lines.
Awesome, dude. Well, you did so good today, mate. So far, congratulations on the win. We'll see you later on today. And then I've got Mr. Weir here in the 472 machine. Dude, that was an unreal race. I saw you pushing really hard trying to catch old mate in first. Tell me how your race went.
Good.
You had fun out there?
Yeah.
I saw you sending it over some of those big jumps, dude. Which one's your favourite?
I don't know.
Some of these back ones?
Yes.
Yeah, well done, dude. Mate, keep pushing. We'll see you out there today, yeah? Good job. Mate, some in-depth interviews there from the 50 kids.
They give the best responses, don't they, those young fellas? They got plenty of words to help you out with your interview technique, Russ, so keep up the good work.
I reckon they got a fair few more words from mum and dad at home, hey?
Yeah, probably. So, but anyway, it's good to hear their voices, and they get some exposure as well, but also get some practice at not only the racing on these big tracks, but some of the things that go along with racing at bigger events, like getting some TV time. So they'll learn, they'll get better.
Very cool to watch them, man, and I just love watching those little guys race, because I'm still determined to say that that's got to be one of the hardest classes to race out here. On those tiny bikes that are in auto in small wheels, trying to navigate these huge jumps and deep ruts, slippery conditions, that is a tough thing to do out there. Those bikes are hard to ride. The power of them is like a light switch, on or off. Not an easy machine to handle around a track like this.
No, definitely not. Now, we're just looking at a massively full gate here for our next moto, which is going to be our 85cc 12 to 14 years group. Now, this is down as one of our MXGP qualifier ones for the races at Darwin later in the year. But we have plenty of guys and girls on the grid here. This 30-second or 15-second board is up. It's just turned over. We're about to get our gate drop. We're probably looking for a 2.62 of Blake Bohannon here, who was your fastest qualifier. Will he be the man that gets to the first corner first? Let's find out. Looks to be a KTM heading in there, but there's somebody tucked around on the inside.
Someone's gone on the inside.
And I think that's a Husky there, but I see Blake Bohannon in second. So who's the person with the whole shot? What's the number we're going to pick up here?
That is the number 86 of Archie Black.
There we go, Archie Black with the whole shot. Well done, Archie.
No real surprise there, man. We expect to see Archie up in front. A little bit of carnage back here before the first tabletop. The boys have got it all clear and through. Archie's under pressure from the 262 right now.
Oh, Blake's trying to make a move here. Who's going to hold this inside rut? I think Blake's got it. He has. So Blake Bohannon now the 262 on that GYTR Yamaha Australia. He's made his move into the front. And let's see if he can check out or if any of these guys behind him can keep him in sight. Archie's still in second.
The number 251 is making a push on Archie now. Archie's trying to defend, keep his position, but there is a ton of pressure on this second, third, fourth, fifth positions.
Well, that 251 is Ollie Chandler. He was your third fastest qualifier this morning, so he's got the pace to run that. The one we're just off screen as well is the 23, who was your second fastest qualifier. I think he's in fourth at the minute. That's Mason Esgalis. Apologies for the pronunciation on that one, but Mason E is in fourth at the moment. So we've got pretty much the ones we expected up front. There's another rider there in fifth that's holding close. I think that's Fletcher, 178, but we'll check as they come back around and we get better shots on them. There's Blake Bohannon heading into that whole shot graphics corner. You can still see that's Ollie Chandler on the 251 just behind. We've had a change for that third position. It's the 23 Mason E's getting up there.
And mate, there are bikes down all over the place. We've got a couple of yellow flags out at the minute. Nothing major, just a couple of tip overs and the boys struggling to pick them up and getting going. But it looks like the track's all cleared up now as the guys come around to the finish jump.
All right, we're going to get another lap here in the books. We're going to have Blake Bohannon fly over that finish line tabletop, followed by Ollie Chandler, then Mason E. Then it's the 26, and that is Liam Millard into the mix there. And
yeah, that's right, Millard in fourth, mate.
Yeah, Archie's just dropped back into fifth, so after that whole shot, he hasn't been able to quite hold that pace. Just see a little stab and a dab there from one of the riders going into that right-hand corner. Oh, sorry, left-hand corner. We see the pack come through here. We're picking up a few riders. That was a 7 of Oscar Medhurst going through. That was a 335. And that was Taj Cosgrove going through. Just trying to pick up. That was a 27 of Ethan Wolf. I think that was a 13 of Jackson Williams going through. But we're back to our leaders. That is Blake Bohannon and Ollie Chandler just behind him. Blake hasn't really got too far away at the front just yet. Things are holding pretty steady there. He's had a look over, but to check who it is behind him, he's probably gone, oh no, it's Ollie. I know who he is. Now this moto for the 12 to 14 years is a 12-minute +1 as well, Russ.
Yeah, that's right, mate. They're going to need a little bit of fitness as they go into this, but Bohannon seems to be pretty comfortable. He is checking over his shoulder, but I don't know if he's feeling a ton of pressure. He's looking pretty comfortable. He's got a small gap going there. I think he's going to be pretty okay with where he's sitting, but I think he's going to make a push to extend this gap.
Definitely would be. He's trying to get out of that corner as hard as he can. He's on the gas hard there, leaning off the back of the bike, had the front wheel waving in the air. Through the Kennards high corner now, putting another lap down is Blake Bohannon. Trying to get away from Ollie Chandler on the KTM in second. Still the 23 of Mason E in third position. Bouncing off the wall there was Mason as they come down the hill here. Now all these guys are sort of using that middle of the track, trying to stay out of those deeper inside ruts to keep carrying some momentum to get around the next left-hand corner and make it over that sharp little tabletop. We see Blake just drifting a little bit on that shine and dry section of the track there into the risen corner where we saw our man Cole Weir go down on the 50 in the moto before this. We watch Blake get a little scrub action happening there just to stay as low as he can and land and keep the drive up for these back three big jumps. No problem on these bikes for those jumps. Plenty of horsepower in those little ones. Now, Blake just driving away a little bit. Now, the gap isn't massive, but he's got 2.5 seconds over second place now, does Blake, at the front of this field. Oh, nice line there from Blake, actually. He sort of went a little wide, cut across and drifted under power across the ruts on the inside and ended up back to the very inside of the track there. That was a nice move from Blake Bohannon. Just using the track to his advantage, using some racecraft there was Blake. Some of the things that he's probably working on and developing here as his skills keep growing. Blake Bohannon, we watch. I think that's, oh, write it down. Second position, Ollie Chandler just lost the front. It folded as he went into that National Motorcycle Alliance corner. He's dropped to fourth now. So Mason E is up into second. And we've got the 26 of Liam Millard into third now. So Ollie Chandler in fourth.
Sorry to jump in there, mate. So Blake's now got a huge gap. That's played right into his hands, mate. He's sitting really comfortable now. And going into the back section here, he's actually about to get into some lap riders. So this is always interesting about whether these guys can see him come in. We've got a red cross flag out the back here for the 265. Is it 265 machine? 205. So red cross flag is out in the back section here. The rider is okay. He's with one of our marshals now, but clear off the track, but calling for some medical assistance there.
Just keeping an eye. Hopefully that rider is A-okay, but we'll find out more across this one. But we're keeping an eye on Blake. Decent gap now, like we said, with Ollie going down. It's now put a 5-second gap for Blake at the front of this field over our second position, Mason E, on the 23 machine. Just keeping an eye on Blake go through the rollers now, getting the front up over the first couple there. All right, Blake coming down the hill now in the middle of the track. Look at that sit technique into the corner. Beautifully done there, following that rut line. On the pegs there, up and over the tabletop. Now, he's going to run. Oh, yeah, there's our rider that's down on the inside of that line, but we couldn't pick up quite who that was. We see Blake just flying around that corner, pitching off the wall on the exit there. Now he's going to drift out here, bounce off the edge of it again, use that to hold him in. Try to keep the bike low there. He's on the power hard here to get these three tabletops. Now
he's got a bunch of traffic right in front of him coming over these back tabletops though, mate. So he's having to back off a little bit to make sure he stays safe. Gets around one of the back runners. He's got two more in front of him now. So he's doing a great job at lapping his way through this pack. We're just hoping he doesn't get held up into the back runners. Gets another one, and he's got a couple more in front of him. So he's really working hard to work his way through the back of the pack.
Yeah, just finding his way there. He had to just he's probably on a couple of lines he might not be appreciative of right at this second, trying to get past some of these riders, but he's making it work. We're only, well, we've still got a good couple of minutes left in this moto, so probably another 2 or 3 laps here still to go. So he's probably going to run this further up into the field just yet. At the moment, he's put down to, he's up to about 30th in the running order, so he's putting about 10 riders a lap down already, has Blake Bohannon. But nobody's challenging him just yet. He's extended his lead. He's out to about 7.5 seconds as he comes past the finish line area once again. As we see the 13 there, Jackson Williams going past just ahead of. He's about to get put a lap down by Blake Bohannon. And I think that rider there will be our... No, that's the 52. I thought that was our second position. The 52 number is Harrison Pipe. So we keep an eye on that one. Now, I think if that's the same man, I was calling Harrison Pipe on the pipe at our Enduro Cross last year coverage. If it's the same Harrison, I think it might be. So he's not quite as on the pipe here on the motocross track as he was on the Enduro Cross track last year, but he's doing all right. As we keep an eye on Blake as he heads down the back section again. Bit of a clearer run this time. Only one rider in front of him. He's going to have to just navigate past this time around. We get our drone shots as we keep an eye on Blake through the different sections here. You can see how the track is developing. He's made his way past that one now. Alright, as he goes up into our whole shot graphics corner, staying in the middle of the corner there. He's obviously found a nice rut that he's comfortable with to get that corner done smoothly. You see him on the pipe, over the single, over the tabletop, and he's going to fight a rut here that he can... He's on the pegs there through that corner because he doesn't want to sit down. There's obviously some bumps in those ruts. Got to carry some more speed there. Just tightly around the inside of the National Motorcycle Alliance corner. Alright, we're just hearing that our rider who was down in the motor that Russ was referencing is getting the medical attention that they need, so hopefully they're okay there, but we'll probably find out more in a little bit, but they're getting the access to the medical. We've got good first aid here, so you can see them there just above as the screen as Blake goes past. And we've got the 151 just in screen as well, and that is Jackson Corlander. Getting a lap down as well was Jackson.
Yeah, mate, Blake is still out the front and doing his thing. As you mentioned, he's coming past our injured rider there. It is amazing to see how good this medical team is. Rider seems okay. He's sitting up. Medical team is with him. Does look like he's got a bit of an injury, though, because he hasn't moved since he sat him down and took his shirt off. So, unfortunately, someone's day is cut short. Someone's weekend is over. But really glad to see it's nothing too serious, and the medical team is on hand to sort him out.
All right, Blake's just made his way past the 88 of Joey Oborn there on that DJM Racing Yamaha machine. So Joey's going a lap down, but Blake just carving up these lap riders at this point of the moto here. He's probably coming towards our last lap board as he gets through these sections of the track here, but a little bit to go just yet for him. Moto's not done. Still plenty of work for him, but he is making a decent gap. He's out to 12-second gap at the front of the field. His pace hasn't really slowed down. He's doing a 1:43 as the last lap around. So he's definitely got some good pace, does Blake Bohannon at the front of this field. And it is the last lap board out now for Blake. So we'll keep an eye on him, but it's still Mason E on the 23 in second, Liam Millard on the 26 in third. It's the 27 of Ethan Wolf now up to fourth. Ollie Chandler after that crash and probably a bit of a rough in that lap or so. He's dropped into fifth position now. So a bit of a change up there. Ollie was in that second position but had that crash, tucked the front. So he's trying to salvage this one. Archie Black, our early hole shotter, he's in sixth. In seventh is Lewis J. Carafa on the 35 machine. In eighth is Brax Pollard in that eighth position there. So good running order so far there. We're keeping an eye on Blake on this last lap. Got a lot of riders here just in front of him for this last section that he's got to navigate through. Ninth is Kobe Binion and 10th Ryder Birchall is there in 10th position. So that's your top 10 in this moto for the 12 to 14 85cc. On the last lap here with Blake Bohannon, just carving up that track. Like I said, that was his line that he went from outside to in, just drifting through there on the power. And it worked well to get past that rider there on the KTM, as he's got a couple more here to navigate through in this last quarter of a lap. So Blake through the rollers, going to go wide in the National Motorcycle Alliance corner to go around that last lapped rider. Now Blake's going to hit the Kennards High corner here. Last corner. Hit the finish line. There's the checkered flag. Moto 1 win to Blake Bohannon on that GYTR Yamaha Motor Australia junior racing team. So good race there for Blake. It'll be the 23 of Mason Ezgalis. And he's coming across the line now. And he's closely followed by the 27. I think he might have got in front of the 26 there, Liam Millard. So I think Ethan Wolf might have done it. Oh no, the timing shown Liam Millard in third, Ethan Wolf in fourth, and Ollie Chandler in fifth. We might drop down and find Russ. Hopefully he's been able to grab our race winner, Blake Bohannon.
Mate, I am down here with Blake Bohannon. Down here with Blake Bohannon, and he is looking huffed and puffed, mate, but he has done an absolutely great job. Blake, tell me about your race, mate. That looked unreal.
Yeah, it was a pretty good race. I got an alright start and then just made my way through. I think I was in about third, and then I just rode my own race from there.
What is the hardest part of the track here today?
Probably going after those 3 jumps down the back, and then there's like heaps of ruts after it. That's pretty tricky.
Yeah, mate, it absolutely is. There was a few bikes going down section. You managed it really well. I noticed you changed up a few lines. Are you finding a line that you like, or are you still looking for the perfect line down the back?
Oh, I found a couple good ones, but I'm just trying to search when I go.
Awesome, mate. How's the bike feeling?
Yeah, it feels so good.
Mate, that Yamaha GYTR looks amazing out there. Congratulations, buddy. We'll see you later on. All right, guys, I also have Archie Black here. I'll just get my little crew rearranged. All right, Archie's coming in. Archie, mate, tell me about that. You got the whole shot. You looked amazing, and you faded back a little bit, buddy. What was going on there today?
Oh no, I was just running up there with these big dogs. Got the whole shot. Dad's like, let's go, and I'm like, well, yeah. I psyched myself up, got the whole shot. Tried to stay with them, but they're just obviously quicker. Just need to go back, maybe like do a few changes, and be back for Moto 2.
Awesome, mate. So is that a level that you can reach today, or are they sort of out of reach? Do you think you can push to get to that level?
Well, nothing's impossible. I mean, if I get another start like that, I don't see why not.
Mate, I love it. Congratulations, buddy. We'll see you out there. Back to you in the booth, Dave.
There's some Cooper Webb mentality going on there for Archie Black. Put himself in with the big dogs, as he said. So he's going to go back and work on it. That's a pretty impressive attitude there for Archie Black. But yeah, great insight there into the minds of the 12 to 14 years 85s. We're going to get our next lot of races here on track. We've got another 85s, but this time it'll be the 14 to 16 years. And we will be getting them here. The gate's about to drop. You can see the attitude of the bikes and the riders. The head's down looking at the gate. There it is. It's dropped, but we had one rider get caught in the gate. I think that was the 14 there of Archie Job getting the front wheel into the gate a little bit too much, but it'll be the 18 getting the whole shot, and that is Kai Fraser. Nice start from Kai there. He's going to hug the inside and try and block that line. Actually, no, sorry, he went to the outside. Somebody went to the inside. We're getting a bit of a change here. So, yeah, it was Kai going to the inside, but it's the 215 coming around the outside. Oliver Rex going to steal that lead away on this opening lap. Now, Oliver was your fastest qualifier. Kai was the second fastest earlier this morning. So they've put themselves back in that running order. In third is the 171, who was also your third fastest qualifier, Luca Penman. So 1, 2, 3 from qualifying. 1, 2, 3 on track here early in this moto for the 14 to 16 years 85cc class. Now a bit of a smaller field for this group. Not as many as our 12 to 14 years, but there's still going to be some competitive racing here as we see the 215 Oliver Rex just shooting around the bottom of the screen. He's getting a little gap already over Kai Fraser and Luca Penman there. But they are all going to be searching for a bit of grip here on that drying surface as we see him getting a little bit sideways over some of these jumps through the bottom section of our track. Some nice deep ruts there just at the base of that one as well that they had to navigate through after their landing. We see him shoot down the hill here We'll see if any of them pick up that line that Blake Bohannon was using there, but they've all seemed to tuck in tightly into that inside rut. Has the front three of the 14 to 16 years 85s. We're watching Oliver just work his way around, trying to get through this section nicely. Up on the pegs through that section there, trying to keep the bike flowing and light underneath him. Over the rollers. Now he's going to hug the inside this time around. Oh, bit of a bobble there on the exit. He's had to put the outside foot down on the corner, and that's not a good sign usually. And now that brings Kai Frezza up into the battle yet again. So they're neck and neck here as they come to the finish line. Tabletop. Kai's got a sniff here. He thinks he might be able to take the lead back from Oliver Rex. But Oliver's sort of settling this back down now after that little moment. See how they go through our corner here. 1, 2, 3. Very close in action at the moment. Up and over this short, sharp tabletop. Through the inside. Now they're going to all fade. It looks like there's a rut that's developed to fade to the outside to miss that inside roller, which is probably a bit of a handy thing. It was getting a bit nasty there on the exit, was that inside roller. So they've all managed to find their way around it. You can see Oliver and the next 2 and 3rd positions all using the bank there to try and hold the bike down in that corner and still get as much drive as they possibly can to get down the hill. So we see Kai chucking some nice little sideways action over the tabletops there. Trying to keep Oliver in sight. As we just see him there. 2 different lines through that National Motorcycle Alliance corner. Oh, our second position, Kai Frezza's just got a bit of a bad moment there. He's gone over the front of his Husky into that corner. He's got to get that thing going. He's dropping positions here is Kai. But he's got it going now. He's going to have to do a bit of a pivot here and get it back into the circuit. Not sure how we're going to like the look of that one cutting off the corner there. But anyway, he's back on track and up and going now. He's lost a couple of positions. I think he's going to drop back into about that 6th or 7th position in the running order. So a bit of work now for Kai Frezza after battling early, taking that whole shot. Not the way he wants this moto to go. But for Oliver Rex, that's made things a little bit easier at the front. He's got a little bit of breathing room now over our new second position of the 171 of Luca Penman. So we'll have to see if it's a bit of a quiet ride now for Luca in second position, or if we see that 18 bike make its way back into the mix here or not. Now I think, where did he come through? Kai has come through in 7th, unfortunately, so he is in about that mid-pack now, so a bit of work to do has Frezza after that crash. And there's Oliver Rex heading down the hill. Trying to sweep a little bit wider on that bottom right-hand corner there before the tabletops to try and avoid. There seems to be a bit of a rut and a couple of braking bumps in that section that are just unsettling the bike. So he ran a bit wider line. It looked a lot smoother that time through for Oliver Rex. Now I have to see if that line was just something that Kai got mixed up and cross-rutted himself there in that section, or if there's a bit of a bump. But Oliver just went through there not too bad, so maybe he chose a different line than what Kai did the lap before. But no dramas for Oliver Rex at the front of this field in this 14 to 16 years 85cc race. Ooh, bit of a push in the front wheel there. That stabbed that right foot around that corner. Oh, nice wheelie, but recovered. Had to make up for it on the coverage there through the rollers, did Oliver. He's doing a good job at the front of this moto. Had to make that move early on lap 1 to get to the lead after a second place start, but he's doing all the work now at the front. He's got a very good gap over our second place, Luca Penman, on that 171. Now here's the rest of our field. We've got the 14 there, that's Archie Job. We've got the 46 of Matthew Fraser on that HMR roofing bike. Now they are running in 3rd and 4th on track at the moment. No sign of the 17 yet. He's still a bit further back after that crash. Sorry, the 18, I should say, not the 17 of Kai Frezza. But there's the 14 machine and the 46. So a good battle here for 3rd position. They're all running that line around that inside roller as well. And 2 different lines through the risen corner there. Matthew went nice and tight, but Archie took it sort of mid-corner and out to the wall to try and avoid the inside section. So different lines developing. There's that bump. You see the 46 just going mid-track into that right-hand sweeper and hitting the bump a little bit harder. We get one of our riders. Oh, is that the 171? Our second place, Luca Penman, just cruising offside there. I think he's got a bike issue. He might either be stuck in gear or losing power, but he's not happy. He's waving his arms at his support crew there. It's probably on the back of the start gate. So our second position is dropping quickly here. Not sure exactly the reason there. Maybe we can send Russ on a scouting mission at some point, but he is in 4th now. And see if he can be able to hold that. So that means that the 14 machine of Archie Job is now going to be your second position. And the 46 of Matthew Fraser will move up to 3rd. So it's given Oliver Rex a pretty massive lead now out the front. And we've apparently had a rider down at the back of the field, which we're not sure who that is just yet, but we'll pick that up as we go around. There's the 171. He's still circulating. So there's obviously power in that bike, but maybe not enough, or maybe we've lost the gear shift and can't change gears, so we might be stuck in a... Yeah, I think he might be having a gearbox issue or a gear shift issue, because it doesn't look like there might be one as he came past the commentary box, but we'll find that out a bit more later on. So we see him come down the hill now, just cruising, trying to keep his momentum up. We watched one of our officials running across the track there, past our leader. That's Oliver Rex out front with a massive 16.5 second lead over second position of Archie Job. Here's our yellow flag, so this might be where our rider is down. And not sure, I think they might be off screen there at this point. So watching Oliver come through.
Yeah, Dave, I think you're right. There's definitely a shifter issue on that 171 machine. It seemed to me like it might be gone. It's a little bit difficult to see, but he was definitely, his foot's flapping around there. He's searching for something. He's looking down consistently and just trying to make something work there. So could be a busted shifter.
Yeah,
not too sure.
As he came over the finish line, it looked like he tried to look for it, and there was nothing where his foot should be grabbing it. So maybe he might have, caught it in a rut and broke it off or bent it or something, but just looked like that wasn't where it, where it should be. So he's still able to circulate. So even if it is stuck in, say, 2nd or 3rd gear, it's not too bad, but it's not going to help you win the race in that point, is it, Russ?
That's right. It doesn't seem to be affecting the bike drive, so to speak. So I think we're on the right path here with it being stuck in gear or a busted shifter, because what he can do at that speed, he is doing just fine. So look, I'll have a look at the bike really closely when he pulls over, mate. We'll get him in for a chat. I'm sure he's feeling real chatty after this.
Oh yeah, as most of these guys would be in the same scenario. So, but look, it would be good information if you can grab him to see what we can confirm. But yeah, he's definitely dropping back down the field. He's lost a bit more pace. So he's come across the line now. I'm just going to have another look at it as it goes past. Yeah, there's no shifter there. So where has he come through now? He's down in 5th position. So the 18 of Kai Fraser has actually moved back up in the 4th position. But yeah, that means that Archie Job and Matthew Fraser have inherited a couple of positions from the crash from Kai and the bike issue from Luca. So good things for them, but not so for the others. And Oliver Rex is just out front with now nearly 20-second gap, not knowing what's going on and wondering why it's so easy to win a moto. As he goes through that whole shot graphics corner, if he has a good look over his shoulder, he's going to realise there's nobody behind him for ages. So he can pretty much take whatever line he wants. He's still got a little whiles to go before he's going to get the last lap board. He's not going to get it this time past. So he's enjoying pulling the front wheel up as he's riding through those rollers, but having a good time out on track is Oliver Rex. Up and over the tabletop. As he pulls through, he's got a nice technique there, standing all the way into the mid-section of that corner just to carry his speed and keep the bike where he wants it. Another wheelie there, carrying it over a couple of the braking bumps just to get himself into that corner a bit nicer. Down the hill, smooth line there, taking it a bit more mid to outside of the corner. Some nice lines here from Oliver Rex on board the Husky. I'd give you some more love, Oliver, if I knew your sponsors, but you haven't listed anyone, so we'll just go with what we can see in terms of that bike on the Husqvarna there and the Alpine Star gear. But he's working his way around this track. He's probably got about half of it to go, and then he will get the last lap board. So, coming through here. Let's see what style he's got over these tabletops. Oliver Rex, nice and steady, nothing too fancy. Just getting the job done out front. Last lap around he went for a 1:47, so still some good pace there despite the fact that there's no pressure, not needing to push on, but he's still gapping the field. That gap is now out to a 23-second lead over the 14 of Archie Job in second. So Archie doing a good job considering he wasn't up there to begin with in this moto, but he's going to get himself a lovely second position if he holds things together here for a little bit longer. As we're watching Oliver get himself around. Let's see if he carries the front again through these rollers. There he goes. Leans back purposely to carry it over the third and fourth one. Bit of style on the lap, why not? Over the tabletop. Now, what do we got here? It should be the last lap board. No, they're going to go for the finish line. It is the checkers. So out of that Kennard's high corner, over the finish for Oliver Rex on the 215 for your moto win. We're going to have a fair gap here and a fair wait to get to our second position of the 14 of Archie Job, but he's getting towards that finish line now. And if we keep an eye on our third and fourth position, we've actually got a little battle here. The 46 of Matthew Fraser's got to keep on it because the 18 of Kai Fraser is making his way back to the front after that crash early in the moto. But it's going to be Matthew Fraser to hold on for third, Kai Fraser in fourth, and then we'll have to see where the 171. Yeah, we'll have to see where the 171 of Luca Penman, who missed out on that. He was running second, but we think he had that gear shift. He's coming around now. He's probably got a couple of corners to go on the track. So we might go down to Russ, who's probably going to try and grab our winner there, Oliver Rex, and we'll see what he has to say about that moto.
All right, I'm down here with Oliver Rex, mate. You absolutely waxed the entire field there, mate. That was very, very well done. Tell me about your race and the track and how you feeling today, mate.
I'm feeling really good. Track's getting a bit rough, lots of square edge bumps, but feeling good going to the next moto.
Awesome, mate. You're looking really comfortable out there. Did you have to make many changes to your bike to get it set up for this track?
No, we've been training on a fair few rough tracks, so the suspension's pretty dialed.
Mate, you're looking really comfortable out there on this machine. Who do you want to say a quick thank you to out there?
I'd like to say a huge thanks to Motolab for getting my suspension dialed, Alpine Star, and Arcade Change, my mum and dad for bringing me here. Thank you.
Mate, you did unreal. Congratulations. We'll see you through the rest of the day.
All right, we are back to the starting grid, and we've got our next race up, and it looks to be, I think this will be another one of our LCQs for the 65cc, 10 to 12 years. So this one's going to be action-packed here because we're looking for the top 10 to make their way into the main motos. So we'll just watch the hull shot here, and it looks like it's going to go. Oh, there it is, the man, the 275, Flynn Burgess sweeping in there on the 375. Now, Flynn is our man who had no time in that first session because he had a bike issue. So he's going to be looking to run away with this and get the win and get into that main moto. But as this race goes on, we'll keep this on the screen, but we'll go to Russ. He's got the 171 from our previous moto.
All right, here we are, mate. We've got the 171 machine down here. You lost a shifter halfway through the race, mate. Tell me what's going on.
I don't know, I was going pretty good, was going third, then the one in front of me dropped it. I was like, oh, got this, just keep going, nice and steady. And then I go to shift and it was loose and I wasn't shifting. And then after another lap of just going, scrubbing all the jumps, I couldn't really do much, it just come off.
Mate, that is absolutely heartbreaking. You were doing really well out there. We were watching you, looking down, searching for it. We figured something was up. Your pace is looking good. Other than this issue in this race here today, how are you feeling on this track?
The track was really good. It was really fun. All the boys, they're like right there. It's tight racing. The track's prepped really well. Good ruts. Overall, it's really fun.
Awesome, man. We're really looking forward to seeing how you go over the whole 5-race series, mate. So get that bike back to the pits, get it fixed up. We'll see you back out there.
All right, so confirmation there that it was a gear shift issue for the 171 in that previous moto. Now back to our LCQ action for our 10 to 12 years. It is the 275 of Flynn Burgess leading this one at the front. So good to see that they've got a bike sorted for him to get back out here and rip, as they say. He's doing a good job here. It looks like if he can hold this all together, you'll be able to qualify in for the main motos. Now, this race is an 8-minute plus 1 lap for these guys. So not too long to get the job done here for Flynn. But good technique there through those rollers, getting the front wheel up on the early ones to carry his speed nicely through the track. Now, he's followed closely by the 252 of Tate Thompson on that Husqvarna there in second position. You just see him popping in the screen now. So Tate is doing a good job in terms of getting himself qualified, which is the aim of the game here in this moto. Now we've got 17 riders in the field here, so the top 10 are going to go in. At the moment, 10th is the number 100 of Jace Wallace, and in 11th, who's on the outside looking in, is the 13 of Logan Chapman-Nichols. So we'll see how this updates as they come across the finish line here. But that's Flynn Burgess on screen, doing what he can on the 275 machine. This is really like, he got probably 1 lap or thereabouts in the original practice qualifying before the bike expired. So he's still probably trying to learn the track a little bit out here, which he's going to need to do if he wants to put himself in a position to get some points here in these main motos that'll come up shortly. But it's going to be a busy day. 3 motos for him, although he didn't do much in that opening practice qualifying. So it's just going to be a bit tight now. He's going to have a short turnaround. He's going to have his 2 motos after this one to get himself worked through. But doing a good job so far. Bike's holding together, which is the main thing. Don't want to have a second failure in as many times on the track here at the opening round of the state titles. So we're watching him navigate that rut around the inside there. Nobody seems to have picked up on that line that Blake Bohannon was doing through there from outside in and power sliding through. But maybe later in the day we'll get that one across to some other people. But that was an awesome line from Blake Bohannon when I spotted it. All right, keeping an eye. There's Tate still holding down second just in the back of the screen. Trying to get some of these other kids in the view as well. Oh, a bit of a battle there in the foreground going on. Got 3 riders all on top of each other. Now, pick up their numbers here. I think we've got the 13 of Logan Chapman-Nichols. He's up to 8th position if the timing and scoring's updated is right. So we're right around that LCQ bubble point of qualifying and not qualifying if we're on these guys. Oh, write it down. Who's that? That's our second position place. That's the 252 of Tate Thompson's gone down. So he's better get that bike going quick, smart, or he's going to miss out on the qualifying. Find that. He hasn't put it in neutral by the looks of it, and it's not going to go at this stage. Better find neutral. He's losing positions quick now. Oh, this might be another one of those situations where things aren't going to go to plan. He's had that crash. Yeah, he's definitely dropped out of the qualifying positions at this stage. Poor Tate. So as they come through, we'll get an idea of how many he's dropped, because they're all coming across the finish line. There's the 13 again. Logan is up to 6th position now, so he's well and truly into a qualifying position. We've got the 211 of Caleb Chapman in 7th, the 286 of Cooper Scott in 8th, Toby Edwards on the 83 in 9th, and the 100 in 10th is Jace Wallace. So that's the last qualifying position. Tate Thompson, unfortunately, hasn't quite come across, or he has come across the line now, and he is going to be in 14th on the track. So still got a little bit of time. He might be able to make this up, but he's going to have to work real hard. We've got Flynn Burgess back on screen, doing a good job at the front. No issues for him so far. Hopefully he's had his issues for the day already with that first qualifying session. and the bike issue, but things are looking good for him at the moment. But this is the nature of the LCQ situation, is that without, you know, a perfect run, you always have the risk in moto of something going astray, and a little tip over can be all it takes to take you out of a qualifying position. So LCQ has a bit of a pressure applied to it. Oh, nice style there, and we didn't quite catch it. The tree blocked it, but Flynn throwing that 65 sideways just for good measure. He's obviously starting to feel comfortable and happy with everything out there on track, which is awesome. As he puts another lap down. Still about a minute and a half before he's going to see that last lap board as he makes his way down to my favourite corner on track. Nicely through the middle of the track. You see that technique too. Holding that inside leg up nice and high so he doesn't catch a rut and drag himself off the bike. Now where's he going to go through here? He's going to go that middle to outside, and you can see how dry that line's getting, and that dryness in that track is going to mean that that throttle control is more important on those sections as he tries to get out of that quickly, but without spinning up and losing forward momentum. And let's see where he goes down the hill. The lines are starting to get a bit more, there's some more braking bumps and ruts, and he's gone to that just outside of middle, which is where I said about avoiding the bumps that are forming on the inside of that corner at the bottom of the hill. Bit of style again from Flynn. Now you can see back behind him, massive gap. He's got 42-second gap over second place. So ideally, if you can figure that out, you steady up a little bit on your pace and you just make sure you get the qualification done. Now on screen, we've got the number 7. That's the third position on track. That's Spencer White. So good ride there for Spencer. Just behind them is the 241 Ryder Lynch. Ooh, the 7 getting a bit of a bounce through those acceleration bumps on the exit of the corner there. And just behind Ryder will be the 13 at the back there. You see it on the back plate. That's Logan Chapman-Nickel. So that is our 5th place. So Logan's been on the move here in this moto. Obviously a bad start or a little tip over maybe at the beginning, but he's working his way forward. He's in qualifying position, which is awesome. You see the 241 there on the side getting past, and that was Ryder Lynch. So Logan up another spot, up to 4th now. So we watch them in that National Motorcycle Alliance corner. Now these guys are all in good qualifying positions, so nothing silly for them, and they'll make their way into the main moto for the day. The rest will have their own moto later in the day for a non-qualifying moto. We're watching the 7 there trying to make a move on the 180 in second position of Chase Irvin. So Spencer's coming forward here and he's bringing the 13 of Logan Chapman-Nickel with him. So there could be a bit of a change up here. We could have a change. We've got a good battle for second. Flynn has definitely checked out on this guy, these ones. He is miles ahead at this point. When we come through, we'll get an idea of what the gap is.
Mate, Flynn's actually just enjoying himself out there, mate. I'm watching him come around these corners, pop the thing up on the back wheel and wheelie over some humps and bumps. He's looking around, seeing how big, seeing if he can even see second place. But he's in cruise mode, mate.
Well,
absolute cruise mode.
The gap has just updated as Chase has come over the finish line, and Flynn's got a 58.5-second gap on him. So Flynn, just get that bike to the finish, mate, and you will forget all about what happened in practice qualifying this morning. So.
Well, he's definitely backed off, mate, so he's definitely not going to pop a motor doing what he's doing. He's, he's riding at, I don't know, 80% capacity at the minute, it looks like. Very, very calm, taking it real easy. And just enjoying himself.
Well, the man on the move, as I said just a second ago, is the 13. He's gone, I think I called him at 13th or 10th thereabouts earlier on. He's now got past the number 7 of Spencer White, who was 3rd. So Logan is up into that 3rd position, and now he's challenging 2nd position, the 180 of Chase Irvin. So we could see the 13 make his way all the way up to 2nd position here by the end of this moto if he keeps going the way he's going, because he's all over the back of, but he's missed that step-up jump. So we've just had the race winner go through. That's how far ahead he is. He's gone through and grabbed that win. So Flynn has got the win, and we'll probably speak to him because we'll have a chance for that with Russ. He's got plenty of time to stop him and check in with him. We'll keep an eye on this battle here for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th and see where this ends up with Chase Irvin on the 180 at the moment, holding 2nd. And we've still got the 13 of Logan in third and the 7 of Spencer in fourth. But they're just going to battle their way here to the finish line. We've got about 3 corners to go. So we come into this Kennard's higher corner. Last corner, can Logan go all the way around the outside of Chase? They're going to come across the line completely side by side. I don't know if he's just missed out. So Chase Irvin's going to hold on for second. Logan Chapman-Nickel, with all those passes that he made, he's going to get to third in the end of that one. And then we're just going to see who's our 10th place one. So it's going to be Cooper Scott. The 286 is the 10th and last qualifier to the main. So that's our 10 solid riders going through for the main motos. Now we're going to go down to Russ. He's got some interviews post-race here.
Mate, I am here with Flynn Burgess on his Coastal Motorcycle Boys Moto Surgery prepped bike. Buddy, you were about 2 days ahead of everyone else in that race. You could have pulled over and had a little nap. You absolutely waxed him, mate. Congratulations. How are you feeling out there?
Yeah, I felt good, but I'm not going to get my hopes high too yet. So, yeah, I'm just going to keep him. Just going to have it up there, but still got to do some motos.
Exactly right, mate. I love that mentality. Don't get too excited. Head back to the truck, grab some water, get ready for the next one, mate. Congratulations. Well done. All right. I've got the number 13 here. Dude, Logan, you did so good, mate. You were moving up through the pack. You must have passed almost just about everyone. How is the track out there, mate? Is it getting rough? Is it smooth? Tell me a bit about it.
Yeah, it's getting rough, but you have to get through it and just pass everyone.
Amazing, dude. What's your favourite part of the track so far?
Probably the corners.
Loving those corners, mate. You looked great out there. Congratulations, dude. We'll see you later on today.
All right, we're back with action. It's the MX3 moto and the number 8 of Rafael Rossiter got the whole shot, but he's quickly under siege from the 299. And that's Ryan Jones, sorry. Ryan's just making that move there to the lead over Rafael, but he's going to go to the inside and try and take that back. Is Rossiter. We'll see how this plays out here. Is Ryan's going to go around. So Rafael's got the lead back on that number 8 machine over Ryan Jones. So 1-2 there. In third is going to be the 999 of Nate Ebick, and we're looking for the 275. That is in fourth there, Riley Burgess. So Flynn, his younger brother, just got a moto win. Oh, Riley's making a move there for third. Nice work, Riley. Took the inside line there, held a tighter line, got past Ebick. So that's the 275 moving into third. So we'll see if he can make his way to the front. Riley having a good look over his shoulder there as he went over that jump, just to check who's in the back. We see the 5, their fastest qualifier, just a bit further back in the mid-pack there, Drew Kremer. But, yeah, Burgess there is going to be interesting to keep an eye on. He's got some speed. He's also got a podium in a Supercross end of last year for that SX3 class. MX3 is basically the same thing here, just the motocross version. So be looking for Riley to get himself further forward here. And he's actually pulling up to the back of Ryan Jones, the 299 in second position. We see Kremer making a move there as well, also taking Ebick. So Kremer's making his way towards the front, but there's Burgess all over the back of Ryan Jones now as they head to our last corner on the track, the Kennard's High corner. Where is Burgess going to go? He's going to go right round the outside of Jones. Now, can he get the drive and shut him off? And he does. He blocks off the line, takes it away from him, so that's Burgess up to second now. But Rossiter out front on the 8, he's got a little gap out there, so he's running hit a little bit. But let's see if Burgess can keep this. He's gone the inside there to block Jones. Now the one that's coming with him, the 254, and that is Jack Devson, one of our quick qualifiers. He was third fastest qualifier. Hearing that rider 28 is down, that's Peter Wolf. So hopefully he's up and going shortly. But good battle here. Devson's going to come up towards Burgess now. So Burgess, as much as he's just taken that position there for second, sorry. He's under siege from Devson, so this battle's going to start to develop here. But Rossiter still, nice gap. So let's just keep an eye on it. We're hearing about some riders being down. We might have a bit of a flag situation, so we'll keep an eye on that as the race going on. There is a red cross flag out on part of the track, so we'll see that as they come through. Yeah, we just got it on screen there, so we'll keep an eye on that and see how we go. But the race continues on at the front here. Burgess, Devson, that's second and third. They're trying to catch back up to Rafael Rossiter on the 8, but he's got a nice little gap there at the front of this MX3 paddock. But Burgess making his way, he's getting a bit more comfortable there. Going tight inside is Burgess with Devson just a rut out from him. They head into that Kennard's high corner. Look at those braking bumps that they're both having to manage there. This battle is raging for second and third. You just see the 8 there ducking out of screen, the leader, as they're about to head down the hill to our favourite corner. There is the 8. There is the leader, Rafael Rossiter. Good job there from Rossiter. Now Rossiter, after we're coming to where those riders are, there's red cross. So we're going to have to roll through this section, give plenty of room. As they do, they're just going nice and steady past them. Good job, guys, paying attention to those flags. But as soon as they pass that flag, the race is back on. So Burgess trying to get up to that leader of Rossiter. He's got a tiny gap over Devson, but they are starting to see the number 8, that white Husqvarna at the front. Oh, sorry, it's a Triumph. It's got the white rear guard on it, according to our notes here. Yeah, black front guard. There we go. So he's on the Triumph, is Rossiter. But Devson trying to get to the inside here. Oh, good work, Burgess shuts him off. But can Devson go around the outside and get to the inside of the next corner? Not quite. Devson is having to find some unusual lines here to try and make this work, but he can't quite get past Burgess at this point. These two are battling really hard, but they are coming towards the 8 of Rafael Rossiter here. So Rossiter's starting to move back towards it. We're going to have a three-way battle for the lead here in just a second. So it's the 8 from the 275 from the 254. So up and over the finish line yet again. We've got a three-way battle now. It's all concertinaed up here at the front. 1, 2, 3, all in the same corner. So we're just hearing from Russ. If Russ wants to jump in, he's got the one of the injured rider going past him, and that was, who was that, Russ, sorry?
Mate, rider 458, Chase. This is one of the riders that went down under the red flags there, mate. He's definitely looking injured and beat up. Helmet's missing a visor, and bike's missing a few bits too, mate. So he's hurting. He's feeling pretty sad too.
Battle's raging on, but at the front, hopefully that rider can be okay shortly. Devson's gone all the way around the outside of Burgess, and he's going to make a move here on Rossiter in the one straight, and he's going to go around the outside of Rossiter as well. So change for the lead. Devson got himself to the front with 2 outside moves here. Burgess is now all over the back of Rossiter, and he's going to duck to the inside and get past him. So they're battling up to this corner here, but Rossiter's still hanging in there for just a second. Burgess now solidly makes that move. And is Burgess going to take the move? He does! He dives to the inside, takes over from Devson. So we've had another change from the lead, and Devson fights his way back. They're crisscrossing across this track here. Beautiful work. Now, who's going to come out of this corner? Devson has to shut off a little bit. Burgess cut him into that corner, took the line away from him beautifully, but Devson's going to have a dive here around the outside in the Kennard's high corner. These two are battling on hard here in this MX3 moto, opening moto for them for the day. Devson dives to the inside. Burgess cuts back to the inside. Who's going to get to the corner first? Burgess. Oh, they almost touched there. Devson down the hill, had to get on the brakes. Cut back to the outside. Burgess closing off the inside here. Beautiful work from both these guys. They're battling super hard. Very clean racing so far. Let's hope it stays that way as Burgess shuts off the inside again. Devson taking that outside run, bouncing off the wall, trying to get a drive here. Can he do another run here? At the bottom of the hills where Devson made this move last time around, he went around the outside of Burgess. So let's see what he's got this time around. Goes the same way. He's going to make the same move. He's banked off the wall there. He's up level and he's passed. Looks over, gives him the business. Nice work, Devson. Burgess is going to have to learn from that one. He's got past there twice now. So Devson takes control of this moto. Gone to the inside there, controlling the corner. Doing so again here. Burgess has to follow. So can Burgess fight back in this one? Has he got anything left in the tank? They've had a good little ding-dong battle here in the middle of the moto, but we're only basically halfway through. We've got more than 6 minutes before the last lap board. As Burgess now using the outside, can he get a slingshot run here through the rollers and do what he did last time around? Back to Devson. Here we go, into the corner. Devson's been able to control it a bit better. Gets a little squirrely, but Burgess gets a nice run to the inside. So the rolls have stayed stable for a second here. But Burgess is coming around the outside this time. They're going to go level. Can Burgess get the run again? No, Devson's going to control that inside, but Burgess will cut down. Look at that. Cuts inside, takes the line away, shuts it off, closes him off onto the inside. Beautiful racing here and racecraft from both these riders, but that was a wonderful move from Burgess. He's now controlling the inside of this section. This is the tightest section of the track. We see Burgess on the inside over the roller. Devson going all the way around the outside, carrying that speed. And again, can we see the same move from Devson on Burgess? Is Burgess going to learn from the last 2 times around this track? Down the hill we go. What's Devson got? Can he do something here and go around the outside again? Burgess just picked up the line. He blocked it out for him. Yeah, looks over and says, I know what you're up to. But Devson's decided to go on the inside this time. He's going to make the move. Devson, beautiful racing. As much as Burgess took the favoured line there. Oh, Burgess. Oh, God, this is good. MX3 championship racing at its best. Burgess cuts to the inside. Devson slides to the outside. Massive battle going on here. Devson, Burgess. Rossiter's dropped way out of screen in third, but still holding third. Kremer's in fourth and Cooper Bowman in fifth for the running order, but all the action is up front here for 1-2. The battle is raging. What's Burgess got into this National Motorcycle Alliance corner? He's going to go to that tight inside rut again. Devson not with a good run there in that second or third rut out. They're drawing level. What have we got? This lap rider is going to get in the way. Burgess cuts to the inside. Can he make this move work? Both try to scrub, stay low, but Devson's going to get a better run here. But this is where Burgess has cut down nicely previously and then shut off the line, but he can't do it this time around. But he's going to go to the inside. Can he block it? Yes, he does. He's made another pass. He's going to hold this inside section. This is a good section of track for Burgess. Can Devson run it around? Oh, he's tried to close him off this time. He has. Devson's learnt from the laps before where Burgess has made those moves. So Devson closed it out this time. All right, let's see what we got down the hill this time. Devson's leading for the first time down this track, down this section of track. So Burgess has got to keep it close now because this is where Devson might be able to break him later in this moto. If Burgess doesn't keep an eye on him, he's going to get away from him. Devson with a little gap.
Burgess made a small mistake up this back straight, and that's what's allowed him to fall back, cause him to fall back rather. The boys are going at it so hard. A tiny mistake is all it takes for the gap to open up.
Yeah, this is probably the biggest gap we've seen from the first to second since these two have got to this position. Rossiter had a nice lead early, but he's dropped off the pace. He's still holding third, but yeah, this little gap now that Devson's developed, it's probably only a second, but it's massive compared to what they've had. They've been switching places left, right, and centre throughout this track in these mid parts of this moto. We've still got 3 minutes plus a lap to go. Devson almost loses the front trying to go around the outside of that lap rider there. He was lucky to stay on top of that Yamaha just then. Burgess is just starting to lose a little bit of toe here.
Looks like Burgess could be getting a little tired, mate. If I'm looking at his body language, he looks like he might just be getting a little bit puffed as the boys continue to push late into this race.
I'd say that little bit of back and forth action has sort of just, put them both into the red zone heart rate wise. It's now whether they can sort of let them settle enough to then have another push for Burgess. And in case of Devson, he's just got to continue to run the pace and just hope that he can hold on now that he's got this tiny gap. Oh, a bit of a loose end there for Burgess on the exit of that corner over the inside roller. Just lit it up. You can see the line just there that he cleaned off as Devson heads down the hill using that nice little wall that's developed there from that line that he's been taking and passing people with. getting sideways over those jumps. Yeah, Burgess is having a look back over his shoulder. I think he might have lost toe here and maybe just hit the wall heart rate wise.
I think he's gassed, mate. He was making a few more mistakes coming into that back section there. Those few technical tight corners, he didn't look the same as what he did earlier today, or earlier on in this race, I should say. I dare say the heart rate's up and he's feeling it.
Devson just settling into this now at the front, taking the lines that he wants to take because he doesn't have to crisscross the track by Burgess taking the line away from him and passing back and forth. But Devson's had a great race here. He's putting this together nicely now. Oh, a bit of a dab again. That same corner. He's just losing the front on the entry to that corner is Devson on that 254 machine. Yamaha. Got the numbered jerseys peeling off the back there. He's going so fast as he comes over the finish line for another lap. Probably the next lap around will be the last lap as we see the blue flags out there for a few lap riders. That's the 77 of Jet Sanderson that's getting a lap down. Or about to go a lap down there now as he goes down, as Jack goes past. So Devson just got a couple of lap riders here to navigate past. That's the 94 of Jake Griggs getting a lap down as well on the Honda.
Yeah, mate, the blue flags are out in force at the back here as the boys try and make their way through a little bit of lap traffic. The officials doing a great job trying to let those other riders know that they are being lapped by the race leaders as the boys head into the back section over those dusty tabletops. Burgess still hanging in there doing his best, but I think that gap is opening up, mate.
Yeah, it's out to 4 seconds now, so Burgess definitely has lost that toe. Just probably spent a little bit too much energy in those opening exchanges through that beginning and middle of the moto. Just wasn't able to maintain the rage, it seems. So we'll have to see what he's got. He'll go back and recover and see if he can put together something a bit more, you know, spicy for the rest of the next moto to see if he can get one up over Jack Devson. But at the moment, Devson's going to lead this one through. He's going to get the last lap board here this time past, so a bit better run that time. Didn't push the front into that corner that he's been doing. Now Burgess is still just off the back of that, but he's not in the same pace that he was a couple of laps earlier. Still trying to keep him in tow, just in case. You've got to keep a little bit of pressure on these guys at the front because they can make a mistake, and that mistake might be enough to have them, you know, drop it and get you can pounce on it. But Burgess doing an all right job there. So let's get the running order. Devson, Burgess, Rossiter, Bowman, Cooper Rowe, Drew Kremer in 6th, Justin McHugh in 7th. Just scrolling past there, noticing that Richie Lawler, the 27, who we thought might have been up there, down in 22nd position at this point. So not a good run for Richie. But yeah, so McHugh, Ebick in 8th, and Burkett in 9th, and then Cooper Ford, man who won, well actually, sorry, Cooper Ford's just moved to 9th. So man who won the 125 15 to 17 years class earlier in the day, running up there in 9th position in this MX3 class as well.
And Dave, that's what we were saying before about how these guys can dominate in one class and then they end up mid-pack in the next class. There's a whole bunch of stuff going on with that. They're riding two very different bikes when you're coming off a 125 and a 250. There's a mental game at play there as well. There's just a whole lot going on for these guys to go from dominating one class to being 10th to 15th in the next.
Oh, and we've just had our 3rd place rider, the number 8 of Rafael Rossiter, who was coming under siege from Cooper Bowman on the 26. Rafael's gone down, so we had a change for that 3rd position. So it's going to be Bowman now into 3rd position there on track. And I think Drew Kremer's got past him as well. So few positions lost there for our whole shotter and early race leader of the number 8 of Rafael Rossiter. So that'll probably put him down into about 6th or 7th. So there's the checkered flag for the 254 of Jack Devson. He should be pretty happy with that one. And 275 of Riley Burgess comes across in 2nd. We're looking for our 3rd place rider, who should be, there he is. He's the 26 of Cooper Bowman, getting that on that last lap. So that was our top 3. What a race for our MX3. The 254 and the 275 going at it. Absolutely ding-dong. And they're there with Russ now. So Russ, over to you, mate.
That's fine, it's good. Sorry, I'm fucking sorry. You good? I didn't mean to cross over anything, alright? I don't like to do that.
Yeah, it's all good.
Alright, you good?
mate. I've just jammed the microphone in between the boys here as they've come off the track. The sportsmanship between them is unreal. Such good battles. There was even apologies for cross-jumping and carrying on. Boys, I love this sportsmanship, and I love that you guys are battling there so well. Mate, tell me about your race and how that went. You two were battling really hard. You end up getting the lead. I think Riley got a little bit tired there in the end. Tell me about your race, mate.
Yeah, it was an intense race. You know, I got off to not the best start, but kind of made a few passes in them first couple corners, and then, yeah, Riley and I made ourselves to the front, and he was P1, I was P2, and yeah, we went back and forth a few times, and yeah, it was a real fun battle.
Mate, that was one of the best races definitely we've seen today so far. Could be one of the best for the weekend. Burgess, tell me about your race, mate. You guys were going neck and neck, banging bars. It was unreal. You seemed to drop off at the end, mate. Was that a little bit of fitness coming in, or what was going on there?
Nah, I rode pretty good. Obviously, I had a little bit of arm pump, so I just backed it down a bit. Jack rode so sick. Yeah, I love battling. That was so fun.
Boys, that was absolutely unreal. Can't wait to see what you guys are going to give us for the rest of the day. Well done.
Yeah, some awesome racing there for MX3. I'm going to have to try and get my voice back after that one. But the boys there, some great interviews as well post-race there from both Jack Devson and Riley Burgess. Great sportsmanship, as Russ was pointing out. So we might just we've got our race about to drop the gate here on our next one. This is our girls, 12 to 16 years, 85cc. Almost a tuck of the front there for the 67 of Chloe Hart as she came in, but it's going to be the 288 of Mia Cameron getting the whole shot. Good start for Mia, but yeah, she almost tucked the front, did Chloe Hart, on that entry into turn one there. So the battle's going to be on at the front here, the 288, Cameron and Chloe Hart on the 67 in second there. So they come into that Kennards High corner. Haven't quite picked up who's in third just yet, but the 288 leads us over the finish line for the first time. It's going to be the 137 there in third. Oh, don't actually have that one on there. Oh, it might be Lily Lewis, sorry. She's got a 37 in this book. But then she was closely followed as well by another rider. I think it was Layla White there coming through in fourth. So catching all the girls come down the hill here. You see the 28 there of Emma Backway going past. And I think that was the 332 of Holly Impey on the Husqvarna possibly going past. So we'll just try and catch our leaders again. Here we are. Well, we've had a change for the lead as well. The 67 has got to the front, so that's Chloe Hart making a move over Mia Cameron as they head down the back of the track. And up and over our tabletops there. Chloe trying to make a run for it here and see if she can get away. And I think in the background there we've had that change for third position, but we'll see that in just a sec when we can pick them up. But Cameron holding down second, trying to keep Chloe Hart in sight there. Ooh, a bit of a rough line there for Chloe as she goes into that corner. Mia Cameron on the very outside of the track there, trying to find a smooth line, but she found a nice hole that she had to go through, which probably wasn't ideal. And we've got the third position rider coming into the screen here. And is that still Lily, or is it Layla White that we've got there now? I can't quite tell, but we'll get them as they come across the finish line. We're watching Chloe up in the top of the berm there of the National Motorcycle Alliance corner to get a good run here for this tabletop. Makes it nice and easy. We've got Hart from Cameron. And we'll just pick up our third as they come across the finish line here now. And just confirm that it is Layla White in third. So she's going to try and make a move here on Mia Cameron as they head down the hill here. Both into the corner at once, both taking the same line, so Layla's got to follow her through there. Can't do anything about that. Chloe up and over the tabletop. Running that wide line around the berm there is Chloe, trying to stay out of those inside ruts and that inside roller that's got a bit of a kick to it on the exit. Gets a nice run there around the corner of the Risen corner. Using the wall there, a little bit of a bank to keep the speed up and keep the bike with some pressure on the tyres so it doesn't slide out. to head down that hill and into the bottom of the track.
Dave, these girls are great to watch, and they're doing what we were talking about earlier. They're picking really smart lines and staying out of trouble. They're not diving to the inside and slamming into the deep rut. They're looking for these smoother lines, especially those top 3 girls, looking for those smoother lines and holding momentum going around this track.
Yeah, Russ just implicating the guys there to be not as sensible as the girls, but I can see these points because they are taking some of the smoother runs here through some of the corners just to stay out of the ruts and keep the momentum up, which is a good ploy. It also saves a bit of energy as well, really, when you do it. You're not hitting as many bumps, so you're not having to force your bike into a position or keep the bike underneath you as much because it's not bouncing around as hard. But this battle here for second and third between Cameron and White, Layla's getting close in some sections, but not quite close enough. Oh, there's an issue for Mia Cameron. She's just hit a bump, shot straight through the bannering on the National Motorcycle Alliance corner there. She's managed to gather it up, but she stayed on top of it, went over the back of the berm, back on track, so she's into third, so that will move Layla up in the second position there. But yeah, just got a kick at the wrong time in that braking area for Mia, and it just shot her straight over the back of that corner. But she's up and running. Didn't come off, luckily. Didn't get a banner stuck in a brake or anything like that, so we won't have any issues. She's all clear. There she is coming down the corner, but she has just dropped off a little bit. Now, 4th place at the moment on the timing and scoring is the 4.74, and it's Olivia. I was going to say Oliver. It was Olivia. And then I think we had a change there. It might have not been Lily Lewis in 5th, but we'll check that one as we come back through again and we see them further. There's Chloe Hart, our leader, heading down the bottom of the track. Using that similar line that Jack Devson was just using with that bit of berm and rut that's developed in it there on the outer edge of that bottom right-hand sweeping corner, just to help them carry that corner speed. It's a very good line that developed there just recently. So we see Mia just Chloe just pivot there, mid-corner. Wanted to go a little bit tighter on the exit. Staying out of that inside rut. Nice smooth line there from Chloe Hart. And up high in this whole shot corner as well. Again, out of the ruts. We've got Layla White just sort of creeping into the back of shot there in second position on some of these other shots now. So now that maybe Mia's not in the way, Layla's starting to find a flow and get away towards the front here. So we might have a battle here towards the end of this moto. Now, this 12 to 16 years girls 85cc moto is 12 minutes plus a lap. So there's plenty of time here. We're only about halfway, I'd say, in this moto, with just over 5.5 minutes to go. As we see Chloe going through there, she's supported by irresistible pools and spas. So hopefully she's got an irresistible pool or spa in her backyard that she gets to use when she wants, as she's just navigating away through some lap traffic. That's the 317 of Bonnie Aldridge there on the Kawasaki. So Chloe just going past her, putting her a lap down. And I think that's Layla coming up the inside there as well. So she's getting closer slowly towards Chloe Hart here in the lead. And Mia, unfortunately, just with that issue that she had there when she went over the back of the berm, just dropped off. She's about 10 seconds off the lead now of Chloe Hart. So she's got a bit of work to do, does Mia, if she wants to get back into the mix. Chloe having a good race here. We just got to keep an eye on Layla in the background there as if she's creeping. She's now under 3 seconds gap from the front. As we see Chloe at the bottom of the track there. She's going to start making her way up the hill now. Just climb up and then short shoot down here. Nice little tabletop, this one. But look at the line she's taken there. She's got a little hole there that's a bit soft, but she's gone right to the outside there to miss those ruts on the inside are starting to get a bit deeper. So with these 85s bikes, they're not as high off the ground as the 125s, 250s. So she's probably just trying to keep the pegs out of the way and keep her boots from hooking on her rut. But again, Layla's just there now. Look at that gap. It's closing right up. So Layla really putting in a charge here later in this moto. She's getting right to the back wheel of Chloe Hart. is Layla White on that 608 Husqvarna, supported by RSM Motorcycles and A1 Auto Parts at Warhope and A-Class Auto. So some good support there for Layla White. But can she get right up to Chloe and potentially make a move? We've probably got 3 laps to go, so she's got time as they shoot down the hill. But they are definitely in the one shot in the same corner now. So good job from Layla to be getting closer to that lead. She's just got to keep following those similar lines that she's been using, that she's comfortable with, because it's obviously been working. And then when she's got a spot where she can feel that she can venture out, make that move. They're in the risen corner. They're going through the middle there, trying to stay out of those ruts again. There seems to be a nice little mid pocket there that's not too bad. Layla taking the inside, Chloe on the outside, trying to make some ground is Layla. We're just getting word too that our Kawasaki rider on the 317 of Bonnie Aldridge has just pulled out of the race. So hopefully all is well there, and maybe just not up to doing the finish couple of laps. But we'll keep an eye on our battle here at the front, because it's really tight now. Chloe's still holding the lead, but Layla is just creeping right up to the back there. She's got some, I wouldn't say better lines, she's just using them a little bit smoother and carrying better corner speed. But here's a different line for Layla. Not sure that's going to work too much, but it might be a passing position for her maybe on the next lap. Maybe she's just trying that out to see if it's going to be nice and smooth and work for her. She's creeping up. Look at this. We're almost level here in this corner. Oh, a little bit of a push there on the front end from Layla, but she's got a good drive now. Draws level. Has to back out of it because Chloe's going to push her out to the outside of that corner. Chloe controlling the race there, doing what she should at the front, making the line hers. And if Layla wants to get around her, she's going to have to make a decent move, not just sort of have it given to her. So, cross the finish line again. Probably 2 laps to go now for this 12 to 16 years girls 85cc race as we watch them come down the hill. Layla all over the back of Chloe Hart. Layla hasn't quite got a move made anywhere just yet. She showed her a wheel, but that's as far as it's gotten so far. Let's see what we can do here as we get through this tighter section of the track. They're going to both flow around the outside of that berm. Look how shiny and dry that section there has got. Everyone's using that same bit of real estate on the entry to the risen corner. Here comes Layla. She's gone on the inside. She's going to take the line away. Is she? Oh, they touch. Layla's hooked bars with Chloe. Layla's shot off the side of the track. Chloe's continued on. Layla's still up. She's got it regathered. Jumped back onto the track. That was as close as you want to get going down there, down the hill there. They've almost ended up in a pile together, but somehow they've both stayed on top of the bikes. And we're continuing on. Chloe Hart now got probably a couple second gap over Layla, but Layla's going to have probably a bit of an adrenaline spike and maybe a little bit of aggression to try and get back up to here and make this move, and she is. Look at this, she's closing right back in, so obviously there's extra pace there, and that adrenaline will probably help Layla just get going a bit here. To that mid-section of the corner again in the whole shots graphics corner. Not good enough in that section for Layla. That rut's a bit rugged, had to get the foot out and paddle it. Chloe coming out of there now, trying to make a run. She's got a bit of effort here to get away from Layla, but Layla's trying to close in. Maybe we'll see that same move get made here in just about half a lap, but we'll see. Layla trying to get back to the back wheel. She might not be close enough just yet. As they come over the tabletop into our Kennards Hire corner. Our man on the finish line, he's going to show these girls the last... No, he's not. They're not quite there. He didn't show on the last lap board, so maybe we've got 2 to go. So Layla's got some time. Mia Cameron's still running in 3rd. Olivia on the 474 is in 4th and not far behind our 3rd position there. The 3rd and 4th are fairly tight on track as well, just out of our screen. But we keep an eye on our front 2, Chloe Hart and Layla White, as we're getting to that section of track where they touched last time and Layla shot off the side of the track. She's not as close as she was last time around, but getting there. Or maybe she will be. She's going to accelerate hard out of this corner. She's going to dive to the inside. Oh no, Chloe's going to block it this time. So we've had a role reversal. Chloe blocked it out. She didn't want Layla doing the same thing as last time around. That was a little bit too close for comfort, I'd say. As Chloe up and over the tabletop, Layla's right there. So Layla's going to have to find a different position on the track that she's comfortable with and got a little bit of a speed advantage if she wants to make a move now. But maybe that was the change that Chloe needed. She needed to make. She made that drift to the inside there, so she didn't open the door for Layla, as they just have to navigate this lapped rider that's just in front of them. I believe that's the 28 of Emma Backway. No, maybe not. Might be the 248 of Letty Seymour, sorry. On that Yamaha there from Lithgow Bike Stop. Letty, supported by Lithgow Bike Stop. Good shop up there. As we see Layla White get to the inside there. Chloe sweeping through that corner into the rollers with good pace. Now I think they haven't given the girls the last lap board because the man on the finish line is coming out with a finish flag. So this is going to be their last one. So Layla's going to come up just a little bit short. Chloe's into that Kennards High corner. So it's going to be the 67 of Chloe Hart taking the moto win. And Layla White's going to come in second on that 608. So that touch there on that second last lap was a wild ride, but didn't end up getting her anywhere. So maybe next moto we'll see. And it's going to be the 288 across the line, just popping in the screen about now. There she is, Mia Cameron holding on for third. All right, we're going to drop down to Russ. He's going to get some post-race interviews.
Mate, I jump in here for interviews, but there's a lot of cuddling going on and a lot of celebrating. I got Chloe with me. Mate, that was a heck of a race. You did so good. Some amazing lines out there. Tell me a little bit about how that race broke down for you.
I got a really good start, got good off the start. Yeah, came to the first corner, came out second, and then I pulled a bit of a gap, but Layla behind me just like catch me. I could hear me every corner. Really had to push through, but yeah, it was awesome.
It was an awesome battle. You girls did really good. Looking forward to seeing you out there for the rest of the day. Congratulations. All right, I got Layla here, who ended up in second place. Layla, that was an unreal race. You girls were throwing down. That was an amazing battle. Give me a little bit of a breakdown of how your race went from start to finish.
My start wasn't the best, which is all good. And then, yeah, I was just trying to catch her the whole time.
Mate, there was a bit of banging bars and a little bit of creative riding going on out there. I love seeing the girls push that hard. It's really cool. Where's one area that you need to improve over the track to get it done today?
Probably like this half of the track, kind of.
The back half, where it's a little more technical?
Yeah.
Yep, there's some really tricky lines in there and ruts, isn't there? Mate, you did an amazing job. Congratulations. We'll catch you throughout the rest of the day.
Right, awesome job from the girls there. Doing some very good post-race interviews and obviously some good racing as well. Hopefully they'll continue that throughout the round and throughout the series. Now, on to our next race on the grid, and it's our last one of the LCQs. It's our 7 to 10 years 65cc class. So we're looking for our top 10 riders to qualify their way into their main motos. As the gate is dropped, we're going to look for our hole shotter and see who that's going to be getting to the first corner. Looks like the 246 is going to get there, but there's another rider trying to get in the inside there, but he's going to make the move around the outside, down into the rollers there. So we'll see, pick up who that one is, but the 246 in this class is Tyson Lupton. Now on that Husky out front now. Oh no, sorry, that's our third position rider that we were just looking at on screen. So we watch, there's the 246 of Tyson in second. So the rider first over. Well, Tyson's come up as our lead rider, so maybe our first rider. Well, that's 29 is Sam Akitiakano. Maybe doesn't have a timing thing on them on this bike or something, but anyway, we'll see how that goes. But there is Sam on screen as he's making his way through. Now, if I recall correctly, Sam had a bit of an issue in his other class on the 85 and didn't make it out of the LCQ. So hopefully he's going to have a bit of a better run here in the 65 class, but potentially just missing a transponder as he heads around the bottom of the circuit here Now this particular moto for this last chance qualifier for the 7 to 10 years is an 8-minute plus a lap. So not too long, but long enough for these youngsters to get amongst it and try and make that top 10. Now we have 13 riders on track, so only 3 are going to miss out here in the main show. As we're watching Sam find his way around that corner there, just trying to keep out of that tight inside rut. And following around that whole shot graphics corner. Now he's got a decent lead from what we can see on screen. There's nobody behind him in the shots we've had, so he's doing a nice job here, is Sam. And you can see, yeah, look at that gap that he's got behind him, plenty of space. So all going well. Sam should be the first man through here to qualify for this last chance qualifier. As we see him head up to that tabletop in the middle. Round our Kennard's high corner, up to the finish line. That's 1 lap down. Few to go yet for Sam, so got a bit of work yet to do, but he's got plenty of space, no pressure applied. All right, there's Sam now popping up in our list, so hopefully he showed up this time on our transponder riding through. So the 246 has gone through. It is Tyson Lupton in second at the moment. And then the 288 of Caden Teague going through in third. It's the 274 of Ricky Leonard in fourth. We'll wait as they come across here. It's the 143 of Xander Paparazos in fifth. Axel Gregory in sixth. Rigby Job in seventh. Max Carter in eighth. Ziggy Rogers in ninth. Mace Purcell in 10th. So Mace is in our last qualifying position at this time. The 20 is Wilco Cox coming across in 11th. So Wilco needs to get hustling here if he wants to get in the top 10 for the LCQ. As we see Sam just trying to stretch out that middle step up there on the back straight. Bit hard to navigate that rut at the bottom of that last tabletop there in this smaller bike. The peg's got a little close to the ground, I'd say. But he managed to keep it all together. As he's got to try and battle his way through the ruts there. Oh, he's got to fix his pants up too. Had to grab the belt buckle there and just pull it up a bit. Might have been showing a bit of butt cheek otherwise by the looks of it. So hopefully that's all sorted as he continues on. All right, Sam's just working his way through the course here. Up and over. Now Sam's got a nice handy 13-second gap on the field, which I'm sure is extending at the moment because that was the last time they crossed the finish line. Here is our mid-pack. I think I saw the 274 of Ricky Leonard there, so that's about fourth. He's on the Husky there. The rider in front of him is the 6 of Axel Gregory in sixth. So this is our mid-pack riders going through. Oh, the 274 getting past Axel there. Axel having a bit of a moment. And I think that's Rigby coming into the back of the shot there on the 15. It is. Oh, Rigby's just had a moment. He's got a dab of the foot, got the rut caught, dropped the bike. So he's got to get up and going because he's lost the position now. I think that was Max Carter getting past him. On the, well, maybe it wasn't Max. Maybe it is. We'll see. You can't be hanging on the ground too long here in these LCQs or you will not be qualifying through. So here's our riders going through 143. There is Xander. There is the 274 of Ricky Leonard. Oh, was that a bit of a moment for the 6? Just getting a bit of light wheel spin on the face there. Getting a kick up the jump as we watch these. So this is our 5th, 6th, 7th going over. Sorry, 4th, 5th. They've just adjusted. They've adjusted as they come across the finish line there. We watch them run down the hill here. See what line these guys are going to take. They're all trying to stay out of those inside ruts. They're a bit deep for them. But they're safely through there, carrying some momentum well. Staying high on that berm there. Trying to get a good run up at this tabletop here. Now I think we're going to see a move here from Ricky. He's going to dive to the inside. He's going to go around it. Yep, he's taken the line away. Nicely done there from Ricky Leonard. He's going to move himself in the 4th. So Xander's dropped to 5th now. So Ricky's going to try and run and hide here. Gets a good run over those couple of acceleration bumps. Those bumps aren't much for the bigger bikes, but they're definitely making those 65s bounce around as he's trying to get the power to the ground. Was Ricky. They get to the bottom of our circuit now. All right, I think we've had, we're having a change there as well. I think the number 6 is making his way past Xander, so Xander's just dropped another spot there. He's now to 6th. But Axel Gregory is now up into 5th there, so good job, good pass, Axel, on his YZ65. And all these kids are trying to move to the outside of that part of the circuit there to stay out of the ruts and find a smooth line. Even that exit there's a bit of a deep spot that they all sort of got a little bit crossed up in there, battling their way through, trying to keep the pegs above ground. And back onto our 2, 4, 6. That is our second position rider. That's Tyson Lupton coming up and over the finish line there on that longer shot. You're going to be able to see him shoot down the hill here. Doing well is Tyson. Carrying some good speed there through the corner, up on the pegs. Got his elbows up nice and high. Still stood deep into that corner, so good technique there for Tyson. Trying to keep the bike light and be able to take those bumps well without the weight of his butt on the seat. Stood all the way through that corner. Nice job, Tyson. All right, so Tyson keeping it going there in second position, supported by BJ Crowley Plumbing and FXR. Now we've got the 29. We're back on the Sam Akitiakano there with I&K Excavation supporting Sam. So we see him bounce through those ruts, and he's using that same line that we we're just talking about, trying to stay wide there. And Sam's got this one going pretty well for him. He's 35 seconds up nearly over the second place position of Tyson. As he's making his way up the hill. Now, getting a good run there through the rollers. Watching that machine just make its way through there, working the suspension underneath him. Standing on the pegs he was through there, doing a good job. Good send, didn't quite get that tabletop completely, but close enough. Deep rut there that he had to navigate through for that final corner on the Kennards High. And you can see the last lap board is out, so 1 to go for the 29 machine. And he'll get himself qualified into the main show here for the main 2 motos in the 7 to 10 65cc class. And with this one, we'll only have the top 10 going through. Unfortunately, 3 riders are going to miss out of this one. And they'll have their non-qualifier moto later in the day. So we see Sam pop up and over that tabletop. Bit of a big jump for that one for the 65s. Especially if you don't get a good run with those ruts out of that corner. Pretty hard for these kids with those acceleration bumps that are starting to form there. You see him on the pegs, but nicely through that one, because there is some acceleration bumps on the exit of that risen corner. And he did a good job there. Now he's just got to fix the pants again. He's not comfortable with the pants, Mum and Dad. Might have to get him, he's either grown out of them or they're a bit loose. So, have to check on that one for Sam. As he comes down, he's on the bottom section of the track. Tries to send the step up, just makes the top edge there, gets the front wheel over the point, so it's all good. On the pegs there through those deeper ruts. They're a bit of a nasty spot there at the bottom of that last tabletop where everybody obviously is compressing and all the water's probably sat over the time, so it just got softer at the beginning of the day. And there's a nice deep pit there that they've got to run through. Now Sam's just trying to make a pass here. He's got a lap rider in front of him. That's the 2-2-1 of Ali Warland. So Ali making her way through. She's currently 13th, so she's going to end up in that non-qualifying motor, but she's doing a good job. This track isn't easy at the moment, and Ali's getting herself around here pretty good, so well done, Ali. We see Sam just hit that tabletop. He's got 2 turns to go here, roller and a couple of tabletops, and he'll be qualified in out of this LCQ. Just passing a couple more lapped riders is Sam. I think he's just made his way past the... Oh, that might have been Rigby job, but not sure. And there's the 20 of Wilco Cox. So checker flag for the 29 of Sam. And we might take ourselves on a break here at our coverage of the round 1 of the motocross state titles for Motorcycle New South Wales.
Looks good, eh? Ken Earth. What was that, love? I said Ken Earth.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Kellogg's make your job easy.
All shot graphics. Be first. Be original.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
Looking good, eh?
Ken Oath. What do you think, Donna? Gentlemente de K.
Hey, boss. Ken sorted it. All good?
Cannot.
And we are back. The 15 to 17-year-olds on the junior lights 125s are back, making it through that first corner, all clean into the second corner and into the rollers, all looking well. No major issues there. Few of the riders picking inside and outsides. The 169 of Tyson Williams has got the lead as they come around. Cooper Ford snakes him up the inside and launches into the lead as they head down to the back section of the track. Down through Dave's favourite couple of corners there. And Cooper Ford looks as though he is jumping out to a lead here already within the first lap. A bit of a gap back to the 169 of Tyson Williams. These two boys look like they're going to check out. We've got a few track markers laying there on that corner. But these two boys are kicking up some serious dust as they launch down over the back section of tabletop, throwing the bike sideways, laying it over. I don't know if they're scrubbing off speed or just looking stylish, but either way, I like it. It is amazing. Both going to the inside there, coming around our Kennard's higher corner. Taking the outside line there above the dam and coming back around to the front section of the track. Cooper Ford doing an amazing job of taking control of this race. We've got a rider down there and yellow flags are out. Into the midsection of the track comes Cooper Ford and already opening up a gap even further. Tyson not letting him get away with it. 1, 2 and 3 as the boys come around to the finish line, all diving to the inside, over the finish jump line and headed down into the back section. KTM on Yamaha on gas as the boys head into the more technical section. Ebic, the 999, not letting the boys get away. Pushing hard. It looks like number 2, Tyson Williams, has dropped the bike coming into that section. So Cooper Ford being gifted a bigger gap again. I'm not sure he needed it, but he's going to take it. No looking back for Cooper Ford at all. He's just racing forward. He's doing his own thing, hitting his marks. Looking super stylish, and that gap has opened way up now for him.
Yeah, it was a much better showing for Tyson at the start of that moto, but that drop has not helped his cause here. He was doing well at the end of the first moto to sort of start to challenge Nate Ebick there, and ended up 4th, but yeah, he's obviously thrown away this one as well a little bit there at the start of this one. But hopefully he can get things back together quickly, but I think he's going to be just probably out of touch for those guys again from a podium point of view for this moto, which is going to be, unfortunately, with the 2-moto format today, that's going to put him off the overall as well.
Right.
So
yeah. Look, Nate Ebick has absolutely stepped up. He's grabbed this opportunity with 2 hands, so he's launched himself into 3rd position now. 4th, 3rd. No, he's in 3rd.
Yeah, but Tyson is still right behind him.
That's
so as
right.
they come into screen here now, you'll see Lawler go through that second.
Oh,
There's
no,
Ebick.
he's gone down again.
He's trying hard.
Mate, and that's probably his issue, is that I think he's pushing really hard and he might be just outside of his comfort zone there, making some silly small mistakes that could cost him big time.
Well, the 259 got through there as well, so he's not only dropped the stayed in that 4th position, but he's dropped down to 5th now. So McCloskey got up in the 4th from that mistake from Williams. So
from a totally unforced error too.
Yeah, well, that first one probably was an unforced error as well. So, you know, he's making them on his own. Obviously, he's pushing hard, but yeah, he's not coping well at this point. And he's trying hard again here now. He's trying to make up and get back past Josh McCloskey, but McCloskey's no slouch here, so he's going to have to push hard again and hopefully see if he can stay on, is Tyson.
Well, this is where Tyson probably needs to take a deep breath, try to get that adrenaline under control, slow things down just slightly and just stop, just clean his riding up, stop making these small mistakes and try to get himself back on track and be a little more calculated in making the moves rather than forcing a little tip over in these corners.
I wonder if we get a chance to talk to Tyson, I wonder how much of this is maybe him becoming familiar with the Yamaha, because last year he was on KTMs, and maybe there's just a little bit of learning the bike. You know, frames are different, the suspension components are different. Maybe he hasn't quite got a complete setup that he's completely stoked on because he's making these little bit of mistakes. Maybe he is comfortable, he's just pushing hard, but it would be interesting to see if that's a little factor here at all for him.
I think it's a great point because there's probably
Round
not
the
2
outside
bikes. That was nice. There's probably not 2 bikes that are more different, I think, out there, Dave, than the KTM and the Yamaha. I think they're both just a very different feeling frame. The suspension's completely different. It's 2 ends of the spectrum almost between the KYB and the WP stuff.
Yeah.
So a huge difference when a rider switches between those 2 brands. And yeah, you're absolutely right. That definitely could be playing into it a little bit, especially when you're pushing for that final, 1 or 2%.
Yeah, when you're under that, pressure and going for it, that's where you'd probably notice it or not be familiar with it and get a feel that would, maybe not what you expect. So anyway, it'd be interesting to see if he said anything about that. But he's trying to work on it again. He's up to 4th again, so he's got a bit to work on to get himself towards Richie Lawler, who's currently 3rd. So we must have had a change in our running order a little bit here too as well at the front. But that's Riley Tung on screen there. He's in 6th, and that'll be Travis Barker in 7th. So they're having a little battle. Back to our front. There's our leader man, the 75, Cooper Ford, doing it rather easy. Out there, going through the rollers. He's got a nice, nearly 12-second gap on the field. So he's having a good run here in this 15 to 17 years 125 class. And there's Ebick. Now he will be 2nd on track now. So like I said, there's been a change there because Richie was up there. Whether Richie's had a little incident or just dropped off the pace a little, but I think he might be the 2nd one, because Richie is also dropping back. Not dropping back, but at least close, because Tyson is there right in screen. There's Tyson Williams in 4th, and there is Josh McCloskey in 5th. So this battle has a couple of minutes still to go in this moto, so all of those riders could really close up to each other here and maybe make that 2nd, 3rd, 4th positions really get into a battle. Tyson on screen here. Look, you can see him looking ahead. This track backs over itself here. So he's looking ahead to see who's there, and he can spot Richie. So he's marking him to say, I know where you are. I'm trying to see if I'm gaining on you or not. He didn't really get that risen corner too well. He sort of stopped, pivoted, and then had to dab the foot on the exit. Needed to sort of flow that one a bit nicer, did Tyson, but he's going all right down the bottom section here. Can he get a run towards Richie Lawler in third? Or is it going to be another fourth place moto for Tyson Williams? So we're watching him there through the middle of that corner. They're all sort of moved away from the inside line there, into the just around the dam there. Tyson's just battling this one a little bit here, trying to get the bike through some of these ruts. It's looking a little bit loose, just a little bit there. Just took a bump as well. He's trying to flap off the back of it to get the bike to lighten up the front for the rollers there. Pivoted through the middle of the corner. Did that nicely. Power slid that one through the corner there. As we see, he's probably just, you can just see Richie at the top of the screen there in third position. So you're watching Tyson pivot off that wall, come down. Now third place is just out of our shot. Each time we get to Tyson on a different one, he's just off the screen. So he's closing up a little bit, but the gap from Tyson to Richie is just around that 3 to 4 second mark. And you can see him there as they in that switchback section. There's Richie Lawler on that 27 machine. Gas. He's supported by KTM and Car Brothers Motorcycles, Boyd's Motor Surgery, Fox Racing Australia, Mental for Moto, Elite Design Co. He's got a few sponsors here. Does Richie. So doing an alright job in third position. Be interested to see what he says as well, if he had an issue to drop from that second position or what occurred there. But Ebic is just in front of him, not that far in front of him, 3 seconds up the path. And there is Ebic just in screen. So Richie might be coming a little bit closer towards Nate Ebic there on the 999. So second and third, not too far apart. Fourth, not too much further back. But Cooper Ford in a league of his own at the moment out front. As you see him just battling through some of the lap riders there. Blue flags flying for those riders to hopefully get out of the way easily for Cooper. And here comes Richie over the finish line. Oh, he's having a look back. Has he maybe got... Oh, there is a bit... The back of his bike is not looking straight, let's say. The mudguard's sort of a little bit bent down, maybe flapping a little bit. Is he losing a bolt? Did he have a crash and at that point that maybe dropped him from second and he's bent something? But he's looking back. He's still, yeah, there's Tyson really coming in the frame now. So Richie's going to have to work with this one to see what he can do here. And there's Ebic in that bright gear at the bottom of the screen. That's his second position. 999. KTM Newcastle and Troy Lee Design supported rider. Got that back of that jersey flapping in the breeze as he's making his way around the track here. Doing a good job is Nate on this bike. Nate has changed over to the KTMs this year. I believe he was on the Hondas last year. And he's doing a nice job here through this section. These guys in this class, they're no slouches. They're all very capable riders. And Nate's having a good run here. Taking a nice tight inside line there. Now he's coming around. Now Cooper Ford has already gone through and got that final or the last lap board, and Nate Ebic's just got it as well. So 1 lap to go for this 15 to 17 years 125cc moto. You just see the 22 on screen there. That's William Oborn. There's Ebic. Now let's see this gap and see where Richie is and if he's still having some troubles there at the back or not. There's Ebic still. Now there's Tyson Williams. So Tyson is now into third. So where is Richie Lawler and what is the issue? But he's dropped out of this one. There's Richie, he's still circulating, but what's the issue that's slowing him? Maybe he's got a bit of a, maybe he's got a flat rear tyre. Maybe there's something loose in that back end because it was bouncing around a little bit, but something is not right with that situation. So just keep an eye on Richie there as he goes through that back section. Things look okay. We're almost down for the lap here. So as Richie's just getting his way towards this finish flag, just curious as what the issue is there. I think actually that shot there gave me a bit of an idea that it might be the tyre, but anyway, we'll see what happens. So we're going to go on this last lap as Cooper Ford is about to get, or already has got the checkers. We might go down to our start line, and Russ has wandered over there, and he's going to check out what the gate situation is.
Mate, I'm standing down behind the start gate. Obviously the boys are about to head off. They're not using the start gate for this one. But what I'm seeing is all the dads and the coaches and the support crew prepping the gate for the next gate drop. There's a bunch of different lines and options here, from some gates that have got a deeper rut in them that's a little straighter, and some other ones that are a little bit deeper with a bit of a hook in them. A few different options. There's a bunch of different strategies going on down here. Packing the gates, getting start blocks ready. The actual start straight itself is starting to look quite dry and dusty as soon as you leave the gates into a wet and soggy corner down the end there. So to me that looks like quite a challenging start line because there's changing conditions from the gate to midway down the straight to the corner. But I think some of these guys are handling it pretty well. We've had a pretty clean day as far as first turn crashes are concerned. So let's hope we can just keep that rolling throughout the day.
All right, some good updates there from Russ down on the start line. We're going to take a quick break while we've got the chance, and we'll be back with more coverage from the ACT Motorcycle Club.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling. Ken Oath.
All shot graphics. Be first. Be original.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe, and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
Work it, feel it, own it, now get it, you got it. Click, click. Click, click. Ooh, what a view, look at you, looking real smooth. Ooh, what a view, look at you, zoom, zoom, zoom. Ooh, what a view, look at you, looking real smooth. Ooh. Click, click, zoom.
good, eh? Ken Earth. What was that, love? I said Ken Earth.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Looking good, eh?
Ken Oath. What do you think, Donna? Gentleman to the K.
Hey, boss. Ken Oath sorted it. All good?
Ken Oath.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling. Ken Oath.
All right, this is the very first moto for this group of 85 riders after all the qualifying this morning. All the work they've put in is going to come down to this race. They've just gone and done a siding lap because a bunch of them, about 30 of them, haven't been on the track for a number of hours after their original qualifying. So they needed to go out there, have another sight lap and just check it out, get familiar with it. The track has changed significantly since this morning. This is a massive gate of riders all ready to go. You can see the Motorcycle New South Wales staff running across the line, double checking, making sure everyone's where they should be. If you look closely at the start line, you'll see a few of the boys throwing knuckles down. Great sportsmanship. And they've all got their gate picks. Dads and coaches have done their thing as much as they possibly can. The 15-second board is up now. 5-second board, revs come up. Gates drop and the 85 boys are away. Huge wheel stand there from the 275 of Burgess all the way down the main straight on the rear wheel. The boys get through the first turn clean, which is always good to see. But those front runners are gone. Dave, take us through it, mate.
Yeah, we're just trying to pick up who is our leader there. It's a KTM out front. Just trying to pick up the number. There it is. It's a 20, it's 26, I think it is. That might be Talon McNeil, if we get the right one. It is across the timing there. As they come through, massive pack of riders. We've got the Yamaha of the 409. That's Hudson Francis in second. Sorry, it's 26 Levi. Oh, then we've got two 26s. Of course we do. We've got 26. It's actually Levi Bitzik is the leader. It's on the right 26 that we need to have number 4. But yes, Hudson Francis, the 409 in second. Trying to make a move here is Francis, and he does. Goes around the outside in that risen corner. And Hudson is going to try and get away. Ooh, a bit of a moment there in the background that you could see for Levi. Getting a bit twitchy, back end stepping out. As we get through down to the bottom circuit, section of the circuit. And they're coming through. Now Hudson's doing a good job here. He's actually made a nice little break for it at the front. Now our third position rider is the 275 of Flynn Burgess. So he's had a great start there on that bike. And in fourth place, it's the 256 of Sonny Jarvis. And then Stella Harding is actually up there as well. She's in fifth on that 268 Yamaha. So she's just coming into the screen there in the blue and pink gear. You can see her in the whole shot graphics corner. Now a bit of a bump around there for a couple of the riders trying to get through that rut. Leg dragging there for the man in the hostile handwear gear. It's nice and bright. As we head down through the rollers, a couple of the bikes just stepping out a little bit. Now that is that Sonny Jarvis there in that gear, just behind Flynn Burgess. As we watch him come through up and over the finish line. Just keep an eye on these guys as they flirt down the hill. There goes Burgess. There goes Jarvis. There's Stella Harding on the inside there on the Yamaha as well. So plenty of them coming through here. There's the number 2. That's Archie Blanchett on the Yamaha as well. Now some of these lines are getting a bit rough for these younger kids here. This is the 9 to 12 85cc. There's some pretty good acceleration bumps on the exits of these ruts. Now Russ, your trackside, mate, are you looking at some of these ruts up close? Are they as bad as they look in person up close, or is it as they are on the camera?
Mate, I'm not sure if ruts are the word I would choose to use. These things are drainage, like trenches. It looks like someone's come through an excavator and actually put lines in the ground, mate. They are absolutely unbelievable. There's peg drag marks all over the place, so the little bikes are catching everywhere. I dare say the big bikes are as well. It is absolutely gnarly conditions, mate. As the first couple of riders come around the whole shot corner here, line selection, it's so obvious that it is absolutely critical to get this line right.
Is there a better one of all of them that you're looking at, mate, or not? No, we missed out Russ there. You probably can't hear us as the riders come thundering through there. But we're still picking up that's Sonny Jarvis there in the middle of the screen. That's Stella Harding starting to come in there as well. She's holding on to that 6th position. Actually might be 5th now, because it looks like we're missing the rider that was listed there in 5th on the screen. But the 26, Levi Bittig, is still there, just holding down that 2nd position. Now our leader, Hudson Francis, is disappearing here out the front. Burgess is doing a good job holding on to 3rd there, keeping Bittig in sight as they head down the hill here. You can see those bumps. Watch the front wheel as they're coming into those corners there, under that braking zone, and it's just chattering down into that line. So the track's starting to get a bit rougher as we go through here, and there's Stella. So at the moment we're still 409 with Hudson Francis out in front. And then it's the 26 of Levi Bittig running in 2nd. Flynn Burgess on the 275 in 3rd. Sonny Jarvis on the 256 in 4th. And it is Stella Harding. She's now in 5th as they've updated that timing and scoring. So good job from Stella at the moment running in 5th there, giving these boys a run for their money. But here comes Hudson. He's heading up towards that whole shot graphics corner. Russ, how's it looking, mate?
Mate, these boys have got to raise that inside leg super high as Francis on the 409 goes past us. This must be Bittig coming to me on the number 26 in 2nd. And again, laying that bike right over. It is the number 26 of Bittig holding strong there, and Burgess in 3rd behind him. It's really obvious to me why that rider earlier on today lost a gear shifter. They are dragging the gear shifters deep in these ruts. You get the wrong angle, you're going to do some damage.
Yeah, Paul Penman there, 171 in that other class, losing that gear shift. But yes, this is a potential thing here. If you're going to lean the bike over a long way, it's going to pick up the dirt and that inside rut, and just, yeah, anything can happen from there on. But there is the 409, Hudson Francis. He's doing an awesome job at the front of this one. He's leaving them massively behind him. So, but it is still Bittig in 2nd there. So Francis has got a 12-second gap. And Russ, what are you seeing, mate?
Mate, I was just going to point out young Harlan Rose taking a different line here. A few of these boys are playing it smart and are going high in the whole shot corner. It's dry, it's dusty, it's a little bit slippery, but you're not battling with these same ruts. You're not going to lose a shifter. You're probably not going to bog the bike down and come to a complete stop. You're going to be able to hold momentum high in that corner and keep that momentum and flow going. So I think line choice is playing a huge part, not only your own speed, but keeping your bike going, keeping your machine in one piece.
Yeah, 100%. It's also saving you a bit of energy by going up in that higher, smoother line. So some of these kids are figuring it out, that there's some other options out there available to them. They don't have to take that deep, nasty looking rut if they don't want to. So as we see some of the field popping down through the screen here. And there is the number 8, that's Finn Jarvis out on track. That bright white hostile gear gets it very easy to pick up out on track. Is that our 2nd position, Bittig, that's gone down, you're saying? Oh, he's... No, if it's 24, that might be Jax Hughes. Yeah, that is Jax Hughes there. We just got him on screen now in the risen corner. So yeah, he's had a moment there. He's got it jammed on the inside mound of dirt. Not sure where Jax was running at this point, but we'll try and see on the screen. Where is Jax? Jax was in 23rd, or at least at the time of the last update past the finish line. But there's Biddick. He's still second. Finn Burgess is still third. But we've got the 23 popping in the screen now. Ryder Magdafiglio must have had a bad start because we haven't seen him so far this motor, but he's found his way up into the battle here. He's running fourth at the moment. Just got to go around the rider that we were just talking about, the 24 machine. They all split and go through. But Magdafiglio is coming very quickly here, trying to get to these guys. They're battling for second and third, and I think Ryder's going to go probably around the outside of both of them if they're not careful and take the second position away. Burgess is making a move here. He's on the inside, but he's had a look over. Must be a family trait. They both look over on the jumps, Riley and Finn. They can see what's coming here. But there goes Magdafiglio. He's on the outside. He's going to carry his speed all the way around the top of this National Motorcycle Alliance corner. He's got Burgess. Now can he get to Biddick here as well? They're right. Oh, geez, he almost ran into the back tyre there, did Magdafiglio in that rut. And they're just all fighting through here. There goes Magdafiglio on the inside. He held that foot up just as Russ was talking about previously. Now Magdafiglio has gone to second position in this moto. Russ, lines, they're going everywhere at the moment.
Mate, absolutely. There is a ton of selection. I'm standing down here after the finish line jump. You got the sweeping right-hand bend into the Kennards higher. 2 red flags. This bottom sweeping left-hander is a really interesting corner. There's an inside line that's working really well for a bunch of the riders, and then the extreme outside seems to be working really well. Now this one is great because the outside line hasn't turned to dust yet. So a lot of the guys are choosing to use the outside one, but the very, very inside line, basically against the grass and the sprinklers and the markers, is working really well. Magdafiglio is just using that now. Sorry, I butchered his name. He's just used that inside line now and just made up a bunch of time. So it's a much quicker line. It's a decent rut. It's deep. There's a hole in the middle of it that shoots the riders out, but executed well is going to give you time.
All right, we're just catching up as Russ was giving us that update trackside. We've had a change for the third position. Finn Burgess has made his way into that position over Biddick. Biddick has dropped from second now in the matter of a lap all the way down to fourth and is just dropping off the back here. Finn's trying to keep pace with the new second position rider Magdafiglio. But Ryder's on a nice pace here. Burgess is trying to keep there with him, so maybe we'll see another battle develop for that second place. But so far, none of them are anywhere near Hudson Francis. He's on another level in this particular moto here for this 9 to 12 years 85cc. We're watching the boys there head towards this corner, the whole shot graphics one. Magdafiglio's taken that very inside line there, keeping the foot up high. Oh, Burgess, wow. If you didn't quite see that, he got the leg up high, but the rear stepped out of the rut and decided to go one wheel one side, one wheel the other side, but he held onto it, so he survived. So you see Magdafiglio again, just keeping an eye on him here. He's the man that's been on the move in this moto because he's come from somewhere deep in the pack. We didn't have him in our sights at the start of this one with the whole shot at all, but he's made his way up in the second. So maybe with a better start, he could challenge Hudson Francis later in this next moto, but for now, unless something happens to Hudson, he's doing a nice job out the front of this field. See Burgess there. Magdafiglio just making his way past a couple of lap riders. That's the 7:15 of Aidan Nault on the YZ there.
Dave, there's some awesome battles and some great riding going on mid-pack as well, mate. It's not just the front runners in this class today. Nearly 70 riders on the gate started out, and there's some unreal lines and passes and battles going on all the way back in the pack. Here comes rider number 24 that binded earlier and was stuck. That's Hughes. He seems to be back in the flow and riding well. Hudson Gould came through on his Power Sports Central Yamaha earlier and grabbed this inside line as well. There's a bunch of riders that are just really throwing down today, mate, and it's awesome to see the skill level on a track that's this technical and this gnarly. Not only that the front runners are having a great time out there, but the mid-pack guys are just throwing down too.
I think we're just catching Stella Harding on screen at the minute here as well. She's currently in 6th, having a battle there by the looks of it with Sonny Jarvis maybe, and another rider. And is that Ollie Kale as well, I think? Yeah, Ollie Kale, 282, just in behind Stella there. Yes, you can see there's a whole bunch of riders there, and so that's that 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, all battling, all very tightly now. The 4-3-2 is in there as well. And we'll just pick up that one. And oh, don't have that one on our list. That's awesome. Oh, the 180 just in the way there a little bit as Ollie tried to get around, as did Stella. Whoa, they're all battling hard there. Now we need the timing and scoring just to update back to our top 20 list here so we can see who that 4-3-2 is. There we go. And, or is it a 4-8-2? Sorry. Cooper Bennett is in there running nicely. There's Stella going past the screen. One of our lap riders is 7:15 again. As we just keeping an eye on it, that's the 286 going past as well. So plenty of, that's Cooper Scott in that one as well. But Russ, you got some more action on the side of the track?
Mate, I've got more action than you can shake a stick at down here on the track. It's really interesting because I've sort of lost where the leaders are, but it's not really bothering me at all because everyone is going super hard and sending it. I'm standing down here by the rollers, and it's really interesting to see how the different riders are attacking the rollers. But from what we weren't able to see in the booth, there's actually a hole just here towards the end of the rollers on the inside, and it's really unsettling the bikes as they come down through and hit that. It unsettles the rear of the bike and kicks them onto their front wheel leading into this corner. It's probably why we saw that other rider go through the National Motorcycle Alliance banners earlier. But mate, it doesn't matter whether you're looking at the front or the back. The racing in this group is unreal.
Yeah, when you've got 40 bikes out on track that are all, similar level, there's going to be battles all through it. Now we've got the finish line, the checkers out on the finish line, so it's going to be Hudson Francis with that moto win. We're just watching the battle here. I think that's Stella trying to get around one of the other riders that she's been battling through that 4th, 5th area. So Hudson's come through in the win. Ryder making Fulvio 2nd. Flynn Burgess in 3rd. Just looking for our next one. It is going to be Levi Bittick across, then Cooper Bennett in 5th. And I think Stella is going to be 6th or 7th. I think we just missed that one on the thing there, but they've just come through. So that will conclude our Moto 1 for 9/12/85cc. Very interesting race there. Well done to Hudson Francis. Big lead from the get-go. It wasn't challenged, so we'll have to see what they can do for Moto 2. We'll take a quick break before we get to our next moto in our queue.
Looking good, eh?
Keno, what do you think, Donna? Giramento de cane.
Hey boss, Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Keno feeling. Keno.
We are back. That was some shots from Canberra. We are in the nation's capital for this opening round of the Motorcycling New South Wales Motocross state titles. Just getting the last riders off the circuit from our 9 to 12 85cc race. We're going to go to our next 85cc race, which is going to be our 12 to 14 years. So we're going to have them out on track here very shortly. Now in that class, our fast qualifiers was Blake Bohannon, the 23 of Mason Ezagalis, and the 251 of Ollie Chandler. So there's some names to be looking for, and we'll see how that all plays out in this one in just a very short second. Now this will be their, given that we've done some LCQs and stuff, this will also be their second moto for this particular class. So here they go, gates down, they're away, 12 to 14 85s. I think there's a 23 in there. Mason's got the whole shot by the look of it. He's going to lead him into the rollers down there. There's a couple of Huskies following along behind him. Blake Bohannon hasn't got quite the good start that he had in this other race here earlier. He's got a bit of work to do, does Bohannon. But it is the 23 going to lead him through. That's Mason Ezagalis. And then there is, well, I did see Archie Black in there, so he was one of the good starters. Then it's the 27. That's Ethan Wolf, currently in second position. There's Bohannon. I think that's about fourth in the running queue after they've had a couple of corners there. So good start for Mason on that number 23 machine. Let's see how long he can hold out the front there. Let's see how long it takes Blake Bohannon to work his way past a couple of riders. He's just making a move there on Archie Black for third. So Blake already going to work on these couple of guys at the front of the queue. But a good run here for the 27. He's having a look on the outside. Ethan is doing down that bottom section now. He's right close with Mason on that 23 machine. Mason having a look over. As we see them down the bottom section, you can see now Bohannon definitely in third position there. But a bit of a change here. The 27 wasn't a part of this battle in the first moto. He is this time, so a better start. Brings them to the front, gives them a bit of confidence, and he can run the pace clearly. He's doing quite well. So we've got 23, 27, 262. You can see them battling through some of those ruts, trying to pick the front wheel up as they get their momentum through there a bit easier. But Ethan Wolf is looking very spicy at the minute. He's trying to battle his way through. Maybe he's disappointed with how that first moto went. Bit of a dab of the foot in the middle of that corner there, but from the 27 machine. But it's still Mason Ezagalis out in front. Putting another lap in the books. Bohannon sitting there tightly in third. Archie Black fourth. Ollie Chandler fifth. Kobe Binion sixth. Mace Kellett and seventh. Maxie Harris eighth. Brax Pollard ninth. And Russ, we think you've seen a crash. Oh yeah, down there in the National Motorcycle Alliance corner. A couple of bikes stuck together, Russ.
Yeah, mate, that's actually young Oscar Medhurst. He's one of them. He's on one of our Power Sports Central YZ machines there with that number 19 on a KTM. I can't quite pick up the name.
Darcy Childs if it's 19.
Yeah, that's him. Both boys are up. They seem okay, but both took a good little dirt sample there. Number 19 looks a little bit sore, so he's a bit slow to get up. We just had another one drop here. The 251 gone over the bars and made a bit of a mess of it.
Oh, that's Ollie Chandler, is it? On the, oh no, that's 291.
291.
Okay, we're close, but 291. That's Hugo Kinsey. So yeah, he's had a moment there, unfortunately. All right, we're back to our front. It looks like Bohannon's getting involved here for the lead. There's a three-way battle.
Three-way battle.
Oh, the 27, Ethan Wolf, railing that inside right of the whole shot graphics corner to take the lead away from Mason. But Bohannon's sitting there as well, maybe looking like he's going to try and go the long way around past Mason. And they're going to battle it out into the rollers. So see if, Bohannon's just had to break that one a bit there. He didn't like the look of that hole that Russ was talking about before, I think, as they send it over the middle tabletop. But now the leader, 27, Ethan Wolf. First time out front today. He's making a run for it. Bohannon's going to have to get past Mason here if he wants to get another moto win.
Bohannon taking the outside line down the bottom section here. Wolf having a look back over his shoulder and make sure he can see where the boys are and keeping them under control as they head into the most technical part of this track. The back section coming around the risen Bannered corner there. The boys are all pushing really hard. The bikes are kicking sideways and jumping all over the place. The gap between first, second and third is just opening up just a tiny little bit as they come into the back section of the tabletops. A look back from the race leader. Bohannon hanging on to the number 23 and not letting go of that second position. Now this is where the race leader seems to be really strong in this next section as we come around the Kennards higher banners through the whole shot flags. Loving that inside line. Bohannon in third, going for the centre line. And around next to the start straight and into the rollers. Let's see if that hole in the middle of the rollers there plays a factor. Much more settled this time for Bohannon. Bohannon again, he's taken that inside line the last couple laps, and every time he's had to really seat bounce that 85 to get it up and over that tabletop. So that inside line, I'm not sure it's working for him, mate. It seems it's a bit slower, and he's having to really seat bounce to get up and over.
Yeah, he's trying to not follow, which is a good aspect, but it's not letting him keep the speed and the momentum that he needs to have for that jump, which is a potential issue. If he doesn't make that, he's going to lose a bit of time and ground. Oh, the 27. Just having a moment on the inside of that rut and that roller on the exit. Just getting all sorts of out of control, but he's still holding on to it. There's a lot of throttle application from that 27 on the exit of corners, and the bike's just bouncing around a fair bit. It's causing him to come back towards that second place rider of Mason Ezegales. But Bohannon's still sitting there in third. Neither of them are really progressing forward at all. I'm a little bit surprised by Blake not sort of getting a bit further forward here, but he's struggling with the track maybe and the lines. But he's at the same pace, but not the pace that he had in Moto 1. As he takes that nice wide line, trying to run a bit more pace. He's his level as they come into this whole shot graphics. Does he have a better rut and a bit of line choice? It comes out about even. So still, Bohannon sits there in third. Mason in second. Ethan Wolf still doing a great job leading this moto on that 27 machine.
Ethan Wolf was changing up his lines a little bit there too, Dave. He's moved from the whole shot graphics corner deep inside line to more of a middle line, and then his Motorcycle New South Wales line around that particular corner looks a lot faster than the boys that are trying to hang off the back of him. So I think he's got a few lines that are just simply working better than anyone as he comes down this straight into this tricky bottom corner here. Little bit of a lap rider there, number 37. Looks like a female rider, gets past her without too many issues at all. We'll see if the other boys get caught up.
It's good to see that even though he's leading the race, that he's trying to explore the track and just keep that ability to find the smoother line and maybe a faster line going. So yeah, nice job Ethan to be able to do that in the heat of battle. But I think
Archie's just gone down. Archie Black's just binned it here in this bottom corner. He's looking to get back on track. Nothing major, but he's just dropped the front end into a deep hole here and basically gone over the bars. He picked up his bike, was able to get going again pretty quickly, but really not what we want to see from Archie Black.
Well, he was in fifth, so we'll have to see when they come around for the next lap and see when timing and scoring updates as to whether he's dropped the position or not. But I was just noticing, just as you said that Bohannon sort of dropped off the picture here in third a little bit as well. So maybe he's starting to lose a little bit of the control of this race as well. And there's Bohannon, like I said, just a little bit further back. There's the 88 machine having a problem there. That's Joey Oborn. Just blocking the track up a little bit there in the middle.
Yeah, mate, Wolf is just absolutely sending it, although the number 23's not quite letting go of it, but Wolf just seems like he's got all the lines figured out. He knows where to be able to put the hammer down and go super hard. He knows where to back off a little bit and keep it clean. Over the finish line, they come right now. Coming down the hill towards the back section. A few more back runners for him to deal with. He had to make a quick decision there between inside and outside to get around that lap rider, but both these boys in first and second have just got this inside line absolutely dialed and are making zero mistakes going into this back section of the track.
I don't know about you, Russ, but I'm a little bit surprised that Bohannon hasn't been able to seem to keep pace with them at this part of the race, but obviously their lines are just a little bit better than Blake's at the moment, so he's still got a little bit of time. We've got about 2 minutes before we're going to see that last lap board, so it's not over just yet.
Mate, it seems to me like Bohannon is searching a little bit. He looks like he's looking for new lines almost every lap rather than hitting the ones that he knows are working, and that seems to be what Wolf is doing. He'll hit the same line for a number of laps, get it really dialed before he seems to make a change. If I'm watching Bohannon closely, he seems to be searching a little bit more, trying to find something, but maybe he should just be head down, bum up, and keeping whatever line he's on and focus on pushing hard. He's coming up now and looks like he's made up a little bit of time somewhere as he dives to the inside around the whole shot graphics banner here into the Motorcycle New South Wales one. He takes the high line around there, scrubs over that tabletop to keep low, and has now got first and second position well in sight as they come into the rollers. He's figured out to go around that hole at the exit of the rollers there as the boys send it over the big centre tabletop and come around to you in front of the booth there, Dave.
Yeah, there goes Ethan Wolf over the finish line. Now, with a minute to go, so we're probably going to get the last lap board the next time around. So probably 2 to go at this point in this moto. You can still see Mason there, just very tight in the back of the shot. So 1 and 2 very close together in this closing stages, and there's Bohannon not too far back as well. But these front two boys doing a great job at the start of this moto, but Ethan is starting to look over. I wonder if he's maybe starting to feel it a little bit in terms of the physical aspect of it, and maybe getting a bit worried that somebody's too close and he's going to drop back down the list. So let's see how these riders go. 2 laps to go. Can they both hold on to it? Because they've done a stunning job so far. And there's another look over from Ethan Wolf on that 27 machine. But there's Bohannon as well, just still lingering in the background, but not moving forward just yet. He's running out of time here. He's going to have to do something quickly if he wants to.
The number 52 on the gas machine just drops it coming out of this corner, mate, as the 27, the race leader, comes around to a yellow flag. He's taking that inside line. Does he see him?
Oh, yeah,
didn't really see him till the very last minute, had to make a change. Bohannon seems to have pounced and he's now right up looking to make a move into second position. These lap riders could be playing right into Bohannon's hands.
Yeah, Bohannon's starting to try and make a liar of me about him having maybe some bad lines or just dropping off, because he's right to the back wheel now of that second position rider, Mason, on the 23. So maybe Bohannon's found something and he's saving it for this last lap, but he's going to have to put it together now and put it together quickly, because they've got 1 to go here in this 12 to 14 years 85cc race. Bohannon tried to make a bit of a move there. He's pulling up level. Can he get a good run now around this section at the bottom here?
Bohannon's looking to make a move, mate. He's trying to get up nice and close so he can put something together.
Yeah,
Mason just stretching the legs a little bit on him.
Oh, Ethan at the front is having to battle through a couple of the lap riders, but they're sort of all going to bunch up here. So with about half a lap to go, it's probably anyone's race, but it's the 27 at the moment. Ethan Wolf leading this one. Can he get the job done? Because this is going to be an awesome moto win if he does.
There's a lot of lap riders on this back far section, mate. That could make all the difference. If Wolf gets held up in the next few corners, those boys are right behind him, ready to pounce.
Yeah, well, there's no blue flags going that I can see so far as they're heading through, so that's going to be a bit of an issue. But he's got past that one, has Ethan, so that one's not too bad. Bohannon just missed that lap rider. Or was that our second position who went down?
That was Mason. He's gone down. So Wolf is through. Bohannon's into second. And Mason took a dirt sample.
Oh, he's struggling to get it going too. He's going to have to get that moving if he wants to hold on to third in this race. But that's good for Bohannon in the overall. But can he get anywhere near Wolf for this final section of track? As we see, watching a couple of the other riders here, there is Wolf into the final corner. That's a Kennard's High corner. He's going to get this moto win. Well done, Ethan Wolf in the 27 machine. Gets the win over the 262 of Blake Bohannon. Now, where does Mason get to? Has he dropped off the list in the podium, or will he stay there after that crash on the last lap? No, Mason has dropped down, but he hasn't come across yet. There's no finish flag next to him. Watching for the next lot of riders to come through. Who's going to be the first one to tick over?
Here he is now, mate. He's coming around the National Motorcycle Alliance corner into the first tabletop. Right. Covered in mud from head to toe.
Well, we're going to have to wait for the timing to update. Ollie Chandler's got the third position in that moto. Mason, oh no, he's going to drop all the way down to at least 8th on this list. It's just updated again. So not a good finish there for the 23 machine after doing all the hard work early. Crash at the very end has dropped him all the way down to 8th position, unfortunately. So the podium in this moto, Ethan Wolf, then Blake Bohannon, then Ollie Chandler. And we'll take a break here on our coverage and we'll come back with more very, very soon.
Looks good, eh? Ken Earth. What was that, love? I said Ken Earth.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
Looking good, eh?
Ken Oath. What do you think, Nonna? Giramento de K.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Ken Oath.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling. Ken Oath.
For over 20 years, the Black Dog Institute has been trusted to listen to the experiences of real people. Every day, we work to uncover data, patterns, and insights into mental health to develop actionable, practical solutions. It takes pushing boundaries to be an international leader in digital health, not only researching and developing the technology, but also making it accessible to everyone. From clinical treatment and online support to early intervention and prevention programs, we're on the cusp of a new era of mental health science and action. As our technology advances and our scientific research continues, our ability to innovate and impact does too. With the ripple effect of our work being felt for generations to come and bringing hope to millions more. Together, we can continue to tackle the big issues in mental health.
click, click.
All right, we're back at our coverage of the opening round, round one here at the ACT Motorcycle Club for the Motorcycling New South Wales State Championship. We have got our 65cc 10 to 12 years competitors on track. This is their Moto 1. This is our top 40. So there will be the non-qualifiers race later on for all the ones that didn't make it out of the qualifying and LCQ. But this will be a full gate here ready to go. And we've got some names that are going to pop up here and be ready to go. Now, our LCQ hole shotter and winner was Flynn Burgess, but we're going to have to keep an eye on what's going on. Oh, there's a nice little issue there on the start for two riders, but it's going to be the 38 got to the first turn, the 23's there, it's going to sweep him on the outside and take that hole shot, and that will be rider Magnifiglio getting the hole shot in this class as they all rush around that first couple of corners. Riders sent that tabletop, all of them going nicely there. The top three all sending that tabletop to the extent. And we're ready to go here, racing over the track. Now for this moto, I've got a guest that's come up into the commentary box. Russ is still running around somewhere on the start line, but we're going to introduce our guest here. He's a privateer on the Yamaha. He's going to be running the MX2 A grade, B grade class tomorrow. It's Ryan Kohlenberg. How are we doing, Ryan?
Good, thank you, Mr. Dave. How are you going?
I'm good. I'm busy talking nonsense all day here, watching the racing. We've got rider Magnifiglio out front doing a good job on the 23 here in the 65 class. Are you ready to go tomorrow or what?
Yeah, so I've just arrived. The track looks deep in the corners and hard pack on the jumps, so it kind of suits my style. A couple of ruts, a couple of big jumps. I like it.
Yeah, nice. No. So look, we keep an eye on these guys as they go around. Ryder is gapping this field already. He's got a decent gap over the second position rider there, which will be the 38 of Maxwell Legere. But there's plenty of races in this one because of this qualifying system. We had 70 entries in this one, so they ran a heat system, like a qualifying system, and then an LCQ. It was almost Supercross style out here, mate.
And is there 40 gates at this?
There is. It's a massive,
massive
ride-up. So yeah, it's a good roll-up for this class. It's happened on 3 classes that they've got this set up. So plenty of action, plenty of riders in this building, and then they're going to have a couple of non-qualifier races for the ones that didn't make it later on today. But we're watching the second and third on screen here. That's the 38. In second, Maxwell. And then in third place, bouncing along like crazy on the 26, Levi Biddick there in third position at the moment. Trying to make a move for that second position is Levi. As they head around here, just here in the middle, over the big tabletop. The first 4 are all sending now in fourth position too. I'm just noticing, I think that's going to be Stella Harding there on the Yamaha. She's obviously had a bit of a bad, rough start. Now she was our champ in the 7 to 10 years 65s last year. She's up in the 10 to 12s this year, running that GYTR Yamaha Australia Junior Racing team. Oh, and I just noticed the rider off screen getting pushed out the banners in the berm there. So it's a lovely little situation to end up in.
Them braking bumps coming into them corners are quite large, and if you're not patient, it'll do that.
Yeah, for these little bikes too, the 65s, they'll bounce real easy on them at some of these braking bumps, and you just won't be able to control it at that point. So, yeah, unfortunately our banners in the National Motorcycle Alliance corner need a little bit of tidying again. It's the second time somebody's gone through there.
Oh, goodness.
But here's the battle on the screen still. Second and third. I think Levi's trying to go all the way around the outside, and he does. So he's just taken away second position there from Maxwell. Maxwell just got a little bit slower in that inside line. Levi carried his speed, went all the way around the outside in that bottom corner. There's still a nice little berm, just sort of developing mid-berm there that everyone's starting to use. So yeah, Levi Biddick up to second position, but the man out front is just disappeared.
Yeah, the guy out front is really consistent and smooth, and I think that's impressive, but that girl in 4th place,
Stella.
she's catching and staying there, which is awesome
So
to see.
Stella will probably make her way through here shortly, but Ryder Magnifiglio, he's doing 154 lap times. Everybody else in the 158, so no wonder he's getting away at the front.
It looks like he's just lapped somebody. Is that right?
Yes, he has, already. So despite the qualifying and getting our top 40, Ryder's still catching a few riders. Maybe that one's had a bit of an issue early in this moto, but Ryder is sending it at the moment. Grabbing gears over the tabletop here to get going down the back straight. We see that's our 3rd place rider there on screen, just dropped off a little bit. Now Russ, where are you, mate, in the world?
Mate, I'm standing down here at the very end of the start straight. I'm dying to look at this all day. It's been a really interesting part of the track. Straight, still got big. See it from the drone. Really dark wells. I dusty. So there's essentially a landline feel of where the bike's going to go and how it's going to react. Coming into turn 1, still no major. It's all a bit boggy, soft. As I was walking across, I could feel myself sink. No major lines have developed. It's open from inside to outside, and it really seems to be playing a factor into how these races get started and get those positions going.
Well, hopefully most of you got some of that, but I only got part of it. But maybe Russ needs to just turn his body to the left when he was talking there, because he was cutting in and out a little bit. But I got the gist of it. It's soft and it's deep on the start straight.
Mate, it's soft and deep. Sorry about that. I'm trying to get the best action I possibly can, mate. But yeah, start straight. A little bit of a landmine field still throughout the day. It'll be interesting to see what happens to it tomorrow. But very interesting that it hasn't rutted up this first turn. There's no major ruts, no major lines. It's basically just flat and it's soft and boggy. So really interesting to see how that's formed up completely differently to the rest of the track.
Now that's a good thing for you, isn't it, Ryan? Because you're a pretty decent starter, and I seem to remember, and I brought this up the other week on the show because we had, on the Always Moto show, we had Elijah Weesey on, and we're talking hole shots and about somebody's technique about either hole shot or the fence.
Yeah.
You remember that comment from last year's Supercross? But yeah, if there's no ruts in that thing, you can send that deep, right?
Yeah, that's right. I think the hole shot or the fence, it's just a mentality coming in. You don't want to come in second guessing anything. You don't want to hesitate. You don't want to be shy or nervous. It's you want to be there first. It's no secret, but it's the only place you can pass the whole field in one corner. And yeah, I prefer to hit the fence than check up. But that's just me personally.
Yeah, and there's a little video on our socials that actually proves that theory as well, where he did hit, we didn't quite get, you got the fence, didn't you? Did you get that far? You're close anyway. Either you got it or you got very close. So yeah, look, it is something. But at least with that first corner being somewhat smooth, it gives you a chance to get in and out of it and like you said, send it deep in there. So just keeping an eye on our leaders here. Levi Biddick still second. He's the one on screen on that 26 machine. So he's doing a good job. He's got a nice gap now after that pass that he made on Maxwell. So Maxwell's still holding third there. Stella's still fourth when the timing and scoring just rolls back around.
I think she's a second. She's doing a third place lap time. She's a 156.
Yeah, so she's doing a little bit, second a lap faster than third place at the moment, and the gap is only a second. So she's probably going to sneak up here into that third position, or at least a battle for the third position here shortly. So we might have to keep an eye on how Stella's progress goes through the rest of this moto. We've only got, it's a couple of seconds. So the next time past is going to be the last lap board here for this 10 to 12 65cc moto. So we'll see where they all are as they come around here. Now, the last lap board's just popped out, and that's going to go straight to the number 23 machine. And that's our leader, Ryder Magnifiglio. So he's got one to go, and he's got a massive gap. As long as he stays on top of this thing, he's fine. So, the second place, Levi Biddick's gone over. And look, third place is now Stella Harding. She's made the move. So she's jumped up a bit. There's a battle there for third, fourth, fifth, but because I think I saw the 409, which is Hudson Francis as well, just in there. So I think the 38 of Maxwell Legieri is under siege at the moment. As we see them on screen, there's Stella. And you can see there is Maxwell going around the outside, but on the inside, that's the 409 on the YZ. That's Hudson Francis. So can Hudson steal another position here from Maxwell? They've got 1 lap to go. Stella's doing a good job here, getting this into the 3rd position here late. She's riding that thing nicely. Can we get our girl on the podium in this moto? She's not that far back. Or yeah, there's the 26 machine just off that tabletop, just the one in front of her. So she's not far off 2nd position here, really.
She's still 2 seconds in front of 4th place. I think it's important to recognise how good that these girls are. Like, to be in 3rd place with 40 riders, that's not an accident. She's talented.
Yeah, no, definitely. We were talking about that earlier with some of the girls' classes we got here. Obviously, they've got their own classes in some of the categories. This isn't one of them, but for Stella to be running like this at this front of this group, these kids aren't slouches, and Stella's definitely not. She's got a good technique. She's strong on the bike. And, yeah, to get a moto podium here, awesome job from Stella Harding. She goes down through the rollers here, keeping an eye on her. We'll be looking for our winner here. He's going to be on the finish line in just a second. And it's going to be the 23 popping over the finish line. He just rolls it, does a little butt whip of just a bit of style, a bit of change up. Ryder Magnifiglio takes the win. The 2nd place is the 26 of Levi Biddick. And 3rd is going to be Stella Harding, sending that tabletop in that last lap. Nice job for Stella. So that's the top 3. All right, so that's going to conclude our 10 to 12 65cc moto. Our man Russ is down on the start area. They've got the 50s up next, so he's going to go down and have a look and see what they're going to battle through.
Mate, I think we're going to change this class from the 50 class to the Cobra class, because as I look across this start gate, it must be 85% Cobras. Now, I don't know what that means. I guess it means they're the best bike out here. I don't really know if that's factual or if they're just a cool bike, but there is a lot of Cobras on this start line, mate. The whole thing is dominated by that. There's a few orange bikes down the end and a few other little bits and pieces sprinkled in between, but not a whole lot. There's a heap of dads getting all the bikes ready. The gates have been broomed and swept out, ready to go. The 50s are looking keen, mate. If you watch these kids on the start line, they're hyping themselves up, they're slapping their heads, giving each other knuckles. They're one of the funnest classes of racing to watch, and I can't wait to see these guys take the next gate drop.
All right, we're just looking at the starting area for our next race up on the track. It's going to be our 6 to 9 years, 50 cc's. Pretty full grid here of the little guys and girls.
Now the track is getting better and better for these guys as the day goes on, mate. It's drying out. There's a lot more options for them to move around on the track and to be able to hold these little bikes wide open. We've got 165 left on the track. It's flooded up on the front wheel. We've all been there doing that. Once we can get that one cleared off, then these rippers on the 50cc auto class are ready to go. This is the future of the sport, and the future looks bright, man. This is absolutely unreal to see this many kids at state titles. Not a local club round, state titles. This is a lot of committed families, a lot of committed dads. You see all the dads run over right now and pick the rear wheels up, clear the carbies out. There's all these little tricks to keeping these bikes running and being competitive. It's really, really funny to watch just exactly what goes into keeping this all ready. So all the dads are focused on this 65 coming off the track, making sure the 50s don't overheat, making sure they don't stall, and getting the young fellas and young ladies ready to go. There's a couple of riders in the middle center of the gate that are just super hyped up. Someone's obviously giving them a handful of red frogs. The 15-second board goes up. 5-second board is up. The revs are up. Holding strong on these little autos as they creep forward. Gates down. Away we go. Well, it's easy enough to say that a Cobra got the whole shot. Does that work?
You can't see from that far. But
Cobra got the whole shot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
So 4-7-2 again, getting the whole shot, and that's Cole Weir. Hopefully you can keep this one together this time and not throw it away late. But he's got off to a good start so far. Is Cole on that little Cobra?
He nearly cleared the tabletop, mate, straight out of the corner on the 50. Let's see how he goes on the finish line. But that kid is absolutely sending it. He's somehow already opened up a gap. He's about 4 corners in, and he's already got a gap. I reckon we might have a future star here, mate.
Maybe, but he's closely followed by the first moto winner, the 43 machine of Lucas Nielsen. So it's still up to Cole as to whether he can stay on board here and keep this one going. Now, Ryan, did you ever do any of these things as a kid on a 50 like these kids, or you came into the sport a bit later, didn't you?
Yeah, so...
bit of an issue for our leader, Cole, just getting hung up there. But, yeah, he's going to get passed by... Oh, not quite. He's holding on to the lead. Sorry, Ryan.
You're right. Yeah, I never had a 50, 65. I had an 85, but my dirt biking started, I guess, on an RMZ 250. I didn't get my first dirt bike till I was at least 12. So I was very late, and I don't come from a racing background. Everything I've built on my own with the right community around me and my friends and family. But it's the dirt bikes is just me in our household and our family tree.
No, well, it's something that you can either start like this at this 50 point, and go from the very beginning, and that's all you ever know, or you come in late like yourself when you sort of discover it on your own, right? Like, then that's obviously how you did. You've obviously spotted it somewhere and gone, that looks cool, I want to do that.
Yeah, and I think that's the difference between like growing with this 50 foundation or working hard as a junior merging into a senior. You got to put in a lot of work to be in the position I'm in, and be able to compete at that level as well.
Yeah, well, like you're doing Supercross and stuff, so you're obviously competing at the top level, and it didn't matter that you didn't do the 50, but maybe it helps, maybe it doesn't. Maybe you just get burnt out because you've been in it for so long. You're fresh because it's all still new, really, isn't it, right?
Yeah, that's right, and I feel like that's where a lot of junior 250 guys merge out of the sport once they have to start working for it, get a job and pay for it and be all in.
Did you see the whip on the 43 just then?
I can't believe these kids. They're unreal.
That's why when they start this young, they figure out how to do that stuff real early, obviously. So, Lucas just getting a little bit sideways there on the finish line tabletop for a bit of style points. But it's still the 4.72, and that'll be Cole Weir out front. But Lucas is keeping him close. And this is what happened the first moto, Ryan. You weren't here just yet. Cole just having another moment on that inside roller, but it was similar sort of patterning, but then right there where that little dry spot is into that risen corner was where Cole lost the rear end and went down and gave up the lead. So hopefully won't be making that same mistake twice, but this will be a split in the moto scores if it stays this way, and the moto overall win would go to the 4.72 of Cole Weir if he keeps this one in first position.
He is under a bit of pressure though, boys. He's not breaking away from the second position there as they come around to the section closest to the start gates. The two of them have broken away. They've got a huge gap now.
Yeah, they're like 13 seconds in front of third place, so these two boys are on another level right now.
They're doing such a great job. They're sort of holding the gap between them as well, but the technique that these two are both showing, like you were saying about a little whip earlier, the technique through the corners and the tricky stuff is just unreal to watch. Again, I know I've been harping on about it all day, but these ruts are so deep, and you could fit this entire bike in some of these ruts. But see, Weir here, just the jump he's gone over now, he's one of the only guys clearing that, and the speed that gives him going into that corner and then into the rollers is unreal. He's just opened up the gap a little bit, and it was all from clearing this little flat tabletop here parallel to the start gate.
Yeah, when you can keep that momentum up as he just did, with Ryan's having a little giggle about how far he got over that tabletop. it just lets these kids keep rolling, basically. There's no stop-start. He's bouncing on the end of the tabletop spot when he doesn't make it and then smacking his head on the handlebars. He doesn't care. He's still sending it.
What's crazy is some of the 65s and 85s are landing where he's landing, in the same spot, just coming up short on those big tabletops. So you think about the difference that it takes for him to send it as big as some of the 65s and 85s are going. Is just unreal. With a fraction of the suspension and a fraction of the power, it's super impressive.
Maybe I should have taken a Cobra out for the track map preview.
Mate, I reckon you probably should have. Your lap times might have actually improved.
Well, I've got an idea. Ryan's just given me one. So Ryan's rocked up here, obviously, for his racing tomorrow with a bike that's prepped ready to go. But he tells me he's got a paddle tyre on, Russ. And maybe I should have done that when the track was freshly tilled yesterday afternoon. I don't think Ryan's going to need it other than to start straight tomorrow.
Look, I don't know if the paddle tyre would have helped you in your cause at all, mate. But you know what I would pay good money to see? You... Like, maybe we put Ryan there we chuck him on a 65 and you take your 125 or 250 out and let's see how you go. Mate, there's just been a huge end-over crash right in front of you guys. Just in front of the finish line there. Shit. I don't know, the kid's up and going, but he cartwheeled the heck out of that bike.
He's probably got really light on the bike and like whiskied it out of the rut because he's missing a peak. The bars are a bit tweaked, but he's up and he's on it, and it's number 24, Tyson Merchant. But he's up and going again, and he's no fear, these kids. If they're not hurt, they're up and riding, so he's away. But, yeah, obviously, very spectacular get-off for us.
Mate, absolutely. Glad to see he's up and going. But back to the point I was saying is I think a really fast, talented rider on a mini bike versus a washed-up old racer on a big bike, mate, it would be a pretty interesting watch.
I don't know. If he goes out on that paddle tyre of his, and I don't have a paddle tyre, in this condition, I think I've got him covered.
We'll even give you the Stark bargain.
I think that's a great idea.
Have a battle?
Yeah, I'll run a mini bike. Go Carson Brown on this track.
Carson Brown. Yeah, look, he's a different story. I'm not sure you're on Carson's level, Ryan.
I'm not sure there's another human on the planet that's on Carson Brown's level. That guy's unbelievable.
That's a fair point, yeah. Really, that's a fair point. So, look, these kids are continuing on here, but it is the 4.72 just popping back onto the screen. He is leading it. He's got a bit more of a gap now. He's got 4 seconds or so over our second position rider, still holding Lucas Nielsen there. But picking up, yeah, it is the 284 Jackson Riley in third, and the 900 Bentley Phillips as well. So, look, those kids are running through. We're getting towards the end of it. We've got the last lap board just about to come out. So, not too much longer left in this 6 to 9 years 50cc race. And Russ, you back checking out the start for the next race, which is going to be our MX3, which was our most exciting race of the day so far.
Mate, MX3 class is always an absolute hoot. There's a lot of action in this class going down. I was just having a sneak peek at a few bikes and some setups. I'm looking at Drew Cremo here. He's on what would be the inside. He's about 2 or 3, 4 riders from the inside on the big number 5. He's running a set of steg pegs on his rear side panels. If you don't know what steg pegs are, they're like a little hockey puck that bolts to the side of the bike and allows riders to lean back onto this thing. It would definitely suit a particular style. I don't know if I'd like it on there. Have you tried steg pegs, Dave, in any of your riding and racing? And what are your thoughts on steg pegs on a motocross track? Did I lose you there, did I, Dave?
Russ, you're going to have to repeat that. I had other people erupting in the commentary box. There's too much going on. I can't keep up.
Mate, you got to lock that door, all right? Professional, all right? We're going to be a professional here.
Wedge the door, a chair under the handle as well, just to make sure. So.
Absolutely. No, look, mate, I was just looking at Drew Kremer's bike. He's gas there, the big number 5. He's on the inside here, about 4 or 5 riders in. He's running a set of steg pegs on his bike. My question to you was, have you ever run them? What's your thoughts on them? Good, bad, ugly, what do you think?
Yeah, they're normally an enduro off-road sort of technique, more for those desert races, the high-speed things. But in recent years, Russ, I don't know if you've noticed, a lot of the Star Racing Yamaha guys have started putting them on. Club MX guys have put them on. Ryan's been over to Club MX and done some training. He's noticed it there too. But they're not running it as a standard steg peg with the big bracket. What they've been doing is actually like drilling the plastics and reinforcing underneath the plastic with some rubber O-ring and a metal O-ring to bolt through the plastic with. and sort of repositioning exactly where they want it. But they are creeping in the motocross.
If you look at the Star Racing bikes, I believe it was, they had secured a piece of metal, like a washer-size steg peg. It's the same concept, but it's more of a hidden, discreet way to locate your leg when you're getting more on the rear side of the bike.
Yeah, so they've been using... I was over there a couple of years ago talking to Jensen Hendler, who's the 250 Star Racing team manager, and he actually said they still use the steg peg rubber because they get them direct from the steg peg guys here in Australia because it's an Australian company. And they just were making their own mounts within the framework and the subframe and the plastic system they got over there on their bikes to fit wherever they wanted it, because obviously each rider, different height, different leg length or boot size, would end up with it needing it be in a different position, and you're just looking up a couple, aren't you, to see if you can spot it. But yeah, it's even, I think even Levi Kitchen has got it on his Cowie now, because he was a Star guy from a couple of years ago. Yeah. And he's dragged it over to the PC guys as well. But it's more for, they use it more in motocross. I don't think I've noticed them using it in supercross.
Yeah, definitely a motocross.
What is the advantage of it? Because in enduro, I'm imagining it's taking the load off your legs when you're spending a lot of time standing and leaning back. The desert races like it, because obviously they're standing for hours on end. What's the advantage of it on short course motocross racing like this?
I'll answer that in 2 seconds, because we've just got the checkered flag out, and it is the 472 of Cole Weir getting the win in that one, and the 43 of Lucas Nielsen getting the second position. And we're just waiting for our third place rider, which should be the 284 of Jackson Riley to come across, and he's just about to pop into our screen now. So that'll be your top three in the 6 to 9 years 50cc division. And here he is. There's Jackson with a little bit of style, one leg swag off the side.
The whole motor.
I've seen you do that once or twice, but maybe not intentionally, right, Ryan?
With or without the bike.
Yeah, exactly. No, so Russ, back to your point, mate, while we just wait for this next motor to kick off. Yeah, you're exactly right. It's all about taking load off your hands and off your forearms. So try and reduce that, ability to get forearm pump by having that ability to lock in with your legs onto the bike a bit better. Same idea in motocross. As much as it's more for top speed side of things on a desert race, and they got bigger, wider, sometimes too wide, excessively, pegs, steg pegs. The moto guys, it's just a little bit of grip to take a little bit of load off and to stop them sliding off the back of the bike so much. Do you agree, Ryan?
Yeah, I believe that, and I think in motocross it's very, very important to maintain pressure on your foot pegs to get the traction with the motorcycle, and having the steg peg helps locate your leg and put you back in that right position to keep moving forward. So I think they're positive if you can work with them.
Look, it's an interesting thought, because that was what Burgess said made him drop off the pace in that last race, was he was getting an arm pump and he needed to back off. So maybe something Burgess needs to have a look at too.
Potentially, yeah. Well, let's build some hype here for this MX3 race, because I don't know if I had a voice left after the first one. We had about 7 or 8 changes for the lead between Jack Devson, the number 254, the eventual winner, and the 275 of Riley Burgess in about, I don't know, a 2-lap span. Literally crisscrossing the track. It was some great watching. If you're listening now and you haven't seen it, you should go back and watch that first moto for MX3 today, because it was impressive. So let's hope that these boys get a good start and can get out in front and do similar. Our hole shotter, and he dropped off a little bit later in the moto and then had a crash on, I think it was on the last lap, was the number 8 of Rafael Rossiter. So he knew how to get off the gate. Our fast qualifier, or one of the faster qualifiers, was Cooper Rao, the number 25. But Drew Kremer was also one of the quicker qualifiers, the number 5 you were just talking about with the steg pegs there, Russ. And he didn't feature too much in that first moto. So there's plenty of names in this class, this MX3 class, that can get amongst it. Just didn't do so in the first moto. But I think Devson's going to be hard to beat, and if Burgess can get over that little bit of forearm pump, he's a chance again as well.
Down, boys. Heads are down. Revs are up. Drop. Here we go.
Who's going to get this whole shot? It's going to look like on the inside there, it's 26. It's a 26 of Cooper Bowman. He's going to get the whole shot in this one. I think Nate Ebick is there in that fluoro gear, if I'm not mistaken.
Little bit of carnage on the back of the pack here. A few riders taking the tourist route around to get into those first few corners.
Now, interestingly enough, Devson's in about 4th position, he is, yep. But Burgess is way back. He's got a bad start. He's probably in about 10th off the gate here. So, fair bit of work for Burgess to find himself to the front, especially with Devson with a nice start there. So, plenty of action about to kick off here in this MX3 race. Ryan?
Yeah, that Cooper Bowman on the MX R&D Husqvarna, I like watching kids like Cooper. He reminds me of my good friend Cody Mackey. He's a little bit smaller on the motorcycle, but they seem to ride them.
Doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, they ride them like a little bike, and it's impressive. The skill and the patience, there's a lot. It's awesome to see.
Well, Devson's already made his way up in the 3rd. I'm just going to pick up, I think it's the 355. It's Justin McHugh there in 2nd position on the Yamaha as well. Devson's starting to make a bit of a look there to see if he can get around him. But yeah, Cooper Bowman, what a start. Obviously, the smaller weight probably helps on a power to weight ratio side of things, but he got that Husky out of there, quick smart. As he goes.
Oh, we've had number 3 go down, coming into the whole shot graphics corner there, mate. Those braking bumps brought him undone.
That is Devson that went down. So our first race winner has just gone down, as Russ just points out. So he's gone down from 3rd. He's dropping down the field there. He's in front of the 74, who will try and pick up in our order here. So that might give a bit of a help to Burgess, who's actually found his way up in the 5th. So Burgess is actually a couple of spots up front on Devson. Devson's down in about 8th now, trying to make a move on Ebick in for 7th. But there's battles
Burgess
everywhere.
goes down too, coming into the start straight. And you guys couldn't see from your position, but Ebick just had a massive moment coming through the rollers. That same hole I was talking about sent him directly up over the bars. He only just managed to pull it back. And guess what? The 458, the guy that went down earlier, has gone down again after these rollers. He's cartwheeled the bike.
Yeah.
And he's in some serious pain laying on the ground right now.
Yeah, look, he's not happy about how things are there at the moment. We're going to probably need some attention to get that bike. We've got a marshal getting the bike off the track, hopefully, but I think the rider might need some medical there, so we'll keep an eye on that. But as we go through, our leader still is the 25 of Cooper Bowman, and we've still got the 355 of Justin McHugh closely there in 2nd. Now at the moment, with that change up there, with that crash from Devson, we've now got Cooper Rao on the 25. Oh, our leader's gone down. He caught the inside of the rut there, threw it on the ground. It is Cooper Bowman. So he's up and going. There goes Devson. There goes the 299 Ryan Jones. So he's dropped down the list a little bit. He's in the probably 5th place now, so that's not good. Ebick's just behind him. So we've got to change the lead. So it's Justin McHugh, the 355, leading the way on the Yamaha, Ryan.
So Justin, I remember seeing him at Appen Motocross Club, and I've done a lot of club days there, and he sort of come out of nowhere. I didn't see him, and he rides really well. But don't look past Cooper Rowe. He's proven to be quite the talent. He knows how to ride the motorcycle, trains hard, rides hard, good person.
Now, even with Devson having that crash early, he's already back up in the 3rd, given that Bowman went down and sort of changed this order up, and Burgess going down again. So as they run, we've got McHugh, Rowe, and then Devson, and it's just scrolled off on me, but we'll get back to there in just a second, because I was trying to catch up to where Burgess is. So Devson, Bowman 4th, Jones 5th, Ebick 6th, Matthew Taylor in 7th, Kremer, Lawler, then Burgess in 10th. So that crash from Burgess on that last lap in the last corner has really hurt his position here, particularly in the overall. But it is a long moto. We've still got 10 minutes plus a lap to go here. So we just keep an eye on. That's our leader, the 355, Justin McHugh. You say he came from nowhere. He was here last year doing some of the state titles, but not at this point where he was at the front like he is now.
Yeah, and I definitely noticed that at, I think I battled with him at Appen one time. He definitely passed and left me, but he is good. Yeah, a little speechless on that one. It's just nice to see a a young kid improve every time he rides, and it's just, yeah, it's nice. So,
well, if nothing else, this position that he's found himself in here now, yes, there was a crash that helped him get there, but this is going to fill him with a lot of confidence. Like, he's riding really well, he's got a gap, he's leading this MX3 field. If he can pull this off, this is going to fill him with heaps of confidence for the rest of the season.
Dave, let me just jump in there, mate. There's an epic battle going down between Ebic and Kremer right now as they come around to you boys over that start, over that finish line, I should say.
Burgess
These two
is right there behind him too.
Right there behind him. That is going to develop into a hell of a race between these three boys.
So they're about to pop in the screen now. They're coming down the hill here. There's the three of them. There's Ebic. There's Kremer.
Kremer goes the outside to make it move. Can he make it work?
Going a long way around, and he's got it done.
He's got it done on the big Honda. Dives to the inside now as they come around that whole shot corner. Down into the risen, battered corner there. He's still hanging on to Burgess right there behind him.
Yeah, Burgess is going to try and cut to the inside. This has been his move from the earlier in the first moto. He's got it done. He's taken the line away from Ebic, so Burgess makes a step up as well. So he's up to, what will he be up to? Probably 6th now in this running order once it's recorrected from what's on the screen for the lap going past.
Got a flat tyre.
Oh, we've got a rider with a flat, have we? That's the 458.
Jake Taplin with a flat.
So he's, oh no, sorry, the 458's rolling around having a different issue, is he?
458 has got what we call bent handlebars and clutch cleaver.
Oh, there we go. Yep, so that's not going to suit very well. Bit of work for the crew in the pits to sort that out. Lucky this is Moto 2 for the MX3 guys. But there's Kremer and Burgess on screen. Burgess trying to make a move on the inside of him. Switches to the outside, so they're going to head to these rollers. Here goes Burgess, straight past Kremer. Look at that. Nice power move there from Burgess, and he shuts off the inside line so that Kremer can't really do anything about it at that point. So Burgess, probably, what will that be? When it comes across the line here, he might be finally up to 5th place.
McHugh battling a little bit of lap traffic now. He's right in the middle of it. Who's with him? Someone's gone with McHugh, and they're battling out the front there.
It's Cooper Rowe.
Yeah, Cooper Rowe on the 25.
Cooper Rowe, that's it. Yeah, they've just gone back and forth.
So it's tightened up at the front. We're still watching this battle for, that's 5th, 6th and 7th there. That's Burgess, Kremer and Ebic on screen at the present. And just in front of Burgess, you can see that white Husqvarna. That's Cooper Bowman, the early leader who went down. So Burgess is starting to work his way back into this.
Cooper Rowe's just passed him, has he?
Well, so the leaders are just into the bottom of the track, just come out of the bottom of the tracks. We'll have to try and catch up and see what that lead battle's going on there. There's McHugh on the 355 on screen now. And who's in front of him? That's the 199. I think that's a lapped rider.
Yeah, the number
Cooper
25.
And if we just
Rowe's in front of McHugh.
Yeah, so we've had a change for the lead, and that's Devson right behind. So that's the 3rd place rider there as well. So bit of a shake-up. So Cooper Rowe's gone to the front, McHugh's in 2nd, Devson's trying to get there, he's in 3rd. So there's Bowman on screen.
Burgess just had a nice gap going on Kremer and then basically stalled it as he came into this corner. Gave Kremer a moment to catch up, and Burgess looks like he's opened up the gap again as they boys come into the rollers. Some of these rollers are really starting to kick the bikes around. It's interesting how that's developing, but a lot of them are getting untidy as they come into the back section of the rollers.
So you're going to have to keep an eye on those couple of leaders. There goes Rowe, there is McHugh, there is Devson. That's our leader on screen, the 25 machine. Got a nice little gap of a couple of seconds over that 2nd position. But you're going to have to keep an eye on Devson. Devson was our first moto winner. And after that battle, maybe he's got a little less energy in the tank because it was a pretty fierce battle between him and Riley Burgess.
Mate, I don't know. He looks pretty spicy to me. I reckon he's going to make some moves here.
Well, he's got some time still. We've got over 5 minutes plus a lap to go in this moto. There's Rowe. See Devson throwing it sideways over those jumps down the bottom section of the track. I think he's made a move in the 2nd position.
He has, yep. He's got that job done. He was over jumping all those tabletops down the back, taking it right down to the bottom of the transitions.
So we're in full send mode, is what you're saying.
Full send mode. Blue flag is being waved furiously down here as our race leader, Rowe, comes through.
Well, Devson is starting to close on Rowe there. So Cooper Rowe's going to have to wick it up if he wants to hold on to this moto win here. Still a bit to go.
Yeah, and like I said, Cooper Rowe is definitely no rookie. He's raced a few rounds of the MX Nationals, I believe now. I think he has a junior state title on a 125 as well. And he will only get better as the race goes on. He's running around the outside there, taking the smooth line, having a good time.
He's going to bank hard off that outside of the corner there to shoot himself down. Get to the, well, he pulled up well there, considering how much he bounced on the entrance of that corner. But Devson's right there with him. McHugh's just starting to drop off a little bit. Maybe that pace leading out there has started to get to him. You've got to keep an eye back in 4th and 5th as well, because Bowman and Burgess are starting to tighten up as well in their battle going on.
Yeah, even with Cooper Bowman, he's gone down, and it looked like he tweaked the front end a little bit, but he's staying up there, and I think that MX R&D Husqvarna is ripping good.
Yeah, well, obviously, if he has tweaked the front up, he's adjusted well. If he has got it a bit out of alignment, because it's not really showing. To keep running this pace that he is, like they're doing 140s, I think it was, or close to 145 somewhere in there. So they're still going, well, yeah, Cooper Rowe's down to 139 last time around, but yeah, Bowman is still doing a 140, so he's right on pace.
Rowe's got a little more lap traffic that he's been dealing with. The blue flags are out, and he's trying to get around the 94 of Griggs now. Let's see how he sets him up in this corner. Dives to the inside. Rowe seems to be really enjoying a lot of the inside ruts on this track here today at ACT Motorcycle Club. As he comes into the rollers in full send mode, he's actually sort of preloading his suspension as he comes into those rollers and trying to stretch the bike out and get through there as fast as he possibly can.
All right, you can still see Devson there, just in the back a shot of Rowe in that final corner there, that Kennard's high corner. But they're shooting down the hill now. There's a couple of lap riders they're going to have to deal with in this lap, because they're going to catch them fairly quickly. There's Rowe, there is Devson.
Devson to the outside, Rowe to the inside.
Little bit of a gap now for 3rd, but here, so we've had a change for that 4th position. Burgess has made the move past Bowman, so change for 4th there. But there's a fair gap from 3rd to 4th, so I think that might be as far as Burgess gets up in this list, in this motor. Not bad, given that he came off and was off for a little while and had a bad start. So.
Yeah, definitely. And especially with Bowman, it looks like I said, I think he's front end, but that he's keeping it together and going well.
Yeah, look, even a 5th after what's going on is a pretty good effort in the end for Bowman if he can keep it in the 5th position there. So
our leaders are absolutely buried in lap traffic now. Riders all around them. They're doing a pretty good job of getting out of their way, but it's definitely slowing things up somewhat.
There's Rowe. There's probably a 10-metre gap on track, but back to Devson now. So it's getting pretty tidy, but there is heaps of riders in this section of track that they're trying to battle through.
He's about to come into a bit of open, clear track now. Only one rider in front of him. Yeah, I think he's going to use this opportunity to try and really put a gap on Devson.
Well, that would be using those back marks to your advantage. If you can scoot past a couple of them and then just skedaddle when you leave them there for him, that would be a chance to get a bit of a gap. He's got a nice little, it's not very much. It's really, in big terms of things, they've it's all come out in the wash.
Look, Devson's actually closed up the gap, I would say, on him, mate. They both went to the inside line down here now. I think Devson's changing up his lines a little bit. He's been watching him and studying him. Picking his lines and choosing where he's going on the track. It looks as though he's made some choices now, and I reckon he's using that to close up the gap.
Just keeping an eye on that 4th and 5th battle. As much as Burgess made the pass on Bowman that last lap around, we're just talking about Bowman, and he hasn't dropped off, and from that whole shot to a crash and everything, he's still doing really well.
Yeah, and I think that's why it highlights it's so important to get a good start and run up front to start with. He's had a little tip over and he's still up there, and having a motorcycle capable of getting a whole shot is very important.
It's very key, right? Yeah. All right, Cooper Rowe. We're probably going to see the last lap board the next time he comes past, so he's getting closer to this moto win, but still a lot of riding to do here. He's got to keep it together. These ruts in this whole shot graphics corner there is getting nasty. Devson with the leg off, trying to paddle through there as well. They're still going at an absolute pace here, turning some really good lap times. Now, interesting, I just noticed these boys just lapped the number 8 in the past minute or so, but the number 8 was our early leader in Moto 1, and he's getting lapped in this moto. So he got the whole shot Moto 1, led for a while, and then had a couple of things go wrong. But yeah, Rafael Rossiter's not doing so well in this moto here, down in 22nd position.
Last lap board's out.
Right, so here we go. Cooper Rowe, 1 to go. Devson right behind him still. Bit of a gap back to McHugh, who has really dropped back a fair way from them. But Burgess is actually closing up up to McHugh there. So McHugh better hustle, because he's got Burgess and Bowman probably within striking distance on this last lap as well. So third is up for grabs here. But Rowe in that risen corner. Ooh, the back end got a nice kick on that acceleration bump on the exit of that corner. He slid into that exit of the wall there as well. Track's getting a bit more treacherous here. He's getting a little loose on this last lap. Is Cooper Rowe trying to make sure he gets this win. Down the bottom section, he's having a look over. How much gap has he got? Not much, basically, is the answer. There's Debson just in the back of shot.
Debson's made a couple of small mistakes, and that's what's opened up that gap for Rowe. Rowe does keep checking. He probably just needs to put his head down and race forward.
Well, he's had the look now. He knows what it is. He just needs to get this last half a lap done, right?
If Cooper's looking back at a 15-minute motor, I don't know how I'm going to do a 20 tomorrow. Oh, goodness.
Once you get your tongue out of your chain, you'll be all right.
Debson with another little mistake there. Basically handing it to Rowe now.
Well, if Rowe could just navigate this last couple of corners and that roller section without too much hassle, he's going to be your Moto 2 winner.
Huge kick in the rollers for Debson there. He managed to keep it in line.
All right, so Cooper Rowe into the final corner. That's that Kennard's Hire corner. He's going to come up over the finish line. There's the checkers and the Moto win for the number 25 machine. Debson's going to get second. Now we're going to keep an eye on our third place on track, because it was tightening up there. There's McHugh, there's Burgess right on his rear tyre as they come to the final corner. Burgess has cut to the inside, he's taken the inside right, and he's taken the position away. He's got third in the moto. A bit of relief there from Burgess. McHugh didn't close off the corner. He lost the podium in that final couple of metres of the race. Nice work, Riley Burgess, to recover there. Hard luck to Justin McHugh, but very good racing here in MX3. Ryan, we'll let you go, mate. Thanks for being up here.
Yeah, thanks for having me. That was entertaining. Last corner, it was good to see some racing. No one taking anyone out, just motocross racing.
Hard racing. It's good stuff here at the Motocross State Titles. We look forward to seeing you out there tomorrow, hopefully somewhere near the front. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll go for the start and we'll just let the moto run its pace. Should be good. It's a stacked field tomorrow.
I'm sure we'll send either me or Russ down there and check if you've got the paddle on or not on the start, eh?
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Thank you.
All right, all good. That's Ryan Kohlenberg. He'll be out here racing tomorrow, one of the top riders in our sport in the state for MX2. So thanks for joining us, and we'll get to our next motors. They're going to be on the line here in just a sec. We might try and steal a quick break here, and then we'll pop back with our next lot of motos.
Looks good, eh? Ken Earth. What was that, love? I said Ken Earth.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ACT Motorcycle Club, here for the New South Wales State Titles. '65 riders on the course now. The 215 snagging that whole shot as he leads the pack up and over the first tabletop there. Coming around to the finish line jump.
So this is our, Russ, this is our 65cc 7 to 10 years, it's our non-qualifiers race. The ones that didn't make it out of our LCQ, so they're getting their race here. They've got a 3-lap race to get it done. So they're all having a bit of track time, which is awesome. And the 215 is out front at the moment.
All right, for those tuning in, this is the non-qualifiers race. So these are the guys that didn't get into the heats and then through the LCQ as well. This is them getting their final race in for the day. And Dave and I were mentioning this early on, that it's really cool that they've done this format because no one goes home essentially empty-handed or without getting decent track time, which I think is really important. When the families invest a lot of time and money into getting the riders here, it's great that the day wasn't over early. You get lots of riding in. Everyone feels good when they put some serious hours on their bike over a weekend. And it's great that these guys have an opportunity to have another race, even though they didn't make it all the way through.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's the fact, well, bit of a wild jump there from the 215.
Mate, huge Ronnie Mack all the way through there.
Ronnie Mack.
He's real lucky that his rear wheel actually hit that knuckle, because if he'd gone a little further and the rear wheel had gone over the knuckle, probably wouldn't have straightened him out.
No, so that's the 215. That's David O'Rourke there, having a wild ride, but leading this moto. So doing a reasonably good job. It gives these kids as well, as much as it'd be awesome for them to be in the main race, they're actually going to get some TV time, Russ, because they're actually at the front of the non-qualifier one, which they might not have got if they were in the main moto, sort of mid to back of the pack. So
it's pretty cool, man. It's pretty cool that they get that TV time. It's great that some of their sponsors and stuff will also get that too. So very cool that Motorcycle New South Wales has given them that opportunity to do that. And again, these kids have got so much potential. Just because they didn't make it this year, we don't want them going home feeling like they didn't achieve anything. We want them fired up and ready to go for next year.
100%. We want them to be a part of this series for a long time to come. And hopefully they'll get some skills that develop and put them into those main motos later on in their racing careers. We're just watching one of the YZ65s navigate through the National Motorcycle Alliance berm there. This track is getting a bit treacherous for some of these smaller 65cc bikes, so it's a bit harder for these kids to get through. Just watching them come down the hill here. We'll pick up that number. Yeah, that is David O'Rourke there. He's the one that is leading this moto. And then we've got the 47 machine. That's Nate Gomez. Ghost Raceware, 10cc graphics supporting him. I think that was the 100 going past of Jace Wallace. Then it's the 182 of Joel Thomas, then Isaac Pratton, Rigby Job, Reed Wallace, and Ali Warland isn't out there by the timing and scoring, but was a part of this race as well. As we're watching David on screen here, going around the top of the circuit, going to go down the hill now, into that bottom section. Makes the tabletop look easy as he heads down the hill there. So this track is getting a bit destroyed, as we said. Now we're just keeping an eye on David, because this is where he sent to Ronnie Mack last time, but he got a bit through there, a bit neater this time, so maybe didn't get the same kick. But you can see these bikes, obviously the smaller wheels, less suspension, they're bouncing around quite a bit here on this track as we get through our program. We're later in the day now, it's like 3:30 in the afternoon. And Russ, you're out there on the track looking at it. There's still, the track's getting beat up, right?
Mate, the track is absolutely beat to death out here, mate. I'm standing down here on the roller section, and it's really interesting because roller 1 is completely destroyed. That's also the first one that you come around out of our starting gate. But that's the one that joins up with the main track that our lead rider is coming into now. So the first one is destroyed. There's a bit of a hook, bit of a G out into the second one. Third and fourth are hard and smooth blue groove. They're literally blue in colour. But then these last two have got massive holes and chopped out at the bases of them leading into that corner. We saw this come into an effect in that last race where the big boys were coming through. A few of the leaders were actually seat bouncing and preloading the suspension to try and get over some of these holes, because these holes, as you're braking, they're not braking bumps. It's the rollers shoot out. We're really unsettling the bikes and making it difficult to control coming into that corner. You're going, what are they doing here, Dave? They're third gear, pretty well wide open, I would imagine, coming through here.
You would expect something like that, yeah.
That unloading and unsettling of the suspension is just really difficult to kind of control. So on the outside of the rollers, it's hard blue groove. It looks like a speedway. On the inside, they're destroyed. Doesn't look too bad when you're standing next to it, but when you see the bikes come through, you see how badly it unsettles the bikes.
So we're keeping an eye on Joel Thomas there and Rigby Job as they head that last part of the track and go down the hill towards our stationary camera. They're taking a nice wide line there, trying to find the smooth stuff. There's the 474 of Isaac Pratton as well. Good to see the kids still getting around pretty well. There's the 47, is in second on the track at the moment, Nate Gomez. But he's got some company there with Jace Wallace just behind in third. That's probably the battle on track because David O'Rourke has checked out at the front. He's got a good nearly 15-second gap on these guys in second position. As we see them rolling over those tabletops there. Not quite getting the drive to get over them at this point in the day of these two. Jace just bouncing through a couple of those ruts there. Taking two different lines a little bit here. They're going to head down, short tabletop. Now they're going to head out wide here. You can see those three massively deep ruts there on the inside of that corner. They've been catching a few riders out, but when they do that wide line, they end up in a deep hole on the exit as well. So it's not all smooth sailing just because you went wide there and missed the inside ruts. As they navigate the whole shot graphics corner. We're just picking up one of our other riders here to get some TV time for them as well. Back on Joel Thomas and Rigby. Just sending around there. You can see that hole. There's Rigby just bouncing through that hole. Back to our leader. That's a 2:15. David O'Rourke getting the checkered flag. Doing a great job. And we might have the chance here to take a break at the end of this moto before our next lot because we've got a sight lap up on the track as well. So we'll have a break here on our coverage of the New South Wales Motocross State titles and we'll be back with more.
Looks good, eh? Ken Earth. What was that, love? I said Ken Earth.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Looking good, eh?
Ken Oath. What do you think, Nonna? Gentleman de K.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Ken Oath.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling. Ken Oath.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
All right, some great shots there at the end of our ad break of Canberra, Parliament House, War Memorial, all the different bits of our nation's capital there. From a tourist point of view, there's plenty to do in Canberra. But Russ, you're down in Canberra, but you're on the start area, mate, for this 7 to 10 65cc. This is our top 40. What's going on down there?
Top 40, mate. The boys and girls are all looking super ready. Full set of gates, which is what we absolutely love to see, and a massive array of bikes. There's orange bikes, blue bikes, yellow bikes, white bikes. An awesome spectrum and a big, really cool spread of riders from all over the country. The 15-second board is up now, mate. He's about to drop that. We'll hear the revs come up. Up come the revs. The 5-second board is there. Eyes on the gates. Drop, here we go. Who's going to get the shot? Couple of riders loop out straight out of the gate. They're okay. They're picking their bikes up. Who's going to get the whole shot? Looks like the number 34 gets out clean and starts launching ahead. It's KTM, Yamaha, KTM. And everyone else is through fairly clean and safe.
All right, we'll just try and pick up that number at the start. Is it the 24? It might be Jax Hughes. We'll see as they come across the start line. Across the finish line, I should say. It is the 24. Jax Hughes with the whole shot there, leading that opening. And it's the number 20 of Wilco Cox.
Mate, there's been an incident on the bowl turn there, the National Motorcycle Alliance bowl turn. A couple of riders have gone through the barriers there. Marshals are on site helping them get that sorted. Looks like both riders are up. Oh, there's a third rider that's struggling as well. A little bit of carnage on that first lap, first couple of corners.
Yeah, look, these are 7 to 10s, especially the ones that qualified in. As much as they got a sighting lap just now, it's been a while since they've been on track, and it's obviously a lot more developed than it was when they were out there this morning for their qualifying sessions, because this is Moto 1 for these kids. Some of our other classes have done their Moto 2s already. But yeah, struggling for some of these 7 to 10 65s at this point. But ooh, our leader getting a bit out of shape and off track there is the 24 of Jax Hughes. He's managed to save it and get back on, but he's now within reach of the 2nd, 3rd and 4th there as they're coming through the bottom section of the track. So it is the 24, Jax Hughes, out in front. Got it all regathered and going again. We've still got the 20 there, Wilco, in 2nd position. Once the screen comes up, well, we've got a bit of a different order running here from what I can see. It might be 210, not 20.
Yeah, it's a 210 there of Kirchen.
But I think somebody's just gone around the outside.
He's in third,
of him.
yeah. Number 8's just dove to second place there.
So Finn Jarvis has just gone around the outside of Zio. So yeah, that 2-1, the one in the middle of the 2-0 missed out from my eyesight here. And
huge kick there on the number 24, just absolutely got boosted sideways, which is Hughes. He managed to keep it together, but there's a battle for second, third and fourth going on right now.
All right, as they're all sending it up that middle jump there. I think Finn on the 8 is trying to make a move here for the lead. He's just a little bit further back than he could to get that job done. As we can see them coming across and down the hill now. It's still the 24 machine out front. But there's the number 2 machine making his way through, making an appearance. That's our fastest qualifier, Archie Blanchett, getting himself in the picture here. So will he be making a move towards the front here, because he's now in second position on track, and he's going to take this inside line. He's swept, whoa! He swept around the outside of that inside roller and went straight into the back tyre of our leader, caught the edge of the back tyre and shot off the side of the track. He's managed to regather it, has the number 2 machine, but he's dropped down to third. He's on the outside of Finn Jarvis there as they sweep around to go down the hill. He's just going to make that place back up. He's back into second, but man, that was a hairy moment there when he swept out from the inside to the outside as our leader went from outside to in.
Mate, we've got a couple of bikes down here by the whole shot graphics that had a bit of an incident. The 279 went down, picked his bike up, was trying to get it going, and the number 22 ran straight into the back of him under yellow flag. So just goes to show that these guys, as much as they're skilled racers, still probably need a little bit of practice in that racecraft and that heads-up racing style. But right now, the number 24 is under serious pressure from the number 2. They come together, they touch as they come around the whole shot graphics banner into the Motorcycle New South Wales corner and onto the back straight. And it looks like Kirchin has just dropped it as well in that exact same spot the last 2 riders were just battling. The 210 of Kirchin struggling to pick his bike up. But into the rollers come number 2 and the 24. One goes inside, outside. They're going to chop and change. Up over the tabletop they go.
So we do have a new leader there, number 2, Archie. He's settled down into that position. So Jax Hughes had a good battle there to try and hold him back for a few sections of the track. He did as he went past you, Russ. But he's back into second now.
Yeah, that's right. They look like they've sorted themselves out a little bit now. A little bit of a gap between first, second and third. Now they've got a bit of space to move, dive inside and out, but the boys are really sending it, stretching it out.
You missed that from probably where you were, but Archie just cased the end of that tabletop, bounced to the bottom, absolutely sideways, and then spat. He managed to keep it on, but that was not a pleasant looking thing.
He seems to be adjusting his helmet and goggles after that one, mate, so it might have rattled him.
Yeah, I think he smacked that on the handlebars as it spat sideways, so I think he would have to straighten all that out because he probably was looking out the wrong part of the goggle port. But he's up and going. He didn't come off. It just probably knocked him a little bit, and now he's got to get himself recomposed, which he has. So he still holds the lead. He's coming up on some back markers already. That's the 279 there,
mate,
Louis Dunlop.
He's more than composed. He is absolutely sending it over those back tabletops. Now, we just had another rider drop his Cobra and get stuck in that same whole shot graphics corner. So this seems to be the spot that's bringing a lot of them undone. But our race leader, Archie, is coming up on some lap traffic here now. These are the boys that were dropped and stuck. Oh, he goes down. This same corner is pulling all of the riders down in this race.
So we've got a new leader now. The number 8 just snuck through the inside there. That's Finn Jarvis getting through. And I saw our early race leader, the 24, Jax Hughes, go through as well. So big change up there. Archie's got some work to do now because he's dropped 2 positions, if not a few more. But yeah, he's also lost the time to go with that. So yeah, bit of a moment there. Bad position to be crashing. He wasn't far enough out in front, and he just pushed the front end there up the top of that berm. Russ.
He went really high, mate, pushed into it a little bit too hard, a little bit too much faith in that front tyre. But our race leader, Flynn, has just made it through a little bit of lap traffic there as he bounces down over the finish line. He's now got a really clean track in front of him, and I believe he's going to put his head down and put some serious laps in. Jarvis is going to check out now. Hughes is trying to hang on to the back of him, but a little bit of lap traffic in front of him is going to hold him back.
So just an update on Archie after that crash from the lead. As he came across the finish line, he was in 4th there. So in 3rd currently is the 29 of Sam Archidiokano. So there's a bit of work for Archie to do. Didn't only just drop back those 2 spots, he's dropped back 3 spots and a lot of track position. So yeah, a lot of work now for Archie, but he's capable and he's got some time here.
He's capable, mate, but I'd almost say he looked a little bit rattled after that.
Well, to go with that moment he had, earlier in that lap, it's 2 things to go wrong in the one short space of time. He might have been just getting a little fatigued, maybe, trying to push it at that point. We are deep in this moto for these kids.
Well, he just absolutely sent it over that back tabletop, mate. He completely over-jumped the down ramp, took the thing to flats, and seems okay. He's holding a really good pace now, mate. So if he was a little rattled earlier, I think he's back.
He's over it. Yep. All right, so we got our man on screen, the number 8, Finn Jarvis. He is your leader of this race for the 7 to 10 65 cc's. He's going to come around to the finish line shortly, and he will be getting the last lap board when he does so. So not too much
Hughes has
further to
just
go.
gone down in 2nd, and Archie's going to waltz right into 2nd position while Hughes picks his bike up, Archie coming around into the rollers now.
Well, Hughes is up and going. He's got it started fairly quickly, but we'll have to see how many positions he lost in that crash as well.
Looks like we've got another rider tangled up in the banners here, mate, for the Motorcycle National Alliance corner. Between that corner and the whole shot corner, mate, these 2 have been treacherous this race.
Yeah, not a good spot for that one. Obviously, those rollers and the way that they're developing and the ruts early in that berm are not letting them get through there too safely if you get a kick out of there. But our leader, number 8, on screen. He's got a nice little gap of about 9.5 seconds over Archie Blanchett, who's now in 2nd after that little moment there that we just were calling for Jax Hughes on the 24 machine. So Finn's just got to hold on to this one here. You can see the gap on screen. We've got a nice long shot there. Finn's going one way, Archie's going the other. Archie's just getting to that risen bannered corner now. So he's going to probably be a 2nd position in this race. But what could have been if he didn't push the front there in partway through.
Yeah, look, he's just got around some lap traffic now, mate. So I think Archie's going to step up his game a little bit. He's got some clean track to do that now. As I look over, and the number 143 just bins it on the straight and goes rolling down the hill. He looks to be okay, but Archie's back, mate. He's launched over those last couple of tabletops. Our race leader is coming through a ton of lap traffic right now down the main straight with all these big ruts. It's really difficult to get around riders when everything is a deep rut. He's doing a great job of choosing awesome lines and being patient, not pushing too hard. Number 2 of Archie Blanchett is a couple of lap riders back. So I don't think there's a ton of pressure on our race leader right now. It's about riding smart, staying up.
Well, our leader, number 8, is just going through the National Motorcycle Alliance corner, heading to that Kennard tyre spot, the last corner. He's going to get the checkered flag here. It's just popping out to the finish line right now. You can see there he is on screen, taking that moto win. Is the number 8 of Finn Jarvis, so congratulations to Finn. We'll be looking for the number 2 to pop through the screen here shortly, which will be 2nd position of Archie Blanchett. There he is on screen, salvaging 2nd. And 3rd, we'll be looking for our 3rd position rider. I'm not sure where we got to there. Is it going to be the 24 still of Jax Hughes? We'll have to wait for our screen to update, because there's Jax going through on the 24. Or did he drop further down? We'll just wait for our screen to update, and we'll be able to accurately tell you 1, 2, and 3. There we go. So Finn Jarvis, Archie Blanchett. No, it was a 29 of Sam Archidiokano grabbing that 3rd. Lennox getting 4th. Jax Hughes ending up 5th there. So that was your top 5 in the 7 to 10 65cc moto. We might take a break here on our coverage, and we'll come back with our next lot of races.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Whole shot graphics. Kennard's Hire. Risen Unlimited. National Motorcycle Alliance. Skywalker Studios. Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service. Black Dog Institute.
Looking good, eh?
Keno, what do you think, Nonna? Gentlemente de cane.
Hey boss, Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Keno feeling. Keno.
All right, we're looking at our next race up on the grid. It's 10 to 12, 65cc. Now, before that drops the gate as these last few riders, we've got Russ over in that National Motorcycle Alliance corner that's been claiming everybody. Russ, what are you seeing down there, mate?
Mate, it is an absolute mess down here. We talked about the rollers earlier. The inside line of the rollers is a mess. There's a big boggy hole that is catching front wheels, and even the big boys are in and up on their front wheel. On the outside of this corner, there is ruts that lead basically dead straight into those banners. So it is it's really interesting. If you dive to the inside, the ruts take you around. If you stay to the outside, the ruts take you directly into that barrier. So very, very tricky section.
All right, our race is away for this next one, and it's the 23 getting to the first corner, but he's drifted a bit wide. Can he hold it? That's right, Magnifiglio. He's going to get that whole shot here. And he's away leading this moto for the 10 to 12 65cc. Now this is their Moto 2 for the day. Ryder got both whole shots for both these ones as he goes through that Kennard's Hire corner. Heading up over the finish line tabletop. We'll see who's running second there. It'll be the 518 of Jake Knighton, then the 282 of Ollie Kale. 38 of Maxwell Legeri as well in fourth. So we're just seeing those riders come down the hill there. A few different options for them. A couple of them having to pick those legs up really high if they're in the middle and inside ruts. You can see them holding those boots up nice and high under the handlebar as close as they can get so they don't drag their foot. Just watch the 21 go past the screen there. That's Callan Morris. And the 211 going past. It's funny, I picked up the 21 and the 211 going through there, but the 211 was Caleb Chapman. We're back to our leader. There's Ryder Magnifiglio holding a nice tight line there, heading down the bottom of the circuit. And you can see Jake just in the background in that nice fluoro gear. He's going to pick up brightly in their screens. There we go. Look at those guys, yeah, getting those jumps as they go through the bottom of the section. You can see how dry the landing areas of those jumps have gotten. Obviously, we're not putting watering on those so we're not slippery, but as the day's gone long, that part's dried out and we've got a bit of dust there.
Dave, I was actually going to ask you, mate, if you had a pair of goggles up there, mate. I need a pair of goggles on, mate. It's proper dusty down here.
Look, as you said before, I'm in my comfy little box, which was still weird to say, but I have a nice glass screen, so I don't need anything up here, Russ. I'm good.
So you got your armchair and a glass of wine up there probably too, don't you, mate?
Look, I have cracked a can just to get a little energy keep going, but I haven't got the wine just yet. You know, maybe a whiskey tonight, but we'll see.
All right, mate, these riders are coming around. And the number 23, who's just been dominating, is coming through the roller section we've been talking about and into this treacherous National Motorcycle Alliance corner. These guys all seem to be doing pretty well, but the bikes are bouncing and moving around. There's some savage braking bumps in there. Burgess goes to the top there. I think part of what's causing the problem is not only are there massive braking bumps, but if you take that high line, it is bone dry. Zero grip at the top. There's not much of a bank to it, and I think that's what's sending people up over that edge.
Now, if you notice on our timing and scoring there as well, the rider in second place, Jake Knighton, went purple on that lap, and he's closed right up to the leader, Ryder Magnifiglio. The purple on the timing board means he was the fastest man on track last time around, so he was nearly a second faster than the leader. So he's closed that gap right up, and there it is on screen. Look at that. He's right to the rear tail now, is Jake to Ryder. So we've got a battle here for the lead early in this moto. The 518 on the KTM, bit of Little bit of legs off the back as he tried to get out of that corner there. Russ,
Mate, there's a lot of legs flying off the back of bikes at the minute, mate. The riding's getting wild. The track is nasty, and these little bikes are kicking all over the place. So suspension setup is playing really key with these little bikes. These holes are huge. The ruts are deep. The track crew is doing an awesome job at getting water down. We're trying to control the dust. Remember back earlier in the broadcast when we said we'd be chasing the track? Well, the track has gone away. We are in full chase mode now, trying to get control of it, trying to keep the dust down, and trying to make it a safe and raceable track for these riders. But as I look over the back there towards the start gate, mate, there is a lot of dust coming up, which basically means it's slippery.
Yeah, we're on a baked part of the track now for a lot of it. So, yeah, we're having to start paying more attention to our throttle control in a lot of the sections of the track. There is still some nice grip in the middle sections of the corners. Funnily enough, we were talking about that National Motorcycle Alliance corner, Russ, there a few seconds ago, and how nasty it is in the entrance and stuff. In the middle section of that track and the exit of it, it actually still looks really fluffy, which has got plenty of grip in it, but they're struggling on the entry to even be able to find that for the exit yet.
Mate, I think that's actually the problem. I think that's why everyone's going down on these, you know, dare I say it, reasonably basic corners, because there's sections of the corners that have grip and then another section on the same corner that has zero grip.
Yeah.
That's really difficult to maneuver the bike around. If you're taking an outside line, you're obviously taking a faster, higher speed momentum type line, and then all of a sudden you have zero grip. If you're taking the inside line, you're obviously moving a lot slower, so the grip's not a huge problem. And then in the middle of the corner, it's different again. So between the inside, middle, and the outside line, there's multiple different challenges and different issues of getting your bike through that as fast as humanly possible, and it's really bringing a few riders undone.
Yeah, well, not so much for the 23 machine out front at the moment, rider Magdafiglio. He's got that Raceline Husqvarna bike going pretty nicely around this circuit at the moment, looking pretty sharp as well in that purpley gear from that T-dub and his M2R helmet. Fist hard handwear. He's got a few sponsors in the list, so nice work for Ryder to be representing him pretty well out the front here.
Mate, he looks really good. The bike looks really poised on the track. He's obviously got great suspension in that thing. He knows how to ride it. He's pushing hard, and it's just all those years of riding and practice, those hours of practice are paying off, mate. So he's out the front. He's feeling comfortable. But if you watch his body work, he's actually working the bike quite hard. He's not being a passenger at all.
Oh,
hey, there we go.
Position, just having a moment in your favourite corner, Russ.
Into our favourite corner, mate. These treacherous holes and lines are everywhere. They're getting everyone. So I think moving into this deep second part of the day, mate, I really believe that just staying tidy is going to play a huge part of your overall position. Going fast is great, and that's important. But I think if you can keep it together and keep it upright, it's going to really be an advantage.
Now, just having a look back into our track a bit further, I noticed our podium getter from the first moto in this class, Stella Harding, is currently running around in 6th position, not too far back of 4th and 5th, but she hasn't quite got maybe the start that she needed in this one to be up running where she was in the first moto, but still a good job from Stella there on the Yamaha. And
mate, and speaking about good kit, Stella Harding's kit looks awesome, mate. She's
on point for that setup.
The Yamaha looks good, the gear looks good. Yeah, full style points.
In that Fox Racing gear, that blue and pink stuff sits nicely for that team colour look. Alright, so we're keeping an eye then. She is on screen as well. That's the kit we're talking about. And like I said, she's not far behind Zach Peters on that 296 just in front of her. So she's closing in. She's still a chance of a top 5 in this moto, which would be an awesome effort for her. As we see them going down the bottom of the track there, over the big tabletops.
Stella just sending it, mate. She's not afraid at all to hold that thing wedged wide open.
Well, and she's still taking some of the rougher, I would say rougher lines, like some of the more inside shortening up the tracks, but not worried about trying to find smooth lines. And actually, she's going to make a move here because there's been a little error. Oh, she just got cut off a little bit by Zach, I think it was there, as he came out of that corner. He had a bobble. And Stella got right up close to him, but she's going to try and make this move here very soon because she's on the inside of this next section. Can she get a run through the rollers?
Yeah, she's going to make a move. There we go. That was a brilliant move by Stella Harding into the rollers. She sits forward nice and high on that bike, gets it around.
So that'll be the 5th position. Top 5 in this moto for Stella with that move. She's got a bit of a gap then to get to the next rider, who's Ollie Kale in 4th. She's probably about 5 seconds down on him. Oh, a little bit nose high there, Stella over the finish line, but got it all together there. Oh, we've lost our... Oh, unfortunately, we lost the man we just were talking about, Zach Peters. He's down in that final corner. I think he's ripped off a sticker kit as well partway. He just threw, or it was plastic that he just thrown off the side of the track. So he's dropping right down the list, which means that I think Flynn Burgess has moved up a spot. So he'll be in 6th position now, if I saw that correctly, as they flashed over the finish line just then. But there's Stella back on our screen, top 5 in this moto. And yes, it is Flynn Burgess up to 6th position with that crash from Zach. You see Stella navigating some of the more difficult parts of this track. The acceleration bumps out of that corner. She's trying to stay tight there down the hill. But she's going to have to miss. Well, there's still that big hole on the inside of that bottom sweeping corner. And all the way to the outside to carry that momentum over these couple of jumps.
Yeah, Stella's looking really smooth and tidy out there, mate, and she's a great example of what I keep harping on about between the difference between the boys and the girls. She's getting those, she is choosing some rougher lines, but she's executing them really well, and she's not doing it with the throttle. She's not slamming her way into the trickier, more technical stuff. She's focused on her technique. Her technique as she goes into this whole shot graphics corner is just on point. She's sliding her body forward, the leg is high, toes are turned in, elbows are up, her eyes are up. She's just looking really good on that bike today.
Well, the battle at the front is still going on, but we're looking through the pack here. You're seeing the number 13 there on screen. You're seeing the, what do we got? 715, one of our other riders towards the back of this pack, Aiden Nault. So catching some of these other guys and girls out here as they're ripping around the circuit. So that's the 13 is Logan Chapman-Nickel on screen as well as they're riding down there. I think it's the 355 as well, Joe Purcell. So they're coming around. That's our finish of that moto. Ryder Magnifiglio is going to get the win in that one. So that's 2 motos for him, 2 whole shots for him. And then the 518 is going to get in their 2nd position there. And we'll just check. I just missed the 3rd position as we're looking at our timing and scoring as they're coming over the finish line. So pretty good moto there for our 10 to 12. So it was Ollie Kale getting it. Stella in 4th, Flynn Burgess in 5th. So we actually lost one of our riders there to drop down a little bit as well. So good moto for our 10 to 12 years. We'll take a quick break here before we come back with, I think it's going to be one of our girls' classes up on the line. We'll have a break here at our coverage.
Looking good, eh?
Keno, what do you think, Nonna? Giramento de K.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Keno feeling. Keno.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
All right, it's the 12 to 16 year girls, 85cc class out on track, and that will be the 288 getting the whole shot there of Mia Cameron. That's 2 whole shots for her out of the 2 motos so far. She's followed closely by Chloe Hart on that 67 machine there, our first moto winner.
And straight away, Dave, all three of the leaders, first, second, third, all had little moments in that National Motorcycle Alliance corner. So I think that's going to play a factor.
Oh, Chloe just getting a little out of shape as she tried to turn into that right-hander after the finish line. She's managed to keep it together. She's made her way to the lead now. She's passed Mia Cameron. Now, our second place rider in that first moto was the 6:08 of Layla White. She's currently sitting in fourth. And I think we've got Lily Lewis there with a good start up into the mix a little bit as well. Oh, no, it might be the bright green gear. That's the 474. Olivia is up there early in this one. So we'll keep an eye on how the girls go. There's a pass being attempted there. I think that might have been Layla. Oh, Chloe getting a little bit out of shape on that bank turn there, trying to head down the hill. Almost lit the rear tyre up over the edge of the bank, but she managed to keep it in check, keep it on two wheels, and down to the bottom of the circuit she goes, leading this one. She's getting a little bit of a gap here. So good work, Chloe Hart, at this point in the moto. I'm still seeing Mia Cameron there in second, but she's getting closely followed now by the 474 of Olivia, as she's sort of creeping closer in there for that battle for the second position on track. Just watching them tiptoe around that corner there, all trying to use the outside because it's probably the safest action away from some of the ruts and the bumps in that section of the track. But once they get to this whole shot graphics corner, I don't know if there's a smooth line in there at all. As we watch Chloe come up the hill. And they're all battling through this section here. There's some nice bumps in that corner. They've got to get their acceleration to the ground to get a run through these rollers. But then when they're in those rollers, they've got to be careful at the end of them for those holes that Russ has been talking about, and the ruts in the into the lead into that National Motorcycle Alliance corner, because it is nasty in that section. We're just watching Layla White there come up a little bit short at the end of that tabletop. Ooh, move on Mia Cameron. So Olivia's tried to take that position away, but Mia's going to try and scoot down the inside here. Can she get the run? Not quite. Olivia's going to sweep down the outside and take second position away from Mia Cameron. But Layla White is right there now as well in fourth. So good little battle going on here. Chloe Hart has scooted away at the front. She's got a nice gap over them, about just under 5 seconds she's got. We watch Mia just bounce off the end of that tabletop. They're all running around the edge of that corner as well. But that section here is so dry and just baked out into that risen corner. As we watch Layla White take the inside line, deep rut there, couldn't get out the end of it, and it's let Mia get back to her. We'll have to see who was able to hold it on longer to get into that corner, and if they held out. No, Layla's managed to hold on, to take the position away from Mia Cameron. So Mia back to fourth, Layla White up to third. So our running order is getting a little bit of a change here. Mia's been dropping back from that hole shot that she got. She's now in fourth position. So can Layla, now that she's cleared Mia, make a run towards Olivia and try and get another second position in the moto here? Or is Olivia going to make up for maybe a little bit of an issue there and dropping off the pace in the first moto? Because Layla is comfortably in third now. All right, just getting waved at from another part of the building here through the windows. It's always nice to have a fan. It's Margaret Davenport, one of our main scorers here. Not really a fan. All right, Olivia 474 making her way through the corner there, getting a decent run at that tabletop. There's Chloe Hart, our leader. She's got a nice gap over them. Oh, big low swapping moment there. Oh, and Layla doing one as well. Olivia just getting that bike, tried to get on the gas. The thing just stepped out sideways and then flicked back the other way. This track is treacherous right now. We only have about 4 or 5 motos left in our program, but the people that are coming out after this aren't going to really be in love with the track, Russ. You're back up in the box now, mate.
Mate, yeah, I'm back checking out how the other half lives, mate. Up here in the tower, in your chair, with your shade, cushy little position. Cushy little position up here, mate. The track is just absolutely, it's just gnarly out there, man. I mean, the people that, the riders that can stitch this together are going to obviously do really well, because there's a few guys that are really gelling with it. I think generally speaking, though, it is tough conditions out there, mate. Deep ruts, peg dragon ruts to dried out sections, blue groove. It's all happening.
Yeah, like where they are now, it looks completely baked out. There's not a drop of moisture left in that section of track, at least where the wheels are touching the ground anyway. So Layla was having a little run there down the hill, but Olivia's just sort of scooted away again. So it's the ebbs and flows of this track. It's very easy to make a mistake, you know, light up the rear tyre and lose drive out of a corner, and that'll just equate to a second or so, and then there's a gap again. So our top three running, Chloe's still got a nice little gap at the front on that 67 machine, but then it is that 474, and you can actually see all three of them in that one shot just then. So they are closer than you think at the moment, but yeah, there is the 474 of Olivia, and then Layla. This is where Layla had a little run last time. She sort of creeps up. She must have this section of track dialed in at least better than what Olivia's doing at the moment. So there's our leader, Chloe Hart, and there they are, all in the one shot. But Layla's trying to make a move, so maybe that if Layla can clear Olivia at this point, maybe she's got something for Chloe later in this moto. We've still got 5 minutes plus a lap to go, so there's plenty of time here. And there's the move. Layla White up the inside of Olivia on that 474 machine. Olivia's actually going to scoot off the side of the jump. Didn't quite make that one, so that's not the best outcome there for Olivia, but she's managed to stay on two wheels and got back on the track. But now Layla is in second position and was right up to the back wheel there of Chloe Hart. So battles on for the lead, Russ.
Mate, the girls are absolutely throwing down. That's a bit of a scary moment there, launching off the side of this finished tabletop here.
It's not advisable.
No, it's quite a large drop off to the side. So I think she did really well to just stay super calm and just simply get back onto the track.
Layla trying to make an inside run work here. She's going to go down the inside to head down the hill. She's going to take the line away from Chloe, but Chloe pivots. Pivoted nicely, did Chloe Hart. She's taken the lead straight back.
Mate, the girls are throwing down. These two had some battles early on, and they're doing it again now. It is so good to see them pushing this hard and actually really battling each other. Not just doing the polite thing and making space, but really charging hard, putting their bikes in a position where, you know, it's making it tough for the person behind them. They're riding defensively, they're riding offensively. It's great.
Well, they both did exactly what they should have done in that situation, right? Like Layla held the tight line, but then went and took the line away from Chloe. But Chloe saw it coming. She was looking up to see it coming, and she pivoted and went inside. If she wasn't looking up and doing the right thing for her side of things, she would have just got stuck behind because Layla would have taken the line away from him. So great
awesome
racing from both of them there, really. Like, that's awesome.
Really good racecraft from them at this age. That's really cool to see that's the sort of level they're at.
Here's that section where Layla sort of creeps back up to the back wheel, and she's done it again. But she's going to try and dive to the inside, is she, here in this National Motorcycle Alliance corner? She's done it. But can Chloe get the run out of that corner? But they're level as they're heading to Kennards High, but I think Layla's got the job done. She has. So we've got a new leader here in our 12 to 16 years girls 85cc race, and it's Layla White for the first time today out front of the pack. Chloe Hart back to second position as they head down the hill. So let's see what Layla can do now. First time she's got clear track today out the front of this field. Let's see what she can do with it, and if she can put a little gap between herself and Chloe Hart on this deteriorating track, let's say. They scoot around the outside of that one, trying to find whatever smooth part of track they can. But this was the line that Layla used well, but the exit of it is horrible, Russ. That hole in the end of that rut that Layla just went through, she managed to make it look okay, but yeah, it's not helping her, but she's getting through the initial part of that corner really well.
I think the way that she's riding, she's really heads-up riding. So she's really aware of the rut. She's aware of where she's at with the track. She's aware of the riders around her. It's really cool to see this level of racecraft and care coming out of the girls at this age. I think it's going to just simply point to a really great career moving forward.
No, definitely. Layla doing a really good job here. Chloe too, on this difficult track. Now, Olivia has just dropped back. Obviously, that moment off the tabletop, she's still holding third position, which is awesome, but she is just probably another 4 seconds or so back from Chloe's position in second there. So they've spread out. They were fairly tight there for a second in the middle of this moto. We're getting towards the end of it, so we'll just run down. Our early hole shotter still holding fourth, Mia Cameron on that 288. Lily Lewis is in fifth at the moment. Macy White in 6th, Emma Backway in 7th, Letty Seymour in 8th, Addison Clerk in 9th, and Holly Impa in 10th. And unfortunately, Bonnie Aldridge hasn't started this second moto today for this girls class, so hopefully Bonnie is all good. But she's not out there for Moto 2, as we see Chloe just navigating some of those ruts that we've been talking about and those acceleration bumps on the way out of that corner as well. Horrible, horrible situation. But they're making the best of it. This is what motocross is all about, people. Track's not meant to be smooth and easy. There's Layla White back on screen. She is your leader. Just trying to get around here in a somewhat neat manner would be the goal, right? So, doing a good job. But yeah, she's trying to find a bit more. She took a bit wider run there. It's that exit that I was talking about last time around with the big hole in that rut. She's avoided it that time, so she's obviously had enough of that line. And she shoots down the hill here. You can see how dry it's getting in some sections. Obviously where there's a lot of track has been used to, or the favoured line, it's completely dried out to the point that there is not a single drop of moisture left in it. There's the 15 getting a lap down. That's Addison Clerk. You see the second position. There's Chloe Hart coming through. And you can see Olivia on the 474 machine just a tiny bit off the back of that screen as we're looking at Chloe there. But Layla doing a great job into that whole shot graphics corner. She's using that higher line to stay out of those deeper ruts on the inside. But some of the boys, as you point out, Russ, were just, you know, meat-heading it through.
Yeah, look, I think even though the track conditions are really tricky, I think if you finesse that throttle, don't try and just hold it wide open everywhere. There's plenty of good lines that will make you up time. The boys, obviously, a little bit different. I think sometimes they switch off the brain and just ride with the throttle, right? So, but the girls, yeah, definitely tend to think about things a little bit more, be a little bit gentler on the throttle and on the bike in general, and really get it around the track nicely.
Well, our last lap board has just popped out for Layla White as she's come over the finish line. So 1 lap to go in this 12 to 16 years girls class. 85cc capacity bikes out on track. We see them all shooting down the hill here, a few different lines. There is Layla White doing a great job, taking control of this Moto 2 here. So she's going to go 2-1 in this class for the overall, is Layla White, which is an awesome job. I think that might be maybe her first outright win in one of these state title rounds. I'm not 100% certain on that. She can probably correct us later on the podium, but she's doing a wonderful job here. And part of this is from that ride in the first one, because she had to ride past a few of the girls and make passes, as she did in this moto. But if she didn't do what she did in the opening one to get the second, this wouldn't have been possible for the overall at this point in time for her. So awesome job. And you can see, look at the gap that she's opened up over Chloe Hart here late in this moto. She's obviously, Layla, just keeping a steady pace, not losing, you know, lap time as this moto's worn down. So yeah, she's still holding a 2:04. She was 3 seconds faster last time around versus Chloe's 2:07. So Chloe must have made a bit of a mistake, because Olivia also did a 2:04 and closed right up. So things have, yeah, things are going not as well for Chloe, but there they are. There's Chloe on the second position. That's the 474 in the green gear of Olivia. So that's the 15. That is Addison there going through. You can see, I think that was the 332 Holly Impe in there, and she's getting a pass put on her. Can't quite pick up who that was that made the pass, but our checkers is out. And we've got Layla White over the finish line taking that moto win. Layla on our RSM Motorcycles Husqvarna. And there's Chloe Hart coming over for second, and the 474 of Olivia. She is coming over in third position. All right, we might take a chance to have a break on our coverage. We've got about 4 motos, I think it is, left in our program for the day. We'll see you shortly after this ad break.
Presented by Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
All right, we are back at the round one Motocross State Titles for Motorcycling in New South Wales. We're here at the ACT Motorcycle Club. About to get another race on track here. We're just getting the last couple of riders from our 12 to 16 girls class to finish their moto. And then we'll be underway with our next moto, which will be the 9 to 12 years 85cc. This is the top 40. These are the ones that have to qualify in. This will be their second moto of the day. Our first moto winner was the 409, and that was Hudson Francis, but we had a whole shot from the 26, and that was Levi Bittig. So probably two numbers to keep an eye on here as we're about to drop the gate. And we're away, Russ. 9 to 12, 85cc. Who's going to be the person getting our whole shot? There's a bit of a collision. Oh, couple of riders down there. That's the 518 that went down, Jake Knighton. He was about to get a whole shot.
Archie too.
But who's the one that's managed to survive that? It's the 246, is it? I think it's the 246, if I can pick that up correctly. And that'd be Chad Wallen, if it is. That is the 246, but we've got the 409 sweeping around the outside. That's Hudson Francis. Our first moto winner, getting his way to the front early here. And he's probably going to try and pull a Houdini act.
Mate, he has been on one all day today, hasn't he?
Especially in this class particularly. Like, he was very good early in that first moto. Doing similar. He didn't get the whole shot, but he made a very early couple of passes and disappeared. And we're just seeing the number 2, Archie Blanchett, who went down in that first corner there, just coming across at the very tail end of our field. So a lot of work for the number 2 machine. But it's the 409 out front, but we've had the 23 make his way into second position on the Husky, and that's rider Magnifiglio on his race line Husqvarna. Out here again on another race of his different class that we just had him in another one previously, and he was out front winning that one, so he's up in second in this one. So pretty good day for Ryder across the couple of classes he's competing at. But that is Hudson Francis. Now Hudson's one of those GYTR Yamaha Junior Racing riders, you know, supported by Yamaha, Yamalube, Shop Yamaha. He's got a list of sponsors as long as your arm, and by the way he's riding, it's probably well deserved, right?
Absolutely, and that, I think that's a great thing about this sport, is that, you know, if the kid focuses on their racing, focuses on their craft, the sponsors come, right? And obviously it's an expensive sport. It does take a lot of effort and money to get it going. And so it's great that there's these opportunities out there for these kids to get these little mini factory rides, if you will, where they get support from big OEMs like Yamaha. And honestly, like, Yamaha is just doing such a good job at the minute at supporting local level racing. We've been talking a lot on our podcast about the contingency package that Yamaha's put up for New South Wales off-roads, or for the AEC, for the national round. And it's just incredible that an OEM is, you know, giving back as much as Yamaha is.
It's actually nice to start seeing that sort of thing coming back into Australian racing. It was there a while ago, more for seniors. But now that it's starting to come back in across the board a little bit more, it's great. Like, it's giving kids and senior riders an incentive to buy a particular brand, because especially if they're going to be out here at these sorts of competition levels and potentially podiuming, getting podiums or winning races, they're going to get some money back for their efforts, which is really nice, right? Like, this is an expensive thing to do. To get a little bit of cash at the end of the race to say incentivize your performance, means you can get to the next one or whatever.
Look,
Good thing.
I think if nothing else, I think even just a token amount would be great for these kids, right? Because to put this level of effort in, to be able to walk away with something is just really cool, right? And I think it just motivates them. My kids loved racing nippers and Divi 2 because they got like a little plaque, right? And that little plaque's hanging up in their bedroom. It's probably $1.50's worth of plastic, and they cherish it, you know, let alone real money. So I think any time the kids have got something that they can really race for, especially cash, I think it's pretty cool.
Well, I still remember, and I've still got it for my first, and I think it's only really one of a handful of prize money I ever got, right, in racing motocross, and it was at a Bathurst round at Mount Panorama, the track on the backside there. And I think I got 5th in an 85, like a 12, maybe this sort of range, 85s. I got 5th and I got $10.
Nice.
Check, it was 10 or 15, one of the two. But I got a check, right? I thought it was legendary. I got it framed. It's up in the cupboard. Like, we're talking a while back now that happened. But just the fact that you got some money, you felt like you made it. Felt like you made it, right? It felt like it was worthwhile. Yep. It was cool. So the fact that this sort of stuff's happening again,
I think that shouldn't be understated, you know, because these kids put in a lot of effort. You know, a lot of these kids are homeschooled, and even the ones that aren't homeschooled, they're going to school all day, they're coming home, they're going to training 2, 3, 4 times a week. Like, sure, mum and dad are putting money in, but you can't buy effort, right? Like, you can't pay for effort. No matter, you know, what the family's financial situation is, you can't force that. If the kid doesn't want to do it, they're not going to do it, right? And so I think that to get to this level means a kid is dedicated, is keen, and I think any time they can win something that's tangible is really cool.
Yeah. And another manufacturer that you just reminded me of it when you said about, you know, you're talking about it with Yamaha on your podcast, when I was talking about Charlie Campbell earlier and being on my podcast a week or so ago and talking about the Stark. He was saying that Stark Future, as in the whole company, is just doing a general, if you're riding a Stark anywhere, from their Barcelona headquarters to here in Australia, they're just doing it not from Stark Australia as such, but just Stark overall, doing same sort of, you know, contingency plans, which, why not? Get people on your brand, right?
Yep.
So,
yeah, it's a little bit of fun if you're putting it up, and I think, you know, if someone's regularly putting the bike on the podium, it is really nice for them to be able to take something away from that, right?
Yeah, definitely. Now, while we got the chance, obviously Hudson's out front, and running away with the moto win here on that Yamaha that sort of led to that conversation that we were just having. But as the screen rolls around, Ryder Magnifico stays in second, but it's Cooper Bennett, a name that we haven't really mentioned so far, at 4.82 today. He's in third, and Ollie Kale, then Zach Peters, Blade Regan. So some different names popping up in this one that maybe didn't get the result in the Moto 1. And you can see a nice battle going on here in sort of the mid-pack. We've got the 217, which is back at 10th. That's Tate Murrell. So, you know, there's action happening all around this track, in between, obviously, the leaders and these other riders here in the middle of the section on the track. There's plenty of action going on, and that's who we got there. Is that the 26 having Levi Bittick maybe having a bit of a rough go here in this one. He was a hole shotter in the first moto, not the start, obviously, in the second moto here, because he's running down there in about 11th position, I think it was. And then we've got, that was the 4-2-7, Kieran Marks going past on the Yamaha as well, about 12th position there at the back of this sort of shot. At the front of it, that's the 246. That was our hole shot getter in this moto.
Right.
So he's dropped down. He's in about 9th. I think he's about to lose a position. So he's going to go back to 10th there. That's Levi going past him. But looking at 4 of them in one corner. All taking different lines, trying to get as much out of the track as they can, but just battling their way through. So Levi's just got a little gap now that he's made that move. And the 217 has gone past as well. So our leader, our hole shotter, the 246, is just dropping backwards. So Chad Warland maybe not able to hold the pace after having a nice little spurt there at the beginning of the moto.
Yeah, look, it's getting towards the end of the day. It's been a long day. These kids were probably up pretty early. A lot of them hanging out a bit last night. A little bit of pit parties, mate. All their mates are in town, right? They've all gotten together, and so they're all running around having a good time. It's a long day. This is when fatigue's going to start to set in. You're going to see them getting a little bit tired, maybe making a few more mistakes. but it is something that they, you know, it's difficult to train for it, but they do get a little bit used to it over the years of racing.
Just noting the 41 there making a move as well. That's Cooper Nielsen going past as well. So, yeah, just another place that our leader, our whole shotter, just dropped another spot, but I think he's got a bit of room now before the next one come through. So maybe he can stabilise things and hang on to that top 15 position. Now, just keeping an eye on the number 2, Archie Blanchett, in this one after going down on that first corner. Only at 23rd at the moment, so not fantastic for him. And, yeah, look, another name that we spotted as well, there's the 24 of Jackson Hughes, who was up there in one of our classes. I don't know if it was this one earlier in the motos, but he's a bit further back in this particular class at the moment, down in 20th. 18th, the 125, Blake Teague. Hudson Goulds in 16th at the moment. So some of these kids that have done really well at different times, struggling a little bit here in this particular one. But not so much that man on screen, the 409. Still
Hudson Francis.
Well, actually, hold on. Look at the scoreboard.
This is showing him in 3rd.
It is. So we've missed something here as we've been looking through the different parts of the pack, unless there's a timing issue, but maybe Hudson has made a mistake here. As we see him, he's looking okay. The bike looks fairly straight. Doesn't look like he's got too much dirt on him. Not that you would fall off at the moment and get much dirt on you, given it's pretty dry now, but just see what happens when we come through here. So Magnifiglio is showing as the leader on the number 23, and he is coming through in front of Hudson. So something has gone astray here for Hudson Francis. Can he make that up with just under 2 minutes to go here? You see him pop down the hill there. A couple of riders not too far behind him there. But yeah, we're looking for the 203 of Blade Regan to be in front of him as well. So Hudson's in 3rd at the present on track. So we keep an eye on where they are. That's Magnifiglio on the Husky disappearing out of that risen corner. That Hudson is just exiting now. So there's a bit of a gap that's been put in here. So he must have had a decent drop or an off-track excursion that we haven't seen.
Yeah, something definitely happened. He was holding good pace. So we've missed something there.
All right, just keeping an eye on who's coming in the shot here. So I think we've got the 7:15 who's going to be a lap down Aidan Nault, and then that's Hudson Francis just ducking past him there. That's the 3rd position that we've been talking about. So the 23 is just a little bit further in front of him on track. Now he's catching up to another rider, and I think that's another lapped rider about to go down a lap. That might have been Lennox on the 188, if I saw that in the quick second that we had. So Hudson coming towards those rollers, still attacking the track fairly well. There's the 23, and there's our second position, 203, Blade Regan. So 1 and 2 on track are fairly close here as they battle past a lapped rider of the 252 of Tate Thompson as they're shooting down the back of the track there. Magnifiglio looking to add to his win list here in a different class in this one. He got a 2nd in the opening moto, so if he wins this one, that would be the overall for him. But he's got a bit of a battle here on his hands from Blade. Sitting there on that 203, just in the back of shot, trying to keep up there. Get around the lap rider as he does. So we've got probably 2 laps to go here. Or less than 2 laps because they're on that second last lap. So there's not much time to go.
Just had a young fellow Bennett there, the 216. Just come undone.
Quade Seymour.
Quade Seymour.
In the last corner out of our commentary box position here that we could see.
Yep, looks like he's taking that outside line, come around the top there, and just on the exit of that corner, there's a bit of blue groove. It's looking pretty slick and slippery there. Just probably giving it a little bit too much throttle and spun out. Struggling to pick his bike up and get it going.
Magnifiglio just a few dabs of the foot and then the opposite leg off to wave around in the breeze to try and keep balance as he's going through those deep ruts there. But survived. I think that's pretty normal at this point in the day to have those sort of legs flailing in the breeze, but he's not getting away from the 203 of Blade Regan. Blade's there behind him, and actually Blade did a 3-second lap time quicker the lap before than our leader rider, so the battle's definitely going to go on here right through to the finish flag as they're going to come through here, and they should be getting the last lap board, and they are. Our man is about to step out and show it to Ryder. So last lap here for the 9 to 12 years 85cc. Ryder Magnifiglio currently holding that lead position, just ripping off the wall there. You see the roosty through as he shot down the hill there. But there's Blade on the inside, trying to make a run there. He's on the gas, just navigating past our lapped Ryder. He's definitely keeping the pressure on Ryder, is Blade, with not much left of this moto. And he's taken a couple of lines that nobody else is really using at the moment, is Blade, and that's probably just to try and see if he can sneak his way up to the back tyre without anyone realising what's going on. Magnifiglio down to the bottom part of the circuit now. Time to hit the big jumps one last time on this last lap here. So keep an eye on them. There they are. Now, Magnifiglio just making his way through. There's Regan. Some lap traffic here on this last lap, just making it a little bit difficult for the boys to get through. Oh, Ryder's stopped. He's at a moment. He might have got in the way of a down rider, but he's stalled. He's going now, so he's lost the lead on this last lap, has Ryder Magnifiglio. Blade Regan has snuck past. He's in that fluoro-coloured gear. So Magnifiglio's dropped to second here, just in the dying stages of this moto. He's coming over there. So just at the end of the National Motorcycle Alliance corner is Blade Regan. Tucking around the inside. He's going to come over that jump. So that's going to be the 203. Bit of a change up here at the very dead end of the moto. Here he is. 203 over. He actually misses the finish flag because they still think that it's Ryder Magnifiglio. But it is definitely on the timing scoring. Blade Regan getting that moto win. He's going to do an extra lap just to showboat to the crowd because he missed the finish flag.
Mate, big change up at the last minute there.
Oh, you never know until you actually cross the finish line in motocross what can happen, because you could stall it in that last corner, or as Ryder did, 3 corners from the end, gave it up.
And it's all done. Little tiny mistake.
Yeah, not what you expected, but you got to watch right to the end. So now, let's check in and see if Hudson Francis, he held on to third in that moto after, not sure what happened there. We'll have to find out later in the day, but 203 from the 23 from the 409 is your top 3 in that moto. So we'll take this chance. We'll have a break here on our coverage. Couple of motos to go here in our day at round 1 of the motocross state titles for Motorcycling New South Wales.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
All right, we're back on track again. We have the 14 to 16 years 85s out on track, and the whole shot was a big one there for the 215, and that should be Oliver Rex. So he's out in front again in this one. He was our first Moto winner, and he's showing everybody the way around the track in this Moto 2 here for that 14 to 16 years 85s. All right, he's already got a nice big lead as well, so early in this Moto, things are looking good for Oliver. Archie Job is currently... No, sorry, we've had a change there. We've got the 171, Luca Penman, the man who lost the gear shift in Moto 1. Hopefully they've found one and bolted it on nice and tight for him. He's currently in second in this one, so hopefully he can keep it together.
I'll be interested to see how he went with that, because from what I could see when I was interviewing him, the actual shift shaft was a bit out of shape.
Ooh.
So I don't know if they were able to fix it or what was going on there, but it looked like the shaft had taken a hit as well, because it's an interior bolt with a spline on the outside. I wasn't sure what the ramifications of that would be.
Yeah, if it's bent, you wouldn't be able to get something back on there and shift it too easily. So maybe there was another bike sitting there that he could, you know, put the motor in or change bike or whatever. But yeah, look, obviously they've got something up and running. So
good to see him back, mate. That's all that counts.
Yeah, look, it's working right now because he's in second on the track. He's in third is Kai Frezza on the 18 machine. Archie Job in 14th is in fourth. So we had an interesting run there in that first one because the 18 was up there after the whole shot, but was running second and it went down. Then we had Luca up there, and then he had his issue with the gear shift and dropped back. And so we had a bit of a change up, and then it was Archie Job getting the second and the 46 of Matt Fraser getting third. But they're now a bit deeper down in this field, in this Moto 2 here. The only one who's been consistent so far is our man on screen right now out in front on the 215 of Oliver Rex.
Yeah. Yeah, he's been a really consistent rider, hasn't he? He's not attacked the track too hard. He's not tried to set the world on fire. He seems to just put his laps in, keep his head down. He's kept it neat and tidy, and it's paid off.
He gave you a pretty good interview after that first Moto too.
He did, yeah. Yeah, it's really interesting, the different kids that, you know, can hold an interview and can...
Oh, he's had a little bobble there, but...
Yeah, got caught up there in the rut. Yeah, it's interesting, the different kids that can chat at this age and can, you know, hold a conversation and answer some questions. It's definitely not a reflection of riding. It's just interesting that some are more comfortable with it and some aren't.
Yeah.
It's a great thing to be able to do as you get older and as you move through the ranks.
Well, obviously now, like, we're obviously sitting here on a coverage for the YouTube stream for him, but it's something that's more and more, you know, becoming a part of it. Like, there's more coverage points, there's more people talking to them during the week about doing interviews and stuff too for different podcasts and shows that everybody's capable of doing these days. So you've got to be able to sort of self-promote and come across with a bit of character. So you're interesting as well from a social media point of view, so you can keep getting some other sponsors and stuff. So yeah, he's obviously got a reasonable ability to have a chat, which was good.
Yep, absolutely. No, great kid interview. Comes from a great family too, so no surprises there.
Yeah, so there he is, showing a bit of style with that front end over that tabletop there. He's got this Husky working pretty nicely for him right now. Just picking his way through that risen corner. That's got some nasty ruts in it and some horrible acceleration bumps on the exit. But he's getting the job done. Just flowing around the edge there, using that wall to sort of hold him into that line. Drive down the hill here as he's going now. You can see he's got a decent gap, but he's not going crazy like you're saying. He's just sort of steadily picking them apart.
Yeah, and look, that's really been key with this track and the conditions of this track today, especially now that the track's gone away. You can't be super aggressive out there, and you can't just be trying to smash everyone with the throttle. Like, you need to slow it down a little bit, get a bit of finesse back, keep it tidy.
Change for second there as we've been chatting through that. Penman just having a little issue and a little bobble, but Frezza doing the right thing, not following, and was able to take advantage of it because he's in a different line. We see him now. So the 18, Kai Frezza in second. Luca Penman dropped to third there, but these two are going to have probably a battle by the look of it because they're similar matched in pace. It's just who's not making mistakes. So the rest of this motor, these two might be fairly close together. Just in behind our leader, Oliver Rex. Two different lines there through that National Motorcycle Alliance corner, trying to get the best out of it for each of them. But the 171, after that little bobble, he's still hanging right there on the back of the number 18, Kai Frezza. Yeah, you can see the difference in that last lap time. That little issue for Luca just dropped him 3 seconds out of his lap time, and that was enough for Kai just to scoot past. All right, a couple of our riders just going past the screen. That was the 287, Zayden Mezaros. We've got the 14 going past. That's Archie Job. Another one coming down the hill here into screen. This should be the 21, and it is Blake Johnson. And there's the 25 of Parker Chinook. Who we got there? The 508, Axton King. So not a massive field here in this 14 to 16 85s, but doesn't matter. Oliver Rex is out front, putting in some fast lap times. He's done a 1:51.5, which is the fastest of this moto so far. So he's obviously moving really well still out here on a challenging track. Oh, as I say that, there's a bike going past. It doesn't sound very good from our commentary position. The 214 just having a little bit of an issue. Carter Beach by the sound of it. So we watch Oliver just getting a little light in the front to just sort of carry it through those rollers. Up and over the tabletop. But just dropping back here. That's the 21 again on screen. That's Blake Johnston. Having to navigate their way through some of these nastier sections of the track. Seeing if they can find anything that's smooth. So they head up the hill there. Just switch camera. That was the 18 just flashing past. That's Kai Frezza, our second position. There's Penman again. Gear shift still working so far, so all good from the pit crew. Nice job, guys. The 46 flashes by there as well. Matthew Fraser. So he's actually moving up a little bit towards Penman from the fourth position there. So good ride from Matthew Fraser here. So we check back in with our leader, Oliver Rex. Nice style there over the couple of big jumps at the bottom of the circuit. Getting the job done nicely at the moment. 3 minutes plus a lap to go here as he stands up well and truly deep into that corner just to avoid some of the bumps that have developed in that rut there. He's still taking that tight inside line there around that section before the whole shot graphics, and then deep in the inside there. So obviously he's comfortable with those deeper ruts. He's got his leg nice and high to avoid dragging it and pulling him off the bike. Up and over. Good technique really for Oliver. He's got the elbows out still. They're not drooping down. He's not showing signs of fatigue. So good riding here from Oliver Rex. We'll wait for him to pop out from behind the trees there. Oh, we drop down the field. There it is. Through our Kennards High corner. See him standing nice and deep into those corners. Just keeping the bike light underneath him to let it move over the bumps really nicely. Same again here, just banking off the wall to head down the hill. One of our lap riders giving nice and room there for him. It's the 214 Carter Beach. Still circulating, obviously, as after we said about that little noise with the bike not sounding quite right. So it's still going at this stage. Oliver using the inside, going over that inside roller that's sort of worn down a fair bit now from earlier in the day. You can see that rear wheel just chattering as it's trying to get through those acceleration bumps on the exit of the Risen corner. Heading down the hill. Not too long left in this 14 to 16 years, 85 moto. Doing a good job, Oliver Rex out front. Be a good time to find some smooth stuff and sit up and have a little rest if he has, because he's got a nice 8-second lead over the 18 of Kai Frezza. see him just carrying the front wheel again over a couple of the holes to head towards that hole shot graphics corner. He's still making this track, as bad as it is, he's still making it look pretty easy on his way around. He's taking a longer look here as he heads towards those rollers. See him carry that front over the first one just to set himself nicely into it. Now we've got the 287 on screen. That's Zayden Nazaros. Now he is down in 5th position on track at present, some 26 seconds back of Oliver Rex. Zayden's got the easy to spot fluoro helmet, probably for mum and dad to be able to tell where he is on track.
Yeah, the mums do like a fluoro helmet, mate.
I can't tell which one's you. Make it bright for me. I've heard that one a couple of times.
And every kid just wants a plain black helmet.
Yeah, except they're like roasting the sun in them a bit until they realise that one. Ooh, bit of a slide into that corner there from Oliver. Just found the limits of the traction, I'd say, on the front end.
Yep.
Had to dab the foot. All good, but still carrying on.
The 214 of Carter Beach still limping that bike around. Doesn't sound right, does it? He was smashing the gear shifter downwards as he came across the finish line on the last lap.
Yeah, it's like bogging at points. So whether he's got like an air filter that's clogged or it's slowly losing steam and going to switch off here shortly.
Yeah.
Not sure. Leaning out, but yeah. Oliver just with a little overbalance there, trying to keep the bike in that rut. It's a challenging circuit at the moment. We're late in the day here. Right on the edge of the track there. I haven't really seen anyone that wide in that section of the track so far, but that's obviously where he could get himself around and maybe avoid a couple of extra bumps.
Sort of the base of that bank reel, isn't it?
Yeah. It's not really the race line if there was a rider right on your tail because you're opening the door for them, but he's got nobody there at the moment. He's got a 10-second gap, so he's just making the most of it. He is getting the last lap board here right now is the 2:15 of Oliver Rex. And even with those different lines, he's just gone his fastest lap of this moto, a 150.3, just flashed purple on the screen. So he's still moving at a reasonable pace.
It's pretty impressive to be putting in your fastest laps this late in the moto too.
Yeah, when the track's, like for this particular class, this is this last moto of the day for them. So it's at its worst, and he's deep in the moto.
That's championship stuff, mate. Like that's what makes a champion, right? Being able to perform on days you don't feel good and being able to either hold your lap times or be able to put heaters in at the end of a long moto or the end of a long day.
Yeah.
That's the stuff that builds champions.
So he's in good stead here is Oliver Rex for this one. This is going to set him up nicely for this 5-round state championship in New South Wales. So it's off to a good start for him. It'll be, when he comes across the line here at the end of this lap, it'll be 2 moto wins from 2 motos performed.
Now, where are we off to next, mate? Where's the next round?
We're off to Lakes.
Lakes? My home club, mate.
Yes. We'll be looking forward to that round, but not just yet. We've got a whole day of racing tomorrow to go through for all of our seniors classes and a couple of other junior but big bike classes.
I think it's going to be really interesting. There's still a lot of clouds hanging around the place here today. It's going to be interesting to see if we get a bit of rain overnight and whether this track shapes up in the morning. I'm assuming they're going to groom the track tonight. It'll be really interesting to see how it shapes up tomorrow with the big bikes coming on board. So the way that the day is run will affect it, whether they're starting with the smaller bikes tomorrow or whether they're throwing the 450 straight at it.
I believe it's MX1 straight out.
Really? Okay.
I think, if I remember correctly.
So this is really going to change how the track forms up over the morning and over the day, whether the big bikes go out first like we're thinking that they will, the big 450s. They'll go 4 bikes sideways, 4 bikes, side by side and tear the whole thing up and put some big lines in right away, and that will change how the track goes over the course of the day. So,
well, we're getting the finish flag out for our winner. Oliver Rex has gone through. Second has gone through as well, Kai Fraser, and third has just come over the line, Luca Penman. Little push there at the end for Matthew Fraser. He was close to the rear wheel of third position, but he comes across in 4th. So that is those motos done. Now for the 14 to 16s, it'll be the overall win for the 215 of Oliver Rex. So nice job there for him. And a good recovery for Penman after that issue in Moto 1 as well to get on the podium in Moto 2. All right, we'll have a quick break here before we get to our next moto on the grid. We'll be back with more coverage.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Looks good, eh? Ken Earth. What was that, love? I said Ken Earth.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Alright, we are on the gate again. Now this will be our 85cc 9 to 12 years, but our non-qualifiers from our earlier races that have gone on. These ones are the ones that didn't make it out of the LCQ, so they get a 3-lap moto here to give themselves another chance to learn from how bad the track's gotten and some things maybe that they can work on for the future rounds to try and get themselves into that main event, let's say, for the next time these motos are in place. Oh, we've had one rider loop out straight off the gate. That was not how you want to start your moto, but the rider that's headed to the corner first is well, it was the number 8, but sweeping the outside is the 24. Now the 8 is going to try and hold that out, but I think that, yes, he is. He's going to duck around the inside, block out the 24. So the 8 will be Finn Jarvis.
Finn back to where he's feeling most comfortable, mate, which is out the front. It's all the usual suspects in the first few positions. Flynn looking like he's having a bit of a bike issue there, coming around that corner. He seemed to be looking down at it and looking for some power, and Archie just scooted straight past him. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Maybe it was just he just missed a gear or something potentially, but didn't come around the corner into that finish line jump with the intensity we're normally used to seeing out of him.
Have we changed the order here in this race? All right, well, turns out we started with the wrong, paperwork here. We just shuffled a couple of papers, and we're actually onto a different race. It's the 7 to 10 65s. So, yeah, just a little change in our running order here.
Look, to be honest, Dave, I'm not sure about you, mate, but I've never been a huge fan of paperwork, so...
Look, if I can avoid it, I would, but the only way we can keep up with who's doing what on this place is with some paperwork. So,
absolutely.
Unfortunately, we've just got a couple out of the order here. They've changed it up late. They haven't just let us know in the com box, which is handy, but we've got out on track. The leader is the number 2 now by the looks of it, Archie Blanchette.
Yeah.
Who was our fastest qualifier, who also got second in the first moto of the day here. The number 8 got the whole shot, which was Finn Jarvis.
Yep.
But he's now dropped down to second position. 24 of Jax Hughes is in third, and number 29 is in fourth, Sam Akidiakano. So we're away, 65s.
We're away, mate. Here we go. Like I said, I'm just keeping an eye on Finn Jarvis and his bike at the minute. He just seems to be coming up short on a few jumps. Doesn't look quite the same as he did earlier. So we'll just keep an eye on him and see if there's a bike issue or if it's just late in the day and he hasn't had enough red camera.
we've got two stuck together here. The 174 is involved in that, and the 20. So the 20 is Wilco Cox, and the 174 is Caleb Davis. So yeah, they've had a bit of a comings together there at some point. One of the officials is helping them pry those bikes apart.
It's actually incredible how bikes can get so wedged together, right? We've seen that in the past. You see it in pro racing, in local racing. It can create a situation where handlebars are jammed in wheels and swing arms and all kinds of stuff. We saw some in professional racing in the States just recently where the riders are kicking each other's bikes to try and separate them. So it can make quite a mess sometimes when the bikes end up together.
There's usually a scream on the helmet of "come apart, yeah," as they kick, right?
Yes.
Like,
please and thank you. Please
Yeah.
come apart.
Yeah.
Yeah, all that race adrenaline pumping through the body.
All right, so we think we've got one rider down there in the middle as well, but as Archie just sort of paddles his way through the inside rut there, but I just caught a glimpse of a rider getting some assistance. Oh, that was our riders that were down. I think that was the 20. Just having a look there. Wilco got his helmet off. He's got the people with him, so he's okay. He's getting attention.
Look at the amount of shiny patches on this track now, mate.
Oh,
Everywhere that's got that gloss to it is just blue groove, hard pack, and what, like ice?
Yeah, I was going to say there's absolutely no grip on those points.
Yep.
You have to be absolutely square on top of it and as gentle as you can be with your throttle and not be dumping your clutch if you had it in at that point, because you will just light that tyre up and you don't know where you're going to end up after that. But there's still some decent spots with some grip, so it's still challenging. They have to adjust depending on what part of the track they're on as they're going around this circuit. Now Archie is leading this one here as he goes through screen, but he was leading the first moto and then went down. So that's how the number 8 of Finn Jarvis got the first moto win. So we're currently having a flip-flop in positions, but hopefully Archie can keep things together this time around here in Moto 2. So we're watching on screen one of the Husky mounted. That's the 395 of Jager McKercher. And Archie's coming up behind to just put him a lap down. Sorry, Archer. Jager, sorry Jager. But Archie getting a little bit of a head wobble there through the rougher section on the outside of that track as he tried to put that rider a lap down. And you have to find and use some of those edges late in these days. They're not as polite as they could be. When you haven't been out there all day, you don't know what you're going to encounter.
That's right, and that's why you've seen them give some of these groups of riders a sighting lap, because it's been quite a few hours since they've potentially been out. So we just want to keep everyone safe and make sure that the riders are familiar with the track and just how much it's changing throughout the day. If that's not the case, you'll see them skip that because it's obviously, you know, a further time delay. But I think the officials make the right call by doing that, especially when the track is changing as much as this one is.
Yeah, so just keeping an eye on it. Obviously Archie's out front, but Finn is closing in a little bit. Jax Hughes on the 24 is in third, Sam Kitikano, then Zio Kirchen, then the 188 of Lennox, and the 472 of Cole Weir, then Sonny Bonds on the number 12 in 8th. So got a fair running order there at the top 8 riders, but like I said, number 8 is just creeping into the back of picture here. I don't know if the times are changing much. They're basically running similar times. I think Finn was maybe half a second quicker the last lap around. So that 2 to 3 second gap, maybe a little deceiving at times, yo-yoing here late in the day. But for the moment, it's Archie Blanchette leading the way in this 7 to 10 years 65cc moto, just putting another rider lap down. That was the 174 that was down earlier, actually. Just good to see Caleb Davis back up and circulating. As we see Archie have a look over as he bounces his way out through those acceleration bumps out of the risen corner.
Yep. I see our official out there with the last lap board in his hand too, mate.
No, he's getting itchy fingers, you know, trying to be ready to put it out.
Yep.
You know. Alright, so we're just checking out some different sections here. There's Archie back in shot. He's right on the edge of the track limit there. Not sure how much of the track was left, but he was pretty much right on the edge. Maybe he's just trying to find a smooth line, or maybe he ended up there unexpectedly. So he's coming down here. You can just see Finn in the background on the 8 machine. He's still keeping Archie honest here. So Finn's holding a good pace through these last few laps of the moto. Still getting after it is Finn Jarvis. Nicely through the rollers. Ooh, there is that big sort of kick at the end of that roller on the inside there as he tried to get to the inside rut. Luckily he was already sort of slowing down for it and didn't sort of adjust the bike too much. So he comes towards, and here's the last lap board out for them. So 1 to go here in the 65cc race. Lots of lap riders in this section that Archie's going to have to deal with. Ooh, I hope Archie's continuing there, but he had a nice little moment with the head, with the front end, trying to get through some of these riders. Not sure if we've picked him up just yet. Keep an eye on this, but there's the 6, there's the 8. Where is the number 2? Did we lose him? We did lose him. He's dropped it. He did have a moment on the exit of that corner there as he was coming down the hill. He was catching up to the back markers. As he just left shot, I saw the head twitch. The front end just twitched, and it looked like he was going to go down, and it must have just either shot him off or he did drop it, because he's dropped to second position. So Finn Jarvis keeping Archie honest here has paid dividends, because he's now out in front. Is Finn Jarvis on the number 8 machine, supported by LR 110. Elite Motocross Coaching, Track Work Designs, Colina Steel and Hostile with the gear for him there. So Finn, now our leader here on the last lap. Very similar scenario to what happened last time in the first moto. Archie gave it up from the lead with a mistake, and he's done it again, unfortunately. So something that Archie might have to work on here between rounds is how not to make mistakes in the motos and give away the wins. But there's Finn, number 8 machine, looking good. Out front, he's had a look over just to check where Archie went, because he'd probably seen him as he went past him. Now he's coming into what'll be the second last corner. So here comes Archie, here comes Finn Jarvis. And Archie's just in behind there, not too far back. But he comes through the Kennards High corner for one more time. He's going to see that checkered flag up on the finish line. That's 2 moto wins today at the opening round for the number 8 of Finn Jarvis. Congratulations, Finn, for that overall at round 1. And we'll just keep an eye out and make sure that the number 2 machine pops over. There he is. Probably a little disappointed, but he's come across the line in second, does Archie Blanchett. And we're looking for, there we go, Sam Akitiakano, the number 29, sneaks into third late there and drops our Jax Hughes to 4th. So good finish there. So we basically had the same moto scores from Moto 1 and Moto 2 for the top 3. So that will be your overall positions. The number 8 from the 2 from the 29. All right, we'll take a quick break. We've got one more moto and we'll be done here from round 1 on day 1 of the motocross state titles for Motorcycle New South Wales.
Looks good, eh? Ken Earth. What was that, love? I said Ken Earth.
Well done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Kellogg's make your job easy.
All right, welcome back. This is the last moto of the day. We thought this one was going to be the one we were just doing before, but they had a change in the order. So now we are on to our last race, which will be the non-qualifiers from the 85cc 9 to 12 years class. This is their 3-lap moto that they are able to do. They didn't make it into the main 2 motos from that LCQ, but they've got a chance to check out the racetrack at probably the worst possible conditions from day one. So congratulations, guys and girls. Here you go. Here's 3 laps on absolute torture.
Look, I mean, I'm glad they've stuck around for it, mate. I think it's very cool. It's a big effort to do that. It's a huge day. And when you got these young kids here, you know, my kids have done a bit of racing, and I know how tired they get towards the end of the day.
Yeah.
So kudos to these guys for sticking it out, hanging around all day. It's great sportsmanship to be here right till the end. Get one more lap in. Yeah, it's just great to see.
All right, so they're just waiting for the starters' orders here. They're still looking around, so they're not ready quite yet to drop the gate, but look, this is our last moto. We've had, how many motos have we had? I'm just about to count them up. We've got, I think this is round 23 of the list. So not to mention those 12 practice qualifying sessions. So quite a big program here. And we've obviously got a lot more to come tomorrow as well. We've got another 18 rounds of motos and 9 practice sessions. And we're going to kick it all off with the MX1 Pro class on practice up early in the morning. So that's probably a change up for those pro boys that are used to coming in late in the afternoon and doing all the, you know, the cool stuff. But
Mate,
they're going to have to get out of bed early.
I know, right? And a bunch of those guys, I'm not sure if they're that into that. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see who can get on a bike early and lay down some heaters for us.
All right, so we're away in this non-qualifier race. The 21 has got off to a great start there, and that's Callan Morris on the Yamaha getting the whole shot there.
Go Cal, that's my boy. Cal Morris on his Power Sports Central Yamaha, mate. Eggy Racing, they call themselves.
Now, you're talking about some of these kids throughout the day about different sizes and ages and stuff. He's looking pretty small on that bike.
Dude, Cal is tiny, right? Cal,
No offense, Cal.
I'll just be straight. Look at him on that bike, mate. Like,
They cut the seat out too.
Cut the seat out. He's a little dude. Mum and Dad are both little people. Like, you know, he does really, really well. And it's actually super tough, man, because when a kid that is significantly smaller drops a bike, needs to pick it up and start it, it is so much harder. Like, it is a massive disadvantage. For me, like, my you know, riding style that I like to do is hard enduro, and having long legs and being tall is a massive advantage, right? Like, it just sets you apart from everyone else instantly. If you're small and short in the legs especially, you have to be so much more accurate. You have to be so much more, you know, not talented necessarily, but you just have to be accurate. You can't make mistakes because you're so far off the ground. You can't just dab a foot and straighten yourself up.
No, you definitely can't. And I was just watching him around that sweeping corner before he headed down the hill, and he sort of wanted to put his foot out to balance himself, and there was nothing but fresh air under
There's
it. There's
nothing there, mate, at all. But look at him. He doesn't mind sending it. He's been riding for a number of years now, young Cal, and he's doing a great job. I know his mum and sister will be watching from home, cheering him on. The whole Power Sports Central team will be behind this kid. Just a great family man, and just put the effort in. Dad's an old racer. He's done a fair bit of stuff. I think he did a bit of flat track back in the day. Jason, top dude, goes and rides a bunch of Transmotos as well. So just a family that love being around bikes. Dad and son traveling around. You know, they got the little trailer on the back of the ute, and
Nice.
they're just hitting all the races up, mate. Again, Lakes is their local, so round 2 of New South Wales state titles, they're going to be at home, which is going to be pretty cool. Bit of a home field advantage there.
Well, that might be what triggers him to get, you know, into the main motos as well, because he might be a bit more familiar with the track. So
Definitely with the track, and this has been a very different track to what he's used to. Lakes is a very hard pack, fast track. It doesn't get deep and ruddy like it does here at ACT. So really looking forward to see how he develops over the season. And again, what we were talking about, some of these kids sort of stepping up into what we call big boy racing. Cal's a perfect example of that, right? He hasn't got the multiple club championships behind him, right? He's just a good, solid little rider who's taken a big step up in his riding and racing ability, entered himself into New South Wales state titles, and yeah, I couldn't be more proud of what he's done
and the effort that he's putting in.
Oh, he's out here having a good crack late in this day here. When the track, like we said, it's probably torture for him, but he's given it a good run. And while we've got him on screen, he's got all his sponsors looking nice and clean. We'll give him some love. Lusty Industries, Eggy. I'm not sure what Eggy is. You might be able to shed some light here.
You know what? I actually don't know. I think Eggy is just their team, their family team. I'm not sure. I'll check with his dad, Jason, about that.
Whatever Eggy is, well done for supporting him. Master Built Pools, Newcastle, Bill's Pipe, Troy Lee Designs, and obviously you're saying Yamaha and Power Sports, which is yourself. So.
Yeah, and he's actually on the Yamaha team too. So all of our riders that we support through Power Sports Central are actually part of a Yamaha race plan team. So it's really cool. Obviously, it helps Yamaha kick in a bit to give them a bigger discount on the bike. But it's pretty cool that the kids' names are all in a file with Yamaha Racing Team. They know who they are. They know, all about them. We tried to push them through our socials a fair bit at Power Sports Central as well. But it's pretty cool that guys like Jake Belford and the guys at Yamaha who look after all the racing side of things know who some of these local riders are.
Yeah, no, definitely. And look, obviously all this love that he's getting right here on screen, Main Party can clip all this and put it on his socials and your socials, and voila, we've got some promo, and this is why you should be looking after me.
I'm expecting to see a report on my desk on Monday morning.
Well, Callum, when you listen back to this, you know what you've got to do for the rest of the weekend.
That's exactly right. Nah, look, he's looking really good out there, man. The bike sounds great. They've kept it fairly stocked. They've got the Bills pipe on there, so that's singing and sounding amazing. I think I'm not sure if they've got a hyper kit in this bike, but the hyper kit, there's a bunch of other Power Sports Central riders out here today, like Cade Hodges and Hudson Gould, and a few others that are running that GYTR hyper kit, which is a really good thing. Rather than tweaking some of these motors till exploding point, the GYTR basically gives them the extra power that they need, but keeps it within the realms of OEM, right?
Yeah.
So the motor's not pushed to its absolute limit. And to be honest, most of these kids don't need to get that nth degree out of their motor. They're just in a solid package that gives them what they need. The bike setup and suspension, I believe at this stage, is so much more important than just raw horsepower. But it's pretty cool that an OEM like Yamaha is able to offer race plans through dealerships. It's able to offer GYTR engine packages, suspension stuff. I mean, the suspension on these YZs out the box is already really good, but it's really cool that you can stay within the realms of factory and OEM and build a really nice race bike.
No, it's a good little package to be a part of with the Yamaha team there. So just while we've got Callum on screen here, we'll get the rider list to run through as well, just to give some attention to some of the other riders out on track as well, because this is the last lap. Second on track at the moment is Nixon Manville, the 122, then the 211 of Lewis Hazelwood, then the 102 of Ryder Osborne, and the 47 of Nate Gomez is in fifth on track as they run at the moment.
A few familiar names in there, mate, the last names. I think there's a few older siblings kicking around.
Yeah, that's probably part of the best part of this as well. And like sixth, Ricky Rowe.
So Rowe,
you know,
Thomas,
Joel Thomas, yeah, Tucker Job. So yeah, look, the best part about this series is that obviously the families can come and all, 3, 4, however many siblings are in it, can all have a class and a run, and it's a big family trip to go
There's a
part
few
of.
families here too, mate, that I think there's a really interesting dynamic where one of the kid is like, club champion and he's in the pointy end of all this, and the other kid or daughter or whatever is just starting.
Yeah.
And I think what's really unique about this sport is that family can come together with a couple of bikes and put both those kids in the racing, and both kids can have a great day. One up the pointy end racing for championships and wins, and the other one just tootling around at the back of the pack and having a great time.
No, definitely. And there's the checkered flag for Callan Morris to
Well
take
done,
that
Cal.
win. So nice little finish there. And then we had the 122 come across as well. So nice finish there for Nixon, and Lewis Hazelwood was on the fastest lap there on the last lap to try and get to that, but he managed to get himself across in third. So we'll just keep an eye on the finish line here and watch a couple of our riders come across.
Got Cowie here, mate.
So that's the 102, and that'll be Ryder Osborne.
Don't see a lot of Cowies out there, do we? There's a couple here today.
Dropped down, but there is a few today. There's another one coming across shortly here in the back of the coverage as well. So
I did see a green KTM out there today.
They like to just mix and match.
There was an Empire.
Times,
there's obviously a bit of a sponsorship deal with like Empire Cowie, but they don't make they don't make a 50. I think it was a 50. Yeah, so they've obviously dressed one up, but pretty cool to see a little green 50.
Whatever makes it work, right? Like the world goes around still, so it's all right.
Absolutely. They're all out there having a good time, and that's what matters.
Yeah, definitely. So we're just catching all these riders coming through here, all getting a chance to have a little bit of a shot on the telly. And that was I think that was the 182 Joel Thomas coming across, it was. So we're almost done here for day one of our coverage. Just a couple more riders to come in. I think there's at least one that I can spot still circulating, so we'll get this rider through on screen and then we'll wrap this thing up. So that one is going to be Emmett Beach, I believe, and it is on the 55 machine. So that will be our racing done for the day here of day one. So that brings it to an end here for round one of the 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles hosted by the ACT Motorcycle Club. We've completed qualifying, LCQs, our first motos under that new format, with championship points now on the board. A reminder that this is a 5-round championship, so the performances across the series play a role in the selection for that New South Wales Tail Whips junior team as well, when we were talking to Lyndon Heffernan earlier in the day. A big thank you to the ACT Motorcycle Club officials and volunteers from around the area, and Motorcycle New South Wales staff for delivering this professional event at day one so far. Obviously there's plenty more to come. We'd also like to acknowledge our event partners and sponsors who make this championship possible. Your support drives this sport forward. We look forward to continuing round one tomorrow, and Russ, you've got plenty of action still to come here tomorrow with us as well.
Mate, what a day it is. It was so much fun being here for day one. My feet are sore, my knees are already sore before we even go into day two, mate, but it was great to be out there on the track. Look, the track gave us absolutely everything. There was early grip in the morning, deep ruts formed by midday, and the final motos on that hard-packed blue groove. So the riders were searching for traction by the end of the day. I think it was really cool to see them deal with all those different types of track and terrain all day long. The ones that adapted really thrived, and the one that stayed patient, they got to move forward. And to be honest, that's how championships are built. Round one has already produced some pretty cool statements, and this is really just the beginning. Tomorrow the intensity rises with the seniors coming on board, so it's going to be a ton of fun. With senior race day tomorrow, it's going to be longer motos, bigger pressure, and championship implications building from the get-go. If today set the foundation, tomorrow rises the standard. Rest up, everyone. Hydrate. Come back ready. Round one continues. I'm going to go home and rest my feet, mate. Rest my voice. Maybe get some of that honey tea in that we were talking about earlier.
Your honey tea, mate. You can keep that to yourself, and you can sort yourself out ready for tomorrow. But yes, plenty of action to come. That you can see they're already out there on the track making some adjustments and re-prepping it for tomorrow. So 5 rounds, 1 title, and the journey's just begun. I'm David Hogan from the Always Moto show on our YouTube channel. Russell Hicks has been with me all day. We've had some other riders and people come through, but Russ, thanks for being a part of it, and your Power Sports Central crew team. We'll be back tomorrow for day 2 of our coverage from the 2026 Motocross State Titles here by Motorcycle New South Wales.